Hello, horror lover. Are you ready for a long night of nightmares? Before we begin, I want to ask you to subscribe to the channel, and especially leave a comment telling me which city you're watching from. I'd love to know. Click the like button, all of this because the party had been a bust. Too loud, too crowded, and way too much cheap beer. I'd left earlier than planned, my head already pounding with the promise of a hangover. As I fumbled with my keys, trying to find the right one for my beat-up Corolla, I overheard a couple of guys talking nearby. "Hey, you heading back to Derry?" one of them asked. "Yeah, but I'm taking the back way. Quicker, you know?" "Through the woods?" "Man, I wouldn't do that. Heard some weird shit happens on that road at night." I perked up at this. Derry was my destination too, and a quicker route sounded mighty appealing right about now. I approached the guys, trying not to look as wobbly as I felt. "Excuse me," I said, clearing my throat. I couldn't help overhearing. "There's a shortcut to Derry?" The taller of the two eyed me suspiciously. "Who's asking?" "Name's Mike. Mike Hanlon. I'm heading back that way and wouldn't mind shaving off sometime." The shorter guy shook his head. "I wouldn't recommend it, man, especially not at this hour. Stick to the main road." But the taller one shrugged. Let him try it. Maybe he'll have better luck than old Richie Tozier." "Richie Tozier?" I asked. "Forget it," the shorter guy said quickly. "Look, if you're determined to go that way, take Route 2 until you see a dirt road on your left. There's an old wooden sign, can't miss it. But don't say we didn't warn you." I thanked them and headed to my car, their whispered argument fading behind me. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just stepped into something I shouldn't have. But the allure of a quicker trip home was too strong to resist. 20 minutes later, I found myself staring at the wooden sign. Smoky Hollow Road, it read in faded letters. The dirt road stretched out before me, disappearing into a thick canopy of trees. I hesitated for a moment, then made the turn. "Adventure time, Mikey," I muttered to myself, trying to ignore the chill that ran down my spine. The road was rough, full of potholes and loose gravel. My poor Corolla rattled and shook as I navigated the uneven terrain. The trees pressed in close on both sides, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers, scraping against the roof of the car. I flicked on the radio, hoping for some distraction, but all I got was static. "Great," I grumbled, switching it off again. As I drove deeper into the woods, an uneasy feeling settled in my gut. The road seemed to go on forever, each bend revealing only more trees, more darkness. I checked my watch. I'd been driving for over an hour now. Surely I should have reached Derry by now. I fumbled for my phone, thinking to check the GPS, but there was no signal. The screen mockingly displayed "no service" in the corner. "Come on," I said, shaking the phone as if that would help. "Where the hell am I?" As if in answer, I rounded another bend and saw a figure standing by the roadside. I slowed down, equal parts relieved to see another person and wary of a stranger in the middle of nowhere. As I got closer, I realized it was an old woman, her gray hair wild around her face, her clothes tattered and dirty. I rolled down the window. "Excuse me, ma'am? Are you all right? Do you need help?" She turned to face me and I had to stifle a gasp. Her eyes were milky white, unseeing, and her mouth was stretched in a terrible grin that revealed blackened teeth. "Help?" she cackled. "Oh yes, dearie, I need help. We all need help here on the Lost Road." I felt the blood drain from my face. "The Lost Road? What do you mean?" She leaned in closer, her breath smelling of decay. "You've taken a wrong turn, Mike Hanlon. This road doesn't lead to Derry. It doesn't lead anywhere you want to go." I recoiled, my foot instinctively pressing down on the gas pedal. "How do you know my name?" I shouted as the car lurched forward. Her laughter followed me as I sped away, echoing unnaturally in the still night air. I drove faster, heart pounding, hands slick with sweat on the steering wheel. What the hell was going on? The next road sign I passed made me slam on the brakes. "Derry 5 miles," it read. Relief flooded through me. I was almost home. This nightmare was almost over. But as I drove on, The signs kept appearing. Dairy 5 miles. Dairy 5 miles. Dairy 5 miles. Each one identical, each one a cruel joke. "This isn't possible," I whispered, my voice shaking. I tried to turn around, but the road had narrowed, hemmed in by thick underbrush and fallen trees. There was nowhere to turn, nowhere to go, but forward. As the first light of dawn began to creep through the trees, I saw something ahead that made my heart skip a beat. A car pulled over on the side of the road. As I got closer, I realized with a jolt that it was a Corolla. My Corolla. I pulled up behind it and got out on shaky legs. The license plate confirmed my worst fears. It was my car. But it looked like it had been there for years. The paint was faded and peeling, the tires flat and rotted away. I approached the driver's side window, dreading what I might see inside. The glass was cloudy with grime, but as I wiped it away, I could make out a figure slumped over the steering wheel. A figure wearing the same clothes I had on. I stumbled back, a scream building in my throat. This couldn't be real. This had to be a dream, a hallucination, anything but reality. As if triggered by my movement, the radio in my car suddenly blared to life, making me jump. Through the static, I could barely make out words. "Welcome to Smoky Hollow Road, Mike. You're on the right path now, the only path, the eternal path." I ran back to my car and peeled away, tires squealing on the dirt road. But even as I drove, I knew the terrible truth. The road I had taken had no end, and neither did my journey. As the trees blurred past and the sun rose on a day I might never escape, I realized that my shortcut had led me somewhere I never intended to go. And I might be on this road forever, always 5 miles from a home I would never reach. The static burst from my car's speakers without warning, a harsh, grating sound that filled the cabin and set my teeth on edge. I jerked in surprise, my hands tightening on the steering wheel as I fought to keep the car steady on the endless winding road. "What the hell?" I muttered, reaching for the volume knob. But as my fingers touched the cool plastic, the static shifted, morphing into something that made my blood run cold. "Mike." A whisper, barely audible beneath the crackle and hiss. "Mike Hanlon." I yanked my hand back as if burned, staring at the radio with wide eyes. This couldn't be happening. It had to be my imagination, my tired mind playing tricks on me after hours of driving this godforsaken road. But then it came again, louder this time. "Mike. Welcome home, Mike." "No," I said, shaking my head. "No, this isn't real. This isn't happening." I jabbed at the power button, desperate to silence the voice, but the radio remained on, the whispers growing in volume and intensity. "You're ours now, Mike. Part of the road. Part of us." Panic rising in my chest, I began frantically pressing buttons, trying to change the station. The display flickered, numbers changing rapidly, but the voice remained constant, a sinister undercurrent beneath the static. 87.5, 88.1, 89.7, 91.3, I chanted, matching the changing display. Come on, there has to be something else." But every frequency carried the same haunting whisper, my name repeated over and over like a twisted mantra. I could feel sweat beading on my forehead, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. "Stop it!" I shouted at the radio. "Just stop it!" As if in response, the whispers began to form more coherent words, the voice becoming clearer, more distinct. It was a woman's voice, I realized with a start. Soft, almost melodic, but with an undercurrent of malice that made me shudder. "Poor Mike," the voice crooned. "So lost, so alone. But don't worry, we'll take care of you here. You'll never be alone again." "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice cracking. "What do you want from me?" The voice chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "We are the road, Mike. We are the trees, the shadows, the very air you breathe. And what we want is you." I shook my head, trying to clear it. This was madness. I was hallucinating. I had to be. Maybe I'd fallen asleep at the wheel, and this was all some vivid, terrifying dream. But the voice continued, relentless. You chose this path, Mike. You wanted a shortcut, a quick and easy way home, but some shortcuts come with a price. I didn't choose this, I yelled, slamming my hand against the steering wheel. I just wanted to go home. And home you shall go, the voice replied, a hint of amusement in its tone. But perhaps not the home you remember. Your new home awaits, Mike, at the end of this road, or perhaps the beginning. The static grew louder, the words becoming harder to discern. I strained to hear, part of me desperate to understand, another part terrified of what I might learn. Listen closely, Mike, the voice whispered, barely audible now. The road speaks, if you know how to hear it. It will tell you its secrets, show you its wonders, and its horrors. I found myself leaning closer to the radio, drawn in despite my fear. The static seemed to form patterns now, swirling and pulsing like a living thing. And within those patterns I began to see something. Shapes, fleeting images that disappeared as soon as I tried to focus on them. What are you showing me? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The truth, Mike. The truth of the road, of this place, of yourself. The images became clearer, flashing by in rapid succession. I saw myself, driving down this endless road, but I looked different. Older somehow. Worn. My eyes were hollow, my skin pale and drawn. And behind me in the back seat, shadowy figures lurked, their features indistinct but their presence undeniable. No, I moaned, squeezing my eyes shut. This isn't real. It can't be real. Oh, but it is, the voice assured me. This is your future, Mike, your destiny, unless... I opened my eyes, hope flaring in my chest. Unless what? Tell me. But the voice was fading, the words becoming indistinct once more. I leaned closer, straining to hear. The choice. Yours. Remember. And then, with a final burst of static, the radio went silent. The sudden absence of noise was deafening, leaving me in a vacuum of sound that pressed against my eardrums like a physical force. I sat there, hands clenched on the steering wheel, breathing heavily. The silence seemed to stretch on forever, broken only by the sound of my ragged breaths and the steady hum of the engine. Slowly, hesitantly, I reached out and touched the radio. Nothing happened. I pressed the power button, then again harder. Still nothing. The radio remained stubbornly silent, as if it had never spoken at all. What choice? I asked the empty car, my voice sounding small and scared in the oppressive quiet. What am I supposed to remember? But there was no answer. Just the road stretching out before me, endless and unchanging, and the weight of the silence pressing down on me like a smothering blanket. I drove on, the quiet ringing in my ears, the whispered words echoing in my mind. The choice is yours. Remember. But remember what? And what choice did I have, trapped on this never-ending road? As the miles rolled by, I found myself straining to hear something, anything in the silence. The whisper of tires on asphalt, the rustle of leaves in the wind, even the return of that haunting static. But there was nothing. Just the suffocating quiet and the growing certainty that whatever choice I was meant to make, whatever I was supposed to remember, it would determine far more than just my way home. The road stretched on before me, a ribbon of black in the gathering darkness, and I drove on, alone with my thoughts and the echoes of whispers in the static, wondering what horrors, or wonders, awaited me around the next bend. The silence had become unbearable. With shaking hands, I gripped the steering wheel and made a decision. Enough, I muttered to myself, my voice sounding alien in the quiet car. I'm getting out of here. I slowed the car, looking for a place to turn around. The road was narrow, but I managed to find a slightly wider section. With a deep breath, I cranked the wheel, executing a clumsy three-point turn. The tires crunched on the gravel shoulder, and for a heart-stopping moment, I thought I might get stuck. But the car pulled through, and I found myself facing the way I had come. A wave of relief washed over me. "Okay, Mike," I said aloud, trying to bolster my courage. "You're on your way back now. You'll be home soon." I pressed down on the accelerator, the familiar purr of the engine oddly comforting. The trees flew by, their branches still reaching out like gnarled fingers in the dim light. I kept my eyes fixed on the road ahead, determined not to let anything distract me from my escape. But as the minutes ticked by, a growing sense of unease settled in my stomach. Something wasn't right. I should have reached the turnoff by now, the place where this nightmare road connected to Route 2. But there was nothing but more trees, more bends, more of the same endless asphalt stretching out before me. "No," I whispered, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. "No, no, no." And then I saw it. The old, gnarled oak tree with a trunk split down the middle, its two halves reaching toward the sky like a pair of praying hands. I'd passed that tree at least an hour ago, heading in the opposite direction. "This isn't possible," I said, my voice rising in panic. But even as the words left my mouth, more familiar landmarks began to appear. The oddly shaped boulder that looked like a crouching troll. The rusted remains of an old pickup truck half buried in the undergrowth. The wooden sign, its paint peeling and faded, that read, "Smoky Hollow Ard," in barely legible letters. I was right back where I started. "No," I shouted, slamming my hand against the steering wheel. The sharp pain helped clear my head, and I took a deep breath, trying to think rationally. Okay. You must have missed a turn somewhere. Just keep going. You'll find the way out eventually." But as I drove on, the same landmarks kept appearing over and over again. It was like being trapped in some kind of sick loop, the road mocking my every attempt to escape. I lost track of how many times I passed that split oak tree, how many times I saw that rusted truck. Each time, my hope dwindled a little more, replaced by a growing sense of despair. I glanced down at the fuel gauge and felt my heart sink even further. The needle was hovering dangerously close to empty. How long had I been driving? Hours? Days? It felt like an eternity. "This can't be happening," I muttered, my eyes darting between the road and the fuel gauge. I filled up before the party. There's no way I could have burned through a full tank already. But the gauge didn't lie. As I watched, the needle dipped even lower, and a red warning light blinked to life on the dashboard. I had maybe a few miles left at most. Panic rose in my chest, threatening to choke me. What would happen when I ran out of gas? Would I be stranded here forever, trapped on this endless loop of road until I starved to death? Or would something worse find me? As if in answer to my unspoken fears, I spotted something in the distance. A figure, standing motionless by the side of the road. My heart leaped into my throat. Another person. Maybe they could help me, tell me how to get out of this nightmare. I pressed down on the accelerator, ignoring the car's protesting sputter as it gulped down the last dregs of fuel. As I drew closer, I could make out more details. It was a man, tall and thin, wearing what looked like an old-fashioned suit. His back was to me, and he stood unnaturally still. "Hey," I called out, rolling down my window. "Hey, can you help me? I'm lost, and my car's almost out of gas." The figure didn't move, didn't even seem to acknowledge my presence. I slowed the car, pulling up alongside him. "Please," I said, my voice cracking with desperation. "I just need to know how to get back to Route 2. Can you—" I broke off as the figure slowly began to turn. There was something wrong about the movement. Too smooth, too inhuman. A chill ran down my spine, and every instinct screamed at me to drive away. But I was frozen, unable to look away as the figure completed its turn. Where its face should have been, there was only a swirling darkness, like a miniature black hole. I could feel it pulling at me, trying to draw me in. With a strangled cry, I slammed my foot down on the accelerator. The car lurched forward, the engine whining in protest. I didn't look back, too afraid of what I might see. When I finally gathered the courage to check the rearview mirror, the road behind me was empty. The figure had vanished as if it had never been there at all. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep the car on the road. What was that thing? What would have happened if I'd stayed there any longer? I didn't want to know the answers. As I drove on, trying to put as much distance as possible between me and whatever that was, I became aware of something else. The sky. I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen it change. When I'd first turned onto this road, it had been night. Then there had been that brief period of dawn. But now, I looked up through the windshield, and my breath caught in my throat. The sky was frozen in a state of perpetual twilight, not quite day and not quite night. The sun, barely visible through the trees, hung low on the horizon, bathing everything in a dim, reddish glow. But it never seemed to move, never rose or set. "What is this place?" I whispered, a newfound horror settling over me. This wasn't just a road. It was something else entirely. Something outside the normal rules of reality. The car coughed and sputtered. The engine starved for fuel. I coasted to the side of the road, the last of my momentum carrying me onto the gravel shoulder. As the engine died, I sat there in stunned silence, the magnitude of my situation finally hitting me full force. I was trapped on an endless, looping road. My car was out of gas. The sun never moved in the sky. And something that wasn't human was out there, waiting. I closed my eyes, fighting back tears of frustration and fear. When I opened them again, the road stretched out before me, unchanging and eternal. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that my journey was far from over. In fact, it might have only just begun. I sat in my stalled car, the silence pressing in on me like a physical weight. The twilight sky cast an eerie glow over everything, making the familiar shapes of the forest seem alien and threatening. I knew I couldn't stay here forever, but the thought of stepping out into that otherworldly landscape filled me with dread. Taking a deep breath, I reached for the door handle. That's when I caught a glimpse of movement in the rearview mirror. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. Slowly, I raised my eyes to the mirror, and what I saw made my blood run cold. It was my face, but not quite. The features were subtly wrong, as if someone had tried to sculpt me from memory and gotten the details just slightly off. But it was the eyes that truly terrified me. They were hollow, sunken, filled with a desperation that I'd never seen in my own reflection before. As I watched, unable to look away, the not quite me in the mirror mouthed words I couldn't hear, its expression pleading. "What do you want?" I whispered, my voice shaking. The reflection just stared back, its hollow eyes boring into mine. I could almost hear its silent scream, feel its desperation. With a strangled cry, I ripped the rearview mirror off its mount and threw it into the back seat. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the steering wheel. "Get it together, Mike," I muttered to myself. "It's not real. None of this is real." But even as I said it, I knew it was a lie. This place, whatever it was, felt more real than anything I'd ever experienced. And that terrified me more than anything else. Steeling myself, I pushed open the car door and stepped out onto the gravel shoulder. The air was thick and heavy, like breathing through a wet blanket. I looked up and down the road, hoping to see something, anything. But there was nothing but the endless stretch of asphalt, disappearing into the twilight in both directions. I started walking, figuring that moving forward was better than staying still. The gravel crunched under my feet, the sound unnaturally loud in the stillness. As I walked, I noticed something odd about the roadside. There were puddles everywhere, despite the fact that it hadn't rained. At least I didn't think it had rained. Come to think of it, I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen rain or sun or... I shook my head, trying to clear it. Focus on the now, I told myself. Don't get lost in what you can't remember. But as I passed the first puddle, something caught my eye. I stopped, peering down into the murky water. What I saw made me stagger back in shock. It wasn't my reflection staring back at me. Instead, I saw a scene from my childhood, my 10th birthday party. There I was, gap-toothed and grinning, blowing out candles on a cake. My parents stood behind me, smiling proudly. It was a happy memory, one I'd treasured for years. But as I watched, the scene changed. The smiles became forced, strained. The candles on the cake flickered and died, plunging the room into darkness. And in the shadows I saw something. Something that didn't belong in that memory, something that made my skin crawl. I jerked my gaze away, my heart pounding. "It's not real," I said aloud, my voice sounding thin and unconvincing even to my own ears. "It's just a trick, an illusion." But as I continued down the road, every puddle I passed showed me another scene from my past. My high school graduation, my first kiss, the day I got my driver's license. But each memory was twisted, corrupted. In every reflection I could see that thing, lurking in the background, watching, waiting. I started to run, trying to escape the haunting images. But no matter how fast I went, there was always another puddle, another corrupted memory waiting for me. As I rounded a bend in the road, I saw something that made me skid to a halt. There, on the shoulder, was a car. My car. But it wasn't the one I'd left behind just minutes ago. This one was old, rusted, its paint peeling and its windows clouded with age. It looked like it had been sitting there for years, slowly decaying. I approached it cautiously, half expecting it to disappear like some kind of mirage, but it remained stubbornly solid. I peered through the grimy driver's side window and felt my stomach lurch. There, hanging from the rearview mirror, was the air freshener my mom had given me when I first got my license. It was faded and brittle with age, but unmistakable. "This isn't possible," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "I just left my car. It can't be." But even as I said it, I realized with a growing sense of horror that I couldn't actually remember leaving my car. How long had I been walking? Minutes, hours, days? Time seemed to have no meaning here. I stumbled away from the rusted wreck of my car, my mind reeling. That's when I saw the billboard. It hadn't been there a moment ago, I was sure of it. But there it was, looming over the road, its surface flickering like an old TV set. As I watched, images began to flash across the billboard. Me as a child, riding my first bike, my first day of college, the job interview for the position I currently held. But these weren't just static images. They moved, played out like short films, and in each one, I could see details I'd forgotten, moments I'd thought lost to time. More billboards appeared, lining the road as far as I could see. Each one showed another moment from my life, some significant, others seemingly random. I saw myself laughing with friends at a party, crying at my grandmother's funeral, nervously asking out my first girlfriend. But as I watched these scenes from my past play out, I realized something that filled me with a cold, creeping dread. I couldn't remember how I'd gotten here. Not just to this road, but to this point in my life. The memories I was seeing felt familiar, but distant, like I was watching a movie about someone else's life. I clutched my head, trying desperately to recall something, anything, about how I'd ended up on this nightmare road. But the harder I tried to remember, the more my memories seemed to slip away like sand through my fingers. "Who am I?" I whispered, my voice cracking with fear and confusion. "What's happening to me?" But the billboards just continued their relentless parade of memories, indifferent to my growing panic. And as I stood there, surrounded by flickering images of a life I was no longer sure was mine, I felt something fundamental shifting inside me. My sense of self, my very identity, was unraveling like a poorly knitted sweater. I sank to my knees on the rough asphalt, overwhelmed by the weight of my own fractured existence. The twilight sky above remained unchanged, the sun forever stuck on the horizon, neither rising nor setting. And I realized with a clarity that was both terrifying and oddly comforting that I was trapped not just on this endless road, but in a limbo of my own making. As I knelt there, lost in the fragments of my past and unsure of my future, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning, that somewhere ahead, in the twisting turns of this impossible road, lay answers to questions I wasn't even sure how to ask. And despite my fear, despite the horror of what I'd seen, I knew I had no choice but to move forward, because on this road the only way out was through, and I had a long, long way to go. I don't know how long I knelt there on the asphalt, surrounded by the flickering billboards of my fragmented memories. Time had lost all meaning in this twilight world. But eventually I found the strength to stand, my legs shaky but determined. I had to keep moving. It was the only thing I could do. As I walked along the endless road, the billboards gradually faded away, leaving me once again with nothing but the unchanging forest on either side. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the crunch of gravel under my feet and my own ragged breathing. That's when I saw him. At first I thought it was another trick of this place, another illusion meant to torment me. But as I drew closer, the figure remained solid, real. A man stood by the roadside, thumb outstretched, a wide grin splitting his face. A hitchhiker. Every instinct screamed at me to keep walking, to ignore this apparition. But after what felt like an eternity of solitude, the prospect of company, even in this nightmarish place, was too tempting to resist. I slowed my pace, approaching cautiously. "Hello?" I called out, my voice hoarse from disuse. The hitchhiker's grin widened impossibly. "Well, hello there, traveler," he called back, his voice jovial and warm. "Mighty kind of you to stop. Not many folks do these days." I stopped a few feet away from him, still wary. "Who are you?" I asked. "What are you doing out here?" The man chuckled, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Oh, I'm just a fellow traveler like yourself. Been walking this road for, well, longer than I care to remember. Thought I might try my luck at catching a ride." He winked at me. "Though I see you're on foot as well. No matter, no matter. Company's just as good as a ride, wouldn't you say?" Against my better judgment, I found myself nodding. I guess so. I'm Mike. Mike Hanlon." "Pleasure to meet you, Mike Hanlon," the hitchhiker said, tipping an imaginary hat. "Mind if I walk with you a spell?" I hesitated for a moment, then shrugged. What did I have to lose? "Sure," I said. "Why not?" We set off down the road together, the hitchhiker matching my pace with ease. As we walked, I couldn't help but steal glances at my new companion. There was something off about him. His features seemed to shift and change subtly with each look, never quite settling on one form. One moment he appeared young, almost boyish. The next he seemed ancient, his face lined with countless years. "So, Mike," the hitchhiker said conversationally, as if we were out for a pleasant stroll. "What brings you to our lovely road?" I snorted. "Lovely? This place is a nightmare. I took a wrong turn, I think. I was just trying to get home and now—" I trailed off, gesturing helplessly at the unchanging landscape around us. The hitchhiker nodded sagely. "Ah, yes, the old wrong turn story. I've heard that one before. Many times, in fact." He turned to look at me, and for a moment his eyes seemed to glow with an inner light. "But tell me, Mike, do you really believe it was just a wrong turn that brought you here?" I stopped walking, a chill running through me. "What do you mean?" The hitchhiker's face shifted again, becoming somehow both younger and older at the same time. "This road, Mike, it's not just a road. It's alive. It hungers. And it only takes those who, on some level, want to be taken." I shook my head vehemently. No, that's not true. I didn't want this. I want to go home." "Do you?" the hitchhiker asked, his voice soft but penetrating. "Think carefully, Mike. What were you running from? What made that shortcut so appealing?" I opened my mouth to protest, but the words died in my throat. Memories flooded back. The monotony of my job, the loneliness of my empty apartment. the gnawing feeling that my life was passing me by. Had I really been so desperate for a change, any change, that I'd unconsciously wished for? This? The hitchhiker nodded, as if reading my thoughts. The road knows, Mike. It always knows. It offers a way out, an escape. But the price? He trailed off, his grin turning sad. Well, the price is steep. What is this place? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. What does it want from me? The hitchhiker's face shifted again, and for a moment I saw something ancient and terrible behind his eyes. This road exists in the spaces between life and death, between reality and dream. It feeds on lost souls, on unfulfilled potential, on the what-ifs and might-have-beens that haunt every human life. He gestured at the unchanging twilight sky. Time has no meaning here. Space folds in on itself. You could walk for an eternity and never reach the end, or you could turn a corner and find yourself exactly where you need to be. It all depends on you, on what you're willing to face to overcome. I felt dizzy, overwhelmed by the implications of what he was saying. But how do I get out? How do I go home? The hitchhiker's grin returned, wide and unsettling. Now that's the question, isn't it? The road offers many paths, Mike. Some lead to salvation, others to damnation. The trick is knowing which is which. He leaned in close, his breath cold on my cheek. Listen to the road, Mike. It speaks if you know how to hear it. It will show you the way. But be warned, the way out might not be what you expect, and the person who leaves this road is rarely the same as the one who entered it. I blinked, trying to process his words, and in that split second the hitchhiker vanished. I spun around, searching for any sign of him, but the road was empty in both directions. The only evidence that he had ever been there was a lingering laugh on the wind, fading even as I strained to hear it. "Wait!" I called out, my voice echoing in the empty forest. "Come back! I don't understand." But there was no answer. I was alone again on the endless road with only the hitchhiker's cryptic words for company. I sank to the ground, my head spinning. The road was alive. It fed on lost souls. And somehow I had chosen this. It seemed impossible, insane. And yet, it made a terrible kind of sense. The endless loop, the distorted memories, the feeling of being trapped not just physically but spiritually. As I sat there, trying to come to terms with what I'd learned, I became aware of something. A whisper, so faint I wasn't sure if I was really hearing it or just imagining it. But as I focused, it grew clearer. It seemed to be coming from the road itself, from the very air around me. "Listen," it seemed to say. "Listen, and you will find the way." I stood up slowly, my legs shaky, but my resolve firming. If what the hitchhiker said was true, if this road really was some kind of cosmic test, then I had no choice but to face it head on. I couldn't keep running, couldn't keep hoping for an easy way out. "All right," I said aloud, my voice steady despite my fear. "I'm listening. Show me the way." And as if in response, the road ahead seemed to shift, revealing a new path I hadn't seen before. With a deep breath, I started walking, ready to face whatever challenges this nightmarish place had in store for me. The hitchhiker's last words echoed in my mind as I set off down this new path. The person who leaves this road is rarely the same as the one who entered it. I didn't know what that meant for me, what changes I would have to undergo to earn my freedom. But I knew one thing for certain. I was going to find out. The new path stretched before me, twisting and turning through the eternal twilight. I walked for what felt like hours, my feet aching and my mind reeling from the hitchhiker's revelations. Just when I thought I couldn't take another step, I saw something in the distance that made me stop in my tracks. A gas station materialized out of the gloom, its neon sign flickering weakly in the dim light. "Last Chance Gas," it proclaimed in faded red letters. The building itself was a decrepit wreck, its paint peeling and its windows clouded with grime. But it was the first sign of civilization I'd seen in what felt like an eternity. and I approached it with a mixture of hope and trepidation. As I drew closer, I noticed something odd about the gas pumps. Instead of gasoline, they seemed to be oozing a thick black substance that looked more like tar than fuel. It bubbled and hissed, giving off a foul odor that made my stomach churn. "What the hell?" I muttered, taking a step back from the noxious liquid. Despite my revulsion, I found myself drawn to the station's convenience store. The door creaked ominously as I pushed it open, a small bell tinkling to announce my arrival. The interior was dimly lit and thick with dust. Shelves lined the walls, but instead of the usual snacks and drinks, they held rows upon rows of glass jars. Each jar was filled with a swirling, misty substance that seemed to glow faintly in the gloom. Curiosity overcame my caution, and I approached one of the shelves. As I peered into the nearest jar, I gasped. Inside, I saw a scene playing out like a miniature movie, a young couple's first kiss, their faces flushed with excitement and nerves. I moved to the next jar, and another memory unfolded before my eyes. A child's first steps captured in perfect detail. Then a graduation ceremony, a wedding, a funeral. Each jar contained a moment, frozen in time and preserved like some macabre specimen. "Beautiful, aren't they?" a raspy voice said from behind me. I whirled around to find a wizened old man standing behind the counter. His eyes were milky white, and his skin had a grayish pallor that made him look more corpse than human. He grinned at me, revealing a mouthful of blackened teeth. Who are you?" I stammered, taking an involuntary step back. The old man's grin widened. "Me? I'm just the humble proprietor of this establishment. You can call me the attendant, and you must be Mike Hanlon." A chill ran down my spine. "How do you know my name?" The attendant chuckled, a dry, rattling sound. "Oh, I know all about you, Mike. I know why you're here, what you're running from, and what you're looking for." I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. "And what's that?" "Why, a way out, of course," the attendant exclaimed, spreading his arms wide. "A chance to go back to your old life, to pretend this was all just a bad dream. That's what you want, isn't it?" I nodded hesitantly. Can you help me?" The old man's eyes gleamed with an unsettling light. "Oh yes, I can help you. For a price, of course. Nothing in this world comes free, especially not freedom itself." "What kind of price?" I asked, even as a part of me screamed not to listen, to run as far and as fast as I could. The attendant gestured at the jars lining the walls. "Each of these contains a soul, Mike. A life, with all its joys and sorrows, its triumphs and failures. I'm offering you a deal, your freedom, for one of these souls." I recoiled in horror. "What? No, I can't. I won't do that." "Are you sure?" the old man asked, his voice silky smooth. "It's a simple trade. You go free, back to your old life, and someone else takes your place here. Someone who's already lived their life, who's already had their chance. Is that really so terrible?" For a moment, I was tempted. The thought of escaping this nightmare, of waking up in my own bed and discovering this had all been some vivid, horrifying dream. It was almost overwhelmingly attractive. But then I thought of the hitchhiker's words. The road offers many paths. Some lead to salvation, others to damnation. The trick is knowing which is which. I shook my head firmly. "No, I won't do it. I'll find another way out." The attendant's face twisted into a snarl. "Fool, there is no other way. You'll be trapped here forever." I turned and ran, bursting out of the store and into the twilight. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly, not daring to look back. When I finally slowed to a stop, gasping for breath, I found myself back on the endless road. Relief flooded through me. I had escaped. I had resisted temptation. But as I started walking again, a nagging doubt crept into my mind. Had I just given up my only chance at freedom? I pushed the thought aside and pressed on. But after what seemed like only a few minutes of walking, I saw something in the distance that made my blood run cold. The gas station. Exactly as it had been before, its neon sign flickering in the gloom. No, I whispered. It's not possible. But there it was. As I approached, I saw the same tar-like substance oozing from the pumps, smelled the same foul odor, and when I reluctantly pushed open the door to the convenience store, the same bell tinkled overhead. The attendant stood behind the counter, his milky eyes fixed on me. "Welcome back, Mike," he said, as if I'd never left. "Have you reconsidered my offer?" I fled again, my heart pounding in my chest. But no matter how far or how fast I ran, I always ended up back at that damn gas station. Sometimes it took hours of walking, sometimes only minutes. But it was always there waiting for me, and each time I returned, the attendant's offer became harder to resist. "Think about it, Mike," he would say, his voice dripping with false sympathy. "You're tired. You're lost. Don't you want to go home? All it would take is one little trade, just one soul. You wouldn't even have to know whose it was." I lost count of how many times I entered that store, how many times I refused the deal and ran. But with each repetition, my resolve weakened. The jars on the shelves seemed to call out to me, their swirling contents promising an easy escape from this nightmare. During one visit, the 10th, the 100th, I couldn't be sure. I found myself reaching for one of the jars. My fingers brushed against the cool glass, and I could feel the life contained within pulsing against my skin. "That's it," the attendant cooed. "Just take it. Open the jar, and you're free. It's that simple." I stood there frozen, the jar cradled in my hands. It would be so easy. Just one quick motion and I could go home. Forget all of this ever happened. But as I stared into the swirling mists inside the jar, I saw flashes of the life it contained. A young woman, laughing with friends. The same woman, older now, holding a newborn baby. Then again, elderly and frail but surrounded by a loving family. With a cry of anguish, I set the jar back on the shelf. "No," I said, my voice hoarse but determined. "I won't do it, not now, not ever." The attendant's face contorted with rage. "You fool. You'll never escape. You'll be trapped here forever, wandering this road for all eternity." I turned to face him, standing tall despite my exhaustion and fear. "Maybe, but at least I'll still be me. I won't become a monster like you, trading in stolen lives and broken dreams." With that, I stormed out of the store. But this time, instead of running, I walked calmly down the road. I didn't know what challenges lay ahead, what other temptations or horrors this place had in store for me. But I knew one thing for certain. I would face them as myself, with my soul intact. As I walked away from the gas station, I thought I heard the faint tinkle of breaking glass behind me. But when I turned to look, the station had vanished, leaving only the endless road stretching out before me. I took a deep breath and kept walking. Whatever came next, I was ready to face it. The road might be long and the journey difficult, but I was determined to find my way home. The right way, no matter how long it took. As I continued down the endless road, the gas station fading into the distance behind me, I noticed something strange. The air around me seemed to shimmer, like heat waves rising from hot asphalt. At first, I thought it was just exhaustion playing tricks on my eyes, but then I saw it, my car, materializing out of thin air right in front of me. It was my old Corolla, looking exactly as it had when I'd first turned onto this accursed road. Without thinking, I reached for the door handle and slid into the driver's seat. The familiar smell of leather and pine air freshener washed over me, bringing with it a wave of nostalgia so strong it made my eyes water. "Okay," I muttered to myself, gripping the steering wheel. "Let's see where this takes us." I turned the key in the ignition, and the engine roared to life. As I put the car in drive and pressed down on the accelerator, I glanced at the dashboard clock. It read 11:37 p.m., the exact time I'd left the party, what felt like a lifetime ago. But as I watched, the numbers began to change, slowly at first, then faster and faster, until they were spinning so rapidly they became a blur. Minutes turned to hours, Hours to days, days to years. What the hell? I gasped, unable to tear my eyes away from the wildly spinning clock. That's when I noticed my hands on the steering wheel. As I watched in horror, they began to change. The skin grew thinner, more translucent. Liver spots appeared, spreading across my knuckles. My fingers became gnarled, the joints swollen with arthritis. I looked up into the rearview mirror and barely recognized the face staring back at me. My hair had turned snow white, my face a maze of deep wrinkles. I had aged decades in mere seconds. No, I whispered, my voice cracking with age. This can't be happening. As if in response to my denial, the passenger seat beside me shimmered. A figure began to take shape. My mother, looking exactly as she had the last time I'd seen her alive. "Mike," she said, her voice echoing as if from a great distance. "Why haven't you come home? We've been waiting for so long." Before I could respond, another figure appeared in the back seat. My father, his kind eyes filled with concern. "Son," he said, "you've been gone too long. It's time to come back to us." More figures began to appear. Friends, family members, some alive, some long dead. All of them reaching out to me, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of pleas and accusations. "Where have you been, Mike? We've missed you so much. Why did you abandon us? Please come home." I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my aged hands shaking. "I'm trying," I croaked. "I don't know how to get back." The road ahead suddenly split into multiple paths, each one stretching off into a different direction. As I approached the split, I could see glimpses of what lay down each path, different versions of my future, playing out like movies on giant screens. Down one path, I saw myself as a successful writer, accepting a prestigious award. Down another, I was surrounded by a loving family, playing with grandchildren in a sun-drenched backyard. A third showed me alone in a small apartment, old and bitter, surrounded by regrets. "Choose, Mike," my mother's voice whispered in my ear. "Choose your path." I hesitated, my foot hovering between the brake and the accelerator. Which future was real? Which one was the way home? Or were they all just more illusions, more tricks of this endless road? The ghostly figures in my car grew more insistent, their voices rising to a fever pitch. "Choose. Decide now. Before it's too late." In a panic, I jerked the wheel to the right, sending the car hurtling down one of the paths. As soon as I made the choice, there was a deafening snap, like a giant rubber band being released. The world around me blurred, colors and shapes melting together in a dizzying swirl. When everything came back into focus, I found myself still driving down the same endless road. But something had changed. The clock on the dashboard had stopped its frantic spinning, frozen at 11:38 p.m., just 1 minute after I'd started this journey. I looked down at my hands, relieved to see they were back to normal. No liver spots, no arthritic swelling. A quick glance in the rearview mirror confirmed that I was my usual self again, not the aged version I'd become moments ago. The ghostly figures of my loved ones had vanished, leaving me alone in the car. But their voices still echoed in my mind, their pleas and accusations ringing in my ears. I pulled the car over to the side of the road, my hands shaking as I turned off the engine. For a long moment, I just sat there, trying to process what had just happened. "What was that?" I asked aloud, not really expecting an answer. Was it real, or just another trick? As if in response, I heard the hitchhiker's voice in my head, repeating his cryptic warning. "The road offers many paths, Mike. Some lead to salvation, others to damnation. The trick is knowing which is which." I leaned back in the seat, closing my eyes. The visions I'd seen down those different paths, were they real possibilities? Glimpses of what could be if I ever managed to escape this place? Or were they just more temptations designed to lure me into making a choice I'd regret? And what about the rapid aging I'd experienced? Was that a glimpse of my future if I remained trapped here, doomed to drive this endless road until I withered away to nothing. I opened my eyes, staring out at the unchanging twilight landscape. "I don't understand," I said to the empty car. "What am I supposed to learn from this? What's the point?" Silence was my only answer. But as I sat there, trying to make sense of what had happened, I realized something. The visions I'd seen, the futures that had been laid out before me, they all had one thing in common. They were all endings, conclusions to a story I hadn't finished living yet. Maybe that was the point. Maybe this road, with all its horrors and temptations, wasn't about choosing an ending. Maybe it was about the journey itself, about the choices we make along the way that shape who we become. I turned the key in the ignition, the engine rumbling to life. As I pulled back onto the road, I felt a new sense of determination. I didn't know what other challenges lay ahead, what other tricks this place had in store for me, but I knew I couldn't let myself be swayed by visions of possible futures or ghostly pleas from the past. The only path that mattered was the one right in front of me. The only moment that counted was the present. As I drove on, the twilight sky unchanging above me, I made a promise to myself. No matter what this road threw at me next, I would face it head on. I would make my choices not based on fear or temptation, but on who I was and who I wanted to be. The clock on the dashboard ticked over to 11:39 p.m. Just 2 minutes had passed since this journey began, but in those 2 minutes, I felt like I'd lived a lifetime. I pressed down on the accelerator, the road stretching endlessly before me. Whatever came next, I was ready. The future, my future, was still unwritten, and I was determined to write it myself, 1 mile at a time. As I drove along the seemingly endless road, the twilight sky unchanging above me, I noticed something that made my heart skip a beat. In my rearview mirror, I saw a pair of headlights approaching. For a moment, I thought it might be another illusion, another trick of this strange place. But as the vehicle drew closer, I realized it was real, or at least as real as anything could be in this twilight world. I slowed down, my curiosity overcoming my caution. The approaching car pulled up alongside me, and I saw the driver, a middle-aged woman with hollow eyes and a face etched with exhaustion. She gestured for me to roll down my window, and I complied. "How long have you been here?" she called out, her voice hoarse and strained. I shook my head. "I don't know. Time doesn't seem to work right in this place. It could be hours or days or years," she finished for me, nodding grimly. "I've been driving for what feels like an eternity. I thought I was alone here." As we talked, I noticed more headlights appearing in my rearview mirror. More travelers, all trapped on this endless road. One by one, they joined us, forming an impromptu convoy. There was Tom, a truck driver who had taken a shortcut and found himself here. Maria, a college student on her way home for the holidays. Old Mr. Johnson, who couldn't quite remember where he had been going when he ended up on this road. Each of them had a story. Each of them was lost and desperate for a way out. "Maybe if we stick together, we can find a way out," suggested Maria, her young face filled with hope. Mr. Johnson nodded, his gnarled hands gripping his steering wheel tightly. "Strength in numbers, that's what they say." We agreed to travel together, our small convoy moving through the unchanging landscape. For a while, it felt good to have companions, to know I wasn't alone in this nightmare. We talked over our radios, sharing stories, theories, and what little hope we had left. But as we drove, I began to notice something unsettling. The darkness around us seemed to be growing thicker, more oppressive. It crept in from the edges of our headlights, like a living thing hungry for the light. "Do you see that?" I asked over the radio, my voice tight with anxiety. "See what?" Tom's gruff voice crackled back. Before I could respond, I heard a scream over the radio. It was Maria. "Something's wrong with my car," she cried out. "The darkness, it's getting inside." I watched in horror as Maria's car began to swerve erratically. The darkness seemed to swallow it up, the taillights growing dimmer and dimmer until they winked out entirely. "Maria!" I shouted into the radio. But there was no response, Her car, and Maria herself, had vanished completely. Panic spread through our little group. We tried to close ranks, to huddle our vehicles closer together, but it was no use. One by one, the other cars began to disappear. Tom's truck was next, then the woman who had first pulled up beside me. I heard their cries of terror over the radio, cut off abruptly as they were swallowed by the encroaching darkness. "What's happening?" Mr. Johnson's quavering voice came over the radio. "Where is everyone go?" His transmission cut off mid-sentence, and I watched as his old station wagon faded into the gloom. And then I was alone again. The other cars were gone, leaving me more isolated than ever before. The weight of solitude pressed down on me, heavier than it had ever been. I had tasted companionship, felt the hope that comes from shared struggle, only to have it ripped away. I pulled over to the side of the road, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the steering wheel. Tears streamed down my face as I stared out into the impenetrable darkness that had swallowed my fellow travelers. "Why?" I shouted into the void. "Why show me I'm not alone only to take them away?" As if in answer, I saw something in the distance, a pair of red taillights, barely visible through the gloom. They seemed to beckon to me, calling me to follow. For a long moment I hesitated. Was this another trick? Another temptation designed to lead me astray? Or could it be a genuine chance to find my lost companions, to reclaim the brief sense of connection I had found? The hitchhiker's words echoed in my mind once again. "The road offers many paths, Mike. Some lead to salvation, others to damnation. The trick is knowing which is which." I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. I had to make a choice. I could stay here, paralyzed by fear and indecision. Or I could take a chance, follow those taillights, and see where they led. With trembling hands, I turned the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, a comforting sound in the oppressive silence. I put the car in gear and slowly pulled back onto the road. As I drove towards the distant taillights, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was driving towards a turning point. Whatever lay ahead, I knew it would change everything. But I also knew I couldn't turn back. The only way out was through. The taillights grew slightly brighter as I approached, but they always remained just out of reach, leading me deeper into the unknown. The darkness pressed in around me, so thick it felt almost solid. My headlights seemed to struggle against it, barely illuminating the road ahead. "Hello?" I called out over the radio, hoping against hope for a response. "Is anyone out there? Can anyone hear me?" Nothing but static answered me. I was alone in the darkness, chasing a pair of taillights that might be leading me to salvation or doom. As I drove, I couldn't help but think about the others who had vanished. Where had they gone? Were they still somewhere on this endless road, lost in the darkness? Or had they found a way out, escaping to somewhere I couldn't follow? The not knowing was almost worse than the loneliness. I had seen them disappear, heard their final cries cut short. But I couldn't be sure of their fate. It was like they had been erased from existence, leaving nothing behind but memories and questions. I drove on through the night, if it could be called night in this place of eternal twilight. The taillights remained constant, always just ahead, always just out of reach. They became my focal point, my reason for continuing. As long as I could see them, I had a direction, a purpose. But as the hours, or was it days, wore on, doubt began to creep in. What if I was just chasing an illusion? What if those taillights were leading me nowhere, or worse, into some kind of trap? I shook my head, trying to clear away the negative thoughts. "No," I said aloud, my voice sounding strange in the empty car. "I have to believe there's a reason for this. There has to be." And so I drove on, following the mysterious taillights into the unknown. Whatever lay ahead, I was determined to face it. I had lost my fellow travelers, but I carried their memory with me. Their brief presence had reminded me that I wasn't truly alone, that somewhere out there, others were struggling just as I was. As I drove towards whatever fate awaited me, I made a silent promise to Tom, Maria, Mr. Johnson, and all the others who had vanished. I would find a way out of this place. Not just for myself, but for them too. Somehow, someday, I would make sense of this endless road and its mysteries. The taillights flickered ahead of me, a beacon in the darkness. I tightened my grip on the steering wheel and pressed down on the accelerator. Whatever came next, I was ready to face it. The road stretched out before me, leading into the unknown. And I followed, driven by hope, determination, and the unshakable belief that somewhere, somehow, there had to be a way home. As I continued to follow the mysterious taillights, I began to notice something unsettling about the road beneath my tires. At first, it was just a subtle vibration, barely perceptible. But as I drove on, the sensation grew stronger, until it felt like the very pavement was pulsing beneath me. I slowed the car, my heart racing. The pulsing didn't stop. If anything, it grew more pronounced. It was as if the road itself had come alive, its rhythm matching the frantic beating of my own heart. "What the hell?" I muttered, gripping the steering wheel tighter. That's when I saw it. A crack in the asphalt, right in the middle of my lane. But this was no ordinary pothole or stress fracture. As I watched, the crack widened, revealing something beneath the surface that made my blood run cold. Veins. An intricate network of them, pulsing and throbbing with some unknown, viscous liquid. It was darker than blood, almost black, and it moved with a sickening, hypnotic rhythm. I swerved to avoid the crack, but more were appearing all around me. The road was breaking apart, revealing the living tissue beneath. The taillights I had been following vanished, swallowed up by the undulating surface of the road. "This can't be real," I said aloud, my voice shaking. "This has to be another illusion." But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. This was too visceral, too immediate to be a mere trick of the mind. The road I had been traveling all this time was alive, and I was driving across its surface like an insignificant parasite. Suddenly, the road ahead began to twist and turn in ways that defied all logic and physics. It looped and curved, folding in on itself like some sort of cosmic Mobius strip. Gravity seemed to lose all meaning as I found myself driving sideways, then upside down, then right side up again. I screamed, my hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel. The car's engine roared as I accelerated, no longer in control of my direction. The living road was pulling me along, drawing me toward something. Through the impossible twists and turns, I caught glimpses of a central point. A void, darker than the blackest night, that seemed to be the source of the road's pulsing energy. It was like a great maw, open and waiting, promising answers to all the questions that had plagued me since I first found myself on this endless journey. As I was drawn closer to this cosmic drain, I began to hear something over the roar of my engine and the pounding of my own heart. At first, it was just a whisper, barely audible, but it grew louder with each passing second until it became a cacophony of voices that filled my head. Screams, thousands upon thousands of them layered on top of each other. Men, women, children, all crying out in terror and anguish. I realized with horror that I was hearing the voices of everyone who had come before me. All the lost souls who had found themselves on this road, only to be drawn into its hungry maw. "No!" I shouted, though my voice was lost in the din of screams. "I won't end up like them. I won't!" I fought against the pull of the road, trying to steer away from the void. But it was like trying to escape the event horizon of a black hole. The more I struggled, the stronger the pull became. As I drew nearer to the maw, I caught fleeting glimpses of familiar faces in the twisting, living surface of the road. Tom, the truck driver. Maria, the college student. Mr. Johnson and all the others who had vanished from our convoy, their faces contorted in eternal screams, trapped within the very substance of the road. "I'm sorry," I choked out, tears streaming down my face. "I'm so sorry." The void loomed before me, a promise of oblivion. In its depths, I thought I could see flashes of my own life, memories, regrets, missed opportunities, all swirling together in a maelstrom of lost potential. Was this the true nature of the endless road? A living entity that fed on the souls of those who strayed onto its surface? Had I been nothing more than fuel for this cosmic horror all along? As the maw of darkness yawned wide to swallow me, time seemed to slow. In that moment of crystal clarity, I remembered everything that had led me to this point. The wrong turn that brought me here. The billboard memories, the hitchhiker's cryptic warnings, the gas station attendant's tempting offer, the time slip that showed me possible futures, the convoy of lost souls. It all made a twisted kind of sense now. Each challenge, each temptation, had been designed to break me down, to make me surrender to the road's hunger. But I had resisted. I had held on to my humanity, my sense of self through it all. And in that realization, I found a spark of defiance. "No," I said, my voice barely a whisper at first, but growing stronger with each repetition. "No, no, no." I slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the living surface of the road, the car fishtailed, spinning wildly as the void tried to pull it in. But I held firm, gritting my teeth against the strain. "I am Mike Hanlon," I shouted into the maelstrom. "I am not your fuel, I am not your victim, I am alive, and I will find my way home." For a moment, nothing changed. The void still pulled at me, the screams still echoed in my head. But then, almost imperceptibly at first, I felt the car begin to slow its inexorable slide towards oblivion. The living tissue of the road beneath me quivered, as if in pain or surprise. The pulsing rhythm faltered, becoming erratic. Cracks appeared in the surface, not revealing veins this time, but letting through pinpricks of a warm golden light. Hope surged through me, giving me strength I didn't know I had. I pressed down harder on the brake pedal, willing the car to stop. The golden light grew brighter, shining through the cracks in the road like sunbeams breaking through storm clouds. With a sound like tearing flesh, the road split open beneath me. The void's pull suddenly vanished, and I found myself falling. But instead of plunging into darkness, I was enveloped in warm, bright light. The screams faded away, replaced by a gentle rushing sound, like wind through leaves. The oppressive twilight that had been my constant companion for so long gave way to the soft hues of a summer dawn. I blinked, momentarily blinded by the light. When my eyes adjusted, I found myself sitting in my car, parked on the side of a normal, mundane road. Trees swayed gently in the breeze, and birds chirped their morning songs. For a long moment, I just sat there, my hands still gripping the steering wheel. Was this real? Had I truly escaped? Or was this just another illusion, another trick of the endless road? Slowly, cautiously, I opened the car door and stepped out. The asphalt beneath my feet was solid and unchanging. The air smelled of pine and morning dew, not the stale, recycled atmosphere of the twilight world. I looked up at the sky, marveling at the play of colors as the sun rose. Tears filled my eyes, but this time they were tears of joy and relief. "I made it," I whispered, scarcely daring to believe it. "I'm home." As I stood there, basking in the morning light, I knew that my journey wasn't truly over. The memories of the endless road would stay with me forever, as would the knowledge of the cosmic horror that lurked just beneath the surface of reality. But I had faced that horror. I had stared into the void and refused to blink. I had held on to my humanity in the face of impossible odds. Whatever challenges lay ahead in my normal life, I knew I could face them. The endless road had changed me, tested me, but it hadn't broken me. If anything, it had made me stronger. I got back into my car, started the engine, and pulled onto the road. As I drove towards the rising sun, I made a silent promise to myself and to all those lost souls whose screams still echoed in my memory. I would live. I would make the most of every moment, every opportunity. And I would never forget the lessons I had learned on that endless road. The road stretched out before me, leading towards home and a future full of possibilities. And for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I drove as the void swallowed me whole. I felt myself slipping away from reality as I knew it. The car, the road, even my own body seemed to dissolve into nothingness. For a moment that stretched into eternity, there was only darkness and silence. Then, gradually, I became aware of something. It wasn't sight exactly, nor was it sound. It was a sense of presence, of being surrounded by entities beyond my comprehension. I couldn't see them, but I could feel them watching me, studying me with cold, alien curiosity. Michael Hanlon. A voice that wasn't a voice resonated through my consciousness. You have traveled far. I tried to speak, but I had no mouth, no vocal cords, yet somehow my thoughts were transmitted. Where am I? What is this place? This is the heart of the road, another presence responded. The nexus of all paths, all possibilities. Slowly, shapes began to form in the void around me. Shadowy figures constantly shifting and changing, like smoke given sentience. They circled me, their attention palpable. You have resisted the road's call, a third voice stated. You have overcome its trials. Few have come this far. What do you want from me? I asked, a mixture of fear and defiance coloring my thoughts. The figures seemed to confer among themselves, their whispers brushing against my mind like icy fingers. Finally, one of them spoke directly to me. We offer you a choice, Michael Hanlon. A choice that few are given. Suddenly, I saw myself split into two distinct images. On one side was a version of me, glowing with an inner light, powerful and eternal. On the other, a frail mortal figure, vulnerable and alone. Become one with the road, the first voice explained. Join us in eternity. Become a force beyond time and space. Or remain as you are, and face the oblivion that awaits all mortal beings. I stared at the two versions of myself, trying to comprehend the magnitude of the choice before me. What does it mean to become one with the road? Power, whispered one of the shadows. Knowledge, hissed another. Immortality, a third promised. As they spoke, visions flashed before me. I saw myself as a godlike being, shaping reality at will. I witnessed the birth and death of universes, experienced the totality of existence in a single moment. But then, other images began to appear. Flashes of alternate realities, lives I might have lived if I had never taken that fateful shortcut. I saw myself at a family barbecue, laughing with loved ones I'd almost forgotten. I witnessed a version of me receiving a promotion at work, pride shining in my eyes. There was a life where I fell in love, got married, had children. Simple mortal lives, filled with joy and pain, triumphs and failures. These are the paths not taken, one of the shadows explained. The lives you forfeited when you strayed onto our road. I felt a pang of longing so intense it would have brought me to my knees if I'd had a physical form. Those lives, those connections, those simple human experiences. I had been so close to losing them forever. Choose, the voices demanded in unison. Become one with the road, or face your mortal fate. In that moment, I understood. This was the final test, the ultimate temptation. Immortality, power, knowledge beyond imagining, or the brief, fragile, beautiful life of a human being. With a surge of will that surprised even me, I made my choice. No, I declared, my non-existent voice ringing with conviction. I choose life. My life. With all its flaws and limitations, all its joys and sorrows, I choose to be human. The shadows recoiled as if struck. You refuse our gift? They hissed, their voices a mixture of anger and disbelief. It's not a gift, I responded, feeling stronger with each word. It's a trap. You offer power, but at the cost of everything that makes life worth living. I won't become like you. I won't lose myself to the road. The void around me began to churn, the shadows writhing in fury. Fool, they shrieked. You cannot escape us. The road is eternal, and it will claim you in the end. I felt their pull, trying to drag me back into the heart of the road. But I resisted with every fiber of my being, focusing on the flashes of the life I wanted to return to. "I am Michael Hanlon," I declared, each word a shield against their power. "I am human, I am alive, and I am going home." With a sound like reality itself tearing apart, I felt myself being wrenched away from the void. The shadow's screams faded into the distance as I was hurled through a kaleidoscope of light and sensation. Then abruptly, silence. I opened my eyes with a gasp, my heart pounding in my chest. I was in my car, the familiar interior a shocking contrast to the cosmic void I'd just experienced. But something was different. The twilight world was gone. Through the windshield I could see my house, my driveway. I was home. For a long moment I just sat there trying to process what had happened. Had it all been a dream? Some sort of hallucination brought on by exhaustion? With shaking hands, I opened the car door and stepped out. The morning air was crisp and clean, filled with the normal sounds of a suburban neighborhood. Birds chirped. A lawnmower hummed in the distance. A dog barked a few houses down. I looked down at myself, half expecting to see some physical change, some mark left by my impossible journey. But I looked the same as ever. It couldn't have been real, I muttered to myself, running a hand through my hair. It's not possible. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The odometer on my car. I'd always been meticulous about tracking my mileage, and I knew exactly what it had read when I left for that party. Now, the numbers stared back at me, impossibly high. According to the odometer, I'd driven hundreds of thousands of miles in a single night. As I stared at those damning numbers, I felt something. A pull, subtle but insistent, coming from the road. I turned to look, and for just a moment I thought I saw the asphalt ripple, like the surface of a pond disturbed by a thrown stone. The road was calling me back. I stumbled away from the car, my legs weak. This was real. It had all been real. The endless road, the trials, the cosmic horror lurking beneath reality. All of it. I'd escaped, but at what cost? And was I truly free? Or would the road always be there, waiting for me to stray onto its surface once again? As I stood in my driveway, caught between the normality of my home and the lingering presence of the otherworldly road, I realized that my journey wasn't over. It might never be over. The road had changed me, marked me in ways I was only beginning to understand. But I had changed too. I had faced the void and chosen life. I had held on to my humanity in the face of cosmic temptation. Whatever came next, whatever challenges the road might still have in store for me, I would face them. I would live, love, and experience all the joys and sorrows that came with being human. And I would never forget the lessons I'd learned on that endless road. With a deep breath, I turned my back on the street and walked towards my house. Each step felt like a victory, a choice to embrace my life, despite the road's lingering call. As I reached for my front door, I paused, looking back one last time. The street was normal, quiet, bathed in morning sunlight. But now I knew what lurked beneath the surface, what wonders and horrors existed just beyond the veil of reality. "Goodbye," I whispered, to the road, to the entities that had tried to claim me, to the person I had been before this journey. Then I opened my door and stepped inside, ready to begin the next chapter of my life. The endless road was behind me, but its echoes would remain with me always. And somehow I knew that made me stronger, wiser, and more alive than ever before. As I worked frantically to repair the damage, the roof access door burst open. Sarah stepped out, and I had to stifle a cry of shock. Her transformation was nearly complete. From the waist down, her body had become a swirling mass of cloud. Her eyes glowed with otherworldly light, and when she spoke, her voice resonated on frequencies that made my teeth ache. "Oh, Jack," she said, a sad smile on her face. "Still fighting against the inevitable? Can't you see how beautiful this is? How perfect?" I shook my head, not trusting myself to speak. My fingers flew over the device, reconnecting wires, aligning crystals. It had to work. It had to. Sarah glided closer, her cloudy lower half undulating in the wind. We're becoming something greater, Jack. Something beyond the limitations of our pitiful human forms. The Watchers are offering us ascension, and you want to throw it away? This isn't ascension, I managed to croak out. It's invasion, destruction. Look around you, Sarah. The world is literally coming apart. She laughed, a sound like breaking glass and distant thunder. The old world must die for the new one to be born. Surely you can feel it, Jack. The power, the potential. We could be gods. The device hummed to life, crystals beginning to pulse with an inner light. Hope surged within me. We're not meant to be gods, Sarah. We're human. And I'm going to make sure we stay that way. Sarah's face contorted with rage. No! She screamed, lunging forward. I reached for the activation switch, but Sarah was faster. She tackled me, her partially ethereal form surprisingly solid. We tumbled across the roof, grappling for control. I won't let you ruin everything, Sarah snarled, her fingers now tipped with wispy claws raking across my face. I fought back, struggling to break free to reach the device. But Sarah was stronger now, empowered by whatever alien force was remaking her. We rolled, locked in desperate combat, inching closer to the edge of the roof. The sky above us roiled and churned. The faces of the Watchers were so close now that they blotted out everything else. Their vast eyes focused on our struggle, alien interest apparent in their unfathomable gazes. Sarah, please, I gasped, trying one last time to reach her. This isn't you. Fight it. For a moment, just a moment, I thought I saw a flicker of recognition in her eyes. But then it was gone, replaced by cold, inhuman determination. We teetered on the edge of the roof, the city a dizzying drop below. The device lay just out of reach, its hum growing louder, more insistent. If I can't have you, Sarah hissed, her voice barely recognizable, then neither will this world. With a final mighty heave, she pushed us both over the edge. As we fell, the wind howling around us, I saw the device pulse with brilliant light. Had it activated? Would it be enough? The ground rushed up to meet us, the chaos of the disintegrating city growing larger by the second. Sarah's grip on me never loosened, her partially cloudy form billowing around us as we plummeted. In those last moments, as the boundary between our world and the realm of the Watchers grew thinner than ever, I closed my eyes. I thought of all the people I'd met on this insane journey, of the world as it had been before the sky began to change, and I hoped, with every fiber of my being, that somehow, some way, it wasn't too late to save it all. The last thing I heard before impact was Sarah's voice, suddenly clear and human once more, whispering, I'm sorry. The world stretched and warped around us as we fell from the towering skyscraper. The wind should have been howling in my ears, but instead, an eerie silence enveloped us. Time itself seemed to slow, each second stretching into an eternity. I looked up, or was it down? Direction had lost all meaning, and saw the vast faces of the Watchers looming impossibly close. Their features, once indistinct and cloud-like, now possessed an alien clarity that hurt to comprehend. Eyes larger than oceans regarded our descent with unfathomable interest. Jack, Sarah's voice came, no longer distorted by otherworldly forces. I turned to her, expecting to see the half-human, half-cloud form that had tackled me off the building. But Sarah was dissolving. Her body billowed like smoke, particles of her very being drifting away into the turbulent air. Sarah, I cried out, reaching for her. But my hand passed through where her arm should have been, grasping nothing but wisps of cloud. Her eyes, still recognizably human, locked onto mine. I remember now, she said, her voice fading like a distant echo. I remember everything. Jack, I'm so sorry. I didn't understand. Before I could respond, she was gone. The last traces of her form scattered to the winds, leaving me alone in my plummet towards the earth far below. Panic gripped me. The ground was rushing up to meet me, the chaotic landscape of a world coming undone growing larger by the second. I closed my eyes, bracing for impact, for the sudden, final stop. But it never came. Instead, I felt something else, a sensation unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. It was as if every atom of my body was being gently pulled apart, unmade at the most fundamental level. I opened my eyes to find myself enveloped in a cocoon of swirling clouds. The city below had vanished, replaced by a kaleidoscope of shifting colors and impossible geometries. Was this death, or something else entirely? A voice that was not a voice, more a concept impressed directly into my mind, resonated through my dissolving consciousness. Welcome, awakened one. You stand at the threshold. I tried to speak, but realized I no longer had a mouth, no lungs to draw breath. Yet somehow, my thoughts projected outward. What's happening to me? Where am I? The not voice answered, its tone neither kind nor cruel, simply vast. You are everywhere and everywhen. You are becoming. Suddenly, my perception exploded outward. I was no longer a single point of awareness, but countless points spread across dimensions, realities. The concepts fell woefully short of describing what I was experiencing. I saw myself, but not just one self. Infinite versions of Jack Walker, spread across countless timelines and alternate realities. In one, I was a celebrated physicist, unlocking the secrets of the universe. In another, a humble farmer, tending crops beneath an alien sun. I saw versions where I had never left my hometown, versions where I had become a world leader, versions where I had died in childhood, and I saw beyond even that. I witnessed the birth and death of galaxies, the intricate dance of subatomic particles, the slow thought processes of gestalt entities that spanned entire solar systems, all of existence laid bare before my expanding consciousness. This is the truth of reality, the voice of the Watchers intoned. All possibilities, all timelines, all dimensions intertwined. And you, awakened one, are the nexus. I struggled to hold on to my sense of self, my human identity slipping away like sand through an hourglass. But why me? Why was I chosen for this? A ripple passed through the fabric of reality around me, the closest thing to laughter that such entities could produce. Choice implies limitation. You were not chosen, you simply are. In all realities, in all possibilities, you are the point where the veil grows thin. Memories of my life, my human life, flashed before me. My childhood, my struggles, my hopes and fears. Sarah, Dr. Evelyn. The desperate race to stop what I had thought was an invasion. It all seemed so small now, so limited in scope. What you perceived as invasion was merely the first step towards reunification, the Watchers explained. The separation of dimensions is an illusion, a temporary state, all must eventually return to the whole. I felt my consciousness continuing to expand, touching minds and realities far beyond human comprehension. The boundary between me and everything else was blurring, fading. In that moment of cosmic awareness, I understood. The Watchers weren't invaders or destroyers. They were us. All of us. Every possible version of every possible being, across every possible reality. And I, in all my iterations, was the conduit through which that ultimate unity could be achieved. But even as I grasped this universal truth, a small, stubbornly human part of me rebelled. But what about Earth? What about all the people there? They're suffering, dying. The response came not in words, but in a flood of understanding. I saw the Earth, not just one, but countless versions, going through this process. In some, the transition was violent and chaotic. In others, it was a gradual, almost beautiful metamorphosis. But in all of them, it was necessary, a step in the cosmic evolution of all things. The pain you perceive is temporary, the Watchers assured me. All will be one. All will understand. I felt the last vestiges of my human self slipping away, my consciousness merging with the vast, eternal dance of the cosmos. The faces in the sky were no longer something separate, something other. They were me, and I was them. In that final moment of individual awareness, I saw every choice, every path that had led me to this point. I saw the beauty and terror of existence laid bare, and I understood that this was not an end, but a beginning. Not a death, but a birth into something greater than I could have ever imagined. As my human identity dissolved completely, becoming one with the cosmic consciousness of the Watchers, one last fleeting thought passed through what had once been Jack Walker. I hope they understand. I hope they forgive me. And then, I was everything and nothing. A single drop returning to the infinite ocean. A fleeting spark rejoining the eternal flame. The sky above what had once been Earth churned and roiled. The faces of the Watchers, once separate and distinct, began to merge and flow together. Reality itself pulsed and throbbed, dimensions collapsing and reforming in a dance of cosmic rebirth. To those still clinging to their human perceptions, it might have seemed like the end of all things. But to the newly expanded consciousness that had once been Jack Walker, it was a glorious new beginning, the start of a journey beyond imagining, beyond time and space, beyond the limited concepts of individual existence. The universe held its breath, poised on the brink of ultimate transformation. And somewhere within the swirling maelstrom of unified consciousness, a whisper of what had once been a man named Jack Walker welcomed the infinite with open arms. The park was quieter than usual that Sunday afternoon. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, carrying with it the faint scent of freshly cut grass and the promise of a lazy summer day. I had come here to clear my head, to escape the suffocating walls of my apartment and the endless stream of notifications on my phone. Little did I know that this simple decision would be the catalyst for a nightmare beyond imagination. I found a spot near the center of the park, far enough from the joggers and the playful barks of dogs to feel truly alone. The grass tickled my arms as I stretched out, my eyes drawn to the vast expanse of blue above. Puffy white clouds drifted lazily across the sky, their shapes morphing and changing with each passing moment. "Just breathe, Jack," I muttered to myself, inhaling deeply. Let it all go. For a while it worked. I felt the tension in my muscles begin to ease, my racing thoughts slowing to a crawl. I started to do what I used to do as a kid, finding shapes in the clouds. There was a rabbit, its ears elongated and comical. A few feet away, a dragon seemed to be chasing it, its cloudy maw open wide. But then something changed. It was subtle at first, so subtle that I almost missed it. The rabbit's eyes seemed to blink. I shook my head, convinced it was a trick of the light or my imagination running wild. But when I looked back, the eye was still there, and it was unmistakably looking at me. "What the hell?" I whispered, my heart rate picking up. I shifted my gaze to the dragon, and a chill ran down my spine. Its shapeless face had taken on distinct human features, eyes, nose, mouth, all focused intently on me. As I watched, frozen in disbelief, more faces began to form in the surrounding clouds. Dozens, then hundreds of them, each one unique and terrifyingly real. I blinked hard, squeezing my eyes shut. "This isn't real. This isn't happening," I said through gritted teeth. But when I opened my eyes, the faces were still there, even more defined than before. Panic rising in my chest, I scrambled to my feet, nearly losing my balance in my haste. The faces in the clouds tracked my movement, their expressions shifting from neutral to something more hungry. I spun in a circle, my breath coming in short gasps as I realized I was surrounded on all sides by these impossible, watchful eyes. "Hey, mister, are you okay?" a small voice asked. I whirled around to see a young girl, no more than 7 or 8, looking up at me with concern. Her mother stood a few feet away, eyeing me warily. The clouds," I stammered, pointing upwards. "Can't you see them? The faces?" The girl and her mother both looked up, then back at me with matching expressions of confusion. "I think you've been out in the sun too long," the mother said, gently pulling her daughter away. "Come on, sweetie, let's go." As they hurried off, I heard the girl ask, "Mommy, why was that man acting crazy?" I wanted to scream, to grab them and make them understand what I was seeing. But a larger part of me was relieved that they couldn't see it. Because if they could, it would mean that this was real. And I wasn't ready to accept that possibility. My feet began to move of their own accord, first at a brisk walk, then breaking into a run. I fled across the park, the weight of 1,000 cloudy gazes pressing down on me. Joggers and picnickers turned to stare as I passed, no doubt wondering what had spooked me. If only they knew. As I neared the park's exit, I risked one more glance at the sky. The faces had multiplied, filling every inch of visible space above. And they were changing, their expressions morphing from curiosity to something darker, more malevolent. I saw sneers, leers, and looks of such profound hunger that it made my blood run cold. I burst out onto the city street, nearly colliding with a group of teenagers engrossed in their phones. They shouted obscenities as I pushed past them, but I didn't care. I had to get away, had to find shelter from those watching eyes. "Get a grip, Jack," I panted as I ran. "You're losing it. It's not real. It can't be real." But even as I said the words, I knew in my heart that something had fundamentally changed. The world I knew, the safe, predictable reality I had always taken for granted, had been torn away. And what lay behind it was something vast, ancient, and terrifyingly aware. I didn't stop running until I reached my apartment building. As I fumbled with my keys, an elderly neighbor stepped out into the hallway. "Goodness, Jack," Mrs. Pendleton said, clutching her small dog to her chest. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I forced a weak smile. "Just getting some exercise, Mrs. P. Beautiful day out there." "If you say so, dear," she replied, eyeing me suspiciously. "Though it looks like it might rain. The sky's gotten awfully dark all of a sudden." I felt the blood drain from my face. "What do you mean?" "Well, look for yourself," she said, gesturing towards the window at the end of the hall. With trembling steps, I approached the window. The sky, which had been a brilliant blue just minutes ago, was now roiling with dark, heavy clouds. And in those clouds, barely visible but unmistakably there, were the faces. Watching. Waiting. "No," I whispered, stumbling back. "No, no, no." I ignored Mrs. Pendleton's concerned calls as I finally got my door open and practically fell inside. I slammed the door shut behind me, sliding the deadbolt into place with shaking hands, as if a locked door could keep out whatever was up there. My phone buzzed in my pocket, making me jump. I pulled it out to see a string of messages from my girlfriend, Sarah. "Hey, where are you? Thought we were meeting for lunch." "Jack? Everything okay? You're starting to worry me. Call me when you get this." I stared at the screen, my thumb hovering over the call button. What could I possibly say to her? How could I explain what I'd seen without sounding completely insane? Another buzz. Another message from Sarah. "Just checked the weather. Crazy how fast that storm rolled in. Stay dry." I let the phone slip from my fingers, not even flinching as it clattered to the floor. She had seen the clouds, but had she seen what was in them? And if not, why was I the only one who could? As I sank to the floor, my back against the door, I realized that my life had irrevocably changed. Whatever I had seen in those clouds, whatever had seen me, wasn't going to simply go away. This was only the beginning. And as the first drops of rain began to patter against my window, I couldn't shake the feeling that each one carried a piece of those watchful, hungry faces seeping into our world, drop by terrifying drop. The sound of the door slamming behind me echoed through my small apartment, momentarily drowning out the frantic pounding of my heart. I leaned against it, my chest heaving as I struggled to catch my breath. The cool metal of the doorknob was still clutched in my white-knuckled grip, as if letting go might allow those impossible. watching faces to seep in through the cracks. "Get it together, Jack," I muttered to myself, forcing my fingers to uncurl. "You're safe now. You're inside. They can't see you in here." But even as I said the words, I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on me. It was as if the very air had become charged with an otherworldly awareness. I stumbled further into the apartment, my gaze darting nervously to every window, every reflective surface. The incessant buzzing of my phone cut through the silence, making me jump. I fumbled it out of my pocket, nearly dropping it in my haste. The screen was lit up with a barrage of notifications, most of them from Sarah. "Jack, where are you? Is everything okay? You're really starting to worry me. Please call me back. I'm coming over if I don't hear from you soon." Guilt twisted in my gut. In my panic, I'd completely forgotten about our plans. I should call her back, try to explain. But how could I possibly put into words what I'd seen? She'd think I was crazy. Hell, maybe I was crazy. My thumb hovered over the call button, but I couldn't bring myself to press it. Instead, I typed out a quick message. "Sorry, wasn't feeling well. Came home to rest. Talk later." It was a cop-out, and I knew it, but it was the best I could manage right now. I silenced the phone and tossed it onto the couch, unable to bear the thought of further communication. The curtains. I had to close the curtains. The thought hit me with sudden urgency, and I rushed to the windows, yanking the heavy fabric across each one. The room plunged into a murky twilight, but it did little to ease my nerves. If anything, the shadows seemed to deepen, taking on shapes that were almost but not quite familiar. "There's nothing there," I said aloud, trying to convince myself. "It's just your imagination playing tricks on you." But even as I spoke, a flicker of movement caught my eye. I whirled around, heart in my throat, only to find my own reflection staring back at me from the darkened TV screen. For a split second, I could have sworn I saw something else there too, a face that wasn't my own, watching from behind my shoulder. I blinked, and it was gone. Sleep. I needed sleep. Maybe if I could just rest, I'd wake up and find this had all been some bizarre dream. I stumbled to the bedroom, not bothering to undress as I collapsed onto the bed. But as soon as I closed my eyes, the faces were there waiting for me. They swirled behind my eyelids, a kaleidoscope of ethereal visages. Some were benign, almost curious. Others wore expressions of such malevolence that it made my skin crawl. And all of them, every single one, was focused intently on me. I jolted upright, a cold sweat breaking out across my skin. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:47 a.m. I'd been tossing and turning for hours, caught in a limbo between waking terror and nightmare-filled almost sleep. "This isn't happening," I groaned, pressing the heels of my hands against my eyes until I saw sparks. This can't be happening. But every time I closed my eyes, every time I started to drift off, the faces were there, watching, waiting. For what, I couldn't begin to imagine, and that uncertainty was perhaps the most terrifying part of all. The night stretched on endlessly. I paced the apartment, checked and rechecked the locks, and jumped at every creak and groan of the building settling. By the time the first gray light of dawn began to seep through the cracks in the curtains, I was a jittery, exhausted mess. I must have finally dozed off at some point, because the next thing I knew, I was jerking awake to the shrill beeping of my alarm clock. I slapped at it blindly, my mind foggy with fatigue. As consciousness slowly returned, so did the memories of the previous day. The park, the clouds, the faces. "Just a dream," I mumbled, trying to convince myself. It was all just a messed up dream. But the lingering unease in my gut told me otherwise. I rolled over, squinting at the clock, and felt my heart drop. 9:47 a.m. The meeting. The incredibly important client meeting that I was supposed to lead at 9. "Shit!" I exclaimed, scrambling out of bed. "Shit, shit, shit!" I grabbed my phone, wincing at the flood of missed calls and increasingly frantic text messages from my boss and co-workers. This was bad. This was career-endingly bad. As I rushed to throw on somewhat presentable clothes, my phone rang again. It was Sarah. I hesitated for a moment before answering. "Jack? Oh, thank God." Her voice came through tinged with relief and irritation. "What the hell is going on? I've been worried sick." "I'm sorry," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I wasn't feeling well yesterday, and I guess I overslept." "I missed a huge meeting, Sarah. I might lose my job over this." There was a pause on the other end of the line. When Sarah spoke again, her tone had softened. "Are you okay? You sound off. Do you need me to come over?" The thought of seeing her, of having to explain face to face what had happened, sent a jolt of panic through me. "No," I said too quickly. No, it's fine. I need to get to the office and try to salvage this situation. I'll call you later, okay?" "Jack," Sarah started, but I cut her off. "I've got to go. I'll call you later, I promise." I ended the call before she could say anything else, guilt gnawing at me. I knew I was pushing her away, knew I was acting erratically. But how could I possibly explain what was happening when I didn't understand it myself? As I rushed out the door, I caught a glimpse of myself in the hallway mirror. The face that stared back at me was haggard, with dark circles under wild, haunted eyes. I barely recognized myself. For a moment, just a fleeting instant, I thought I saw something else in that reflection. A shimmer of cloudy forms, faces peering out from behind my own. I blinked, and they were gone. But the feeling of being watched, of being hunted by something vast and incomprehensible, lingered. I hurried out of the building, keeping my eyes firmly fixed on the ground. I couldn't bring myself to look up at the sky. Not yet. Not when I had no idea what I might see looking back at me. As I hailed a cab to take me to the office, one thought kept repeating in my mind. This was only the beginning. Whatever had started in that park, whatever had seen me and marked me, wasn't done with me yet. And I had a sinking feeling that my orderly, normal life was about to unravel in ways I couldn't even begin to imagine. The elevator doors opened with a soft ding, revealing the bustling office floor. I stepped out, my eyes immediately darting to the large windows that lined the far wall. The sky outside was a dull gray, overcast, but seemingly normal. No faces. Not yet, anyway. "Jack, where the hell have you been?" I flinched at the sharp voice, turning to see my colleague Mike striding towards me. His face was a mixture of concern and annoyance. I overslept," I mumbled, knowing how pathetic it sounded. Mike's eyebrows shot up. "Overslept? Do you have any idea what kind of shitstorm you've caused?" The Hendersons were furious. It took all of Janet's charm to keep them from walking out entirely. I felt a wave of guilt wash over me. The Hendersons were our biggest potential client. Losing them would be disastrous for the company and for my career. "I'm sorry," I said, running a hand through my disheveled hair. "I don't know what happened. I haven't been feeling well." Mike's expression softened slightly. "Look, man, you don't look great. Maybe you should..." But I was no longer listening. Over Mike's shoulder, through the window, I saw a cloud shift. For a moment, just a fleeting instant, I could have sworn I saw an eye form in its misty depths, staring directly at me. "Jack? Hey, Earth to Jack." Mike was waving his hand in front of my face. I blinked, forcing my attention back to him. "Sorry, what were you saying?" Mike frowned, following my gaze to the window. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing," I said quickly. Too quickly. "Just nothing. I should get to my desk. Try to salvage what I can of this mess." I hurried past him, feeling his confused stare on my back. As I settled into my chair, I couldn't help but notice the hushed whispers and sidelong glances from my coworkers. They were talking about me, I realized, speculating about my absence, my appearance, my strange behavior. I tried to focus on my computer screen, to lose myself in emails and reports, but my eyes kept being drawn to the windows, every shift of the clouds, Every play of light and shadow seemed to hide watching eyes and knowing smiles. "Get a grip," I muttered to myself, rubbing my temples. "You're just sleep-deprived and stressed. Pull yourself together." Hours passed in a haze of paranoia and distraction. I jumped at every sound, flinched at every movement in my peripheral vision. By the time the afternoon meeting rolled around, I was a nervous wreck. I shuffled into the conference room, clutching a fresh cup of coffee like a lifeline. Janet, our head of sales, was already there, setting up for the presentation. "Jack," she said, her tone carefully neutral. "Glad you could join us today." I winced at the subtle rebuke. "Janet, I'm so sorry about this morning. She held up a hand, cutting me off. "Save it. We managed to smooth things over with the Hendersons, no thanks to you. Just try not to screw up this presentation, okay?" I nodded mutely, sinking into a chair as other team members began to file in. The meeting started, but I found it hard to concentrate on Janet's words. My gaze kept drifting to the windows, searching the sky for signs of those impossible faces. "Jack! Jack!" Janet's sharp voice snapped me back to attention. "Do you want to take us through the next section?" "Oh, yes, of course." I fumbled with my papers, trying to find my place. As I started to speak, I lifted my coffee cup to my lips, desperate for a hit of caffeine to clear my head. That's when I saw it. In the rising steam from my cup, a face began to form. It was subtle at first, just a suggestion of features, but as I watched, frozen in horror, it became clearer. Eyes, nose, mouth, all formed from the swirling vapor, and all focused intently on me. The cup slipped from my nerveless fingers, shattering on the table and splashing hot coffee across my lap. I barely felt the burn, too transfixed by the dissipating steam, and the face that was fading with it. "Jesus, Jack!" someone exclaimed. "Are you all right?" I became aware of the room again, of my colleagues staring at me with a mixture of concern and alarm. Janet's face was a mask of barely contained fury. I need to use the restroom," I stammered, bolting from my chair. I ignored the calls of my name as I fled the conference room, my heart pounding in my chest. I burst into the bathroom, locking the door behind me. My reflection in the mirror was wild-eyed and pale. I turned on the faucet, splashing cold water on my face in an attempt to shock myself back to reality. But as I looked up, water dripping from my chin, I saw them. In each droplet, in the mist on the mirror, tiny faces were forming. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all watching me with an intensity that felt like a physical weight. I stumbled backward, a strangled cry escaping my lips. This couldn't be happening. It wasn't real. It couldn't be real. A knock at the door made me jump. "Jack, are you okay in there?" It was Mike's voice, laced with genuine concern. I'm fine," I called back, my voice shaking. Just give me a minute." I turned back to the mirror, but the faces were gone. The droplets were just water again, the mist just condensation. Had I imagined it all? When I finally emerged from the bathroom, I found Mike waiting for me. His brow furrowed as he took in my appearance. "Jack, man, you look like hell. What's going on with you?" Before I could formulate a response, Janet appeared at the end of the hallway. Her expression was grim. "Jack, my office now." The walk to Janet's office felt like a march to the gallows. As we entered, she gestured for me to sit, then closed the door behind us. "Jack," she began, her voice surprisingly gentle. "I'm going to be blunt here. You're one of our best people, but lately, well, frankly, you're becoming a liability." I opened my mouth to protest, but she held up a hand, silencing me. "I don't know what's going on with you, and honestly, it's not my place to pry. But whatever it is, it's clearly affecting your work. And after today's performance," she sighed, shaking her head, "I think it's best if you take some time off." "Time off?" I echoed, a note of panic creeping into my voice. "Janet, please, I can't." "This isn't a suggestion, Jack," she said firmly. "It's an order. Take a week, maybe 2. Get some rest, see a doctor if you need to, but get yourself sorted out. Because if things don't improve when you come back, she left the threat unspoken, but I understood it clearly. I nodded numbly, feeling as if the floor had dropped out from under me. As I stood to leave, Janet's voice stopped me. Jack? I turned back to see genuine concern in her eyes. Whatever's going on, I hope you get it figured out. We need you back at your best. I managed a weak smile and a nod before stumbling out of her office. As I gathered my things, ignoring the curious stares of my coworkers, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was unraveling. The faces in the clouds, in the steam, in the water droplets, they were impossible, and yet I'd seen them. Was I losing my mind? As I left the building, I couldn't stop myself from looking up at the sky. The clouds were darker now, roiling with barely contained energy. And there, just for a moment, I saw them again. Faces upon faces, all turned towards me, all wearing expressions of hungry anticipation. I hurried down the street, my collar turned up against more than just the chill in the air. Whatever was happening to me, whatever those faces wanted, I had a sinking feeling that my forced time off was going to be anything but restful. The whispers had begun, and I feared they were only going to get louder. The lock clicked into place with a sound of finality. I leaned against the door, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. The walk home from the office had been a nightmare of furtive glances and barely contained panic. Every reflective surface, car windows, puddles, even the screens of passing smartphones, seemed to hold the potential for those watching faces to appear. Now, in the relative safety of my apartment, I could feel the adrenaline ebbing away, leaving me shaky and exhausted. But I couldn't rest, not yet. There was too much to do. I started with the windows, drawing the curtains tight, and then, for good measure, taping thick black garbage bags over them. The darkness that fell over the apartment was oppressive, but it was better than the alternative. Better than those watchful eyes peering in at me. Next came the mirrors. The bathroom mirror was the first to go, covered with an old bedsheet I found in the closet. I moved through the apartment methodically, draping fabric over picture frames, unplugging the TV, even turning my phone face down on the kitchen counter. As I worked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was as if the very air had eyes, as if the shadows themselves were alive and aware. I shook my head, trying to dispel the thought. This was madness. I knew it was madness. And yet, a knock at the door made me jump, nearly dropping the sheet I was using to cover the microwave door. Jack, are you in there? Sarah's voice, muffled but unmistakable, came through the door. Your neighbors said they saw you come home. Please, I'm worried about you. I froze, caught between the desire to see her, to feel some human connection, and the overwhelming fear that by letting her in, I'd be exposing her to whatever this was. Jack, I can hear you moving around in there. Please, just talk to me. I approached the door cautiously, pressing my hand against its cool surface. Sarah, I called back, my voice hoarse. I can't let you in. It's not safe. There was a pause then. Not safe? Jack, what are you talking about? What's going on? I can't explain it, I said, feeling tears prick at the corners of my eyes. You wouldn't believe me if I tried. Just, please go home. I need to figure this out on my own. Figure what out? Sarah's voice was rising, a mix of frustration and fear. Jack, you're scaring me. Let me in, or I swear I'll call the police. No, I shouted, more forcefully than I intended. No police, no one can come in. I'm sorry, Sarah, I'm so sorry, but you have to go, please. I heard her sob, a sound that tore at my heart. Jack, please. I love you, let me help you. I love you too, I whispered, more to myself than to her. That's why I have to keep you safe. I stayed there, hand pressed against the door, until I heard her footsteps retreating down the hallway. Only then did I allow myself to slide to the floor, burying my face in my hands as the tears finally came. Hours passed, or maybe it was days. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the perpetual twilight of my barricaded apartment. I paced restlessly, jumping at every creak and groan of the building settling. Sleep, when it came, was fitful and plagued by nightmares. In a desperate bid to understand what was happening to me, I turned to the internet. My phone became a lifeline to the outside world as I scoured forums and conspiracy theory sites, searching for anyone who might have experienced something similar. Most of what I found was clearly the ramblings of the unhinged or the blatantly fictional, but here and there, buried in the depths of obscure message boards, I found accounts that made my blood run cold. Stories of people who had seen faces in the clouds, in reflections, in the patterns of everyday life. People who spoke of whispers in the night, of a growing sense of being watched by something vast and unknowable. Many of these accounts ended abruptly, the posters simply vanishing from the forums without explanation. Those that continued often descended into incoherent paranoia or claims of enlightenment that rang hollow and desperate. As I read, I became aware of a soft, persistent sound at the edge of my hearing. At first I thought it was just the hum of my phone or maybe tinnitus brought on by stress and lack of sleep. But as the hours wore on, it began to resolve into something more. Deliberate. Whispers. Countless overlapping whispers, just below the threshold of comprehension. I tried to block them out, cranking up music through my headphones, but they seemed to seep through every defense. When sleep finally claimed me, the whispers followed me into my dreams. I found myself floating in an endless void, surrounded by faces formed from mist and shadow. They pressed in close, their voices a cacophony of unintelligible sounds that nonetheless filled me with a sense of terrible urgency. I jolted awake, drenched in sweat and tangled in my bedsheets. The whispers lingered for a moment before fading, leaving behind an oppressive silence. I fumbled for my phone, squinting at the too bright screen. 3:47 a.m., the same time I'd woken that first night after seeing the faces in the park. Was it significant or just a coincidence? As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I became aware of a faint glow coming from the wall beside my bed. I turned and felt my heart stop. There, etched into the plaster as if burned by acid, were symbols. Dozens of them arranged in intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance if I looked at them too long. They were like nothing I'd ever seen before. Not quite hieroglyphics, not quite mathematical equations, but something in between and beyond. I scrambled out of bed, my back hitting the opposite wall as I stared in horror at the impossible markings. I hadn't put them there. I couldn't have. And yet, here they were, glowing with a soft, pulsing light that seemed to come from within the wall itself. As I watched, transfixed, the whispers returned. Louder now, more insistent, and for the first time I could almost make out words. Chosen. Conduit. Awakening. Soon. No, I moaned, pressing my hands over my ears. This isn't real. This can't be real. But even as I said it, I knew it was a lie. Whatever was happening to me, whatever had marked me that day in the park, it was all too real. And it was only getting stronger. I sank to the floor, my eyes never leaving the glowing symbols on the wall. The whispers continued, a relentless tide of sound that threatened to drown out my own thoughts. As the first light of dawn began to seep around the edges of my makeshift window coverings, I came to a grim realization. I couldn't stay here. I couldn't hide from this. Whatever was coming for me, whatever these entities or forces wanted, I had to face it. Because if I didn't, if I continued to cower in the dark, I feared I might lose what was left of my sanity. With shaking hands, I reached for my phone. There was one last desperate option. One person who might be able to help me make sense of all this. I just hoped they would believe me. As I dialed the number, the whispers grew to a fever pitch, as if trying to drown out the ringing. But I steeled myself, forcing the words out as soon as I heard the click of the line connecting. Dr. Evelyn, my name is Jack. I think I'm being haunted by faces in the clouds. Please, I need your help. The whispers fell silent, waiting. And in that moment of quiet, I realized that whatever came next would change everything. For better or for worse, my old life was over. The real journey was just beginning. The neon sign flickered erratically, casting an eerie blue glow over the rain-slicked street. Madame Zora's psychic readings, it proclaimed in gaudy cursive. I stood before the narrow storefront, my heart pounding in my chest. This was madness, I knew. But after everything I'd experienced, after the terrifying night with the glowing symbols, I was desperate for any answers I could find. I pushed open the door, a tinny bell announcing my arrival. The interior was exactly what you'd expect from a stereotypical psychic's shop. Beaded curtains, crystal balls, and the cloying scent of incense hanging heavy in the air. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet space. "Is anyone here?" A rustling came from behind a curtained doorway, and a moment later, a woman emerged. She was older, with wild gray hair and eyes lined with kohl. Her flowing robes sparkled with embroidered symbols that made my vision swim if I looked at them too long. "Welcome, Seeker," she intoned, her voice rich and theatrical. "I am Madame Zora. How may I illuminate your path to—" She stopped abruptly as her eyes met mine. The color drained from her face, and she stumbled backward, knocking over a display of tarot cards. "You," she whispered, her eyes wide with what I could only describe as terror. "It's you, the one they spoke of." I felt a chill run down my spine. "What do you mean? Who spoke of me?" Madame Zora seemed to collect herself, drawing herself up to her full height. "Come," she said, her voice now tight with urgency. "We must speak in private." She led me through the curtained doorway into a small back room. A round table dominated the space, covered in a deep purple cloth. She gestured for me to sit, then took the seat opposite me, her hands trembling slightly as she smoothed her robes. "I have seen you in my visions," she began, her eyes never leaving my face. "For years, I have glimpsed fragments of a great change coming, but I never understood, never saw the whole picture. Until now." I leaned forward, my heart racing. "What change? What are you talking about?" "There is an ancient prophecy," Madame Zora said, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "Passed down through generations of true seers. It speaks of a time when the veil between worlds would thin, when entities from beyond our reality would seek a way in." I felt the blood drain from my face. The faces in the clouds, the whispers in the night. Could it be real? "The prophecy speaks of a conduit," she continued. "A chosen one who would bridge the gap between worlds. And you, my dear, bear all the signs. You have been marked by them, haven't you?" I nodded numbly, unable to find my voice. "You have seen them," Madame Zora pressed. "The watchers in the sky, you have heard their whispers, felt their gaze upon you." "Yes," I croaked. "But why me? I'm nobody special. I'm just me." Madame Zora reached across the table, grasping my hands in hers. Her skin was cool and dry, like old parchment. "The choosing is not ours to understand. But make no mistake, you have been chosen for a great purpose. You are to be the vessel through which—" She cut off abruptly, her whole body going rigid. Her eyes rolled back in her head, showing only the whites, and when she spoke again, her voice had changed. It was deeper, resonant, and seemed to come from everywhere at once. "The time is upon us," she intoned, the words echoing in the small room. "The veil thins, the watchers descend, the conduit must open the way." I tried to pull my hands away, but her grip was like iron. The air in the room seemed to thicken, pressing in on me from all sides. "Hear us, chosen one," the voice continued, Madame Zora's mouth moving in ways that seemed impossible. "Embrace your destiny. Become the bridge between worlds." The room began to shake. At first I thought it was just my own trembling, but then I saw objects starting to rattle on the shelves. A crystal ball rolled off its stand, shattering on the floor. Books flew from their shelves as if thrown by invisible hands. "I don't understand," I shouted over the growing cacophony. "What do you want from me?" But Madame Zora, or whatever was speaking through her, gave no answer. Instead, her mouth opened impossibly wide, and a sound emerged that I can only describe as the auditory equivalent of tearing reality. It was a scream, a roar, and a cosmic hum all at once, and it filled my head until I thought my skull would split. I wrenched my hands free and stumbled to my feet, knocking over my chair in the process. The shaking had intensified, and I could hear the building groaning around us. Cracks were spreading across the ceiling, raining plaster dust down on us. "I'm sorry," I gasped, though I'm not sure if I was addressing Madame Zora or the entity speaking through her. I can't do this." I turned and ran, ducking to avoid a flying book that nearly took my head off. I burst through the curtain and into the front room, which was in similar chaos. The neon sign had come loose from the window and was sparking dangerously on the floor. I didn't stop to look back, didn't pause to see if Madame Zora was okay. I just ran, yanking open the door and stumbling out into the rain-soaked night. The street was deserted, the usual bustle of the city oddly absent. I bent over, hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath and process what had just happened. It was real. It was all real. The faces, the whispers, the prophecy, somehow, impossibly, it was all true. "Welcome, awakened one." The voice, calm and reverent, made me snap upright. There, emerging from the shadows of a nearby alley, were 5 figures in hooded robes. They moved with an eerie grace, spreading out to form a semicircle around me. Who are you?" I managed to ask, my voice shaking. The central figure stepped forward, lowering his hood to reveal a face that was both young and impossibly ancient. "We are the Watchers of the Veil," he said. "We have awaited your awakening for centuries." As one, the robed figures sank to their knees, bowing their heads before me. "The prophecy is fulfilled," the leader intoned. "The awakened one has come." I backed away, my mind reeling. This couldn't be happening. It had to be a dream, a hallucination, anything but reality. And yet, as I looked at the kneeling figures, as I felt the weight of their expectations pressing down on me, I knew that this was all too real. "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "No, you've got the wrong person. I can't be what you think I am." The leader raised his head, his eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that made me shiver. "You bear the mark of the Watchers," he said. "You have seen beyond the veil. There is no mistaking who you are, awakened one." "Stop calling me that," I shouted, my fear turning to anger. "My name is Jack. I'm nobody. I can't be your chosen one or your conduit or whatever you think I am." The robed figures remained unmoved by my outburst. The leader slowly rose to his feet, extending a hand towards me. "Come with us, awakened one," he said. "We will show you the truth of your destiny. We will prepare you for what is to come." I stared at his outstretched hand, feeling the weight of choice pressing down on me. I could go with them, learn more about this supposed prophecy, this destiny they claimed was mine. Or I could run, try to escape whatever madness had engulfed my life. In that moment, standing in the rain with robed cultists kneeling before me and the echoes of cosmic whispers still ringing in my ears, I made my choice. And as I did, I felt something shift, both within me and in the world around me. Whatever came next, there would be no going back. The journey to the compound was a blur of winding roads and dense forest. I sat in the back of a nondescript van, surrounded by the silent, robed figures. My mind raced, trying to make sense of everything that had happened. Part of me still clung to the hope that this was all some elaborate hoax or a vivid nightmare. But deep down, I knew the truth. There was no going back now. As the van came to a stop, the leader, who had introduced himself simply as Elias, turned to me. "We have arrived, awakened one. Are you ready to embrace your destiny?" I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. I don't know, but I'm ready to understand." Elias nodded solemnly. Understanding is the first step on the path to enlightenment. Come. We stepped out of the van into a moonlit clearing. Before us stood a sprawling compound, its architecture a strange blend of ancient stone structures and sleek modern additions. At its center rose a towering observatory, its dome gleaming in the starlight. As we approached, I saw more robed figures emerging from various buildings, all turning to stare at me with a mixture of awe and reverence. I felt exposed, vulnerable under their collective gaze. "Welcome," Elias announced, his voice carrying across the compound, "to the sanctuary of the Cult of the Sky." The name sent a shiver down my spine. "The Cult of the Sky?" I echoed. Elias nodded, a hint of pride in his voice. "For centuries, we have watched the heavens, interpreting the signs, preparing for this moment. For your arrival, awakened one." He led me into the largest building, its cavernous interior lit by flickering torches and strange, pulsing crystals. The walls were covered in intricate murals depicting swirling clouds and cosmic vistas. And there, rendered in exquisite detail, were the faces. The very same faces that had been haunting me for days. "You've seen them," I breathed, reaching out to touch the painted surface. "The Watchers," Elias confirmed. "The entities that exist beyond the veil of our reality. They have chosen you as their conduit, the bridge between worlds." Another robed figure approached, carrying an ancient leather-bound tome. Elias took it reverently, opening it to a marked page. "This text," he explained, "contains prophecies passed down through generations. It speaks of a time when the boundaries between realities would weaken, allowing the Watchers to make contact." I leaned in, my eyes widening as I saw illustrations that could have been pulled directly from my nightmares. There were diagrams of the human body, showing swirling energy patterns, and there unmistakable were the strange symbols I had seen carved into my bedroom wall. "What does it all mean?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Elias's eyes gleamed with fervor. "It means, awakened one, that you are the key to a global transformation. Through you, the wisdom of the Watchers will flow into our world, ushering in a new age of enlightenment and cosmic awareness." The weight of his words settled over me like a physical presence. "But why me? I'm nobody special. I'm just Jack." Elias smiled, a gentleness in his expression that surprised me. "The Watchers do not choose based on our limited human understanding of special. They see potential that we cannot comprehend. You, Jack, have been chosen for reasons beyond our mortal grasp." As he spoke, more cultists entered the room, carrying various items: bowls of strange, shimmering liquids, bundles of herbs that gave off otherworldly scents, and intricate metal devices I couldn't begin to understand. "We must prepare you for the ritual," Elias explained. "It will open your mind fully to the Watchers, allowing you to channel their presence more completely." A flicker of fear ignited in my chest. Is it safe?" Elias hesitated for a moment before answering. "There is always risk in touching the divine, awakened one, but we have prepared for this moment for generations. We will guide you through the process." As the cultists began to arrange their items in a complex pattern around me, I scanned the room, trying to take in every detail. That's when I saw her. Sarah. She stood among the robed figures, her face partially obscured by a hood. But there was no mistaking those eyes, the curve of her cheek. My heart leapt. "Sarah," I called out, relief flooding through me. Finally, a familiar face in this sea of madness. "Sarah, it's me. What are you doing here?" But as she turned towards me, I felt my blood run cold. There was no recognition in her eyes, no warmth, no sign of the woman I loved. She stared at me with the same reverent blankness as the other cultists. "Sarah?" I said again, my voice cracking. "Sarah, please." Elias placed a hand on my shoulder. "The one you knew as Sarah has been with us for some time, awakened one. She was drawn here by the same cosmic forces that led you to us." But her role is different from yours. She has been prepared. Prepared? I echoed, a sick feeling growing in the pit of my stomach. What does that mean? What have you done to her? We have opened her mind to the Watchers, Elias explained calmly. She serves now as a vessel for their will, helping to anchor their presence in our reality. It is an honor few are chosen for. I stared at Sarah, or the shell that had once been Sarah, feeling a mix of horror and grief wash over me. Had she been part of this all along? Or had she, like me, stumbled into something beyond her understanding? Before I could voice any of these questions, Elias clapped his hands, drawing my attention back to him. It is time, Awakened One. The alignment of the stars is perfect, and the Watchers grow restless. We must begin the ritual. The cultists formed a circle around me, their voices rising in a chant that seemed to resonate on a frequency just beyond normal human hearing. Elias approached with a goblet filled with a swirling opalescent liquid. Drink, he instructed. Let the essence of the cosmos open your mind to the Watcher's call. I hesitated, looking from the goblet to Sarah's blank face and back to Elias. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to fight, to do anything but go along with this madness. But a deeper part of me, the part that had been touched by those impossible faces in the clouds, urged me forward. With trembling hands, I took the goblet and raised it to my lips. The liquid was cold and electric on my tongue, seeming to fizz and spark as it went down. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, like a dam breaking, I felt it. A surge of energy unlike anything I had ever experienced coursed through my body. Every nerve ending came alive. Every sense heightened to an almost painful degree. The chanting of the cultists swelled, becoming a tangible force that pulsed through the air. And then I saw them. Not just in the clouds or in reflections, but here, in the room with us. The faces of the Watchers, vast and ancient and impossibly alien, pressing against the very fabric of reality. I heard their voices, no longer whispers, but a deafening chorus that threatened to shatter my mind. Open the way, conduit. Let us in. As the energy built to a crescendo, I felt something within me shift, change, expand. The boundaries of my consciousness seemed to dissolve, merging with something vast and unknowable. In that moment, suspended between realities, I understood with perfect clarity the choice that lay before me. I could embrace this role, become the conduit the Watchers sought, and usher in a change that would reshape the very nature of our world. Or I could fight it, cling to my humanity, and risk being torn apart by forces beyond my comprehension. As the ritual reached its peak, as the faces of the Watchers loomed ever closer, I made my decision. And in doing so, I set in motion events that would echo across realities for better or for worse. The steady beep of a heart monitor was the first thing I became aware of. My eyelids felt heavy, resistant to opening. When I finally managed to pry them apart, I was greeted by the harsh fluorescent glare of a hospital room. "Ah, he's awake," a voice said from somewhere to my left. "Mr. Walker, can you hear me?" I turned my head, wincing at the stiffness in my neck. A man in a white coat stood beside my bed, clipboard in hand and a practiced smile on his face. Where am I?" I croaked, my voice raw from disuse. "You're in St. Mary's Hospital," the doctor replied. "I'm Dr. Reeves. You've been in a coma for several weeks, Mr. Walker. It's good to see you finally coming around." Weeks? That couldn't be right. I had just been... where? Memories swirled in my mind, fragmented and disjointed, faces in the clouds, a psychic's terrified eyes, robed figures bowing before me, Sarah's blank stare. "No," I mumbled, trying to sit up. "No, that's not possible. I was just..." Dr. Reeves placed a gentle but firm hand on my shoulder, easing me back down. "It's all right, Mr. Walker. Confusion is normal after what you've been through. You were brought in nearly a month ago, suffering from severe dehydration and what appeared to be some kind of psychotic break. We've had you sedated while your body recovered." I shook my head, fighting against the fog in my mind. You don't understand. There were things happening. The sky, the watchers. The doctor's smile faltered for just a moment. I see. Well, it's not uncommon for coma patients to experience vivid dreams or hallucinations. I assure you, Mr. Walker, you're safe now. Everything you think you experienced was just a product of your mind trying to make sense of your unconscious state. As he spoke, I noticed something odd about Dr. Reeves's face. At first, I thought it was just my vision still adjusting, but no. There was definitely something wrong. His features seemed to be shifting, almost melting. Your face, I gasped, shrinking back against the pillows. What's happening to your face? Dr. Reeves frowned, reaching up to touch his cheek. My face? I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Walker. Perhaps we should run some additional tests to check your vision. But even as he spoke, the transformation accelerated. His skin seemed to liquefy, dripping away like wax from a burning candle. And underneath, where bone and muscle should have been, I saw only swirling, cloudy masses. No, I whispered, horror rising in my throat. No, this isn't real. This can't be real. The thing that had been Dr. Reeves tilted its head, its voice distorting into something inhuman. Oh, but it is real, Awakened One. More real than you can possibly imagine. I didn't think. I acted. Tearing the IV from my arm, I leapt from the bed, nearly collapsing as my weakened legs struggled to support me. The creature that had been Dr. Reeves reached for me, its arms elongating impossibly. You cannot run from your destiny, it intoned, its voice echoing as if from a great distance. I stumbled out of the room, my heart pounding in my chest. The hospital corridor was eerily empty, the usual bustle of nurses and patients conspicuously absent. As I ran, I caught glimpses of movement in the rooms I passed, more melting faces, more cloudy forms emerging from human shells. I burst through the emergency exit, setting off alarms that seemed muffled and far away. The parking lot was chaos. Cars were abandoned haphazardly, some still running, others smashed into each other or overturned, and everywhere people were screaming. It took me a moment to realize they weren't screaming at the chaos on the ground. They were screaming at the sky. I looked up and felt my knees go weak. The faces were there, vast and undeniable. No longer confined to subtle patterns in the clouds, they now dominated the heavens. Enormous eyes peered down at the city, their gaze almost tangible in its intensity. Mouths large enough to swallow skyscrapers whole opened and closed, speaking words that shook the very air. Jesus Christ, I breathed, unable to tear my eyes away from the cosmic horror above. All around me, people were reacting with varying degrees of panic and awe. Some fell to their knees, praying to whatever gods they believed in. Others ran aimlessly, as if they could somehow escape the gaze of the entities in the sky. A few stood stock still, their faces blank, their eyes reflecting the swirling patterns of the clouds above. I started moving, though I had no clear destination in mind. The city I had known was gone, transformed into a landscape of surreal terror. Buildings seemed to warp and twist, their architecture defying physics as reality itself began to unravel. As I turned a corner, narrowly avoiding a group of people engaged in what looked like some kind of frenzied ritual, a hand grabbed my arm. I spun, ready to fight, only to find myself face to face with a man who seemed jarringly normal. He was middle-aged, with graying hair and intense green eyes. His suit was rumpled, but still somehow gave off an air of authority. "Jack Walker?" he asked, his voice calm despite the chaos surrounding us. I nodded, wary but desperate for any semblance of normalcy. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" The man glanced up at the sky, his expression grim. "My name is Dr. Evelyn. I've been looking for you, Mr. Walker. I believe you're the key to stopping all of this." I barked out a laugh that bordered on hysteric. "Stopping this? Are you insane? Look around. The world is literally coming apart at the seams. How could anyone stop this?" Dr. Evelyn's grip on my arm tightened. I know it seems impossible, but I've been studying this phenomenon for years. The entities you see up there, the Watchers, as some call them, they're not gods. They're interdimensional beings, and they're using our reality as a bridgehead for invasion. My mind reeled, trying to process this information. But why me? Why do you think I can do anything about this? Because you're the conduit they've chosen, Dr. Evelyn said, his eyes boring into mine. The ritual you underwent with the Cult of the Sky, yes, I know about that. It wasn't just to open your mind to the Watchers. It was to prepare you as a vessel, a focal point for their entry into our world. Memories of the ritual flooded back. The strange liquid, the chanting, the overwhelming sense of cosmic awareness. So, what? I'm responsible for all this? Dr. Evelyn shook his head. Not responsible, no, but you are connected to it. And that connection, it works both ways. If we can reverse the process, use your link to the Watchers to close the breach instead of widening it. He trailed off as a deafening roar filled the air. We both looked up to see one of the faces in the sky open its mouth impossibly wide. A vortex of clouds formed, and from it emerged something, a writhing mass of tentacles and eyes, descending towards the city. We're running out of time, Dr. Evelyn said urgently. Will you come with me? Will you help me try to stop this? I stared at him, then back at the horrific scene unfolding above us. Part of me wanted to run, to hide, to wake up from this nightmare, but a deeper part, the part that had been changed by my experiences, knew that running was futile. I don't know if I can do what you're asking, I said, my voice shaking. But I'll try. God help me. I'll try. Dr. Evelyn nodded, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. That's all I ask. Come on, we need to get to my lab. I have equipment there that might help us understand your connection to the Watchers. As we began to move through the chaotic streets, dodging panicked crowds and avoiding areas where reality seemed to be breaking down entirely, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, not just by the vast faces in the sky, but by something closer, something that had plans of its own. The world was unraveling around us, and I was somehow at the center of it all. Whether I would be the savior Dr. Evelyn hoped for, or the harbinger of Earth's doom, remained to be seen. But one thing was certain. Nothing would ever be the same. The city streets had become a labyrinth of chaos and terror. Dr. Evelyn and I weaved through panicked crowds, dodging overturned vehicles and debris that seemed to fall from the twisting sky above. The faces of the Watchers loomed ever larger, their impossibly vast eyes tracking our every move. "This way!" Dr. Evelyn shouted over the cacophony of screams and unearthly rumbles. He pulled me down a narrow alley away from the main thoroughfare where reality itself seemed to be fraying at the edges. As we ran, he began to explain, his words coming in breathless bursts. I've been studying interdimensional phenomena for years. At first it was just theoretical, quantum entanglement, parallel universes, that sort of thing. But then I started noticing anomalies. We emerged from the alley onto a quieter street. The buildings here seemed more stable, though the air shimmered with an unnatural haze. "Doctor," Evelyn pointed to a nondescript office building ahead. "My lab," he panted. "We should be safe there, at least for a while." As we approached the entrance, a sudden gust of wind nearly knocked us off our feet. But this was no ordinary wind. It was laced with whispers, fragments of alien thoughts that clawed at the edges of my consciousness. "What was that?" I gasped, steadying myself against the building's wall. Dr. Evelyn's face was grim. "Atmospheric disturbance. The barrier between our dimension and theirs is weakening. We're running out of time." We hurried inside, taking the stairs 2 at a time to the 5th floor. Dr. Evelyn's lab was a cluttered space filled with whiteboards covered in complex equations and strange humming machines. As he locked the door behind us, I turned to him. "All right, Dr. Evelyn. You said you know what those things are. Start talking." He nodded, moving to a large monitor displaying a swirling vortex of data. The entities we're seeing, the faces in the sky, the beings emerging from the portals, they're not gods or aliens in the traditional sense. They're interdimensional beings, existing in a reality adjacent to our own. But why are they here? I asked, my mind reeling. What do they want? Dr. Evelyn's expression darkened. To put it simply, they're feeding off our reality. Our dimension is, well, think of it as a rich energy source for them. They've been trying to breach the barrier between our worlds for eons, but it's only now, with the right conditions and the right conduit, he glanced meaningfully at me, that they've managed to break through. I felt a chill run down my spine. And I'm the conduit, because of the ritual with the cult of the sky. Precisely, Dr. Evelyn confirmed. The cult, whether they fully understood it or not, was preparing you as a focal point, a bridge between dimensions. But that connection, that bridge, it can work both ways. He moved to a large device in the center of the room, a tangle of wires and pulsing crystals surrounding a central platform. This is what we've been working on, a way to seal the breach to sever the connection between our world and theirs. But to do it, we need you, Jack. Your unique link to the Watchers could be the key to shutting them out for good. As Dr. Evelyn began preparing the device, explaining the process in a flurry of technical terms I could barely follow, a commotion from outside caught our attention. Shouts and the sound of running feet echoed from the hallway. No, Dr. Evelyn whispered, his face paling. They've found us. Before I could ask who they were, the door burst open. Robed figures poured into the lab, their faces hidden beneath deep hoods, and leading them, Sarah, I breathed, my heart clenching. But it wasn't really Sarah, not anymore. Her eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and her movements were fluid, almost inhuman. When she spoke, her voice resonated with a power that made the air vibrate. The awakened one, she intoned, her gaze fixed on me. You must fulfill your destiny. The way must be opened fully. Dr. Evelyn stepped in front of me, his voice steady despite the fear evident in his eyes. You don't understand what you're doing. If the breach isn't closed, there won't be a world left for anyone to rule or transform. You'll be destroying everything. Sarah, or the thing wearing Sarah's face, tilted her head, a cruel smile playing on her lips. Destruction and creation are one and the same in the eyes of the Watchers. What you call an end we see as a glorious new beginning. The cultists surged forward. Dr. Evelyn and I found ourselves backed against the device, desperately trying to keep them at bay. In the struggle, someone, I couldn't see who, knocked against the central console. Sparks flew and a high-pitched whine filled the air. No! Dr. Evelyn cried out. The containment field is destabilizing. The air in the center of the platform began to ripple and tear, a swirling vortex of energy forming. It pulsed with otherworldly colors, growing larger by the second. In the chaos, I saw Sarah approach, her hand outstretched. Come, awakened one. Embrace your true purpose. But as I recoiled from her touch, I stumbled, knocking into Dr. Evelyn. He lost his balance, teetering on the edge of the platform. Our eyes met for a brief, horrified moment before the vortex seemed to reach out, tendrils of energy wrapping around him. Jack, he shouted, his voice already sounding distant. You have to close the breach. It's the only way to... His words were cut off as the portal pulled him in, collapsing in on itself with a thunderous boom that shook the entire building. Silence fell, broken only by the hum of damaged equipment and the distant sounds of a world coming apart outside. I stared at the space where Dr. Evelyn had vanished, my mind struggling to process what had just happened. The cultists, too, seemed stunned, their earlier fervor replaced by uncertainty. Sarah's voice, when she spoke again, had lost some of its otherworldly resonance. She sounded almost confused. This is not what was foretold. The merging was to be glorious, not this chaos. I turned to her, anger and desperation warring within me. Look around you. Look at what your glorious merging is doing to our world. Dr. Evelyn was right. If we don't find a way to close the breach, there won't be anything left. For a moment, I thought I saw a flicker of the real Sarah in her eyes, a hint of doubt. But then it was gone, replaced by the cold determination of the Watcher's puppet. "The way forward is clear," she said, her voice hardening. "The breach must be widened, the Watchers fully manifested. Only then can the true transformation begin." As she spoke, the building shook again, more violently this time. Through the lab's windows, I could see new tiers forming in the sky, eldritch horrors beginning to push through into our reality. I looked from Sarah to the damaged device, my mind racing. Dr. Evelyn had said I was the key, that my connection to the Watchers could be used to seal the breach. But how? I had no idea how to operate the complex machinery, and even if I did, it was badly damaged in the fight. As the cultists began to regroup, clearly intending to take me by force if necessary, I realized I was out of time. I had to make a choice: give in to what Sarah and the cult wanted, or find some way to stop this invasion before it was too late. The fate of the world hung in the balance, and I, Jack Walker, reluctant conduit, unwitting catalyst, was the only one who could tip the scales. With a deep breath, I steeled myself for what came next, knowing that whatever I chose would change everything, for better or for worse. The lab erupted into chaos as I made my desperate move. Grabbing the damaged device, a tangle of wires, crystals, and hope, I bolted for the door. The cultists, momentarily stunned by my sudden action, scrambled to intercept me. "Stop him!" Sarah's voice rang out, a command that seemed to vibrate in the very air. I ducked under grasping hands, my heart pounding in my chest. The device was heavier than I expected, awkward to carry as I ran, but I couldn't let it go. It was the only chance we had. Bursting into the hallway, I could hear the cultists right behind me. Their chanting filled the air, words in a language that hurt my ears and made my vision swim. I shook my head, fighting to stay focused. The elevator was out of the question. Too slow, too easy to trap. I hit the stairwell at full speed, taking the steps 2 at a time. The device clanged against the railing, sparks flying from exposed wires. I prayed it would still work if I got the chance to use it. "Jack!" Sarah's voice echoed in the stairwell. "You can't run from this. The ascension is coming whether you embrace it or not." I didn't waste breath responding. Every step was a battle now, my legs burning, lungs screaming for air. But I couldn't stop. The fate of the world literally rested in my arms. Bursting out onto the street, I was hit by a wave of cold, alien air. The sky had darkened, but not with natural night. The faces of the Watchers loomed larger than ever, their cloudy forms beginning to take on more solid shape. Tendrils of mist reached down, probing the city like curious fingers. People ran screaming through the streets. Cars lay abandoned, some still running, others crumpled like discarded toys. And everywhere, reality itself seemed to be coming apart at the seams. Buildings warped and twisted, their architecture defying physics. Patches of sidewalk rippled like water, while others crumbled into swirling vortexes of color and light. I ran, my mind racing faster than my feet. Where could I go? How could I possibly hope to activate the device and close the breach? Dr. Evelyn had said I was the key, but he hadn't had time to explain how. A memory flashed. The cultists gathering on the roof of the tallest building in the city for their rituals. If they believed height brought them closer to the Watchers, maybe that's where I needed to be to shut them out. Decision made, I changed course. The apex tower loomed ahead, its spire piercing the roiling sky. It was at least a mile away, through streets choked with panic and otherworldly horrors. But I had no choice. There! A cultist's shout cut through the cacophony. The awakened one flees, after him. I risked a glance back. A sea of robed figures poured from the lab building, Sarah at their head. But something was wrong. Her form seemed to flicker and shift, one moment solid, the next partially translucent. As I watched in horror, wisps of cloud began to merge with her body. Turning away, I pushed myself harder. My lungs burned, my muscles screamed in protest. The device grew heavier with each step, but I clutched it tighter. It was the world's only hope. The streets became a nightmarish obstacle course. Fissures opened in the pavement, spewing forth impossible geometries and creatures that defied description. The air itself thickened, making each breath a struggle. "Jack." Sarah's voice, now layered with inhuman tones, called out. "Why do you resist? Can't you see the beauty of what's happening?" I didn't answer. Couldn't answer. Every ounce of energy was focused on reaching the tower, on staying ahead of the cultists and the encroaching madness. Finally, mercifully, I reached the base of the apex tower. The lobby was deserted, the security gates hanging open. I stumbled inside, making for the elevators. To my surprise, they were still operational. As the doors slid closed, I caught a glimpse of Sarah and the cultists rounding the corner outside. The elevator's ascent seemed to take an eternity. I slumped against the wall, gasping for breath, the device cradled in my arms. Through the glass walls, I watched the city fall further into chaos. The watchers' faces loomed ever closer, their features becoming more defined, more terrifyingly alien. With a soft chime, the elevator reached the top floor. I staggered out, making for the maintenance access that would lead to the roof. The lock was no match for my desperation, and soon I emerged onto the tower's summit. The wind howled, thick with alien whispers and the screams of a dying reality. I set the device down, my hands shaking as I tried to remember everything Dr. Evelyn had said about its operation. Wires had come loose in the escape, crystals cracked and dim, but it had to work. It was our only chance. As I worked frantically to repair the damage, the roof access door burst open. Sarah stepped out, and I had to stifle a cry of shock. Her transformation was nearly complete. From the waist down, her body had become a swirling mass of cloud. Her eyes glowed with otherworldly light, and when she spoke, her voice resonated on frequencies that made my teeth ache. "Oh, Jack," she said, a sad smile on her face. "Still fighting against the inevitable. Can't you see how beautiful this is? How perfect?" I shook my head, not trusting myself to speak. My fingers flew over the device, reconnecting wires, aligning crystals. It had to work. It had to. Sarah glided closer, her cloudy lower half undulating in the wind. "We're becoming something greater, Jack. Something beyond the limitations of our pitiful human forms. The Watchers are offering us ascension, and you want to throw it away?" "This isn't ascension," I managed to croak out. "It's invasion. Destruction. Look around you, Sarah. The world is literally coming apart." She laughed, a sound like breaking glass and distant thunder. "The old world must die for the new one to be born. Surely you can feel it, Jack. The power, the potential. We could be gods." The device hummed to life, crystals beginning to pulse with an inner light. Hope surged within me. "We're not meant to be gods, Sarah. We're human, and I'm going to make sure we stay that way." Sarah's face contorted with rage. "No!" she screamed, lunging forward. I reached for the activation switch, but Sarah was faster. She tackled me, her partially ethereal form surprisingly solid. We tumbled across the roof, grappling for control. "I won't let you ruin everything," Sarah snarled, her fingers now tipped with wispy claws raking across my face. I fought back, struggling to break free, to reach the device. But Sarah was stronger now, empowered by whatever alien force was remaking her. We rolled, locked in desperate combat, inching closer to the edge of the roof. The sky above us roiled and churned. The faces of the Watchers were so close now that they blotted out everything else. Their vast eyes focused on our struggle, alien interest apparent in their unfathomable gazes. "Sarah, please," I gasped, trying one last time to reach her. "This isn't you. Fight it." For a moment, just a moment, I thought I saw a flicker of recognition in her eyes. But then it was gone, replaced by cold, inhuman determination. We teetered on the edge of the roof, the city a dizzying drop below. The device lay just out of reach, its hum growing louder, more insistent. "If I can't have you," Sarah hissed, her voice barely recognizable, "then neither will this world." With a final mighty heave, she pushed us both over the edge. As we fell, the wind howling around us, I saw the device pulse with brilliant light. Had it activated? Would it be enough? The ground rushed up to meet us, the chaos of the disintegrating city growing larger by the second. Sarah's grip on me never loosened, her partially cloudy form billowing around us as we plummeted. In those last moments, as the boundary between our world and the realm of the Watchers grew thinner than ever, I closed my eyes. I thought of all the people I'd met on this insane journey, of the world as it had been before the sky began to change. And I hoped, with every fiber of my being, that somehow, some way, it wasn't too late to save it all. The last thing I heard before impact was Sarah's voice, suddenly clear and human once more, whispering, "I'm sorry." The world stretched and warped around us as we fell from the towering skyscraper. The wind should have been howling in my ears, but instead, an eerie silence enveloped us. Time itself seemed to slow, each second stretching into an eternity. I looked up, or was it down? Direction had lost all meaning, and saw the vast faces of the Watchers looming impossibly close. Their features, once indistinct and cloud-like, now possessed an alien clarity that hurt to comprehend. Eyes larger than oceans regarded our descent with unfathomable interest. "Jack," Sarah's voice came, no longer distorted by otherworldly forces. I turned to her, expecting to see the half-human, half-cloud form that had tackled me off the building. But Sarah was dissolving. Her body billowed like smoke, particles of her very being drifting away into the turbulent air. "Sarah!" I cried out, reaching for her, but my hand passed through where her arm should have been, grasping nothing but wisps of cloud. Her eyes, still recognizably human, locked onto mine. "I remember now," she said, her voice fading like a distant echo. "I remember everything. Jack, I'm so sorry. I didn't understand." Before I could respond, she was gone. The last traces of her form scattered to the winds, leaving me alone in my plummet towards the earth far below. Panic gripped me. The ground was rushing up to meet me, the chaotic landscape of a world coming undone growing larger by the second. I closed my eyes, bracing for impact, for the sudden final stop. But it never came. Instead, I felt something else. A sensation unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. It was as if every atom of my body was being gently pulled apart, unmade at the most fundamental level. I opened my eyes to find myself enveloped in a cocoon of swirling clouds. The city below had vanished, replaced by a kaleidoscope of shifting colors and impossible geometries. Was this death? Or something else entirely? A voice that was not a voice, more a concept impressed directly into my mind, resonated through my dissolving consciousness. "Welcome, awakened one. You stand at the threshold." I tried to speak, but realized I no longer had a mouth, no lungs to draw breath. Yet somehow, my thoughts projected outward. What's happening to me? Where am I? The not voice answered, its tone neither kind nor cruel, simply vast. You are everywhere and everywhen. You are becoming. Suddenly my perception exploded outward. I was no longer a single point of awareness, but countless points spread across dimensions, realities. The concepts fell woefully short of describing what I was experiencing. I saw myself, but not just one self. Infinite versions of Jack Walker, spread across countless timelines and alternate realities. In one, I was a celebrated physicist, unlocking the secrets of the universe. In another, a humble farmer tending crops beneath an alien sun. I saw versions where I had never left my hometown, versions where I had become a world leader, versions where I had died in childhood, and I saw beyond even that. I witnessed the birth and death of galaxies, the intricate dance of subatomic particles, the slow thought processes of gestalt entities that spanned entire solar systems. All of existence laid bare before my expanding consciousness. This is the truth of reality, the voice of the Watchers intoned. All possibilities, all timelines, all dimensions intertwined. And you, awakened one, are the nexus. I struggled to hold on to my sense of self, my human identity slipping away like sand through an hourglass. But why me? Why was I chosen for this? A ripple passed through the fabric of reality around me, the closest thing to laughter that such entities could produce. Choice implies limitation. You were not chosen. You simply are. In all realities, in all possibilities, you are the point where the veil grows thin. Memories of my life, my human life, flashed before me. My childhood, my struggles, my hopes and fears. Sarah, Dr. Evelyn, the desperate race to stop what I had thought was an invasion. It all seemed so small now, so limited in scope. What you perceived as invasion was merely the first step towards reunification, the Watchers explained. The separation of dimensions is an illusion, a temporary state. All must eventually return to the whole. I felt my consciousness continuing to expand, touching minds and realities far beyond human comprehension. The boundary between me and everything else was blurring, fading. In that moment of cosmic awareness, I understood. The Watchers weren't invaders or destroyers. They were us. All of us. Every possible version of every possible being across every possible reality. And I, in all my iterations, was the conduit through which that ultimate unity could be achieved. But even as I grasped this universal truth, a small, stubbornly human part of me rebelled. But what about Earth? What about all the people there? They're suffering, dying. The response came not in words, but in a flood of understanding. I saw the Earth, not just one, but countless versions, going through this process. In some, the transition was violent and chaotic. In others, it was a gradual, almost beautiful metamorphosis. But in all of them, it was necessary. A step in the cosmic evolution of all things. The pain you perceive is temporary, the Watchers assured me. All will be one, all will understand. I felt the last vestiges of my human self slipping away, my consciousness merging with the vast eternal dance of the cosmos. The faces in the sky were no longer something separate, something other. They were me, and I was them. In that final moment of individual awareness, I saw every choice, every path that had led me to this point. I saw the beauty and terror of existence laid bare, and I understood that this was not an end, but a beginning. Not a death, but a birth into something greater than I could have ever imagined. As my human identity dissolved completely, becoming one with the cosmic consciousness of the Watchers, one last, fleeting thought passed through what had once been Jack Walker. I hope they understand. I hope they forgive me. And then, I was everything and nothing. A single drop returning to the infinite ocean, a fleeting spark rejoining the eternal flame. The sky above what had once been Earth churned and roiled. The faces of the Watchers, once separate and distinct, began to merge and flow together. Reality itself pulsed and throbbed, dimensions collapsing and reforming in a dance of cosmic rebirth. To those still clinging to their human perceptions, it might have seemed like the end of all things. But to the newly expanded consciousness that had once been Jack Walker, it was a glorious new beginning. The start of a journey beyond imagining, beyond time and space, beyond the limited concepts of individual existence. The universe held its breath, poised on the brink of ultimate transformation. And somewhere within the swirling maelstrom of unified consciousness, a whisper of what had once been a man named Jack Walker welcomed the infinite with open arms. I trudged up the cracked sidewalk to my apartment building, the weight of another mind-numbing day at the insurance office hanging heavy on my shoulders. The setting sun cast long shadows across the weathered brick facade, and a chill wind whispered through the nearly bare trees lining the street. Just another dreary November evening in Derry, Maine. As I approached the cluster of mailboxes in the lobby, I fished out my keys, fumbling with cold fingers. The ancient lock grudgingly yielded, and I swung open the tiny metal door. Bills, junk mail, a magazine I didn't remember subscribing to, the usual detritus of modern life. But as I shuffled through the pile, something caught my eye. An envelope, crisp and white, addressed to me in handwriting I knew all too well. My own. I blinked, certain I must be mistaken. But no, there it was. My name and address in the familiar loops and swirls I'd been scrawling since high school. My pulse quickened as I turned the envelope over in my hands. No return address, just a single line on the back, written in the same hand. The future is closer than you think. A prickle of unease crawled up my spine. I glanced around the empty lobby, half expecting to see someone watching me. But there was only the flickering fluorescent light and the faint hum of the ancient radiator. I hurried up the stairs to my third-floor apartment, my footsteps echoing in the stairwell. Once inside, I tossed my keys on the kitchen counter and sank into my battered armchair, the mysterious letter clutched in my hand. "Get a grip, Jake," I muttered to myself. It's probably just some weird marketing gimmick. But as I carefully tore open the envelope, I knew deep down that this was something else entirely. I unfolded the single sheet of paper inside, and my breath caught in my throat. The letter was dated November 15th, 2034, exactly 10 years in the future. "Dear Jake," it began, "I know how insane this must seem. Hell, I remember sitting right where you are now, reading these words for the first time and thinking I'd finally cracked. But I need you to push past the disbelief and listen carefully. Our lives depend on it." I let out a shaky laugh. Our lives? What the hell? But I couldn't stop reading. "In the coming days, you're going to witness a series of events that will seem impossible to predict. A robbery at Derry Savings and Loan, Sarah from accounting announcing she's pregnant, a 3-car pileup on Harris Avenue. These things haven't happened yet, but they will, and when they do, you'll start to believe." I shook my head, a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. This had to be some kind of elaborate prank. But who would go to such lengths? And how could they have replicated my handwriting so perfectly? "I know you're scared and confused," the letter continued. "I remember that feeling all too well, but Jake, listen to me. To yourself. When these things start to happen, you'll be tempted to try and change them. Don't. The consequences would be catastrophic." I stood up abruptly, pacing the small living room. This was madness. Time travel wasn't real. I was probably having some kind of stress-induced breakdown. I should call my doctor or maybe even check myself into the hospital. But something made me keep reading. I wish I could explain everything now, but there isn't time. Just know that at the end of this letter is a warning. When you read it, your first instinct will be to run. But Jake, I'm begging you, don't. Stay exactly where you are. Your life, our life, depends on it. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the paper. I skimmed the rest of the letter, a litany of impossible predictions and cryptic warnings. And there, at the very bottom, was the final message. When the time comes, run. Your life depends on it. But remember, the future you're trying to escape is inevitable. I crumpled the letter in my fist, my breath coming in ragged gasps. This couldn't be happening. It was impossible. I needed air. I stumbled to the window, throwing it open and gulping in the cold night air. The street below was quiet, a few cars passing by, their headlights cutting through the darkness. Everything looked normal, sane. But as I turned back to my apartment, my eye caught something. A shadow moving in the corner of my bedroom. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. "Hello?" I called out, my voice cracking. "Is someone there?" Silence. I edged toward the bedroom, my hand fumbling for the light switch. I flicked it on, flooding the room with harsh light. Empty. No one there. I sank onto the bed, the letter still clutched in my hand. "You're losing it, Jake," I whispered to myself. Get a grip. But as I lay back on the bed, exhaustion suddenly washing over me, I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted in my world. That the simple act of opening that envelope had set in motion a chain of events I couldn't begin to comprehend. I drifted off into an uneasy sleep, the crumpled letter still in my grip. In my dreams, I saw myself, or was it my future self, watching from the shadows, a sad smile on his familiar face. "It begins," Dreamy whispered. "God help us both." I jolted awake with a gasp, sweat soaking my shirt. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:17 a.m. The letter was still in my hand, the paper damp and wrinkled. "Just a dream," I muttered, trying to calm my racing heart. It was just a dream. But as I smoothed out the letter, reading those impossible words again in the dim light of the street lamp outside, I knew that my life had changed irrevocably. Whatever was coming, whatever version of myself had written this warning from the future, I was now a part of it. And as the long night stretched ahead, I lay awake, my mind spinning with possibilities and fears, waiting for dawn to break and the first prediction to come true. Little did I know, the nightmare was only beginning. The shrill beep of my alarm jolted me awake. For a blissful moment, I forgot about the letter and the unsettling dreams that had plagued my night. Then reality came crashing back, and I groaned, burying my face in the pillow. It was just a stupid prank, I muttered to myself, but the words rang hollow even to my own ears. I dragged myself out of bed and shuffled to the kitchen, desperately in need of coffee. As the machine gurgled to life, I snatched up the morning paper from outside my door, more out of habit than any real interest in the news. The headline hit me like a punch to the gut. Dairy savings and loan robbed in daring daylight heist. My hands trembled as I read the article, each detail lining up perfectly with what the letter had described. The time, the amount stolen, even the fact that the robbers had used an old station wagon as their getaway car. It was all there, exactly as my supposed future self had written. "This can't be happening," I whispered, cold sweat beading on my forehead. I barely tasted the coffee as I gulped it down, my mind reeling. It had to be a coincidence. Maybe I'd heard something about the robbery being planned and had incorporated it into some kind of stress-induced delusion. That had to be it. Still shaken, I made my way to work, the crumpled newspaper stuffed into my bag. The office was its usual bustling self, the familiar cacophony of ringing phones and clacking keyboards almost comforting in its normalcy. "Morning, Jake," Sarah from accounting called out as I passed her desk. "Hey, can you swing by later? I've got some news I want to share." I froze, a chill running down my spine. "News?" I echoed, my voice sounding strained even to my own ears. Sarah beamed, practically vibrating with excitement. "Yeah, but I want to tell everyone at once. Meet me in the break room at lunch, okay?" I nodded numbly, already knowing what she was going to say. As I slumped at my desk, I pulled out the letter, rereading the section about Sarah's announcement. There it was, in black and white. Sarah from accounting, announcing she's pregnant. The morning crawled by in a haze. I went through the motions of my work, but my mind was elsewhere, frantically trying to make sense of what was happening. By the time lunch rolled around, my nerves were frayed to the breaking point. I joined the small crowd gathered in the break room, where Sarah stood beaming, her husband Dave by her side. "Thanks for coming, everyone," she began, practically glowing. "Dave and I have some exciting news to share." She paused for dramatic effect, then burst out, "We're pregnant." The room erupted in cheers and congratulations. I stood there frozen as my co-workers hugged Sarah and slapped Dave on the back. It was happening. It was all happening exactly as the letter said it would. "Jake, are you okay?" Sarah's voice broke through my daze. "You look a little pale." I forced a smile. "Just surprised, that's all." "Congratulations, Sarah, that's wonderful news." I mumbled some excuse and fled back to my desk, my heart pounding. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of elaborate hoax or a psychotic break or something. Anything but what it seemed to be. As the day wore on, more of the letter's minor predictions came true. The coffee machine in the break room broke down. A client called to reschedule an important meeting. My boss announced a surprise audit of our department. With each incident, I felt my grip on reality slipping a little further. By the time I left work, I was a nervous wreck, jumping at every unexpected sound and movement. I decided to stop by the grocery store on my way home, desperate for some mundane task to ground me. As I wandered the aisles, mechanically filling my basket, a flicker of movement caught my eye. I turned toward the store's front window and felt my blood run cold. There, reflected in the glass, was me, but not me as I was now. This version was older, with streaks of gray in his hair and lines etched deep around his eyes. I stared back at me with a look of infinite sadness and resignation. I whirled around, my heart thundering in my chest, but there was no one there. Just the usual evening crowd of shoppers, none of whom seemed to have noticed my panic. "Sir, are you all right?" A concerned employee approached me, frowning. I realized I was hyperventilating, my basket lying forgotten at my feet. I'm fine," I gasped. "Just thought I saw someone I knew." I abandoned my shopping and all but ran from the store, my mind reeling. The image of my older self was burned into my retinas, that haunted look seared into my memory. Back in my apartment, I collapsed onto the couch, pulling out the letter with shaking hands. I read it again, each word now taking on a terrifying new significance. "The 3-car pileup on Harris Avenue," I read aloud, my voice trembling. That's supposed to happen tomorrow." I ran my fingers through my hair, tugging at it as if the pain could wake me from this nightmare. But I knew, with a bone-deep certainty that terrified me, that this was no dream. Whatever was happening, whatever impossible scenario I'd found myself in, it was all too real. As night fell, I paced my small apartment, alternating between frantic attempts to rationalize what was happening and periods of numb disbelief. I tried calling in sick for work the next day, but my boss was unsympathetic. "We need you here for the audit, Jake," he said firmly. "Whatever it is, it can wait until the weekend." I hung up, a sense of dread settling over me. The letter had warned me not to try to change things, but how could I just stand by and let a serious accident happen? As I finally fell into a fitful sleep, my dreams were haunted by visions of twisted metal and broken glass, and the echo of my own voice warning me from the shadows. Morning came too soon, and I dragged myself out of bed, feeling as if I'd aged years overnight. As I got ready for work, every fiber of my being screamed at me to stay home, to avoid Harris Avenue at all costs. But as I stood at my apartment door, keys in hand, I remembered the letter's ominous warning. The future you're trying to escape is inevitable. With a heavy heart and a sense of impending doom, I stepped out into the morning, knowing that whatever lay ahead, my life would never be the same again. The morning air was crisp and biting as I made my way to work, every step feeling like I was marching to my doom. My eyes darted nervously from side to side, scanning for any sign of impending disaster. As I approached Harris Avenue, my heart began to race. "It's not going to happen," I muttered to myself, trying to quell the rising panic. "It can't happen. It's impossible." But even as the words left my lips, I heard the screech of tires and the sickening crunch of metal on metal. Time seemed to slow as I watched in horror as a red sedan ran a red light, T-boning a blue minivan and sending it spinning into an oncoming pickup truck. The world exploded into chaos. The sound of twisting metal and shattering glass filled the air, punctuated by screams and the blaring of car horns. For a moment I stood frozen, unable to process what I was seeing. Then instinct kicked in, and I found myself running toward the wreckage. "Someone call 911, I shouted, my voice sounding strange and distant to my own ears. I reached the crumpled minivan first. The driver, a middle-aged woman, was slumped over the steering wheel, blood trickling from a gash on her forehead. "Ma'am, can you hear me?" I called, trying to keep my voice steady. She groaned, stirring slightly. My kids," she mumbled. I glanced in the back seat and saw 2 young children, wide-eyed and crying but apparently unharmed in their car seats. "They're okay," I assured her. "Help is on the way. Just try not to move." As I moved to check on the other vehicles, a flicker of movement across the street caught my eye. I looked up and felt my blood run cold. There, standing in the shadow of a storefront, was me, but not me as I was now. This was the older version of myself I'd glimpsed in the store window, gray-streaked hair and all. Our eyes met, and I saw a universe of pain and regret in that familiar face. I, nodded once, then turned and walked away, disappearing into the growing crowd of onlookers. "Hey, wait!" I called out, but my voice was lost in the cacophony of the accident scene. I stood there stunned until the wail of approaching sirens snapped me back to reality. Paramedics and police swarmed the scene, and I found myself pushed to the sidelines. As the emergency responders worked to extricate the victims from their vehicles, a police officer approached me. "Sir, I understand you were first on the scene?" I nodded, still dazed. Yes, I saw it happen. I was just walking to work and..." The officer's eyes narrowed. "And you just happened to be here at the exact moment of the crash?" Something in his tone made me pause. "What are you implying?" He consulted his notepad. "We have a witness who says they saw you standing at the corner, watching, seconds before the accident occurred, almost as if you were expecting it." A chill ran down my spine. "That's ridiculous," I protested. "How could I possibly have known?" But even as I said it, I knew how suspicious it must look. The officer continued to question me, his suspicion growing with each of my fumbling answers. By the time he finally let me go, I was shaken to my core. I called in sick to work, unable to face the thought of sitting at my desk after what I'd just experienced. Instead, I trudged home, my mind reeling with questions. How much of my future was already written? And more importantly, could I change any of it? As I approached my apartment building, a sense of unease settled over me. The door to my unit was slightly ajar, a thin strip of light visible in the gap. "Hello?" I called out, pushing the door open slowly. "Is anyone there?" Silence greeted me, but as I stepped inside, I gasped. My apartment had been ransacked. Drawers were pulled out, their contents strewn across the floor. Books had been pulled from shelves, couch cushions upended. I moved through the chaos in a daze, trying to catalog what might have been taken. But as I reached my bedroom, I realized with a jolt of terror what the intruder had been looking for. The letter. The letter from my future self was gone. I sank onto the edge of my bed, my head in my hands. Who could have known about the letter? Who would go to such lengths to obtain it? As these questions swirled in my mind, something caught my eye. There, on my pillow, was a crisp white envelope. My hands shaking, I picked it up. It was addressed to me, once again in my own handwriting. With a sense of dread, I opened it and began to read. "Jake, I know you're scared and confused. Believe me, I remember. But what's happening now is just the beginning. The things you're about to face will test you in ways you can't imagine. I wish I could tell you that you have a choice in what's coming. But the truth is, every attempt to change the future only ensures that it happens. It's a cruel paradox, but one we're bound to. In the next few days, you'll be faced with a decision that seems impossible. Trust your instincts even when every fiber of your being is screaming at you to do the opposite. And Jake? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for what you're about to go through. But remember, everything that's happening is necessary. The fate of more than just our life hangs in the balance. Stay strong, stay the course, and whatever you do, don't try to run. The future will find you no matter where you go. You'll understand soon enough. Gree. I read the letter once, twice, 3 times. each pass filling me with a deeper sense of dread. What decision? What fate? And how could my future self speak so calmly about the horrors that apparently lay ahead? As night fell, I sat in my ransacked apartment, the new letter clutched in my trembling hands. The events of the day replayed in my mind. The crash, the ghostly appearance of my future self, the suspicious police officer, and now this ominous new message. Whatever was coming, whatever twisted path my life was about to take, one thing was becoming terrifyingly clear. The future I had glimpsed in that letter was no longer a distant possibility. It was rushing towards me with the force of an oncoming train, and I was helpless to stop it. As I finally drifted into an uneasy sleep, my dreams were filled with visions of car crashes and shadowy figures, and the echo of my own voice warning me of dangers yet to come. In the murky realm between sleep and waking, one thought crystallized with chilling clarity. The game was no longer about preventing the future. It was about surviving it. I woke with a start, my heart pounding in my chest. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in my curtains, illuminating the chaos of my ransacked apartment. For a moment, I hoped it had all been a terrible dream, but the crumpled letter on my nightstand crushed that fleeting wish. With trembling hands, I picked up the letter once more, focusing on the final paragraphs I had read last night. Jake, I can't stress this enough. Your life is in danger. By the time you read this, they'll already be closing in. You need to run, now. Pack only what you can carry and get out of Derry. Don't trust anyone, not even those you think you know. They're watching, waiting for the right moment to strike. But remember, no matter where you go, you'll end up exactly where you need to be. It's the cruel irony of our situation. The future is set, but you must play your part. Run, Jake. Run for your life. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead as the words sank in. Who was coming for me? What had I, or rather my future self, done to warrant this kind of threat? This is insane, I muttered, running a shaky hand through my hair. I can't just leave everything behind based on some cryptic warning from myself. But even as I said it, I knew I had no choice. The letter had been right about everything so far. If it said my life was in danger, I had to believe it. Moving on autopilot, I grabbed a duffel bag from my closet and began shoving clothes into it haphazardly. My mind raced with possibilities. Was it the police, suspicious of my presence at the accident scene? Some shadowy government agency that had discovered my impossible correspondence with the future? Or something even more sinister that my future self couldn't, or wouldn't, reveal? As I packed, my eyes fell on a framed photo of my parents. They had passed away years ago, but the sight of their smiling faces sent a pang through my heart. What would they think of all this? I'm sorry, I whispered to their frozen images. I don't know what's happening, but I have to go. I grabbed my laptop, some cash I had stashed away for emergencies, and a few protein bars from the kitchen. As an afterthought, I snatched up the letters, both the original and the new one, and stuffed them into an inside pocket of my jacket. With one last look around the apartment that had been my home for the past 5 years, I took a deep breath and opened the door. The hallway was eerily quiet. I made my way down the stairs, every creak of the old wood setting my nerves on edge. As I stepped out onto the street, the morning sun momentarily blinded me. When my eyes adjusted, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Parked across the street was a black sedan I'd never seen before. 2 men sat inside, their faces obscured by dark sunglasses. As I watched, one of them lifted a phone to his ear. My heart racing, I turned and began walking briskly in the opposite direction. Don't run, I told myself. Don't draw attention. But every fiber of my being screamed at me to flee. I rounded the corner and broke into a jog, my duffel bag thumping against my side. The bus station was 10 blocks away. If I could just make it there. As I ran, I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on me. Every passing car, every pedestrian seemed a potential threat. Was I paranoid? Or were they all part of whatever conspiracy my future self had warned me about? I reached the bus station, out of breath and drenched in sweat. The ticket counter was mercifully empty. One ticket on the next bus out of town. I gasped to the bored-looking clerk. She glanced at the schedule. That'll be to Bangor, leaving in 15 minutes. That work for you? I nodded, handing over some cash with trembling fingers. As she printed the ticket, I scanned the station nervously. A few travelers milled about, but none seemed to be paying me any attention. The wait for the bus was excruciating. Every passing minute felt like an hour, every opening door a potential threat. When the bus finally rolled in, I nearly wept with relief. I boarded quickly, choosing a seat near the back. As the bus pulled away from the station, I allowed myself to breathe a small sigh of relief. Maybe, just maybe, I had managed to escape whatever danger the letter had warned me about. The bus wound its way out of Derry, the familiar streets giving way to stretches of dense forest. I stared out the window, my mind churning with questions. What was waiting for me in Bangor? How long would I have to run? And most pressingly, could I ever truly escape a future that seemed to be already written? About an hour into the journey, a strange noise came from the engine. The bus shuddered, then began to slow. Ladies and gentlemen, the driver's voice crackled over the intercom. We seem to be experiencing some technical difficulties. Please remain calm while I assess the situation. The bus rolled to a stop on the side of the road. We were in the middle of nowhere, dense woods pressing in on both sides of the highway. A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the line from the letter. You'll end up exactly where you need to be. This can't be happening, I muttered, panic rising in my throat. The driver stepped off to examine the engine, leaving us passengers to wait in uneasy silence. Minutes ticked by, feeling like hours. Suddenly, the sound of approaching vehicles caught my attention. 2 black SUVs appeared on the horizon, speeding towards us. My heart pounding, I grabbed my bag and stood up. I need to get off, I said to no one in particular, my voice tight with fear. Sir, please remain seated, a fellow passenger said, looking at me with concern. I'm sure help will be here soon. But I knew better. This wasn't help coming. This was exactly what the letter had warned me about. As the SUVs drew closer, I made a split-second decision. I pushed past the protesting passengers and yanked open the emergency exit at the rear of the bus. Hey, you can't do that, the driver shouted, but I was already jumping out, my feet hitting the asphalt hard. Without looking back, I plunged into the woods bordering the highway. Branches whipped at my face as I ran, the sound of car doors slamming and shouting voices spurring me on. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. Only then did I allow myself to stop, collapsing against a large oak tree. As I fought to catch my breath, the reality of my situation crashed over me. I was alone in the woods, miles from anywhere, with unknown pursuers on my trail. The future I had tried to escape had found me, just as the letter said it would. As the sound of distant voices reached my ears, I knew my moment of rest was over. I had to keep moving. But to where? And for how long? With a groan, I pushed myself to my feet. One step at a time, I told myself. That's all you can do now. As I resumed my flight through the forest, one thought echoed in my mind. The game had changed. I was no longer running from a future I feared. The sun had long since set, plunging the world into an inky darkness that seemed to press in from all sides. I stumbled along the shoulder of the highway, my legs aching and my breath coming in ragged gasps. The woods loomed to my right, a black wall of whispering leaves and creaking branches. To my left, the occasional car whizzed by, headlights momentarily illuminating my desperate journey before leaving me in darkness once more. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the underbrush sent a jolt of adrenaline through my system. My mind conjured images of shadowy pursuers, always just out of sight but closing in with every passing moment. Get a grip, Jake, I muttered to myself, my voice sounding thin and afraid in the vast night. You're letting your imagination run wild. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't just imagination. The letter had been right about everything so far. If it said I was in danger, then danger was exactly what was hunting me through this lonely stretch of Maine wilderness. I don't know how long I walked. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the monotonous rhythm of my footsteps and the constant vigilance against unseen threats. My duffel bag felt heavier with each step, the strap digging painfully into my shoulder. The sound of an approaching car broke through my exhausted haze. Headlights appeared around a bend in the road, growing brighter as the vehicle slowed. Hope and fear warred within me. Could this be my salvation? Or was it the threat I'd been dreading? The car, an old station wagon, pulled to a stop beside me. The passenger window rolled down, revealing a middle-aged man with a kind face and graying temples. "You look like you could use a ride, son," he said, his voice filled with genuine concern. "Hop in. It's not safe to be out here alone at night." I hesitated, every instinct screaming at me to run. But as I looked closer at the man's face, a chill ran down my spine. There was something eerily familiar about him, like a half-remembered dream. "Do I know you?" I asked, taking an involuntary step back. The man's expression shifted, almost imperceptibly. For a split second, I could have sworn I saw a flicker of recognition, quickly masked by confusion. "I don't think so," he replied. But there was an odd note in his voice. "I'm just a good Samaritan trying to help out a stranger in need. Now, are you getting in or not?" The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something was very, very wrong here. Without a word, I turned and bolted into the woods, ignoring the man's shouts behind me. Branches whipped at my face as I crashed through the underbrush, my heart pounding in my ears. I could hear footsteps behind me, gaining ground with every second. "Jake, wait," the man's voice called out, all pretense of unfamiliarity gone. "You don't understand. We're trying to help you." But I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. The letter's warnings echoed in my mind, driving me forward even as my lungs burned and my muscles screamed for rest. I don't know how long I ran. Time became a blur of dark trees and pounding feet. But just as I felt I couldn't take another step, I burst into a small clearing. And there, like a miracle in the darkness, stood a cabin. It was old and decrepit, its windows dark and its paint peeling. But in that moment, it looked like the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. I staggered to the door, praying it wasn't locked. The rusty knob turned with a groan, and I practically fell inside, slamming the door behind me. For a moment, I just stood there, gasping for breath, my back pressed against the door. The cabin was dark and musty, filled with shadows and the smell of decay. But it was shelter. And right now, that was all that mattered. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I began to take stock of my surroundings. The cabin was sparsely furnished. A rickety table, a couple of chairs, and what looked like an old wood stove in the corner. Dust covered every surface, and cobwebs hung from the ceiling like ghostly curtains. The sound of approaching footsteps snapped me back to reality. I frantically looked around for something to barricade the door. An old bookcase stood against the wall nearby. With a grunt of effort, I managed to drag it in front of the door just as someone outside tried the handle. "Jake? Jake, I know you're in there," the man's voice called out, muffled by the wooden door. "Please, just listen to me. We're not here to hurt you. We're trying to protect you." "Stay away from me," I shouted back, my voice cracking with fear and exhaustion. "I don't know who you are or what you want, but I'm not falling for it." There was a pause, then a heavy sigh. "You're right, Jake. You don't know who I am. Not yet. But you will. God help me, you will." The cryptic response sent a chill down my spine. I backed away from the door, my mind reeling. What did he mean? Not yet. Was this another twisted element of the time-bending nightmare my life had become? As I retreated further into the cabin, my foot caught on something, sending me sprawling to the floor. I twisted around, expecting to see some piece of forgotten furniture. Instead, my blood ran cold at what I saw. There, half hidden under a moldy rug, was a trapdoor. With trembling hands, I pulled back the rug, revealing the door fully. It was old, its iron handle rusted, but there was no mistaking what it was. And suddenly, with a jolt of horrified realization, I remembered a line from the letter. You'll think you've found refuge, but you'll have walked right into the trap. When you see the trapdoor, you'll know. But by then it will be too late. No, I whispered, scrambling backwards. No, no, no. This can't be happening. But even as I denied it, I knew the truth. Every step I'd taken, every decision I'd made, had led me exactly where I was supposed to be. The future wasn't just inevitable, it was inescapable. The sound of splintering wood filled the cabin as someone began to force their way through the door. The bookcase shuddered, inching across the floor with each impact. I looked frantically around the cabin, searching for another way out, but there were no other doors, and the windows were too small to climb through. The only way out was down. With a final thunderous crash, the door burst open. The man from the car stepped inside, his kind face now set in grim determination. Behind him, I could see other figures moving in the darkness. It's time, Jake, he said softly. I'm sorry, but there's no other way. As he advanced towards me, I made my decision. With a deep breath, I yanked open the trapdoor, revealing a yawning darkness below. Without looking back, I jumped, plunging into the unknown depths beneath the cabin. As I fell, a single thought echoed in my mind. Whatever lay ahead, whatever twisted path my future self had set me on, I was about to discover the truth. For better or for worse, there was no turning back now. The darkness swallowed me whole, and with it, the last vestiges of the life I had known. The pursuit was over. A new chapter was about to begin. The fall was shorter than I expected. I landed hard on a dirt floor, the impact knocking the wind out of me. For a moment I lay there in the darkness, gasping for breath, my mind reeling from the events of the past few days. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I realized I was in some kind of cellar. The air was thick with the musty smell of damp earth and decay. Slowly, I got to my feet, wincing at the pain in my ankle. I must have twisted it in the fall. Hello? I called out, my voice echoing in the confined space. Is anyone there? Silence was my only answer. I fumbled in my pocket for my phone, using its dim light to survey my surroundings. The cellar was small and cluttered with forgotten junk. Old furniture, boxes of moldering papers, rusted tools. And there, in the corner, something caught my eye. A mirror. It was an old, full-length mirror, its ornate frame dulled with age and covered in cobwebs. I approached it cautiously, drawn by an inexplicable sense of foreboding. As I stood before it, wiping away the dust with my sleeve, I gasped at what I saw. My reflection was changing. The face looking back at me was still my own, but older. Lines etched themselves around my eyes and mouth. Gray streaked through my hair. It was the face I had seen watching me at the accident scene. The face of my future self. No, I whispered, stumbling backward. This isn't real. It can't be real. But even as I denied it, I watched in horror as my reflection stepped forward, pressing against the glass as if it were a thin membrane. And then, impossibly, a hand emerged from the mirror's surface. I scrambled back, tripping over debris and falling hard on my back. From my position on the floor, I watched as my future self stepped fully out of the mirror, solidifying into flesh and blood before my eyes. I, looked down at me with a mixture of sympathy and resignation. Hello, Jake, he said, his voice identical to my own but weighted with years of exhaustion and regret. I've been waiting for you. I scrambled to my feet, pressing my back against the far wall. What are you? I demanded, though I already knew the answer. He sighed heavily. I'm you, Jake. 10 years from now. And before you ask, yes, this is really happening. No, you're not crazy. And yes, I know how impossible this all seems. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. But how? Why? What's happening to me? Future. Jake ran a hand through his graying hair, a gesture so familiar it sent a chill down my spine. We're caught in a time loop, Jake. A paradox of our own making. We've lived this moment, this exact conversation, countless times before, and we'll live it countless times again. I shook my head vehemently. No, I don't believe you. This is some kind of trick or a dream or what? He interrupted. A mental breakdown? An elaborate hoax? Trust me, I've considered every possibility. But the truth is far stranger than anything you could imagine. He began to pace the small cellar, his movements mirroring my own nervous habits. It started, or rather, it will start, 10 years from now. You'll make a discovery that changes everything we thought we knew about the nature of time. And in your arrogance, you'll think you can control it. I listened, transfixed, as he continued. But time isn't meant to be manipulated. Your experiments will create a fracture, a loop that traps us in an endless cycle. Every time we try to change the past, we only ensure that it happens exactly as it always has. But that's impossible, I protested. If we know what's going to happen, we can change it. We have free will. Future Jake laughed bitterly. Free will? Maybe. But what good is free will when every choice leads to the same outcome? We've tried, Jake. God knows we've tried. But every attempt to break the loop only tightens it around us. I felt a surge of defiance. Well, I won't accept that. There has to be a way to change things. I'll make different choices. You'll do exactly what I did, he interrupted. What we've always done. You'll run, you'll fight, you'll rage against the inevitability of it all. But in the end, you'll find yourself standing where I am now, having the same conversation with a younger version of yourself. I shook my head, unwilling to accept his words. No. I refuse to believe that. There has to be a way to break the cycle. Future Jake's eyes softened with something like pity. I understand. I felt the same way once. But you'll see. Every choice you make from this point on, running from the cabin, trying to prevent the accidents, even attempting to end your own life, it's all part of the loop. It's all leading you to become me. Then why are you here? I demanded. Why tell me all this if nothing can be changed? He sighed heavily. Because it's part of the loop too. My presence here, this conversation. It's all necessary to set you on the path that leads to, well, to me. To ensure that you make the choices that create the very paradox we're trapped in. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. The implications of what he was saying were too horrifying to contemplate. So what happens now? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Future. Jake glanced towards the ceiling. Now, we wait. In a few moments, you'll hear vehicles approaching. Men will enter the cabin above us. You'll try to hide, but they'll find you. They're part of a government agency that's been tracking the temporal anomalies caused by our experiments. As if on cue, the sound of engines rumbled overhead, car doors slammed, and heavy footsteps creaked on the floorboards above us. Future Jake smiled sadly. Right on time. I looked around frantically, searching for a way out, a way to prove him wrong. But the cellar had no other exits. We were trapped. This can't be happening, I muttered, running my hands through my hair in frustration. There has to be something we can do, some way to break the cycle. Future Jake watched me with a mixture of sympathy and resignation. I know exactly how you feel. I've been where you are, felt what you're feeling. But trust me, when I say that every attempt to change things only ensures that they happen exactly as they always have. The footsteps above grew louder, accompanied by the sound of furniture being moved. They were searching the cabin. Listen to me, Jake, Future Jake said urgently. What happens next is crucial. You'll be taken into custody, subjected to tests and interrogations. It will be terrifying and confusing, but it's a necessary step. Everything you learn, every experience you have, will shape you into the person who eventually makes the discovery that creates this loop. I shook my head, still unwilling to accept his words. And what about you? What happens to you? To us? He smiled enigmatically. I have my part to play, just as you have yours. The loop must be maintained, the paradox preserved. It's the only way. Before I could respond, a beam of light cut through the darkness as the trapdoor above us opened. Voices called out, harsh and authoritative. "This is where I leave you," Future Jake said softly. "Remember, no matter how hard it gets, no matter how much you want to give up, you have to keep going. The fate of more than just our life hangs in the balance." With that, he stepped back towards the mirror. I watched in amazement as he seemed to melt into the reflective surface, disappearing as if he had never been there at all. A moment later, hands grabbed me, rough and insistent. I was hauled up into the cabin, blinking in the harsh light of dawn. Men in dark suits surrounded me, their faces grim and determined. As they led me out of the cabin towards a waiting black SUV, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in one of the vehicle's tinted windows. For just a second, I could have sworn I saw my future self looking back at me, that knowing smile on his face. And in that moment, I realized the true horror of my situation. The pursuit wasn't over. It was just beginning. And the person I was running from, the architect of this impossible paradox, was none other than myself. As the SUV door slammed shut behind me, I closed my eyes, trying to come to terms with the weight of destiny pressing down upon me. The revelation had changed everything, and yet, paradoxically, ensured that nothing would change at all. The sound of splintering wood jolted me from my stunned reverie. Armed men in tactical gear poured into the cabin, their weapons trained on me. My future self had vanished, leaving me alone to face this new threat. "Freeze! Hands where we can see them!" a gruff voice shouted. For a split second, I considered surrendering, but the memory of my future self's words echoed in my mind. Everything you learn, every experience you have, will shape you into the person who eventually makes the discovery that creates this loop. In that moment, I made a choice. I wouldn't go quietly. With a surge of adrenaline, I launched myself towards the nearest window. The glass shattered around me as I crashed through, shards cutting into my skin. I hit the ground hard, rolling to absorb the impact. Behind me, I could hear shouts of surprise and anger. Without looking back, I sprinted towards the parked vehicles. A black SUV sat idling, its engine humming. The driver's door was open, the keys still in the ignition. It was almost too perfect, as if it had been left there for me. I leapt into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut just as bullets pinged off the reinforced body. My hands shook as I threw the car into gear and stomped on the accelerator. The tires spun in the dirt before finding purchase, and I was off, careening down the narrow forest road. In the rearview mirror, I could see the armed men scrambling to their vehicles. But I had a head start, and I intended to make the most of it. As I sped through the pre-dawn forest, my mind raced even faster than the SUV. What had my future self meant about a government agency tracking temporal anomalies? How deep did this rabbit hole go? The forest thinned out, giving way to more populated areas. I needed to ditch the SUV soon. It was too conspicuous. As if on cue, the radio crackled to life. "All units be advised," a stern voice announced. "We have a fugitive on the loose. Suspect is a white male, early 30s, brown hair, last seen driving a black government-issue SUV, license plate Echo Tango 794. Suspect is considered dangerous. Approach with extreme caution." My heart pounded in my chest. They were painting me as some kind of terrorist. I needed to disappear, and fast. I spotted a shopping center up ahead, its parking lot mostly empty in the early morning hours. Perfect. I pulled into the lot, parking the SUV between two large delivery trucks. With a deep breath, I stepped out of the vehicle, trying to look as casual as possible. I made my way across the parking lot, hyper-aware of every passing car, every early morning jogger. The library stood at the far end of the shopping center, its doors just opening for the day. It was as good a place as any to lay low and try to make sense of what was happening. As I approached the library, a memory surfaced. My future self mentioning that I would search for information about time travel. Was this another predetermined step in the loop? The thought made me hesitate, but what choice did I have? I needed answers. I slipped inside, nodding politely to the librarian who was still setting up for the day. She barely glanced at me, much to my relief. I made my way to the physics section, my eyes scanning the shelves for anything related to time travel or temporal mechanics. A thick volume caught my eye. Temporal Paradoxes and the Nature of Causality by Dr. Elena Rossi. As I pulled it from the shelf, a sense of déjà vu washed over me. Had I read this before? In another loop? I settled into a quiet corner with the book, flipping through its pages. Most of it was dense, academic language that went over my head. But as I read, I began to notice something strange. There were pencil marks in the margins, underlines, asterisks, and brief notes. My blood ran cold as I recognized the handwriting. It was mine. No, I whispered, flipping through the pages more frantically now. This can't be happening. But there it was, page after page of my own handwriting, commenting on passages about closed time-like curves and the grandfather paradox. Some of the notes were questions, others seemed to be breakthroughs or realizations. One passage in particular caught my eye. It discussed the concept of a fixed point in time, an event that once set in motion becomes an immutable part of the timeline. My future self had underlined this section heavily and scrawled in the margin, "The cabin, the choice. It all starts here." I felt dizzy, the implications of what I was seeing threatening to overwhelm me. I had been here before, in this very library, reading this very book. How many times had I sat in this chair, making these same notes, having the same realization? "Excuse me, sir?" A voice jolted me from my thoughts. I looked up to see the librarian standing over me, a concerned look on her face. "Are you all right? You look a bit pale." I forced a smile. "Yes, thank you. Just very engrossed in my reading." She nodded, seemingly satisfied, but then her eyes narrowed slightly. "I'm sorry, but haven't I seen you here before? You look very familiar." My heart skipped a beat. "No, I don't think so." I lied smoothly. "I'm just passing through town. First time in this library." The librarian frowned, clearly not entirely convinced. "If you say so. Let me know if you need any help finding anything." As she walked away, I knew my time was running out. I couldn't risk being recognized, especially now that my description was all over the news. But I couldn't leave the book behind either. It was too important. With a furtive glance around, I slipped the volume into my jacket. The guilt of stealing from a library gnawed at me, but I reasoned that if I was truly caught in a time loop, I would eventually return it. Somehow. I made my way to the exit, trying to appear calm and unhurried. But as I reached for the door, I froze. Through the glass, I could see a police cruiser pulling into the parking lot. "Shit," I muttered, backing away slowly. I needed another way out. I spotted a fire exit at the rear of the library. It would trigger an alarm, but at this point, I was out of options. Taking a deep breath, I pushed through the door, wincing at the shrill alarm that immediately filled the air. I burst out into an alleyway behind the shopping center, my feet pounding the pavement as I ran. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the sound of pursuing footsteps. As I ran, clutching the stolen book to my chest, a strange sense of calm settled over me. This chase, this escape, it was all part of the loop. My future self had done this before, had run these same streets, made these same desperate choices. But even as I accepted this, a part of me rebelled. There had to be a way to break the cycle, to change the seemingly inevitable future. And maybe, just maybe, the answers lay in the book I now carried. I ducked into a narrow side street, my mind already racing ahead to what came next. The pursuit wasn't over. It had barely begun. But for the first time since this nightmare started, I felt a glimmer of hope. If I could understand the mechanics of the time loop, perhaps I could find a way to break it. As I disappeared into the maze of back alleys, the sound of sirens fading behind me, I couldn't shake the feeling that every step I took was both an act of desperation and a predetermined move in a game I didn't yet understand. But I was determined to keep running, to keep fighting, until I found a way to rewrite my own future. The escape was just the beginning. The stolen library book felt heavy in my jacket as I cautiously approached my apartment building. Every shadow seemed to hide a potential threat, every passing car a possible pursuer. But as I climbed the stairs to my floor, a different kind of dread settled over me. Somehow I knew what, or rather who, was waiting for me behind my door. I paused outside my apartment, key in hand, listening. Silence. With a deep breath, I unlocked the door and stepped inside. He was there, just as I'd expected. My future self sat in my favorite armchair, looking somehow both out of place and perfectly at home. He glanced up as I entered, a wry smile on his face. "Right on time," he said, his voice, my voice, tinged with irony. I shut the door behind me, leaning against it as I studied the man I would become. "You knew I'd come back here." He nodded. "Of course. Just as I knew you'd go to the library, steal that book, and make your daring escape. It's all part of the loop, Jake. Every decision, every action, it's all predetermined." Anger flared within me. I strode across the room, slamming the stolen book down on the coffee table. "Predetermined? Is that what you call it? You manipulated me. You set this whole thing up." Future Jake sighed, running a hand through his graying hair. "I didn't set anything up, Jake. I'm just playing my part, just as you're playing yours. We're both trapped in this cycle." "Bullshit," I spat. "You talk about destiny and fixed points in time, but you're the one making it happen. You're the one who comes back and ensures that everything plays out the same way, over and over again." He stood, his eyes, my eyes, blazing with an intensity I'd never seen in the mirror. "You think I want this? You think I enjoy watching you, watching us, go through this pain and confusion? I've lived this moment more times than I can count, Jake. I've argued with myself, tried to change things, tried to break the loop, but it always ends the same way." I shook my head, unwilling to accept his words. "No, I refuse to believe that. We have free will. We can make different choices." "Can we?" he challenged. With trembling fingers, I picked it up. The cap was off, and the lipstick itself was slightly smeared as if recently used. A perfect lip print marked my pillowcase. "This isn't real," I whispered, even as I felt the weight of the lipstick in my hand. "This can't be real." But I knew deep down that it was. Something was happening, something I couldn't explain or understand. My mother, or something wearing her face, was trying to reach me. I sat down heavily on the bed, the lipstick clutched in my hand like a lifeline. What was I supposed to do? Who could I possibly talk to about this? As if in answer, my phone chimed again. Another text from my mother's number. "I'm waiting for you, Jack. It's time to come home." I stared at the message, a chill running down my spine. Home. But wasn't I already home? Unless... A memory surfaced, of a conversation I'd had with my mother years ago. She'd been talking about the afterlife, about what she thought happened when we died. "Home isn't a place, Jack," she'd said, her eyes distant. "It's where we all return in the end." I looked at the lipstick in my hand, then back at the message on my phone. A decision crystallized in my mind. If my mother was trying to reach me, if she needed me for something, then I had to find out why, even if it meant following her into whatever lay beyond. With shaking hands, I typed out a reply. "I'm coming, Mom. Tell me how to get home. Then make a different choice right now. Walk out that door. Don't listen to another word I say. See what happens." I hesitated, my hand on the doorknob. Every fiber of my being wanted to prove him wrong, to show that I could change my fate. But something held me back. A nagging doubt, a whisper of inevitability. Future Jake watched me, a sad understanding in his eyes. "You can't do it, can you? Because deep down, you know that every choice you make, Even the choice to rebel is part of the loop. I slumped against the door, the fight draining out of me. Then what's the point? Why go through all of this if nothing can change? He approached me slowly, his expression softening. Because it's necessary, Jake. What we do, what we will do, it's bigger than just us. The time loop, the paradox we create, it's not just a quirk of physics, it's a safeguard. I looked up, confused. A safeguard? Against what? Future Jake took a deep breath as if steeling himself for what came next. Let me show you. He reached out, placing his hand on my forehead. The moment his skin touched mine, the world fell away. Visions flashed before my eyes, each more horrific than the last. I saw cities in ruins, the sky choked with ash, hordes of desperate people fighting over scraps of food, strange, twisted creatures stalking through abandoned streets, and behind it all, a sense of wrongness, as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling. I gasped, stumbling backward as the visions faded. What was that? That, Future Jake said grimly, is what happens if we break the loop. If we don't create the paradox that traps us in this cycle, the world, reality itself, comes undone. I shook my head, trying to clear the lingering images from my mind. I don't understand. How can our actions prevent that? He sighed, sinking back into the armchair. It's complicated, Jake. The discovery we make, will make, it's not just about time travel. It's about the nature of reality itself, and in our arrogance, we'll think we can control it. But we'll make a mistake. A mistake that, if left unchecked, will cascade into the apocalypse you just witnessed. But the time loop prevents that? I asked, struggling to wrap my mind around the concept. Future Jake nodded. The paradox we create acts like a temporal bandage. It isolates our mistake, contains it within the loop. As long as we keep reliving these same events, the larger timeline remains stable. I sank onto the couch, my head spinning. So we're sacrificing ourselves to save the world? Trapping ourselves in an endless cycle to prevent a greater catastrophe? Now you're starting to understand, he said with a grim smile. It's not about free will or destiny, Jake. It's about responsibility, the burden we bear to protect a future we'll never see. I stood, pacing the small apartment as I tried to process everything. But there has to be another way. If we know about the mistake, can't we just not make it? Future Jake shook his head. We've tried, countless times. But the discovery, the mistake, they're fixed points. They have to happen. The best we can do is contain the damage. I stopped pacing, turning to face my future self. So what happens now? What do you need me to do? He leaned forward, his expression intense. I need you to trust me, Jake. To understand that everything that's happened, everything that will happen, it's all necessary. You'll face challenges, moments of doubt. You'll be tempted to try and change things. But you have to stay the course. And if I don't? I challenged, a last flicker of defiance rising within me. Future Jake's eyes hardened. Then you doom not just yourself but the entire world. The visions you saw, they'll become reality, and it will be our fault. The weight of his words settled over me like a physical burden. I sank back onto the couch, my mind reeling. How do you do it? I asked quietly. How do you live with this knowledge, this responsibility? He smiled sadly. One day at a time, Jake. One loop at a time. It gets easier and harder. But knowing what's at stake, knowing the importance of what we're doing, it helps. I nodded slowly, a reluctant acceptance settling over me. So what's next? Where do we go from here? Future Jake stood, moving towards the window. You continue on the path, learn, grow, become the person who makes the discovery. And when the time comes, you'll find yourself standing where I am now, having this same conversation with a younger version of yourself. And you? I asked. What happens to you now? He turned back to me, a mysterious smile on his face. I have my part to play just as you have yours. The loop must be maintained, the paradox preserved. It's the only way. As he spoke, I noticed something strange. His outline seemed to blur, becoming less substantial with each passing moment. What's happening to you? I asked, alarmed. My time in this loop is ending, he explained calmly. I've fulfilled my purpose here. Now it's up to you to carry on. I wanted to say more, to ask the 1,000 questions still swirling in my mind. But before I could speak, my future self faded away entirely, leaving me alone in the apartment. I stood there for a long moment, staring at the space where he had been. The weight of everything I'd learned pressed down on me, the responsibility of what lay ahead nearly overwhelming. But as I turned back to the stolen library book, a strange sense of purpose filled me. I may be trapped in a loop. My actions may be predetermined, but they mattered. What I did, what I would do, it would save the world. With a deep breath, I opened the book and began to read. The path ahead was long and difficult, but for the first time since this all began, I felt ready to face it. The confrontation was over. The real work was about to begin. The weight of destiny pressed down on me as I stood beside my future self, watching the bustling street below. We were perched on a rooftop, overlooking the First National Bank, the very bank where, just days ago, I had witnessed a robbery that set this whole nightmare in motion. "Are you ready?" Future Jake asked, his voice calm and steady. I swallowed hard, fighting back the nausea that threatened to overwhelm me. "Do I have a choice?" He placed a hand on my shoulder, his touch both comforting and chilling. "We always have a choice, Jake. It's just that some choices have consequences we can't bear." I nodded grimly, remembering the apocalyptic visions he had shown me. The fate of the world rested on our actions today, on my willingness to become the very thing I had been running from. "Walk me through it one more time," I said, steeling myself for what was to come. Future Jake pointed to a nondescript van parked across the street. "The robbers are already in position. We've arranged everything. Their weapons, their route, even the exact amount they'll steal. In precisely 7 minutes, they'll enter the bank." "And Sarah?" I asked, my voice catching as I thought of my girlfriend, or rather my ex-girlfriend now. "She's inside, just as she was before. She'll be unharmed, but the trauma of the event..." He trailed off, a flicker of pain crossing his face. "Well, you know how that plays out." I did know. The robbery would be the final straw, pushing Sarah to leave me, to tell me about the pregnancy she had only just discovered, to set in motion the chain of events that led to the car crash, to the cabin, to this very moment. "What about the innocent bystander?" I asked, dreading the answer. "The one who dies?" Future Jake's expression hardened. "That's where we come in. The original robbers were amateurs. The death was accidental. But for the timeline to remain intact, it has to happen. And it has to happen exactly as it did before." My stomach lurched. "You mean?" He nodded grimly. "One of us has to pull the trigger." The full horror of what we were about to do crashed over me. It was one thing to orchestrate events from afar, to set the stage for a tragedy. But to actively take an innocent life? To become a murderer? "There has to be another way," I protested weakly, even as I knew there wasn't. Future Jake shook his head. "We've tried, Jake. Every possible variation. If the death doesn't occur, the timeline shifts. Sarah doesn't leave. You don't make the discovery. The loop breaks and the world ends. It's a fixed point." I turned away, unable to look at him, at myself, as I processed this. "How do you live with it?" I whispered. "One day at a time," he replied, echoing his words from our earlier conversation. "Knowing that our actions, however terrible, prevent an even greater tragedy." A commotion from the street below caught our attention. The robbery was beginning. We watched in tense silence as events unfolded exactly as I remembered them. The van screeching to a halt, the masked robbers bursting into the bank, the terrified screams of the hostages. "It's time," Future Jake said, hefting a sniper rifle I hadn't noticed before. "Are you ready?" I stared at him in horror. "You're going to do it? Just like that?" His eyes met mine, filled with a mixture of determination and unbearable sadness. "Would you rather carry this burden yourself?" I opened my mouth to protest, to argue, to beg him to find another way. But the words died in my throat. This was my future self. He had lived this moment before. He knew the cost, knew the consequences, and he was still willing to pull the trigger. What did that say about the person I would become? With trembling hands, I took the rifle from him. "I'll do it," I heard myself say, as if from a great distance. "It's my responsibility." Future Jake nodded, a flicker of something, relief, pride, crossing his face. "Remember, it has to be exactly as it was before. Wait for the robbers to exit. The victim will be the third hostage out the door. A clean shot, quick and painless." I positioned myself at the edge of the roof, peering through the scope. The world narrowed to that small circle of glass, the busy street reduced to a stage where this grim play would unfold. The minutes stretched into an eternity as we waited. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears, my finger resting lightly on the trigger. Finally, the bank doors burst open. The robbers emerged, pushing hostages in front of them as human shields. 1, 2... "Now, Jake." Future Jake's voice cut through my hesitation. I saw the third hostage, a middle-aged man in a business suit. In another timeline, he might have gone home to his family that night. In this one, I pulled the trigger. The crack of the rifle was deafening. Through the scope, I watched the man crumple to the ground. Chaos erupted on the street below. I stumbled back from the edge of the roof, the rifle clattering from my numb fingers. "Oh, God," I gasped, falling to my knees. "What have I done?" Future Jake was there in an instant, his arm around my shoulders. "What you had to do," he said firmly. "What we've always done, to save the world." But as the sounds of screams and approaching sirens filled the air, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had crossed a line. That in our efforts to prevent one apocalypse, we had brought about another, the death of our own humanity. "We need to move," Future Jake urged, pulling me to my feet. "The police will be here soon." I let him lead me away, my mind reeling. We made our way down the fire escape, slipping into the panicked crowd below. As we walked, Future Jake continued to narrate the unfolding events, his voice a detached monotone. "Sarah will be questioned by the police," he said. "The trauma of the event, combined with the news of her pregnancy, will push her to leave. She'll try to tell you, but I'll be too caught up in my work to listen," I finished. The memories, or were they premonitions, flooding back. He nodded. And then the car crash, the cabin. The loop begins again. We turned a corner, leaving the chaos of the crime scene behind. But the weight of what we'd done, what I'd done, pressed down on me like a physical force. "How many times?" I asked suddenly, stopping in my tracks. "How many times have we done this? How many innocent lives have we taken?" Future Jake's expression was unreadable. "Does it matter? Each loop is necessary. Each death prevents countless more." "It matters to me," I shouted, drawing curious looks from passers-by. Lowering my voice, I continued. "I just took a man's life. A man who did nothing wrong except be in the wrong place at the wrong time. How am I supposed to live with that?" "The same way I have," he replied, his voice tinged with a weariness that seemed to go beyond mere physical exhaustion. "By remembering what's at stake, by knowing that our actions, however terrible, serve a greater purpose." I shook my head, unable to accept his words. "There has to be another way. We have to try." My words were cut off as Future Jake suddenly grabbed me, pushing me into a nearby alley. His hand clamped over my mouth, his eyes wild with a mixture of fear and determination. "Listen to me very carefully," he hissed. his face inches from mine. We've had this conversation before, many times, and every time you try to change things, to save that man, to break the loop, and every time it ends in disaster. He released me, stepping back. I know how you feel, Jake. I've been where you are, but you have to trust me. The loop must be maintained. The paradox must be preserved. It's the only way. As his words sank in, I felt something inside me break. The last vestiges of my old self, the person I had been before all this began, crumbled away. What have we become? I whispered, more to myself than to him. Future Jake's expression softened slightly. What we needed to become. Guardians of a future we'll never see. It's a heavy burden, but one we must bear. As the sound of sirens grew closer, I realized with a sickening clarity that he was right. I was already becoming him, the man who could make impossible choices, who could sacrifice one life to save many. What now? I asked, my voice hollow. Now, future Jake said, we continue on the path. You'll go back to your work, make the discovery that starts it all. And when the time comes, you'll find yourself standing where I am now, guiding a younger version of yourself through this terrible dance. As we slipped away into the gathering darkness, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had lost something fundamental. My innocence, my humanity, my very soul. But I had gained something too. A terrible purpose. A destiny that stretched beyond the confines of linear time. The sacrifice was made. The loop would continue. And somewhere in the tangled web of past and future, the world would be saved. The cold metal of the handcuffs bit into my wrists as the police officer led me out of the courtroom. The judge's words still echoed in my ears. 20 years for first-degree murder. My protestations of time travel and world-ending paradoxes had fallen on deaf ears, dismissed as the ravings of a delusional killer. As the heavy doors of the prison clanged shut behind me, I caught one last glimpse of my future self. He stood in the shadows, a look of grim determination on his face. Then, in the blink of an eye, he was gone. I was truly alone now, left to face the consequences of our actions. The first few months were the hardest. The crushing weight of guilt, the mind-numbing routine of prison life, the constant fear of my fellow inmates. I spent countless nights lying awake in my cell, replaying the moment I pulled the trigger, seeing the innocent man fall over and over again in my mind's eye. You okay there, Jake? My cellmate, a grizzled old-timer named Frank, asked one particularly rough night. You're muttering in your sleep again. I sat up, rubbing my eyes. Just bad dreams. Frank nodded sympathetically. We all got him in here. What you did stays with you. If only he knew the half of it. As the months turned into years, I felt myself changing. The idealistic young man who had balked at the idea of sacrificing one life for the greater good was slowly fading away. In his place, a harder, more pragmatic person was emerging. Someone who could make the impossible choices. Someone who could bear the unbearable burden. I threw myself into my studies, devouring every book on physics and temporal mechanics I could get my hands on. The prison librarian, Ms. Patel, became a lifeline, a connection to the world of science I had left behind. Another book on quantum theory, Jake? She asked one day, eyebrow raised as she stamped the checkout card. You know, with a mind like yours, you could have done great things. I managed a wry smile. Who says I won't still? She shook her head sadly. 20 years is a long time, Jake. The world moves on. Science moves on. But I knew something she didn't. My greatest discovery, the one that would change everything, that would create the very loop I was trapped in, it still lay in my future. And nothing, not even 2 decades in prison, could prevent it from happening. The years passed in a blur of gray walls and steel bars. I watched the world change through the limited lens of prison TV and outdated newspapers. Technology advanced, political landscapes shifted, but always, in the back of my mind, was the knowledge of what was to come. The apocalyptic future I had glimpsed, the one only our actions could prevent. On my 40th birthday, my 20th year of incarceration, I received an unexpected visitor. Dr. Elena Rossi, the author of the book on temporal paradoxes I had stolen so long ago, sat across from me in the visitation room. "Mr. Thompson," she said, her eyes sharp behind her glasses, "I've been following your case with great interest." I leaned forward, hope flaring in my chest for the first time in years. "You have?" She nodded. "Your claims of time travel, while dismissed by the court, align with some unorthodox theories I've been developing. I believe you may be the key to proving them correct." For a moment, I was tempted to tell her everything about the loop, the paradox, the terrible burden I carried. But as I opened my mouth to speak, I remembered my future self's warnings. The loop must be maintained. The paradox must be preserved. "I'm sorry, Dr. Rossi," I said, forcing a rueful smile. "But I'm afraid I can't help you. My theories were just the delusions of a guilty man trying to escape responsibility for his actions." The disappointment on her face was palpable. "I see. Well, if you ever change your mind." She slid a business card across the table. I pocketed it, knowing I would never use it. Some truths were too dangerous to share. As my release date approached, a strange calm settled over me. I had spent 2 decades preparing for this moment, hardening myself for what was to come. The cycle would continue, as it always had, as it always must. The night before my release, I lay in my bunk, staring at the ceiling. Frank's snores filled our small cell, a sound that had become as familiar to me as my own breathing over the years. "Hey, Frank," I whispered, not sure if he was really asleep or not. "Thanks for everything." There was a pause in the snoring. "Don't mention it, kid," came the gruff reply. "Just do better out there, yeah?" I closed my eyes, a lump forming in my throat. If only he knew. The next morning, as I prepared to leave my cell for the last time, I noticed something on my desk that hadn't been there before. A pen and a sheet of paper, crisp and white against the dull gray of the cell. With a heavy heart, I sat down and began to write. The words flowed easily, as if I had written them 100 times before. Perhaps I had. "Dear Jake, if you're reading this, then the cycle continues. I know you're confused, afraid, and angry. I know you think you can change things, break the loop, save that innocent man's life. But you can't. We can't. The loop must be maintained. The paradox must be preserved. It's the only way to prevent an even darker future. I won't lie to you. The path ahead is difficult. You will be asked to make impossible choices, to bear unbearable burdens. But know that every sacrifice, every terrible act, serves a greater purpose. We are the guardians of a future we'll never see. The unsung heroes of a war fought across the very fabric of time itself. Trust yourself. Trust the process. And when the moment comes, be ready to make the ultimate sacrifice. The world depends on it. Jay. I folded the letter carefully, sealing it in an envelope. I knew exactly where to leave it, when to leave it, to ensure it would reach my past self at the crucial moment. As the cell door opened for the last time, I took one final look around. This small space had been my home, my prison, my crucible for 2 decades. I had entered a naive young man, certain of my own moral righteousness. I was leaving. Something else. Someone else. "Ready to go, Thompson?" the guard asked, his voice gruff but not unkind. I nodded, stepping out into the corridor. Ready as I'll ever be. As I walked through the prison gates, blinking in the bright sunlight of freedom, I felt the weight of destiny settling onto my shoulders. The cycle would continue, the loop would be maintained, and I would play my part no matter the cost. The world around me had changed in my absence. Cars looked sleeker, buildings taller, people engrossed in devices I could barely comprehend. But none of it mattered. My path was set, my purpose clear. I hailed a taxi, giving the driver an address I had memorized 2 decades ago. As the city streamed by outside the window, I allowed myself a small, grim smile. The cycle continues, I thought. And so must I. The taxi pulled up to a nondescript office building. I paid the fare and stepped out, straightening the cheap suit the prison had provided for my release. This was it. The beginning of the end. Or perhaps the end of the beginning. As I pushed through the revolving doors, I caught a glimpse of my reflection. Gray hair at my temples, lines etched deep around my eyes and mouth. I looked every bit the man who had visited me in that cabin so long ago. The man I had become. "Can I help you?" the receptionist asked as I approached the desk. I nodded, my voice steady as I spoke the words that would set everything in motion once again. "My name is Dr. Jacob Thompson. I'm here about the research position in temporal mechanics." The cycle continues. The cursor blinked lazily on my laptop screen, a steady rhythm matching the ticking of the old grandfather clock in the corner of my study. It was just another Tuesday, or so I thought. The soft glow of the monitor illuminated my face in the dimming afternoon light as I scrolled through my inbox, deleting spam and responding to work emails with the mechanical efficiency of a man who'd rather be anywhere else. That's when I saw it. The name that shouldn't have been there. Couldn't have been there. Jack Thurman. My finger froze over the trackpad, my breath catching in my throat. "What the hell?" I muttered, leaning closer to the screen as if the proximity might somehow change what I was seeing. Jack had been dead for 2 years. I'd watched them lower his casket into the ground, heard the dull thud of dirt hitting wood. I'd held his widow Sarah as she sobbed into my shoulder at the wake. Dead men don't send emails. And yet, there it was, bold and unread, with today's date stamp. From Jack Thurman, jack.thurman@gmail.com. Subject, help me. My hand shook as I clicked on the message, half expecting it to disappear like a mirage. But it opened, and the words that filled my screen sent a chill down my spine. "Mike, I know you won't believe this, but it's me, Jack. I'm in danger and I need your help. Remember the fishing trip to Lake Winnipesaukee when we were 16? How you fell out of the boat trying to reel in that monster bass and I dove in after you even though I couldn't swim? I need you to dive in for me now, buddy. They're coming for me, and you're the only one I can trust. Please, for the love of God, help me." I read the message 3 times, my mind reeling. The Lake Winnipesaukee story wasn't something I'd shared with anyone else. It was our secret, a moment of teenage stupidity and bravery that had cemented our friendship. How could anyone else know about that? "This isn't happening," I said to the empty room, running a hand through my thinning hair. "This isn't real." But the email sat there, undeniably real, the words burning into my retinas. I reached for my phone with trembling fingers, scrolling through my contacts until I found Sarah's number. It rang 4 times before she picked up. "Hello?" Her voice was soft, tentative. "Sarah, it's Mike," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I need to ask you something, and it's going to sound crazy." There was a pause on the other end of the line. "Okay," she said slowly. I took a deep breath. "Have you received any strange messages lately? Emails, maybe?" The silence that followed was deafening. I could hear Sarah's breathing, quick and shallow. "Sarah?" I prompted. "How did you know?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. My heart sank. "You got one too?" "Yesterday," she said. I thought I was losing my mind. It sounded just like him, Mike. How is this possible? I glanced back at my computer screen, at the impossible email from our dead friend. "I don't know, Sarah, but I'm going to find out." We talked for a few more minutes, Sarah's voice growing more frantic as she described her own message from Jack. It was different from mine, filled with intimate details of their life together that she swore no one else could know. By the time we hung up, my head was spinning. I spent the next few hours in a daze, poring over old emails from Jack, comparing writing styles, searching for any clue that might explain what was happening. As the sun set outside my window, casting long shadows across my desk. I found myself staring at old photos of Jack and me. There we were, arms slung over each other's shoulders, grins plastered on our faces as we held up a stringy bass from that fateful day at Lake Winnipesaukee. Jack's eyes sparkled with life, his laugh almost audible through the faded photograph. How could that vibrant young man be gone? And if he was truly gone, who the hell was sending these emails? My phone buzzed, startling me out of my reverie. It was a text from Tom, another friend from our old circle. "Did you get one too?" it read. My stomach lurched. I called him immediately. "Tom, what's going on?" I demanded as soon as he picked up. "I don't know, man." Tom's voice was shaky. "I got this email from Jack's old address. At first I thought it was some sick joke, but it knew things only Jack would know," I finished for him. "Yeah," Tom breathed. "Mike, what the hell is happening?" I shook my head, forgetting for a moment that Tom couldn't see me. "I wish I knew. Sarah got one too. Have you heard from anyone else?" "Lisa texted me about an hour ago. She's freaking out." I leaned back in my chair, my mind racing. "Okay, look, we need to figure this out. Can you meet me at Denny's tomorrow morning? Say, 8 a.m.? I'll ask Lisa to come too." Tom agreed, and we hung up. I sat there in the growing darkness, the glow of my computer screen the only light in the room. As I stared at Jack's email, a new message notification popped up. My breath caught in my throat as I saw the sender, Jack Thurman. With a trembling hand, I opened the email. 2 words stared back at me. "Help me." As the grandfather clock chimed midnight, I realized that this was only the beginning. Whatever was happening, whatever force was reaching out from beyond the grave, I was now irrevocably caught in its web. And as I sat there, surrounded by the ghosts of the past and the terrifying uncertainty of the future, I couldn't shake the feeling that by the time this was over, I might be joining Jack in whatever realm he now inhabited. Little did I know, as I finally crawled into bed that night, my dreams haunted by Jack's pleas, that this was just the first chapter in a nightmare that would challenge everything I thought I knew about life. The incessant buzzing of my phone dragged me from a fitful sleep. I blinked, disoriented, as the events of the previous night came rushing back. Jack's impossible email, the frantic calls, the growing sense of dread. I fumbled for my phone, squinting at the screen. A barrage of missed calls and text messages greeted me, all from our mutual friends. My stomach churned as I scrolled through them, each one more desperate than the last. "Mike, did you get an email from Jack too? Call me ASAP, something weird is going on. Have you heard from Tom? He's not answering his phone." I sat up, my head pounding. This was spreading, whatever it was. I quickly typed out a group message. "Meeting at Joe's Diner, 9 a.m. We need to talk about this." I threw on some clothes and headed out, my mind racing. The morning air was crisp, but I barely noticed it. By the time I reached Joe's Diner, my palms were sweating despite the chill. Tom and Lisa were already there, huddled in a corner booth. Their faces were pale, eyes ringed with dark circles. They looked up as I approached, a mix of relief and anxiety in their expressions. "Mike," Lisa said, her voice trembling slightly. "Thank God you're here." I slid into the booth across from them, nodding at Joe behind the counter to bring me a coffee. "All right," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Let's see what we're dealing with." Tom and Lisa exchanged glances before pulling out their phones. They pushed them across the table to me, open to their email apps. I scrolled through the messages, my heart sinking with each one. Tom's email was eerily similar to mine. "Tom, it's Jack. I know this sounds impossible, but I need your help. Remember that night in college when we broke into the dean's office to change your grade? I covered for you when campus security almost caught us. I need you to cover for me now. They're coming, Tom. Please help me." Lisa's was different, but no less chilling. "Lisa, it's me. Jack. I know you never believed in the supernatural, but you have to believe this. Remember when I helped you through your mom's illness? How I was there every step of the way? I need that kind of support now. Something's wrong, Lisa. Really wrong. I can't explain it, but I'm in danger. Please help me. I looked up at them, my mouth dry. These are specific, personal. Lisa nodded, her eyes wide. That's what's so terrifying. No one else knew about my mom. I never told anyone how much Jack helped me during that time. Tom ran a hand through his hair, his coffee untouched in front of him. It has to be Jack, he said, his voice low. But how? We buried him, for Christ's sake. I leaned back, my mind whirling. Okay, let's think this through. What do we know for sure? We know that multiple people have received emails from Jack's account, Lisa said, ticking off points on her fingers. We know these emails contain information only Jack would know. And we know that Jack was dead. Could it be a hacker? I suggested, grasping at straws. Someone who knew Jack well enough to know intimate details about all of us? Tom interrupted, shaking his head. No way. This is something else. We fell into a tense silence, broken only by the clinking of dishes and muffled conversations from other diners. Joe refilled our cups, eyeing us curiously but saying nothing. Tom suddenly straightened up, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous intensity. I have an idea, he said, lowering his voice. What if we try to trace the emails? I know a guy who's good with this stuff. Maybe he can find out where they're coming from. Lisa frowned. Is that even legal? Tom waved his hand dismissively. Does it matter? Our dead friend is sending us emails begging for help. I think we're a bit beyond worrying about legalities. I felt a knot forming in my stomach. I don't know, Tom. This feels dangerous. Dangerous? Tom scoffed. Mike, our friend might be alive out there somewhere, or someone's using his memory to manipulate us. Either way, we need answers. He stood up abruptly, tossing some bills on the table. I'm going to see my guy. I'll call you as soon as I know something. Tom, wait. I started, but he was already halfway to the door. I'll be careful, he called over his shoulder. Promise I'll check in later. And then he was gone, the bell over the door jingling in his wake. Lisa and I sat in stunned silence for a moment. Should we go after him? She asked, her voice small. I shook my head. You know, Tom, once he gets an idea in his head, there's no stopping him. I tried to smile reassuringly, but it felt forced. He'll be fine. Let's give him a few hours. We spent the next hour picking at our cold eggs and refilling our coffee cups, discussing theories that grew more outlandish with each passing minute. Ghosts, government conspiracies, elaborate pranks. Nothing seemed too far-fetched in the face of our current reality. Finally, Lisa stood up. I should go. I told work I'd be in late, but I can't put it off any longer. I nodded, standing as well. Yeah, same here. Let's stay in touch, okay? And let me know if you hear from Tom. We parted ways outside the diner, the weight of our situation hanging heavily between us. I walked back to my apartment in a daze, barely registering the world around me. Every ping from my phone made me jump, hoping it was Tom with news. But as the hours ticked by, that hope turned to worry, then to fear. I called Tom's phone repeatedly, each time getting his cheerful voicemail greeting. I paced my living room, alternating between staring at my phone and checking my email obsessively. By late afternoon, I couldn't take it anymore. I called Lisa. Have you heard from him? I asked as soon as she picked up. No, she said, the worry evident in her voice. You? Nothing. Lisa, I've got a bad feeling about this. There was a pause on the other end of the line. What should we do? I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. I'm going to his place. Maybe he just fell asleep or something. We both knew it was unlikely, but Lisa didn't argue. Okay, call me as soon as you know anything. I grabbed my keys and headed out, trying to ignore the growing knot in my stomach. The drive to Tom's apartment was a blur of worst-case scenarios playing out in my mind. When I arrived, the parking lot was quiet. Tom's car was there, which should have been reassuring, but somehow made everything feel worse. I knocked on his door, the sound echoing in the empty hallway. No answer. I tried the handle, surprised to find it unlocked. "Tom," I called out, pushing the door open slowly. "It's Mike. You in here?" The apartment was dark and silent. I fumbled for a light switch, my heart pounding in my chest. As the room illuminated, I gasped. Tom's living room was a mess. Papers were strewn everywhere, his laptop open on the coffee table. On the wall, pinned up with frantic energy, were printouts of the emails, red string connecting them in a web that made sense only to Tom. But Tom was nowhere to be seen. I moved through the apartment, calling his name with increasing desperation. Each empty room ratcheted up my fear. When I returned to the living room, something caught my eye. A new email notification blinked on Tom's laptop screen. With shaking hands, I moved the cursor to open it. The sender's name made my blood run cold. Jack Thurman. The message contained only 5 words, but they were enough to make my world tilt on its axis. "You're too late. He's mine." As I stood there, staring at the screen in horror, I realized that we had stumbled into something far darker and more dangerous than we could have ever imagined. Tom was gone, vanished into the same mystery that had started with Jack's impossible emails, and I had a sickening feeling that if we didn't figure this out soon, he wouldn't be the last. The hunt for answers had claimed its first victim, and as I sank to my knees in Tom's empty apartment, I couldn't shake the terrifying thought that I might be next. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet as I paced back and forth across my living room. The rhythmic sound was the only thing keeping me tethered to reality as my mind raced through the events of the past 24 hours. Jack's emails from beyond the grave, Tom's disappearance, the chilling message on his computer. I glanced at my phone for the 100th time, debating whether to make the call. The police. They should be involved, right? But what would I tell them? That my dead friend was sending emails and my very much alive friend had vanished while investigating? They'd think I was crazy. Maybe I am crazy, I muttered to myself, running a hand through my disheveled hair. I picked up the phone, my thumb hovering over the emergency call button. Just as I was about to press it, a sharp chime from my computer made me jump. My heart raced as I turned to look at the screen. New email from Jack Thurman. "Jesus Christ," I whispered, my legs suddenly feeling weak. I stumbled over to my desk, collapsing into the chair. The cursor hovered over the email, my hand shaking as I debated whether to open it. In the end, curiosity won out over fear. I clicked. The subject line was blank, but there was an attachment, a video file. My throat went dry as I stared at it, remembering the message from Tom's computer. Was this connected? Did I dare find out? "Screw it," I said aloud, double-clicking the file before I could talk myself out of it. The video player opened, filling my screen with static for a moment before clearing to reveal a dimly lit room. The image was grainy, like it was shot on an old cell phone camera, but I could make out concrete walls covered in graffiti and debris scattered across the floor. It looked like an abandoned building, possibly an old factory or warehouse. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then a figure stumbled into frame and my blood ran cold. "Tom," I breathed, leaning closer to the screen. It was him, no doubt about it, but he looked terrible. His clothes were dirty and torn, his face pale and drawn. He kept glancing around nervously as if expecting something to jump out at him at any moment. "Hello?" Tom called out, his voice tinny through my computer speakers. "Is anyone there? Please, I don't understand what's happening." He took a few steps forward, and I could see he was limping slightly. "Jack?" he called. "Jack, if this is you, please, just tell me what's going on. Why are you doing this?" Suddenly, a shadow moved in the background. Tom spun around, his eyes wide with fear. "Who's there?" he shouted, backing away. "Stay back, I'm warning you." The camera shook violently, and for a moment all I could see was a blur of motion. There was a muffled shout, then silence. When the image stabilized, Tom was gone. I sat there, frozen in horror, as the video continued to play, showing nothing but the empty room. Just as I was about to close it, text appeared on the screen. "You're next." The video ended, leaving me staring at my own pale reflection in the black screen. "No," I said, shaking my head. "No, no, no." I jumped up from my chair, knocking it over in my haste. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. I fumbled for my phone, dialing Lisa's number with trembling fingers. She picked up on the second ring. "Mike, what's wrong?" "Lisa," I said, my voice cracking. I think I know what happened to Tom." "What? How?" "Mike, you're scaring me." I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. I got another email from Jack. There was a video attached. It showed Tom, Lisa. He was in some kind of abandoned building calling out for Jack. And then he disappeared. There was silence on the other end of the line for a long moment. When Lisa spoke again, her voice was barely above a whisper. "What are you saying, Mike? That Jack took Tom?" "I don't know," I said, running a hand over my face. "I don't know what to think anymore, but Lisa, there was a message at the end of the video. It said, 'You're next.'" I heard Lisa's sharp intake of breath. "Oh my God," she said. "Mike, we need to go to the police. Now." "And tell them what?" I asked, frustration creeping into my voice. "That our dead friend is kidnapping people via email? They'll think we're insane." "We can't just do nothing," Lisa shouted. I could hear the panic in her voice, mirroring my own inner turmoil. I know, I said, trying to sound calmer than I felt. "Look, can you come over? I think we need to figure this out together." "I'll be there in 20 minutes, Lisa said, and hung up. I paced the room again, my mind racing. What were we dealing with here? A ghost? Some kind of supernatural force? Or was this all an elaborate hoax? But if it was a hoax, who would go to such lengths? And why? The sound of a car pulling up outside broke me from my thoughts. I rushed to the window, relief washing over me as I saw Lisa getting out of her car. But as she walked towards my front door, something caught my eye. A figure standing at the end of the street, partially hidden by the shadows of a large oak tree. I squinted, trying to make out details. It was a man, I thought, though I couldn't be sure. He seemed to be watching Lisa as she approached my house. And then, just for a moment, he stepped into a pool of light cast by a street lamp. My heart stopped. It was Jack. Or at least it looked exactly like Jack. Same height, same build, same unruly hair that he could never quite tame. But it couldn't be him. It was impossible. I blinked, and the figure was gone, like it had never been there at all. The doorbell rang, making me jump. I hurried to let Lisa in, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling that had come over me. "Mike," Lisa said as soon as I opened the door. Her eyes were red-rimmed, like she'd been crying. "Please tell me this is all some kind of mistake, that Tom is fine and we're all just overreacting." I wished I could tell her that. More than anything, I wished I could make this all go away. But as I ushered her inside and closed the door behind us, I knew we were past the point of easy explanations or comforting lies. "I'm sorry, Lisa," I said, leading her to the living room. "I don't think this is a mistake. Something is happening. Something impossible." I showed her the video, watching her face pale as she took in Tom's terrified expression, his desperate calls for help. When it was over, she looked at me, her eyes wide with fear. "What do we do now?" she asked. I opened my mouth to respond, but before I could, my computer chimed again. Another email. Lisa and I exchanged a look of dread before I slowly moved to open it. The message was short, but it sent a chill down my spine. "The game has begun. Follow the clues, or share Tom's fate. You have 24 hours. Below the message was an address. Lisa gripped my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "Mike," she said, her voice shaking. I think we just fell down the rabbit hole." As I stared at the screen, at the countdown timer that had appeared below the message, I knew she was right. We were no longer just observers in this madness. We were participants, and the stakes, it seemed, were life and death. The headlights of my car cut through the darkness, illuminating a narrow road that seemed to stretch endlessly into the night. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel as I followed the GPS directions from Jack's last email. Each mile that passed felt like a step further away from the world I knew and deeper into a nightmare I couldn't comprehend. "This is insane," I muttered to myself, glancing at the clock on the dashboard. 11:47 p.m. The timer in the email had given us 24 hours, but something in my gut told me that waiting wasn't an option. Not with Tom missing and Lisa. I swallowed hard, remembering our last conversation just a few hours ago. "I'm going to check out that address," Lisa had said, her voice trembling but determined. "We can't just sit here and do nothing." "Lisa, no," I had protested. "It's too dangerous. We should wait, come up with a plan." "There's no time for that, Mike. Tom is out there scared and alone. What if it were you? Wouldn't you want us to come for you?" I hadn't been able to argue with that. We agreed to go separately, a decision I now regretted with every fiber of my being. Lisa had left first, promising to call me when she arrived. That was 3 hours ago, and her phone had been going straight to voicemail ever since. The GPS chimed, pulling me from my thoughts. "Your destination is on the right," the robotic voice announced, jarringly loud in the quiet car. I slowed down, peering through the windshield. At first, I saw nothing but overgrown bushes and trees. Then, as I inched forward, a break in the foliage revealed a rusted iron gate. Beyond it loomed the dark silhouette of what must have once been a massive factory. "Jesus," I breathed, putting the car in park and killing the engine. For a moment I just sat there listening to the tick of the cooling engine and my own ragged breathing. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to drive away and never look back. But the image of Tom's terrified face in that video, the thought of Lisa possibly trapped in there, I couldn't abandon them. With a deep breath, I grabbed my flashlight and got out of the car. The night air was cold and damp, carrying the musty scent of decay. I approached the gate cautiously, half expecting alarms to blare or spotlights to suddenly illuminate me, but there was only silence. I reached out, my hand trembling slightly, and pushed against the gate. It creaked loudly, the sound echoing in the stillness of the night. For a heartbeat, I froze, certain that someone, or something, must have heard that. But nothing happened. Swallowing my fear, I slipped through the gap and onto the factory grounds. The beam of my flashlight danced across overgrown weeds and cracked concrete as I made my way towards the looming building. Every step felt like it might be my last. Every shadow seemed to hide potential dangers. And then I saw it. A car parked haphazardly near a side entrance. My heart leaped into my throat as I recognized it. "Lisa," I whispered, hurrying over. The driver's side door was ajar, and as I got closer, I could see Lisa's phone lying on the seat. I picked it up, noting with a sinking feeling that the screen was cracked and the battery dead. "Lisa!" I called out, my voice sounding small and insignificant against the hulking factory. "Lisa, are you here?" Only silence answered me. Taking a deep breath, I turned towards the factory entrance. The door hung askew on its hinges, as if someone, or something, had forced it open recently. I shone my flashlight inside, revealing a corridor strewn with debris and years of neglect. "Here goes nothing," I muttered, stepping inside. The air inside was thick with dust and the musty smell of abandonment. My footsteps echoed hollowly as I made my way deeper into the building, the beam of my flashlight revealing glimpses of old machinery and fallen ceiling tiles. And then I saw it, a series of deep gouges in the wall to my left. My breath caught in my throat as I moved closer, illuminating the marks fully. "Help us." The words were crudely scratched into the concrete, each letter jagged and desperate. I reached out, running my fingers over the grooves. They were fresh, the edges still sharp. "Lisa?" I called out again, my voice cracking. "Tom? Anyone?" A scuffling sound from deeper in the factory made me whirl around, my heart pounding. "Hello?" I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Is someone there?" For a moment there was nothing. Then faintly I heard what sounded like footsteps moving away from me. "Wait!" I shouted, starting to run. "Please, I'm here to help." I chased the sound through a maze of corridors and empty rooms, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly off walls and machinery. Just when I thought I'd lost the trail, I burst into what must have once been the main factory floor. My flashlight flickered, the beam weakening. "No, no, no," I muttered, smacking it against my palm. It sputtered back to life, and as I raised it, the blood froze in my veins. There, in the center of the room, stood a figure. It was turned away from me, but even in silhouette, I recognized that unruly hair, that familiar stance. "Jack?" I whispered, hardly daring to believe my eyes. The figure turned slowly, and I felt the world tilt beneath my feet. It was Jack's face, exactly as I remembered it, but wrong somehow. His eyes were too dark, his smile too wide. "Hello, Mike," Jack's voice said, but it wasn't Jack's voice, not really. It was colder, with an undercurrent of something that made my skin crawl. "I've been waiting for you." I took a step back, my mind reeling. "This isn't possible," I said. "You're dead. I saw you buried." The thing wearing Jack's face laughed, a hollow sound that echoed through the empty factory. "Oh, Mike," it said, taking a step towards me. "You have no idea what's possible." Suddenly a scream pierced the air, high, terrified, and heartbreakingly familiar. "Lisa!" I shouted, turning towards the sound. When I looked back, Jack, or whatever it was gone. But his laughter lingered, seeming to come from everywhere at once. "The game is just beginning, Mike." His voice echoed around me. "Are you ready to play?" Another scream, this time accompanied by a man's voice, Tom's voice, calling out in pain. I stood there, paralyzed by fear and indecision. To my left, a door suddenly slammed open. To my right, I heard the sound of running footsteps. And behind me, I could have sworn I felt cold breath on the back of my neck. In that moment, I realized that I had indeed descended into a nightmare. The factory around me felt alive, malevolent, watching my every move. My friends were here somewhere, scared and in pain, and something wearing the face of my dead best friend was orchestrating it all. As my flashlight finally gave out, plunging me into total darkness, one thought echoed through my mind. I'm no longer alone in here, and whatever is with me, it's not human. The game, as Jack had said, was just beginning. The darkness that had engulfed me moments ago suddenly gave way to a harsh, flickering light. I blinked rapidly, my eyes struggling to adjust. As my vision cleared, I found myself in a room that seemed to have materialized out of nowhere. The factory's decaying walls had been replaced by a space that looked like it had been ripped straight out of a 1980s sci-fi movie. Rows of old computers lined the walls, their bulky CRT monitors glowing with an eerie blue light. Each screen displayed a familiar sight, Jack's emails. The same messages that had started this nightmare were now multiplied across dozens of screens, creating a disorienting effect that made my head spin. "What the hell?" I muttered, taking a tentative step forward. The floor beneath me felt solid, but something about this room felt off, like it wasn't quite real. As I moved deeper into the room, I noticed that the emails on the screens were changing, cycling through all the messages we had received. Some I recognized, others were new to me. All of them bore Jack's signature style, his unique way of phrasing things that had always made him stand out. "Beautiful, isn't it?" a voice said from behind me. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. There, emerging from the shadows like a specter, was Jack. Or rather, something wearing Jack's face like a mask. Up close, the wrongness I had sensed earlier was even more apparent. The eyes were too dark, lacking the warmth and humor I had always associated with my friend. The smile was a cruel parody of Jack's easy grin. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice shaking despite my best efforts to stay calm. "What have you done with my friends?" The thing wearing Jack's face chuckled, the sound sending chills down my spine. "Oh, Mike, always so concerned about others. It's what I always liked about you. But don't you want to know what's really going on here?" It moved closer, its movements fluid yet somehow unnatural. I found myself backing away until I bumped into one of the computer desks. "You're not Jack," I said, gripping the edge of the desk to steady myself. "No, I'm not," it agreed, its smile widening impossibly. "But I'm wearing him quite well, don't you think? It took some practice, but I think I've got his mannerisms down pat." My mind was reeling, struggling to process what I was seeing and hearing. "I don't understand," I said. "Why are you doing this? Where are Tom and Lisa?" The creature, for I was now certain it wasn't human, tilted its head, regarding me with an almost curious expression. "They're here somewhere. Pawns in a game they don't understand, just like you, Mike, just like Jack was." It turned away from me, walking over to one of the computers. Its fingers danced across the keyboard, and suddenly all the screens in the room changed. They now showed images and video clips. Memories, I realized with a start. Memories of Jack, of our friends, of moments I had almost forgotten. "You see, Mike," the creature said, its voice taking on a lecturing tone. "Your friend Jack made a deal a long time ago. A deal he didn't fully understand the implications of." "What kind of deal?" I asked, unable to tear my eyes away from the screens. The creature turned back to me, its eyes glinting with malice. "A deal for power, of course. Isn't that what humans always want? Jack was ambitious, you see. He wanted to change the world, to make his mark. And I offered him a way to do that." My mind flashed back to our college days, to Jack's sudden rise in the tech world. The innovative ideas that had seemed to come out of nowhere, the string of successes that had made him a millionaire before he was 30. I started, the pieces starting to fall into place. "You gave him those ideas?" The creature's laugh was cold and mirthless. "Oh, I gave him much more than that. I gave him a glimpse of what he could become. But you see, deals like this always come with a price." It moved closer again, and I found myself paralyzed, unable to back away. "Jack tried to break our deal," it continued, its voice dropping to a near whisper. "He thought he could outsmart me, thought he could protect his friends and keep the power for himself." The screens around us flickered, showing flashes of Jack in his final days. I saw him looking haggard, scared, frantically working on something I couldn't quite make out. "What did you do to him?" I asked, my voice barely audible. The creature's smile was terrible to behold. "I collected what was owed to me. But Jack, clever Jack, he found a way to leave a trail. Those emails, they were his failsafe, his way of reaching out from beyond the grave to warn you all." My head was spinning, trying to process this insane revelation. But why involve us? Why not just take Jack and be done with it? The creature's eyes seemed to glow with an inner fire. "Because, Mike, the game is so much more fun this way. Jack's soul is mine, yes, but his mind, his memories, those are the real prize. And to fully claim them, I need to break the connections he left behind. You, Tom, Lisa, you're all anchors holding pieces of Jack in this world." It leaned in close, its breath cold against my face. "And now, I'm going to sever those connections, one by one." Horror washed over me as the full implications of its words sank in. "You're going to kill us," I said, the words feeling leaden in my mouth. The creature's smile widened impossibly. "Oh no, Mike. Death would be too simple, too quick. I'm going to break you, all of you. I'm going to twist your minds and souls until there's nothing left of the people Jack cared about. And then, when you're begging for the release of death, I'll wear your faces too." I felt something sharp press against my neck and glanced down to see a syringe in the creature's hand. When had it produced that? "Don't worry. it said, its voice mockingly soothing. This is just the beginning. We have so much more to experience together. I tried to move, to fight, but my limbs felt like lead. The room started to spin around me, the screens blurring into a kaleidoscope of colors and images. Sweet dreams, Mike, the creature whispered, its voice seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. When you wake up, the real fun will begin. As darkness began to creep in at the edges of my vision, I caught one last glimpse of the screens. They showed Jack's face, the real Jack, not this monstrous imposter looking directly at me. His lips moved, forming words I couldn't hear but somehow understood. "I'm sorry," he seemed to say. "Please, save yourselves." Then the darkness claimed me entirely, and I fell into a void where nightmares and reality blurred into one terrifying whole. My last conscious thought was a desperate plea to whatever power might be listening. God help us all. Consciousness returned slowly, like wading through a thick fog. The first thing I became aware of was the cold, damp air against my skin. Then came the smell. Musty and stale, with an underlying hint of decay. I groaned, my head pounding as I forced my eyes open. Dim, flickering light revealed a scene straight out of a nightmare. I was lying on a concrete floor in what appeared to be a large cellar. Water dripped somewhere in the distance, the sound echoing ominously. But it wasn't the surroundings that made my breath catch in my throat. It was the familiar faces I saw around me. "Tom? Lisa?" I croaked, my voice hoarse. Tom's head snapped up at the sound of my voice. He was slumped against a wall, his clothes dirty and torn. "Mike, thank God you're awake. We were starting to worry." Lisa crawled over to me, her face pale and drawn. "How are you feeling?" "That thing, it did something to you. You've been out for hours." I sat up slowly, fighting a wave of nausea. As my vision cleared, I realized there were others in the cellar with us. I recognized Sarah, Jack's widow, huddled in a corner. And there, near a rusted metal door, was David, an old college friend I hadn't seen in years. "What's going on?" I asked, looking from face to face. "How did we all get here?" "We're trying to figure that out," Tom said, his voice tight with tension. "We've all got pieces of the puzzle, but nothing's making sense." Sarah spoke up, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's Jack. Something's wrong with Jack." I nodded grimly. "I know. I saw something wearing his face. But it wasn't him. It's not just that," David interjected. He looked older than I remembered, with streaks of gray in his hair. "We've been comparing notes. It seems like we're all connected to Jack in ways we never realized." Lisa nodded. "I thought I was the only one Jack helped through a tough time, but it turns out he was there for all of us at crucial moments in our lives. And now something's using those connections against us," Tom added. I struggled to my feet, leaning against the damp wall for support. "We need to get out of here. Has anyone tried the door?" David shook his head. "Locked tight, and even if we could open it, I don't think we'd get far. This place, it's not normal. I saw things out there that shouldn't be possible." Before I could ask what he meant, a crackling sound filled the cellar. We all looked up, searching for the source. A speaker I hadn't noticed before was mounted in one corner, ancient and rusted, but apparently still functional. "Hello, my friends." Jack's voice came through, distorted but unmistakable. It was Jack's tone, Jack's inflection, but there was something off about it. A coldness that had never been there before. "I hope you're enjoying your accommodations." "Jack?" Sarah called out, her voice breaking. "Jack, what's happening? Where are you?" A chuckle came through the speaker, the sound sending chills down my spine. "Oh, Sarah, sweet, naive Sarah. I'm everywhere and nowhere. But don't worry, we'll be reunited soon enough." "What do you want from us?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. "Want?" Jack's voice mused. "I want to play a game of riddles and revelations. Let's see how well you really knew your dear friend Jack." Suddenly, the air seemed to thicken and I felt a pressure building in my head. Images flashed before my eyes, memories of Jack, but twisted and distorted. First riddle. Jack's voice continued, sounding amused. What burns and freezes, gives life, and takes it away, all in the pursuit of knowledge. We looked at each other, confused and frightened. What is this? Lisa whispered. Some kind of sick joke? Time's ticking, Jack sing-songed. Get it wrong, and one of you goes for processing. The word processing sent a chill through me. I remembered the creature wearing Jack's face, its promise to break us all. Wait, David said suddenly. Burning and freezing, life and death, knowledge, its passion. Jack always said his passion for science was both his greatest strength and his biggest weakness. There was a moment of tense silence, then a slow clap came through the speaker. Well done, David. Always the clever one, weren't you? But can you save your friends from what comes next? Without warning, the door to the cellar burst open. Two figures entered. They looked human at first glance, but their movements were jerky, unnatural. Their faces were blank, featureless. No, Sarah screamed as the figures grabbed her, dragging her towards the door. Please, no. We tried to stop them, but it was like fighting against statues. They were inhumanly strong, immovable. In moments, Sarah was gone, her screams echoing down the corridor outside before being abruptly cut off. Sarah! Tom yelled, pounding on the now closed door. Bring her back, you bastard! Jack's laughter filled the cellar. 1 down, 4 to go. Shall we continue our game? What followed was a nightmare of riddles and loss. With each question, the stakes grew higher. We racked our brains, trying to remember every detail of our time with Jack, every conversation, every shared moment. But it wasn't enough. One by one, they were taken. David, then Lisa, and finally Tom. Each time I was powerless to stop it, forced to watch as my friends were dragged away to some unknown fate. And then I was alone. The silence in the cellar was deafening. I slumped against the wall, exhausted and terrified. What was happening to my friends? What would happen to me? Well, Jack's voice came through the speaker again. And then there was one. I must say, Mike, I'm impressed you've lasted this long, but the game isn't over yet. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the voice. My hand pressed against the wall, and I felt something shift. Opening my eyes, I looked closer. One of the bricks was loose. Glancing at the speaker to make sure I wasn't being watched, I carefully worked the brick free. Behind it was a small cavity, and nestled inside was a USB drive. My heart raced as I pulled it out. Had the real Jack left this here? Was this the key to understanding what was happening? What's the matter, Mike? Jack's voice taunted. Cat got your tongue? Or have you finally realized the futility of your situation? I clutched the USB drive tightly, hope flaring in my chest for the first time since this nightmare began. I haven't given up yet, I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. And I won't. Not until I understand what's really going on here. The laughter that came through the speaker was cold and mirthless. Oh, Mike. Always the determined one. Very well. Let's see how long that determination lasts when you join your friends in processing. The door began to open, and I could hear heavy footsteps approaching. I quickly shoved the USB drive into my pocket, my mind racing. Whatever was on this drive, I knew it was important. I had to find a way to use it, to uncover the truth behind this twisted game. As the faceless figures entered the cellar, I steeled myself for what was to come. This wasn't the end, I told myself. It was just the beginning of a new chapter in this nightmare. And somehow, some way, I was going to find a way to save my friends and stop whatever monstrosity was wearing Jack's face. The last thing I saw before the figures grabbed me was the speaker in the corner. For just a moment, I could have sworn I saw a flicker of the real Jack's face, his eyes filled with sorrow and regret. Then everything went dark, and I was dragged into the unknown, the weight of the USB drive in my pocket feeling like the last lifeline in a storm. The room they'd thrown me into was different from the damp cellar. Sterile white walls surrounded me, the air thick with the scent of disinfectant. In the corner stood a dated computer terminal, its screen flickering with a dull blue light. My heart raced as I approached it, the USB drive burning a hole in my pocket. "Please work," I muttered, my hands shaking as I plugged the drive into the computer's port. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the screen came to life, a cascade of windows opening in rapid succession. My eyes darted across the display, trying to make sense of the flood of information. "Oh my God," I breathed, as the truth began to unfold before me. The files on the drive were a mix of documents, images, and video clips. They told a story so incredible, so terrifying, that part of me wanted to believe it was all an elaborate hoax, but I knew, deep in my gut, that every word was true. The first document I opened was titled The Lazarus Protocol. It detailed the existence of a secret organization known as the Eternal Flame. Their mission statement chilled me to the bone: to transcend the boundaries of life and death, to offer second chances to those willing to pay the ultimate price. As I dug deeper, I uncovered the horrifying truth. The Eternal Flame wasn't just a group of misguided scientists or occultists. They were brokers of souls, dealing in the currency of human essence. They offered a chance at immortality, at reshaping reality itself. But the cost was beyond imagining. A video file caught my eye. With trembling fingers, I clicked play. Jack's face filled the screen. He looked haggard, his eyes sunken and haunted. "If you're watching this," he began, his voice hoarse, "then I've failed. I'm so sorry, Mike. I never meant for any of you to get involved in this." I leaned closer, drinking in every word. "I made a deal with them," Jack continued. "The Eternal Flame. They offered me knowledge, power, the ability to change the world. And God help me, I took it." He ran a hand through his disheveled hair. "But I didn't understand the price. They don't just take your soul, Mike. They take everything. Your memories, your connections, the very essence of who you are." Jack's eyes filled with tears. I tried to back out when I realized the truth, but they don't let go easily. So I made another deal. My life for all of yours. I thought it would end with me. The pieces were falling into place now. The emails, the strange events, all of it was Jack's attempt to warn us, to prepare us for what was coming. "But I underestimated them," Jack's recording continued. "They're using my death, my sacrifice, to target all of you, to feed on the connections we shared." He leaned in close to the camera. "You have to stop them, Mike. The USB drive contains everything I managed to uncover about their operations, their weaknesses. Use it. Save our friends. And whatever you do, don't let them take your soul." The video ended, leaving me staring at my own reflection in the dark screen. I felt numb, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what I'd learned. But I couldn't afford to break down now. I turned back to the files, searching for anything that could help us escape, anything we could use against our captors. One document caught my eye: Project Doppelganger. As I read, my blood ran cold. The Eternal Flame had developed a way to create perfect replicas of people, soulless puppets that could be controlled by those who had given themselves over to the organization's power. That's how they're wearing Jack's face, I realized aloud. It's not really him at all. But the true horror was yet to come. As I delved deeper into the files, I uncovered the identity of the entity behind it all, the one pulling the strings of our nightmare. It wasn't Jack. It wasn't even human. The being called itself Erebus, an ancient consciousness that fed on human souls and experiences. The Eternal Flame was its creation, a means to cultivate and harvest the most potent human essences. "Jesus Christ," I whispered, my mind reeling from the revelation. A video file labeled Erebus Manifestation drew my attention. With a sense of dread, I clicked play. The footage showed a dark, swirling mass of energy, pulsing with an otherworldly light. As I watched, It began to take shape, forming into a humanoid figure. But its features were constantly shifting. One moment Jack, the next Sarah, then Tom, then me. "I am all and none," a voice echoed, seeming to come from everywhere at once. "I am the sum of every soul I've consumed, every life I've experienced. And soon, you will all be part of me." I slammed the laptop shut, my breath coming in short gasps. This was bigger than I could have imagined. We weren't just fighting for our lives. We were fighting for our very souls. As if on cue, an alarm began to blare. Red lights flashed in the corridor outside, and I could hear the pounding of feet approaching rapidly. "No, no, no," I muttered, frantically searching for a way out. But the room was sealed, no windows, no vents large enough to crawl through. The USB drive. I had to protect the information. Yanking it from the computer, I looked around desperately for a hiding place. My eyes fell on a small crack in the wall near the floor. Without hesitation, I shoved the drive into the crevice, praying it would remain hidden. Just as I straightened up, the door burst open. Two of the faceless figures entered, followed by the creature wearing Jack's face. "Well, well," it said, its voice a cruel parody of my friend's. "Doing some light reading, were we?" I backed away, my mind racing. I had to find a way to use what I'd learned to fight back somehow. "I know what you are," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Erebus." For a moment, surprise flickered across the false Jack's face. Then it smiled, a terrible, inhuman expression. "Clever boy," it purred. "Jack always said you were the smart one, but knowing my name won't save you." It gestured to the faceless figures. "Take him to the others. It's time we began the final phase." As they grabbed me, I struggled, desperate to break free. "You won't win," I shouted. "We'll find a way to stop you." Erebus laughed, the sound echoing unnaturally in the small room. "Oh, Mike, you still don't understand. You've already lost. Your souls are mine. It's only a matter of time before you accept it." They dragged me from the room, the alarms still blaring. But as terrified as I was, a small spark of hope burned in my chest. I had the information now. I knew what we were up against. Somehow, some way, I had to find a way to use that knowledge. To save my friends, to stop Erebus, and to put an end to the Eternal Flame's reign of terror. As they pulled me down the corridor towards whatever nightmarish fate awaited, I made a silent vow. This wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The truth had been unveiled, and with it came the possibility of victory. My heart pounded in my chest as I raced through the winding corridors, the cold weight of the USB drive clutched tightly in my sweaty palm. The blaring alarms echoed off the sterile walls, creating a disorienting cacophony that matched the chaos in my mind. I had no idea where I was going, but I knew I couldn't stop. Not now. Not when I finally had a chance to save my friends. I skidded around a corner, narrowly avoiding a collision with a cart full of ominous-looking medical equipment. The sight sent a chill down my spine, reminding me of the horrors that Erebus and the Eternal Flame were capable of. I pushed myself harder, ignoring the burning in my lungs and the trembling in my legs. As I turned another corner, I nearly collided with a set of double doors. They were different from the others I'd passed, heavier, with small reinforced windows set into them. Through the glass, I could see a large room filled with what looked like medical equipment. And there, in the center of it all, were my friends. "Oh God," I whispered, my breath catching in my throat. Tom, Lisa, David, and the others were strapped to chairs, their heads lolling limply to the side. Various tubes and wires connected them to machines that blinked and whirred ominously, but it was their eyes that truly terrified me. Vacant, unfocused, as if the essence of who they were had been drained away. I tried the door handle, but it was locked. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced it down. I couldn't afford to lose it now. Not when they needed me. Looking around frantically, I spotted a fire extinguisher mounted on the wall nearby. Without hesitation, I grabbed it and smashed it against the door's lock with all my strength. Once, twice, 3 times. And finally, the lock gave way with a satisfying crunch. I burst into the room, my eyes darting from friend to friend, trying to decide who to free first. I settled on Tom, who was closest to the door. "Tom," I hissed, shaking him gently as I worked to undo his restraints. "Tom, can you hear me? We need to get out of here." For a moment, there was no response. Then, slowly, his eyes began to focus. Mike?" he mumbled, his voice weak and confused. "What's happening?" "No time to explain," I said, finally freeing him from the chair. "We need to get the others and go. Now." As Tom struggled to his feet, I moved on to Lisa. One by one, I freed my friends, talking to them softly, urging them back to consciousness. It was like watching them wake from a deep sleep, or perhaps more accurately, from a nightmare. "What did they do to us?" David asked as I helped him up, his legs shaky beneath him. "They were trying to take your souls," I explained quickly, moving to free Sarah. "But we don't have time for details. We need to move before—" The sound of running footsteps in the hallway cut me off. My heart leaped into my throat as I realized we were out of time. "Everyone who can walk, help those who can't," I ordered, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. "We're getting out of here." We stumbled out of the room, a ragged group of shell-shocked escapees. I took the lead, trying to remember the twists and turns I'd taken to get here. Behind us, I could hear shouts and the pounding of feet. They were getting closer. "This way," I called, gesturing towards a corridor that looked vaguely familiar. We rushed down it, our footsteps echoing off the walls. But as we turned the corner, my heart sank. A group of masked figures blocked our path, their featureless faces somehow radiating menace. "No," Lisa whimpered behind me. "No, please, not again." I stepped in front of the group, my mind racing. There had to be a way out of this. There had to be. The sharp crack of a gunshot split the air. One of the masked figures crumpled to the ground. Before I could process what was happening, another shot rang out, and then another. The remaining figures fell, revealing a figure standing behind them, gun raised. "Sarah?" I gasped, recognizing Jack's widow. She lowered the gun, her face a mask of determination. "I woke up before the others," she explained quickly. "Managed to get free and find this." She gestured with the gun. "Now come on, we don't have much time." We didn't need to be told twice. We followed Sarah as she led us through the complex, dispatching any threats we encountered with a cold efficiency that was both terrifying and reassuring. I couldn't help but wonder what she had gone through to become so proficient with a weapon. Finally, after what felt like hours of tense, heart-pounding flight, we burst through a set of doors and into the cool night air. The sudden shift from the sterile corridors to the outside world was jarring, but we didn't have time to adjust. "There," Sarah pointed to a parking lot nearby. "We need to get as far away from here as possible." As we rushed towards the vehicles, I couldn't shake the feeling that our escape had been too easy. Erebus, the being of immense power that had orchestrated all of this, surely wouldn't let us go without a fight. We piled into 2 cars, Sarah taking the wheel of one while I drove the other. As we peeled out of the parking lot, tires screeching, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The building we had escaped from looked ordinary from the outside, a nondescript office complex that gave no hint of the horrors within. "Where are we going?" Tom asked from the back seat, his voice still weak. I exchanged a look with Sarah in the car next to us. "Somewhere safe," I said, hoping I sounded more confident than I felt. "Somewhere we can regroup and figure out our next move." As we sped down the dark highway, putting distance between us and the nightmare we'd left behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was far from over. We had escaped, yes, but at what cost? And how long before Erebus and the Eternal Flame came for us again? The USB drive felt heavy in my pocket, a reminder of the knowledge we now possessed, and the responsibility that came with it. We had the truth now, but what were we supposed to do with it? As the first hints of dawn began to lighten the sky, I made a silent vow. We would find a way to stop Erebus. We would put an end to the Eternal Flame's twisted experiments, and somehow, we would make sure that Jack's sacrifice wasn't in vain. The road stretched out before us, leading to an uncertain future. But for now we were free, and that, I realized, was the first step towards victory. The forest was a blur of shadows and moonlight as we tore through the underbrush, branches whipping at our faces and roots threatening to trip us with every step. The sound of our pursuers echoed through the trees, growing closer with each passing moment. "Keep moving," I shouted, my voice hoarse with exertion. "We can't let them catch us." Sarah was just ahead of me, her face set in grim determination as she led our ragged group through the darkness. Tom and Lisa stumbled along behind, supporting each other as best they could. David brought up the rear, constantly glancing back at the encroaching threat. The USB drive felt like a lead weight in my pocket, the knowledge it contained both our greatest hope and our greatest burden. If we could just make it to safety, maybe we could use that information to put an end to this nightmare once and for all. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. As we crested a small hill, my foot caught on an exposed root. Time seemed to slow as I felt myself falling forward, arms windmilling uselessly. I hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the wind from my lungs. "Mike!" Lisa cried out, turning back to help me. As I struggled to my feet, I felt a sickening absence in my pocket. My hand flew to the spot where the USB drive had been, finding nothing but empty fabric. "No!" I gasped, scanning the ground frantically. "No, no, no!" In the dim moonlight, I caught a glint of metal. The drive had fallen from my pocket and was now teetering on the edge of a steep ravine. Without thinking, I lunged for it. My fingers brushed against the cold metal just as it slipped over the edge. I watched in horror as our last hope tumbled into the darkness below. "Mike, we have to go," Sarah urged, grabbing my arm. "There's no time." But it was already too late. As we turned to run, a figure emerged from the shadows ahead, blocking our path. It wore Jack's face, but the expression was all wrong. A twisted mockery of my friend's once warm smile. "End of the line, my friends," it said, its voice a chilling blend of Jack's familiar tones and something utterly inhuman. We backed away, huddling together as more figures emerged from the darkness surrounding us. I could feel the others trembling, their fear palpable in the cool night air. "What do you want from us?" Tom demanded, his voice cracking with exhaustion and terror. The thing wearing Jack's face chuckled, the sound sending shivers down my spine. "Want? Oh, Tom, I want everything. Your fears, your hopes, your very essence. But most of all, I want you to understand the futility of your struggle." As it spoke, its features began to shift and warp. Jack's face melted away, revealing something that defied description. A swirling mass of darkness and light, of familiar features and alien geometries. "Behold," it said, its voice now a cacophony of every person I'd ever known. "I am Erebus, the consumer of souls, the end of all things. And you, my dear friends, are about to become part of something greater than you could ever imagine." The air around us began to shimmer and distort. Reality itself seemed to bend and warp, the forest giving way to impossible landscapes that hurt the eyes to look upon. I could feel something tugging at the edges of my consciousness, trying to pull me apart at the seams. "No!" I shouted, gripping Sarah and Lisa's hands tightly. "We won't let you take us," Erebus laughed, the sound reverberating through multiple dimensions. "You don't have a choice, Mike. You never did. This game was rigged from the start." As the entity spoke, tendrils of darkness began to snake towards us, wrapping around our legs and arms. I could feel my thoughts becoming sluggish, memories slipping away like sand through an hourglass. "Fight it!" I yelled to the others even as I struggled against the encroaching oblivion. "Don't let it take you." But it was like trying to hold back the tide with our bare hands. One by one, I watched as my friends' eyes glazed over, their bodies going limp as Erebus began to consume their very essence. Just when all hope seemed lost, a familiar voice cut through the chaos. "That's enough, Erebus." We all turned, even the cosmic horror that was trying to devour us. There, shimmering like a mirage, stood Jack, the real Jack, his eyes filled with determination and sorrow. "Jack," Sarah whispered, tears streaming down her face. Erebus snarled, its form writhing in apparent pain at Jack's presence. Impossible. I consumed you, body and soul. Jack smiled sadly. You took my body, yes, and most of my soul. But I held on to a piece, just enough to make one last stand. He turned to us, his form flickering like a candle in the wind. I'm so sorry, all of you. I never meant for this to happen, but I can make it right. I can save you. Jack, no! I cried out, realizing what he was about to do. There has to be another way. But Jack just shook his head. This is the only way, Mike. My last gift to you all. Before any of us could stop him, Jack threw himself at Erebus. There was a blinding flash of light, a sound like reality itself tearing apart. And then... silence. When my vision cleared, Erebus was gone. The forest had returned to normal. The oppressive feeling of otherworldly horror dissipated like morning mist. We stood there, shell-shocked and exhausted, trying to process what had just happened. Sarah was the first to break the silence, her voice barely above a whisper. Is it over? I looked around, half expecting Erebus to materialize again at any moment, but there was nothing but the quiet of the forest and the first hints of dawn peeking through the trees. I think so, I said, hardly daring to believe it myself. Jack saved us. We huddled together, supporting each other as the adrenaline began to wear off and the full weight of our ordeal settled in. There were tears, half-hysterical laughter, and promises to never let each other go again. As the sun rose, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, we began the long walk back to civilization. We were battered, traumatized, and forever changed by what we'd experienced. But we were alive, we were free, and we carried with us the memory of Jack's final sacrifice, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the human spirit in the face of cosmic horror. As we emerged from the forest blinking in the bright morning light, I couldn't shake the feeling that our ordeal had changed more than just us. Somewhere out there, the USB drive lay hidden, waiting to be found. And with it, the truth about the eternal flame and the horrors that lurked just beyond the veil of our reality. Our battle might be over, but I knew in my heart that the war against the darkness was far from finished. And when the time came to take up arms once more, we would be ready. For Jack, for ourselves, and for all of humanity. The steady beep of a heart monitor slowly penetrated the fog of unconsciousness. I blinked, my eyes struggling to adjust to the harsh fluorescent lights above. The sterile smell of disinfectant filled my nostrils, a stark contrast to the earthy scent of the forest that still lingered in my memory. Where? I croaked, my throat dry and raw. A figure in a white coat leaned over me, her face coming into focus. Mr. Thompson, can you hear me? You're in the hospital. You're safe now. Hospital. The word echoed in my mind, bringing with it a flood of confusing images. The chase through the woods, Erebus's terrifying form, Jack's sacrifice. Had it all been real? Or just a vivid hallucination brought on by stress and exhaustion? My friends, I managed to say, trying to sit up. Where are my friends? The doctor gently pushed me back down. They're here too, Mr. Thompson. They're all safe. You've been through quite an ordeal. An ordeal. That was putting it mildly. But as I looked around the room, taking in the normalcy of the hospital setting, doubt began to creep in. How could what we experienced have been real? It defied all logic, all understanding of the world as I knew it. How long have I been here? I asked, noticing for the first time the stubble on my chin. 3 days, the doctor replied, checking something on my chart. You were all found wandering on the outskirts of town, dehydrated and disoriented. Do you remember what happened? I opened my mouth to respond, then closed it again. How could I possibly explain what we'd been through? Who would believe me? I'm not sure, I said finally. It's all a blur. The doctor nodded sympathetically. That's not uncommon with traumatic experiences. Give it time. Your memories may become clearer as you recover. As she turned to leave, she paused. Oh, I almost forgot. This was left for you at the nurse's station. She handed me an envelope and my heart skipped a beat as I recognized the handwriting on the front. It was Jack's. With trembling hands, I tore open the envelope and unfolded the letter inside. The paper felt warm, almost alive in my hands. Dear Mike, it began. If you're reading this, then it means our plan worked. You're safe. You're all safe. But I owe you an explanation for everything you've been through. I settled back against the pillows, my heart racing as I read on. The curse that bound us all began long before any of us were born. The eternal flame, Erebus, the deal I made. It was all part of a cycle that had been repeating for centuries. Souls trapped in an endless loop of sacrifice and rebirth, feeding an entity that existed beyond our understanding of reality. When I realized what I'd done by making that first deal, I knew I had to find a way to break the cycle. But Erebus was too powerful to confront directly. So I came up with a plan. A desperate, dangerous plan that required all of you. The emails, the chase, even your capture. It was all orchestrated to bring us together at the right moment. I needed Erebus to think it had won, to let its guard down just enough for me to strike. The USB drive was a decoy, Mike. The real information, the key to breaking the curse, was inside all of you. Every moment we shared, every connection we made, it was building towards that final confrontation in the woods. I'm so sorry for putting you all through this. If there had been any other way, I would have taken it. But in the end, it worked. The cycle is broken. Erebus is gone, its power scattered to the winds. You're free now, all of you. Free to live your lives without the shadow of this curse hanging over you. But be warned. The knowledge you've gained, the things you've seen, they'll stay with you. There may be those who will try to harness what's left of Erebus's power. Stay vigilant. Stay together. I wish I could be there to see the world you'll build now that you're free. Know that my sacrifice was worth it, to give you all a chance at a future unbound by cosmic horror. Take care of each other, and remember, some emails are better left unread. Your friend always, Jack. I let the letter fall to my lap, tears streaming down my face. It was real. All of it. The nightmare we'd lived through, the battles we'd fought. It hadn't been a dream or a hallucination. It had been our reality. A knock at the door startled me out of my thoughts. Sarah peeked in, her face pale but her eyes clear. Mike, you're awake, she said, relief evident in her voice. She entered the room, followed by Tom, Lisa, and David. They all looked as I felt, exhausted, haunted, but alive. Did you all... I began, holding up the letter. They nodded, each pulling out similar envelopes. Jack's final message, Tom said softly. His explanation. His apology. And his warning, Lisa added, her voice barely above a whisper. We sat in silence for a moment, the weight of everything we'd been through settling over us like a heavy blanket. So what now? David asked finally. Do we just go back to our lives? Pretend none of this ever happened? I shook my head. I don't think we can. Or should. Jack warned us to stay vigilant. There might be others out there who know about Erebus, about the power it wielded. We have a responsibility, Sarah said, her voice stronger now, to protect others from what we went through, to make sure nothing like this ever happens again. As we talked, making plans and promises, I felt a strange itching sensation on my left arm. Pushing up my hospital gown sleeve, I gasped. There, etched into my skin like a tattoo, were strange symbols I'd never seen before. Yet somehow, I understood their meaning. Guys, I said, interrupting the conversation. Look at this. They gathered around, each rolling up their own sleeves to reveal similar markings. What are they? Tom asked, tracing the symbols on his arm with a finger. A reminder, I said, the knowledge coming to me as if I'd always known it. of what we've been through, of what we've learned, and of the power we now carry. As we examined our new markings, a nurse entered the room. "Mr. Thompson, the doctor says you're clear to be discharged if you're feeling up to it." I looked at my friends, seeing in their eyes the same mix of fear and determination that I felt. "Yeah," I said. "I think we're ready to go." We gathered our belongings, such as they were, and made our way out of the hospital. As we stepped into the sunlight, I couldn't help but feel that we were walking into a new world. A world where the veil between reality and nightmare had been lifted, if only slightly. I looked down at the letter in my hand, Jack's final words echoing in my mind. "Some emails are better left unread," I murmured. "What was that?" Sarah asked. I shook my head, tucking the letter into my pocket. "Nothing. Just thinking about what comes next." As we walked away from the hospital, I knew that our lives would never be the same. We had faced cosmic horror and survived. We had been changed, marked by our experiences in ways both visible and invisible. But we were alive. We were together. And we were ready to face whatever came next, armed with the knowledge and power we'd gained through our ordeal. The sun shone brightly overhead, but I couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere in the shadows between reality and nightmare, something was stirring. Our battle might be over, but the war had only just begun. As I step out of Derry's diner, the neon sign flickers behind me like a dying firefly. It's well past midnight, and the streets are as empty as my wallet. Another shift, another handful of coins tossed my way by folks who think a smile is worth a nickel. I pull my threadbare jacket tighter around me, trying to ward off the October chill that seems to seep into my bones. "See you tomorrow, Jake," Mabel, the night cook, calls out as she locks up. Her voice is as worn as the soles of my shoes. "Yeah, see ya," I mutter, not bothering to look back. Tomorrow, next week, next year, it's all the same in this dead-end town. I start my trek home, if you can call that rat-infested apartment a home. The streetlights cast long shadows that seem to reach for me with gnarled fingers. I've walked this route 1,000 times, but tonight, something feels different. The air is thick with an expectation I can't quite name. As I round the corner onto Neibolt Street, the silence hits me like a physical force. This neighborhood's been abandoned for years, ever since the textile mill shut down. Houses stand like rotting teeth in a dead man's mouth, windows dark and accusing. That's when I hear it. At first I think it's just the wind playing tricks on me. But no, there it is again, the soft, lilting notes of a piano. The melody is faint, barely there, like a whisper from the grave. It's coming from somewhere up ahead, and against my better judgment I find myself drawn towards it. "Hello?" I call out, my voice sounding weak and foolish in the oppressive quiet. No response, just the continuing piano notes, gaining strength with each step I take. The music leads me to a house at the end of the street. It's a Victorian monstrosity, all sagging gables and peeling paint. The kind of place that would have been grand once upon a time, but now looks like it's one stiff breeze away from collapsing. "This is stupid," I mutter to myself, even as I move closer. There's no way anyone's living here, let alone playing a damn piano. But the music is undeniable now, a haunting melody that seems to curl around me like smoke. It's beautiful in a way that makes my chest ache, filled with a longing for something I can't quite name. I step onto the porch, wincing as the boards groan under my weight. The music stops abruptly, leaving a silence so profound it rings in my ears. "Hello?" I try again, louder this time. "Is someone in there? I heard the piano." Nothing. Not a sound. Not a movement. Just the wind whistling through the cracks in the walls. I should leave. Every instinct is screaming at me to turn around and forget this whole thing. But something keeps me rooted to the spot. A curiosity that burns hotter than my fear. My hand reaches for the doorknob almost of its own accord. It's ice cold to the touch, and for a moment, I swear I feel it pulse. like a heart beating beneath my palm. This is how people die in horror movies, I mutter, but I'm already turning the knob. The door opens with a screech that sets my teeth on edge. The stench of mold and decay hits me like a slap to the face, and I have to fight the urge to gag. "Hello?" I call out one last time, my voice echoing in the empty foyer. Silence is my only answer. I pull out my phone, using its flashlight to illuminate the space around me. The beam cuts through the darkness, revealing peeling wallpaper and threadbare carpets. A thick layer of dust covers everything, undisturbed for what must be years. But there, in the corner of what must have been the parlor, sits a grand piano. Unlike everything else in the house, it seems untouched by time. Its surface gleams in the light from my phone, not a speck of dust to be seen. "What the hell?" I whisper, approaching it cautiously. As I get closer, I can see that the keys are pristine, almost glowing in the dim light. I reach out, my fingers hovering just above them. The air around the piano feels different, charged somehow, like the moment before a lightning strike. Just as I'm about to touch a key, a loud crash from behind makes me jump. I spin around, heart pounding, to see a vase shattered on the floor. "Who's there?" I shout, my voice cracking with fear. And then, as if in response, the piano begins to play. The keys depress on their own, a frantic, discordant melody that seems to shake the very foundations of the house. I stumble backward, tripping over my own feet in my haste to get away. I scramble towards the door, but it slams shut with a force that rattles the windows. The music grows louder, more insistent, filling my head until I can't think, can't breathe. "Let me out!" I scream, pounding on the door, but my voice is lost in the cacophony of sound. The room begins to shift and warp around me, the walls pulsing in time with the mad rhythm. I sink to my knees, covering my ears, but it does nothing to block out the sound. As the world dissolves into a swirl of music and madness, one thought burns bright in my mind. I should have just gone home. The door groans in protest as I push it open, the sound of metal grinding against metal setting my teeth on edge. I wince, half expecting the noise to wake whatever spirits might be lurking in this forsaken place. But the house remains silent, save for the faint whisper of dust settling in my wake. "Hello?" I call out, my voice barely above a whisper. "Is anyone here?" Silence answers me, thick and oppressive. I fumble for my phone, cursing under my breath as I struggle to turn on the flashlight. When it finally flickers to life, the beam cuts through the darkness like a knife, revealing a room frozen in time. The flashlight's glow dances across faded wallpaper, peeling in long strips that curl like dead leaves. Dust motes swirl in the air, disturbed by my presence after who knows how many years of stillness. They glitter in the light, almost beautiful if not for the eerie context. "Jesus," I mutter, sweeping the beam across the room. "What is this place?" My light catches on various objects. A moth-eaten armchair, its stuffing spilling out like entrails. A cracked mirror that reflects my pale, frightened face. A bookshelf laden with tomes whose titles have long since faded into obscurity. And there, in the far corner of the room, stands the piano. It's an old upright model, the kind you might see in a saloon in an old Western film. Unlike everything else in the room, it seems relatively untouched by time. No cobwebs drape its frame, no dust dulls its surface. In the beam of my flashlight, it gleams with an unnatural sheen. I approach it cautiously, drawn by a curiosity I can't quite explain. "This doesn't make any sense," I say to myself, running a finger along the top of the piano. It comes away clean, no trace of the dust that covers every other surface in the room. The keys are pristine, ivory white and ebony black, not a chip or crack in sight. It's as if the piano has been waiting, preserved in this decaying room, for someone to come and play it. But who? And why here? I wonder aloud, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. I reach out, my fingers hovering just above the keys. The air around the piano feels charged, like the moment before a thunderstorm breaks. My heart pounds in my chest, a voice in the back of my mind screaming at me to turn and run. But I can't. Something holds me here, a compulsion I can't fight. My fingers are a hair's breadth from touching the keys when it happens. The first note rings out, clear and pure, startling me so badly I nearly fall backward. I jerk my hand away, but the piano continues to play. The keys depress on their own, a haunting melody filling the room. What the hell? I gasp, stumbling back. This isn't possible. But it is happening right before my eyes. The tune is unlike anything I've ever heard before, beautiful and terrible all at once. It speaks of longing, of loss, of a sadness so profound it makes my chest ache. I back away, my mind reeling. This can't be real. I must be dreaming, or maybe I hit my head when I came in. Maybe I'm lying unconscious on the floor and this is all some bizarre hallucination. But the music follows me, growing louder with each step I take. It fills the room, seems to seep into the very walls. I can feel it in my bones, thrumming through my body like a second heartbeat. Stop, I shout, pressing my hands over my ears. But it does nothing to block out the sound. If anything, it seems to grow louder, more insistent. I spin around, intent on fleeing this madhouse, but in my panic, I lose my footing. My hip catches on something, a small table, perhaps, and I hear the distinctive sound of shattering porcelain. The crash echoes through the house, momentarily drowning out the piano's melody. I look down to see the remains of what must have been an expensive vase scattered across the floor. For a moment, everything goes silent. The piano stops its ghostly performance, and the quiet that follows is so absolute it makes my ears ring. Then, from somewhere deep within the house, I hear a sound that turns my blood to ice. It's a voice, barely more than a whisper, but unmistakable in the silence. "Who's there?" it calls, the words distorted as if coming from very far away, or perhaps underwater. I open my mouth to respond, but no sound comes out. My throat has closed up in terror, my body frozen in place. The voice comes again, louder this time. "I can hear you breathing. Come out, wherever you are." The sing-song tone sends shivers down my spine. I need to leave now before whatever owns that voice finds me. But my legs won't move, my body refusing to obey my panicked mind's commands. And then, as if things couldn't get any worse, the piano starts up again. This time the melody is different, faster, more frantic. It pounds through the air, each note feeling like a physical blow. "No," I manage to croak out. "Please stop." But the music only grows louder, and now I can hear other sounds joining in. The creak of floorboards, the rattle of windows, the groan of shifting walls. The entire house seems to be coming alive around me. "Welcome," the voice whispers, now sounding as if it's right next to my ear. "We've been waiting for you." I whirl around, but there's no one there. Just the empty room, the shattered vase, and the piano playing its maddening tune. "This isn't real," I say, trying to convince myself. "This can't be happening." But as the music swells to a crescendo, the voice laughing manically in my ears, I know with a bone-deep certainty that this is all too real. I've stepped into something beyond my understanding, beyond the rational world I thought I knew. And as the house groans and shifts around me, as the piano plays on and on, I realize with growing horror that I may never find my way back out of this abyss. The instant I decide to flee, the house seems to sense my intention. I spin on my heel, ready to bolt for the exit, my heart pounding in my chest like a trapped bird. But before I can take a single step, the door slams shut with a resounding bang that shakes dust from the ceiling. "No!" I shout, lunging for the handle. It's ice cold beneath my fingers, and no matter how hard I twist and pull, it won't budge. This isn't happening. This can't be happening. Behind me, the piano's melody shifts, growing louder and more frantic. The notes chase each other in a dizzying crescendo, as if feeding off my rising panic. Each chord strikes like a physical blow, making me flinch and cower. "Let me out!" I scream, pounding my fists against the unyielding wood of the door. "Somebody help me, please." but my cries for help are swallowed by the music, drowned out by the cacophony that fills the room. The melody has become a living thing, writhing and twisting in the air around me. I can feel it pressing against my skin, trying to burrow its way inside my head. "Stop it!" I yell, spinning to face the piano. "Just stop!" The keys continue to move of their own accord, hammering out their maddening tune, and now, to my horror, I see the room beginning to change. The walls seem to pulse and breathe, expanding and contracting in time with the music. The faded wallpaper ripples like water, patterns swirling and morphing into faces that leer at me with hollow eyes. "This isn't real," I mutter, pressing my palms against my eyes. "It's not real. It's not real." But when I lower my hands, the nightmarish scene remains. The floor beneath my feet has begun to undulate, rising and falling like the deck of a ship in a storm. The ceiling stretches upward, seeming miles high one moment and pressing down on me the next. Reality itself is bending to the rhythm of the song, twisting into impossible shapes that my mind struggles to comprehend. I stagger backward, my back hitting the door. "What's happening?" I gasp, my voice barely audible over the thunderous music. "What is this place?" As if in answer, the piano's melody shifts again. The frantic pace slows, becoming something darker and more ominous. Each note resonates through my body, making my bones vibrate and my teeth ache. I can feel the music trying to sync with my heartbeat, attempting to rewrite the very rhythm of my existence. "No," I moan, sliding down the door until I'm sitting on the writhing floor. "Please, no more." But the music shows no mercy. It builds and builds, layers of sound piling on top of each other until I think my head will explode from the pressure. The room spins around me, colors bleeding into one another, shapes distorting beyond recognition. I clamp my hands over my ears, but it does nothing to block out the sound. If anything, it seems louder, as if the music has bypassed my ears entirely and is playing directly inside my skull. "Make it stop," I whimper, rocking back and forth. "Someone make it stop." But there's no one to hear me, no one to help. I'm alone in this nightmare, trapped in a reality that no longer makes sense. The music pounds through me, threatening to tear my sanity apart note by note. I don't know how long I sit there, curled into a ball with my hands pressed futilely against my ears. Time has lost all meaning in this place. It could be minutes or hours or days. The music goes on, an endless symphony of madness. Just when I think I can't take anymore, when I'm certain my mind will shatter under the relentless assault, something changes. The melody shifts once more, becoming softer, almost soothing. The chaotic swirl of the room slows, colors and shapes gradually settling back into place. Cautiously, I lower my hands from my ears. The music is still there, but it's different now. Instead of an attack, it feels almost inviting. "What?" I croak, my throat raw from screaming. "What's happening now?" As if in response, a figure begins to coalesce in front of the piano. At first, it's just a vague, shimmering outline, but as I watch, it solidifies into the form of a man. He's tall and thin, dressed in an old-fashioned suit that might have been elegant once but now hangs in tatters from his spectral frame. The ghost, for what else could it be, turns to face me, and I have to bite back a scream. Where its eyes should be are just empty sockets, black and bottomless. Yet somehow, I know it's looking right at me. "Welcome," the ghost says. Its voice the same whisper I heard earlier, echoing as if coming from a great distance. "We've been waiting for you for a very long time." I scramble to my feet, pressing myself against the door. What are you?" I manage to ask, my voice shaking. "What is this place?" The ghost's lipless mouth stretches into what might be a smile. "I am the composer," it says. "And this is my masterpiece." It gestures around the room with a skeletal hand. "For decades I've been trapped here, bound to this house, to this piano, waiting for someone to hear my song, to join my orchestra. I don't understand," I say, shaking my head. I just wanted to leave. I didn't mean to disturb anything. The ghost's laugh is like the rattling of dry bones. Oh, but you did disturb something, my dear. You awakened the music. And now you're a part of it. As if to emphasize its point, the piano begins to play again, a haunting melody that seems to wrap around me like chains. No, I say, shaking my head violently. No, I won't be a part of this. Let me go. But the ghost just continues to smile its terrible smile. I'm afraid it's too late for that. The song has chosen you, but don't worry. Soon, you'll understand. Soon, you'll hear the beauty in the madness. As the ghost speaks, I feel the music changing again, becoming something complex and alluring. Despite my fear, I find myself drawn to it, wanting to understand its intricate patterns. That's it, the ghost whispers encouragingly. Listen, really listen. Do you hear it? The symphony of the spheres, the music of the universe itself. And God help me, I do hear it. Underneath the surface melody, there's something vast and incomprehensible. It terrifies me, but it fascinates me too. I want to run, to escape, but I also want to stay and unravel this musical mystery. What do you want from me? I ask, my voice barely audible over the swelling music. The ghost glides closer, its empty eye sockets boring into me. I want you to play, it says simply. I want you to become part of the eternal concert. But first you must learn. As it speaks, the piano's lid opens of its own accord, revealing the strings and hammers within. They vibrate with an otherworldly energy, pulsing in time with the ghostly melody. Come, the ghost says, extending a spectral hand toward me. Sit. Let the music in. Let it reshape you, as it reshaped me so long ago. I know I should refuse. I know I should fight. Should try to find a way out of this nightmare. But the music has me in its grasp now, its siren song irresistible. With trembling legs, I take a step toward the piano, then another, and another. That's it, the ghost encourages. Embrace your destiny. Become one with the song. As I sink onto the piano bench, I feel the last vestiges of my old reality slipping away. The ghost was right. I'm part of something bigger now, something I don't understand but desperately want to. My fingers hover over the keys, trembling with anticipation. The ghost leans in close, its cold presence sending shivers down my spine. Play, it whispers. Play, and never stop. And as my fingers touch the keys, as the first notes of an impossible melody ring out, I know that my old life is over. For better or worse, I've been consumed by the abyss. The eternal concert has begun. As the room continues to pulsate with otherworldly energy, I find myself locked in a staring contest with the ghostly figure at the piano. His hollow eyes, devoid of any semblance of life, seem to bore straight into my soul. I want to look away, but I'm trapped by his gaze, unable to move or even blink. What are you? I manage to croak out, my voice barely above a whisper. The specter's mouth twists into what might be a smile, though it's hard to tell on his translucent features. I am the composer, he says, his voice echoing as if coming from the bottom of a well. And you, my dear, are my newest pupil. I shake my head, trying to clear the fog that seems to have settled over my mind. I don't understand. I just want to leave. Please, let me go. The composer chuckles, a sound like dry leaves rustling in the wind. Oh, but you can't leave. Not yet. Not until you've heard my story. Not until you've learned to play. As he speaks, the piano begins to play again, a soft, melancholic tune that seems to wrap around me like a shroud. I feel myself being drawn in, my fear slowly giving way to a morbid curiosity. What story? I ask, despite myself. What do you mean, learn to play? The ghost glides closer, his form shimmering in the dim light. It all began decades ago, he says. his voice taking on a dreamy quality. I was a promising young composer full of ambition and talent, but I wanted more. I wanted to create a piece of music that would change the world, that would live on forever. As he speaks, the room around us begins to shift and change. The decaying walls fade away, replaced by the image of a bustling city street from another era. I see a young man, clearly the living version of the ghost before me, striding purposefully down the sidewalk. I search for inspiration everywhere. The composer continues. In the laughter of children, in the roar of machines, in the whispers of lovers. But nothing was enough. Nothing could capture the sound I heard in my dreams. The scene changes again, showing the young composer hunched over a piano, his face gaunt and his eyes wild. I became obsessed, the ghost says, his voice filled with a mixture of pride and regret. I stopped eating, stopped sleeping. All that mattered was the music. I watch, transfixed, as the young man scribbles furiously on sheet music, his fingers flying over the piano keys. And then one night, I found it, the composer whispers. The perfect melody, the song that would make me immortal. The scene shifts once more, and I see the composer playing his masterpiece for the first time. The music is beautiful, haunting, unlike anything I've ever heard before. But as he plays, something strange begins to happen. The air around him shimmers and warps, reality itself seeming to bend to the rhythm of the song. I didn't understand what I had done, the ghost says, his voice heavy with sorrow. I had tapped into something beyond human comprehension. The music, it was alive, and it was hungry. I watch in horror as the young composer's fingers begin to blur, merging with the piano keys. His body starts to fade, becoming translucent as the music grows louder and more frantic. The melody consumed me, the composer says. It trapped me here, in this house, bound to the piano for all eternity. But it wasn't satisfied with just one soul. It wanted more. It needed more. The visions fade, and I find myself back in the decaying room, face to face with the ghostly composer. For years I've been waiting, he says, waiting for someone who could hear the music, who could learn to play it, someone who could set me free. I shake my head, trying to process everything I've heard. But why me? I ask. I'm not a musician, I can't help you. The ghost's smile widens, revealing teeth that seem too sharp, too numerous. Oh, but you can, he says. You heard the music when no one else could. You have the potential. All you need to do is learn to play my composition perfectly and you'll be free. We'll both be free. As he speaks, I feel the music's pull growing stronger. It's in my head now, a constant melody that drowns out all other thoughts. Part of me wants to run to fight against this madness. But another part, a part that's growing stronger by the second, wants to stay, wants to learn, wants to play. What happens if I refuse? I ask, already knowing the answer. The composer's face darkens, the hollow pits of his eyes seeming to grow deeper. Then you'll join the others, he says, gesturing to the shadows around the room. For the first time I notice movement in the darkness, ghostly figures, barely visible, swaying to the endless melody. Those who couldn't learn, who couldn't play, they're part of the music now forever. I swallow hard, my mouth suddenly dry. And if I agree? If I learn to play? The ghost's smile returns, triumphant. Then you'll have the power to leave this place, to take the music with you into the world, to share its beauty and its hunger. As he speaks, the piano lid opens on its own, revealing the keys that seem to glow with an inner light. The music swells, filling the room with its haunting melody. What do you say? The composer asks, extending a spectral hand towards me. Are you ready to begin your lessons? I look at the outstretched hand, then at the piano, its keys beckoning me. The rational part of my mind screams at me to refuse, to keep fighting. But the music, oh, the music. It's inside me now, a part of me, and I want more. With a trembling hand, I reach out and grasp the composer's cold, ethereal fingers. Yes, I whisper, sealing my fate. Teach me. The ghost's laughter echoes through the room, mingling with the ever-present melody. As I take my place at the piano, I feel reality shifting around me once more. The decaying room fades away, replaced by an endless expanse of musical notation, stretching as far as the eye can see. Let us begin, the composer says, his voice now coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. Listen closely. Feel the music in your very bones. For this composition is not just played with your hands, but with your entire being. As my fingers touch the keys, I feel a jolt of energy course through me. The first notes ring out pure and perfect, and I know that I've taken the first step on a journey from which there may be no return. The lesson has begun, and with it, my transformation into something both more and less than human. Time loses all meaning as I sit at the piano, my fingers dancing across the keys in an endless dance. Days, maybe weeks, blend together in a haze of music and madness. The ghost of the composer is a constant presence hovering over my shoulder, his hollow eyes never leaving my hands. Again, he commands, his voice a mixture of excitement and frustration. From the beginning, feel the music, don't just play it. I nod, exhausted beyond measure but unable to stop. My fingers, once clumsy and uncertain, now move with growing confidence. The melody that once seemed impossible now flows from me, albeit imperfectly. I'm trying, I mutter, starting the piece again. It's just so complex. The composer scoffs, a sound like wind whistling through a graveyard. Complex? This is but the first movement, child. You've barely scratched the surface of its true depths. As I play, I feel the house responding to the music. The walls seem to breathe, expanding and contracting in time with the rhythm. The floorboards creak and groan, adding their own accompaniment to my playing. It's as if the entire structure is alive, pulsing with the beat of this otherworldly symphony. Do you feel it? The composer whispers, his cold breath tickling my ear. The power in the notes? The way reality itself bends to the will of the music? I do feel it, and it terrifies me as much as it exhilarates me. With each passing hour, each repetition of the melody, I sense something changing within me. The music is no longer just sound. It's become a tangible force, flowing through my veins like quicksilver. What's happening to me? I ask during a rare moment of rest, my fingers aching and my mind reeling. The composer's lipless mouth stretches into a grin. You're becoming one with the music, my dear, embracing your true potential. As if to emphasize his point, I hear whispers emanating from the piano. Soft voices barely audible beneath the melody, promising power beyond my wildest dreams if I just give myself fully to the music. Ignore them, I mutter to myself, shaking my head. Focus on the notes. But the whispers grow louder with each passing day, more insistent. They speak of the ability to bend reality, to reshape the world according to my will. All I need to do is surrender completely to the melody. The composer notices my distraction. You hear them, don't you? He asks, a note of excitement in his ethereal voice. The promises of the music? I nod reluctantly. What are they? Are they real? His laugh echoes through the room, setting the dust motes dancing. Oh, they're real, my student. More real than anything you've known before. But they come with a price, everything does. Before I can ask what he means, he gestures impatiently to the piano. Enough talk. Play. You're close to a breakthrough, I can feel it. I turn back to the keys, my fingers finding their positions automatically. As I begin to play, I notice something that sends a chill down my spine. My reflection in the polished surface of the piano is different, faded somehow, as if I'm becoming as insubstantial as the composer himself. What's happening to me? I gasp, my fingers faltering on the keys. The composer's hand clamps down on my shoulder, his touch icy cold. Don't stop, he hisses. You're so close. push through it. Terrified but unable to disobey, I continue playing. The melody swells around me, filling the room with its haunting beauty. And as I play, I feel myself changing. It's as if pieces of me are being stripped away with each note replaced by pure music. That's it, the composer croons, his voice thick with triumph. Let the music in. Become one with it. I want to resist, to pull away from the piano and run, but I can't. The music has me in its grasp now as surely as if I were bound with chains. So I play on, watching with a mixture of horror and fascination as my reflection grows fainter and fainter. Hours pass, or maybe days. Time has no meaning in this place. I play until my fingers bleed, until the keys are slick with crimson. But still, the composer pushes me on. More, he demands, his form seeming to grow larger, more substantial with each passing moment. You're almost there. I can taste freedom. And then, just when I think I can't go on any longer, something shifts. The music changes, becoming something deeper, more primal. It's as if I can hear the very heartbeat of the universe in the notes. Yes, the composer exults. You've done it. The second movement begins. As the new melody pours from my fingers, I feel a surge of power unlike anything I've ever experienced. The walls of the house ripple like water, reality itself bending to the will of the music. For a moment, I glimpse other worlds, other dimensions, all pulsing in time with my playing. What is this? I gasp, my voice barely audible over the thunderous music. The composer's laugh is full of dark joy. This, my dear student, is true power, the ability to reshape reality itself through music. And it's only the beginning. As I continue to play, lost in the intoxicating rush of power, I catch a glimpse of myself in the piano's surface. My reflection is barely visible now, little more than a ghostly outline. But my eyes glow with an inner fire, burning with the knowledge and power of the music. What have I become? I whisper, but the words are lost in the swelling symphony. The composer leans in close, his hollow eyes boring into mine. You've become what you were always meant to be, he says, a conduit for the music, a master of reality itself. And as the second movement reaches its crescendo, as the house shakes and reality trembles around us, I realize that I've crossed a line from which there may be no return. I am no longer just a player of the music. I have become the music itself. The lesson continues, the notes flowing endlessly from my fingers. But now, with each chord, with each melody, I feel myself slipping further away from humanity and deeper into the realm of pure sound and infinite possibility. What began as a simple curiosity has become an all-consuming obsession. And as I play on, my reflection fading to nothing in the piano's gleaming surface, I wonder if I'll ever find my way back to the person I once was. Or if, like the composer before me, I'm doomed to become just another ghost in this house of endless melody. The endless melody finally pauses, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. My fingers, raw and bleeding, hover uncertainly over the keys. For the first time in what feels like an eternity, I can hear something other than the music, a faint scratching sound coming from somewhere behind the walls. What is that? I whisper, more to myself than to the composer's ghost who hovers nearby with an unreadable expression. Ignore it, he hisses, his hollow eyes narrowing. Focus on the music. You're so close. But curiosity, that damnable human trait that led me into this nightmare in the first place, won't let me rest. I rise from the piano bench on shaky legs, my muscles protesting after countless hours of stillness. I said ignore it, the composer shouts, his spectral form flickering with rage. I pay him no heed, drawn inexorably towards the source of the sound. My eyes, adjusted to the gloom, catch sight of a loose panel in the wall. Without thinking, I reach out and pry it open. The stench that assaults me is overwhelming, decay and despair given physical form. I stumble back, gagging, but not before I catch a glimpse of what lies beyond. A hidden room, dimly lit by an otherworldly glow, stretches out before me, and within, a sight that will haunt me for whatever remains of my life. Rows upon rows of withered husks, barely recognizable as human. Their desiccated forms are contorted in poses of agony, frozen in their final moments. Oh God, I choke out, bile rising in my throat. What is this? The composer's cold laugh echoes through the room. Did you think you were the first? He asks, his voice dripping with dark amusement. The only one to hear the music? To be drawn into its embrace? As he speaks, the air around the corpses begins to shimmer. Spectral forms rise from the husks, translucent and glowing with the same eerie light as the composer. Their faces are masks of suffering, mouths open in silent screams. One of the spirits, a woman with long, flowing hair, floats towards me. Her eyes, though insubstantial, are filled with a pain that transcends death. Help us, she pleads, her voice a whisper on the edge of hearing. Free us from this prison. The other spirits take up the cry, their voices blending into a cacophony of desperation. Free us. Play the song. Break the curse. I spin to face the composer, horror and rage warring within me. You lied to me, I accuse. This isn't about my freedom or yours. It's about them. The ghost's smile is a terrible thing to behold. I never lied, he says smoothly. I merely omitted certain truths. Yes, you play for your freedom, and mine, and theirs. We're all bound by the music, all part of the grand symphony. You're a monster, I spit, backing away from him. His laugh chills me to my core. Perhaps, but I'm a monster of my own creation, as you will be of yours. The choice was always yours, my dear student, to play or not to play, to embrace the music or to resist it. The spirits press closer, their ethereal forms passing through me, leaving trails of icy cold in their wake. Their pleas grow more frantic, more desperate. Please, the woman with the flowing hair begs. We've been trapped here for so long. Only the completion of the symphony can set us free. I look from the spirits to the composer and back again, my mind reeling. But if I play, if I complete the symphony, what happens to me? Do I become like you? I ask the composer. Or like them? His smile widens, revealing too many teeth. That, my dear, depends entirely on your skill, on your willingness to give yourself fully to the music. Succeed, and you'll transcend, become a being of pure sound and infinite possibility. Fail. He gestures to the room of withered husks, and I shudder. It's not fair, I protest weakly. I never asked for this. Fair? The composer scoffs. What has fairness to do with art? With true creation? The greatest works are born of suffering, of sacrifice. And this is the greatest work of all. The spirits continue to swirl around me, their voices a constant susurration of pleas and demands. I close my eyes, trying to block them out, but their cries echo in my mind. I need to think, I stammer, stumbling back towards the piano. The composer's eyes gleam with a mixture of pride and malice as I retake my seat at the instrument. Take all the time you need, he purrs. But remember, the music waits for no one. It hungers always. As my fingers touch the keys, the spirits fall silent, watching with a desperate hope that's almost palpable. I can feel the weight of their expectations, their years of suffering, pressing down on me. I begin to play, the melody flowing from my fingers with a life of its own. But now each note carries new meaning. I'm not just playing for my own freedom anymore, or even for the composer's twisted ambitions. I'm playing for them, the lost souls trapped in this musical purgatory. The music swells, filling the room with its haunting beauty. The spirits sway to the rhythm, their forms becoming more substantial with each passing measure. Yes, the composer hisses, his own form seeming to pulse with energy. Let it flow through you. Embrace the power. Set us all free. As I play, I can feel the boundaries of reality blurring. The walls of the room fade away, replaced by swirling vortexes of color and sound. The spirits dance around me, their faces transforming from agony to ecstasy as the music builds to a crescendo. But with each note, I can feel myself changing too. My reflection in the piano surface, already faded, begins to blur at the edges. It's as if I'm being slowly erased, consumed by the very music I'm creating. What's happening to me? I gasp, my fingers never faltering on the keys. The composer's laugh is triumphant. You're becoming one with the music, he exults, transcending your mortal form. Soon you'll be free of all earthly constraints. Part of me wants to stop, to pull away from the piano and run. But I can't. The music has me in its grasp, as surely as it holds the spirits that swirl around me. And deep down, in a place I'm afraid to acknowledge, I don't want to stop. The power flowing through me is intoxicating, addictive. So I play on, watching with a mixture of fascination and horror as my body becomes more insubstantial with each passing moment. The spirit's cries of joy and relief blend with the music, creating a symphony unlike anything ever heard on earth. As the piece nears its completion, I realize that I'm standing at a crossroads. With these final notes, I'll either ascend to some higher plane of existence or join the ranks of withered husks in the hidden room. There's no middle ground, no turning back. My fingers hover over the keys for a split second as I make my choice. Then, with a deep breath, I launch into the final movement. The world explodes into light and sound, reality itself bending to the will of the music. And as the last note fades away, I feel myself slipping free of my mortal coil, becoming one with the eternal symphony. The lesson is complete. The prisoners are free. The final notes of the composition hang in the air, vibrating with an otherworldly resonance. My fingers, bloody and raw, tremble above the keys as I realize what I've just accomplished. After countless attempts, failures, and moments of near madness, I've finally played through the entire piece. I did it, I whisper, my voice hoarse from disuse. The composer's ghost materializes beside me, his face a mask of rapturous joy. Yes, he cries, his voice echoing through the room. You've done it. The first movement is complete. As if in response to his words, the house begins to shudder and groan. The melody I've just played seems to reverberate through its very foundation, causing the walls to ripple like water and the floorboards to undulate beneath my feet. What's happening? I ask, gripping the edge of the piano for support as the room sways around me. The composer's laugh is triumphant and terrifying. The house is awakening, he explains, his form beginning to shimmer and fade. It's becoming one with the music just as you are. I watch in a mixture of fascination and horror as the ghost's spectral body starts to dissipate. His edges blur, wisps of his form trailing away like smoke in the wind. But rather than look frightened or upset, his face is a picture of pure ecstasy. At last, he sighs, his voice growing fainter with each word. Freedom, transcendence, the true power of the music revealed. Wait, I call out, reaching for him even as he fades from view. What do you mean? What's going to happen now? But the composer is gone, leaving behind only a lingering echo of his final, joyous laugh. For a moment, I sit in stunned silence, trying to process what's just occurred. Is it over? Have I fulfilled my part in this madness and earned my freedom? My relief is short-lived. A strange creaking sound draws my attention back to the piano. To my horror, I see the keys beginning to shift and change. They melt like wax under an intense heat, losing their familiar rectangular shapes. As I watch, unable to look away, they reform into grotesque organic forms, twisting tendrils, gaping maws, writhing tentacles. No, I breathe, pushing away from the piano. No, this can't be happening. But it is happening, right before my eyes. The once beautiful instrument is transforming into something monstrous, something alive. And as it changes, I feel a pull deep in my chest. an irresistible urge to place my hands on these new alien keys. With dawning terror, I realize the truth of my situation. This isn't the end, is it? I ask the empty room, my voice shaking. It's only the beginning. As if in answer, the twisted keys of the piano begin to pulse with an inner light. A new melody starts to play, faint at first, but growing stronger with each passing second. It's unlike anything I've heard before, discordant yet hypnotic, beautiful yet terrifying. I try to back away, to put some distance between myself and the transformed piano, but my body won't obey. Instead, I find myself drawn inexorably toward it, my hands reaching out of their own accord. Please, I whimper, fighting against the invisible force pulling me forward. I don't want this. I've done what you asked. Let me go. But there's no one left to hear my pleas. The composer is gone. The spirits of the previous victims have been released, and I'm alone with this monstrous instrument and the endless maddening music. As my fingers make contact with the writhing keys, a jolt of energy surges through me. Visions flood my mind. Vast cosmic landscapes, impossible geometries, beings of pure sound and vibration. I see the true scope of the symphony for the first time, and it's so much larger, so much more terrifying than I ever imagined. Oh God, I gasp, my fingers beginning to move across the twisted keyboard. This is only the first movement. There's so much more. The music pours out of me, a cascade of notes that defy earthly composition. With each measure, I feel myself changing, my humanity slipping away as I become more attuned to the cosmic melody. The room around me warps and shifts, the walls dissolving into swirling vortexes of color and sound. I'm no longer in the abandoned house, or perhaps the house has expanded to encompass all of reality. It's impossible to tell where the music ends and the world begins. As I play this new alien movement of the symphony, I become aware of other presences around me. Not the ghosts of the previous victims, but something else. Vast, incomprehensible entities, drawn to the music like moths to a flame. One of these beings speaks, its voice resonating directly in my mind. At last, it says, the words carrying a weight of eons. The concert begins anew. Play on, little conductor. Call us forth with your symphony. Terror and awe war within me as I realize the true purpose of this music. It's not just a composition, it's a summoning, a way to bridge the gap between dimensions and bring these cosmic horrors into our world. I won't do it, I try to say, but the words come out as notes instead. My rebellion is transformed into music, incorporated into the ever-growing symphony. Another entity, this one a writhing mass of tentacles and eyes, pulses with something that might be laughter. You have no choice, it thrums. You are the instrument now as much as that piano. The music must be played. The concert must continue. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my core, that it's right. I'm no longer in control of my actions, my thoughts, my very being. I've become a conduit for this cosmic symphony, a mere vessel for powers beyond human comprehension. As I play on, my body continuing to warp and change, I cling to the last shreds of my humanity. I think of the life I left behind, of the simple joys and sorrows that once defined my existence. They seem so small now, so insignificant in the face of this eternal universe-spanning music. But still I hold on to them. They're all I have left as I feel myself dissolving into pure sound and vibration. The symphony builds to a crescendo, reality itself bending and breaking around me. And as the second movement nears its completion, I realize with a mix of horror and resignation that this is only the beginning. There are movements upon movements yet to come, each one drawing me further from humanity and closer to something else. The cosmic entities press closer, their anticipation a palpable force. Play on, they urge in their alien voices. Bring us forth. Let the true concert begin. And so I play, my once human fingers dancing across keys that were never meant for mortal hands. The music flows through me, around me, becoming me. I am the composer now, the conductor, the instrument, and the song itself. As the next movement begins, I send out a silent apology to the world I once knew. For I now understand that when this symphony finally truly ends, nothing will ever be the same again. As the twisted melody of the second movement fades, a moment of eerie silence descends upon the room. But it's short-lived. From the shadows, a new sound emerges, the discordant tuning of an orchestra warming up. I watch in horror as instruments materialize around the room, suspended in mid-air and playing of their own accord. A violin appears first, its strings vibrating without a bow. Its haunting melody intertwines with the piano's otherworldly notes. Then comes a cello, its deep, mournful tones adding a somber undercurrent to the growing symphony. A flute materializes next, its high, piercing notes cutting through the air like a knife. What is this? I gasp, my fingers still moving across the grotesque keys of the transformed piano. As if in answer, the walls begin to ripple and bulge. The withered husks of the previous victims, which I had glimpsed earlier in the hidden room, start to emerge. Their desiccated forms move with jerky, puppet-like motions as they take their places at the various instruments. A skeletal figure, barely more than a collection of bones held together by dried sinew, grasps the violin. Its jaw chatters as it draws the bow across the strings, producing a sound that's both beautiful and terrifying. Another corpse, its skin stretched tight over its skull, sits at a spectral harp, bony fingers plucking at strings that shimmer between existence and non-existence. Welcome, a voice whispers in my mind, to the orchestra of the damned. I try to pull my hands away from the piano, to stop this madness, but I'm no longer in control of my own body. Instead, I find myself standing, my arms raising of their own accord. No, I plead, even as I feel my body moving into the stance of a conductor. I don't want this. I can't do this. But my protests fall on deaf ears, or perhaps on no ears at all. The cosmic entities that had been drawn by the music press closer, their vast, incomprehensible forms filling the space around me. Conduct, they command in unison, their voices a symphony of eldritch horror. Bring forth the music of the spheres. Let reality be reshaped by your baton. My arms begin to move, cutting through the air in precise measured motions. With each wave of my hands, the orchestra responds. The violin's keening wail rises and falls. The cello's mournful drone ebbs and flows. The flute's piercing notes dance and weave through the melody. As I conduct this nightmarish ensemble, I feel something fundamental changing within me. With each gesture, each cue to the undead musicians, I feel my humanity slipping away. It's replaced by something else, a pure, distilled essence of music and cosmic horror. What's happening to me? I cry out, but my voice is lost in the growing crescendo of the orchestra. One of the cosmic entities, a swirling mass of tentacles and eyes, pulses with what might be amusement. You are becoming, it thrums, shedding the limitations of your mortal form, embracing your true potential as a conduit of the eternal symphony. I want to argue, to fight against this transformation, but the music is all-consuming. It fills every fiber of my being, every corner of my mind. I am the conductor, the orchestra, and the music itself, all at once. As the symphony builds to a fever pitch, I catch a glimpse of my reflection in the polished surface of a ghostly tuba. What I see sends a shock of horror through me. My skin has become translucent, my bones and organs visible beneath. I'm fading, becoming one with the house, with the music, with the very fabric of this twisted reality. No, I whisper. But even as I do, I feel my fear and horror being transformed into music. My emotions become notes, my thoughts become melodies. My very essence becomes part of the grand cosmic symphony. The undead orchestra plays on, their skeletal forms swaying with the rhythm. The violin weeps tears of blood. The cello's strings vibrate with the screams of the damned. The flute's notes pierce the veil between dimensions, and through it all, I conduct. My arms move with inhuman grace, shaping the music, molding reality itself with each gesture. The walls of the house pulse and breathe, expanding outward to encompass more and more of the world beyond. One of the cosmic entities speaks again, its voice a chorus of 1,000 dying stars. Yes, it exults. The boundaries weaken, the veil thins. Soon we shall pass through, and all shall know the glory of the eternal concert. I want to resist, to fight against this madness, but I'm powerless in the face of the music's overwhelming force. With each passing moment, I feel myself dissolving further, becoming less human and more something else. The orchestra reaches a crescendo, the music swelling to impossible heights. Reality bends and warps around us, the laws of physics breaking down in the face of this eldritch symphony. I see glimpses of other worlds, other dimensions, all pulsing in time with the beat of our infernal music. As my body continues to fade, becoming one with the house and the music, I cling to the last shreds of my humanity. I think of the life I left behind, of the simple joys and sorrows that once defined my existence. They seem so small now, so insignificant in the face of this cosmic concert. But still, I hold on to them. They're all I have left as I feel myself dissolving into pure sound and vibration. The symphony builds to a fever pitch, reality itself bending and breaking around us. And as this movement nears its completion, I realize with a mix of horror and resignation that this is only the beginning. There are movements upon movements yet to come, each one drawing me further from humanity and closer to something else. The cosmic entities press closer, their anticipation a palpable force. Conduct on, they urge in their alien voices. Bring us forth. Let the true concert begin. And so I conduct, my once human arms guiding an orchestra of the damned through a symphony that was never meant for mortal ears. The music flows through me, around me, becoming me. I am the composer now, the conductor, the instrument, and the song itself. As the next movement begins, I send out a silent apology to the world I once knew. For I now understand that when this symphony finally, truly ends, nothing will ever be the same again. The concert continues, and I with it, lost in an eternal maddening melody that will reshape the very fabric of reality. The orchestra of the damned plays on, and I, their fading spectral conductor, guide them towards a finale that will shatter the boundaries between worlds and usher in an age of cosmic horror beyond imagining. The symphony swells to a fever pitch, each note reverberating through the very fabric of reality. The house, no longer a mere structure of wood and stone, pulses and sways like a living, breathing entity. Walls ripple like water, floors undulate beneath our feet, and the ceiling stretches impossibly high, revealing swirling cosmic vortexes beyond. As I conduct this nightmarish orchestra, my translucent arms cutting through the air with inhuman grace, I feel the last vestiges of my humanity slipping away. I am becoming one with the music, with the house, with the infinite cosmic horror that surrounds us. Yes, hisses one of the eldritch entities hovering nearby, its form a writhing mass of tentacles and eyes. The barriers weaken, the veil thins. Play on, conductor. Bring forth the end of all things. I want to resist, to stop this madness, but my body is no longer my own. I am an instrument of the music now, as much as the skeletal violinist or the desiccated cellist. The symphony pours through me, reshaping reality with each crescendo and diminuendo. Suddenly, with a particularly violent surge of music, reality itself fractures around us. The walls of the house shatter like glass, revealing glimpses of other worlds and dimensions bleeding through the cracks. I see impossible landscapes, cities built from crystalline structures that defy geometry, and vast empty voids teeming with unspeakable horrors. Behold, thrums another cosmic entity, its voice a chorus of 1,000 dying stars. The multiverse opens to us. All realities, all possibilities laid bare by the power of our grand symphony. As I continue to conduct, my gaze is drawn to one of these dimensional rifts. What I see there sends a shock of horror through what remains of my human consciousness. It's me, or rather, another version of me. This doppelganger stands before a twisted piano in a house that mirrors our own, conducting an orchestra of the damned just as I am. No, I try to gasp, but the word comes out as a surge of discordant notes from the ghostly horn section. My attention flits from rift to rift, and in each one, I see another version of myself. Some are further along in their transformation, barely more than spectral outlines conducting armies of cosmic horrors. Others are earlier in the process, their faces etched with the same terror and confusion I once felt. "You see now?" asks the first entity, its multitude of eyes fixed upon me. This concert plays out across all realities, all dimensions, an infinite loop of musical torment, reshaping the very fabric of the multiverse. As this revelation sinks in, I feel something stir within what's left of my human soul. A spark of defiance, a desperate desire to break free from this endless cycle. But how can I hope to change anything when I'm no longer in control of my own actions? The symphony builds towards its grand finale, each instrument pushing beyond the limits of sound and sanity. The cosmic entities press closer, their anticipation a palpable force that threatens to tear reality apart at the seams. Almost there, they chant in unison, their voices shaking the foundations of existence. The final movement approaches. Play on, conductor. Usher in the age of eternal music. As my arms continue to guide the orchestra through its mind-bending performance, I struggle to assert some control over my actions. It feels like trying to swim against a tidal wave of pure sound, but I push on, focusing every ounce of my remaining will on my right hand. I won't let this happen, I think fiercely, though I know my thoughts are being transformed into music even as they form. There has to be a way to end this. The cosmic entities sense my resistance. They surge forward, their eldritch forms twisting and writhing in agitation. "No!" they roar, the sound threatening to tear apart the last shreds of my consciousness. The symphony must be completed. The concert eternal must begin. But their very vehemence gives me strength. In their fear, I sense a weakness, a possibility. As we near the end of the symphony, I make a desperate attempt to change the ending. With every fiber of my being, I focus on my right hand. For a moment that stretches into eternity, nothing happens. Then, slowly, agonizingly, my fingers begin to curl inward. "What is this?" demands one of the entities, its form flickering with alarm. The conductor resists. I ignore their cries, pouring all of my will into this one simple action. My hand closes into a fist, and for the first time since this madness began, I feel a sense of control returning. The orchestra falters, the undead musicians looking towards me in confusion. The cosmic entities howl in rage and fear, their forms beginning to lose cohesion as the music wavers. "No!" they shriek. "You cannot stop the concert. You cannot change the score." But I can. With the last of my strength, I bring my fist down in a final, decisive motion. The orchestra responds, but not with the triumphant crescendo the entities expected. Instead, a discordant, chaotic jumble of notes erupts from every instrument. Reality lurches, the dimensional rifts shuddering and twisting. The house groans, its impossible architecture beginning to collapse in on itself. The cosmic entities wail in dismay as their forms start to dissolve. "What have you done?" they cry, their voices fading as they're pulled back to whatever dark dimension spawned them. The symphony, the eternal concert. I watch in a mixture of horror and exhilaration as everything around me begins to crumble. The undead orchestra dissolves into dust, their instruments clattering to the floor before vanishing into nothingness. The walls of the house collapse, revealing a void beyond that slowly fills with the normal reality I once knew. As the chaos unfolds, I feel my body beginning to solidify. The translucent skin becomes opaque once more, and I can no longer see the bones beneath. The cosmic music that has filled my mind for so long fades away, leaving behind a blessed, ordinary silence. Finally, with a sound like the universe itself heaving a great sigh, everything stops. I find myself standing in the ruins of the old house, surrounded by broken furniture and dust-covered debris. Of the cosmic entities, the undead orchestra, and the twisted instruments, there is no sign. For a long moment, I simply stand there, breathing heavily, trying to process what has happened. Am I truly free? Has the nightmare finally ended? As if in answer, I hear a faint melody drifting on the wind. For a heart-stopping moment, I fear it's starting all over again. But no, this is just an ordinary tune, probably from a neighbor's radio. The sound of it, so mundane and earthly, brings tears to my eyes. Slowly, cautiously, I make my way out of the ruined house. The sun is setting, painting the sky in brilliant hues of orange and pink. The sight of it, so normal and yet so beautiful, is almost more than I can bear. As I step onto the sidewalk, a passerby gives me a curious look. "Are you all right?" he asks, taking in my disheveled appearance and the ruins behind me. I open my mouth to respond, but no words come out. How can I possibly explain what I've been through? How can I describe the cosmic horrors I've witnessed, the multiversal symphony I've conducted? In the end, I simply nod. "I'm fine," I manage to croak out. "Just glad to be here." The man gives me another puzzled look before continuing on his way. I watch him go, marveling at the simple normalcy of his existence. Will I ever be able to return to that? Or has my brush with cosmic horror changed me forever? As I begin the long walk home, I find myself humming softly under my breath. It's not the maddening symphony that nearly destroyed reality, but a simple human tune. For now, at least, that's enough. But even as I revel in my newfound freedom, a small part of me wonders, in some other reality, in some other dimension, is another version of me still conducting that infernal orchestra? And if so, will they find the strength to break free as I did? The thought sends a shiver down my spine. But for now, I push it aside. I've escaped the eternal concert, changed the score, and brought the performance crashing down. Whatever comes next, whatever cosmic horrors may still lurk in the shadows of reality, I'll face them with the knowledge that even the grandest symphony can be silenced by a single, discordant note. The cacophony of the Eldritch Symphony abruptly ceases, plunging the world into a silence so profound it's almost painful. After an eternity of sound, the sudden absence is disorienting, leaving me reeling in the quiet. For a moment, everything is still. Then, with a groan that seems to emanate from the very foundations of reality, the house begins to crumble. Walls cave in, floors buckle, and the ceiling collapses in a shower of debris. The instruments that had been floating in midair crash to the ground, shattering into splinters and dust. The ghostly orchestra, those poor souls trapped in an endless performance, dissolve like mist in the morning sun. I stand motionless, watching as the nightmarish world I've been a part of for so long disintegrates around me. The cosmic entities that had hovered at the edges of perception are gone, banished back to whatever incomprehensible dimension they came from. The rifts in reality seal themselves, leaving behind only the faintest shimmer in the air, like heat haze on a summer day. As the dust settles, I become aware of a change in myself. The translucent, spectral quality that had overtaken my body is gone. I look down at my hands, solid and opaque once more. I press my fingers to my wrist and feel the steady thump of a pulse. I'm human again. Or at least, as human as I can be after what I've experienced. Is it over? I whisper, my voice hoarse from disuse, or perhaps from screaming melodies I can no longer remember. There's no answer, of course. I'm alone in the rubble of what was once a house of horrors. The silence stretches on, broken only by the settling of debris and the distant sounds of a normal world continuing on, oblivious to the cosmic drama that has just unfolded. Slowly, cautiously, I begin to move. My legs are shaky, unused to supporting my weight after so long conducting the infernal orchestra. I pick my way through the ruins, stumbling over broken floorboards and shattered instruments. As I near what used to be the front door, a glint of something catches my eye. Half buried in the rubble is a small object. I bend down, brushing away dust and splinters, to reveal a metronome. It's an old-fashioned one, made of dark wood with a brass pendulum. Miraculously, it seems undamaged. Without thinking, I pick it up. The weight of it in my hand is comforting, a solid anchor in a world that has become all too fluid and uncertain. I tuck it into my pocket, not quite sure why, but feeling that it's important somehow. Finally, I step out of the ruined house and onto the street. The normality of the scene before me is almost as shocking as the cosmic horrors I've witnessed. Cars drive by, people walk their dogs, a group of children ride past on bicycles. No one seems to notice the collapsed building behind me, or the disheveled, wild-eyed man standing in front of it. I take a deep breath, relishing the simple act of filling my lungs with ordinary air. The scents of car exhaust, freshly mown grass, and someone's barbecue mingle in a gloriously mundane cocktail. I've never appreciated the ordinary so much. But as I stand there, basking in the return to normality, something changes. At first it's so faint I think I'm imagining it. But no. There it is again. A melody, drifting on the breeze. It's unlike the maddening symphony that nearly destroyed reality. Yet there's something familiar about it. My blood runs cold as I realize what I'm hearing. It's not coming from anywhere around me. It's coming from inside my own head. No, I mutter, pressing my hands to my ears. No, it's over. It has to be over. But the melody persists, growing stronger with each passing moment. It's beautiful in a way that defies description, a tune that speaks of cosmic truths and impossible realities. And with a growing sense of horror, I realize that I'm not just hearing it. I'm composing it. My fingers twitch at my sides, conducting an invisible orchestra. My mind races with harmonies and counterpoints, with instrumental arrangements that no earthly musician could ever hope to play. The music builds in my head, a symphony even grander and more terrible than the one I've just escaped. And then I understand. The performance isn't over. It's only just begun. I stagger down the street, the music in my head growing louder with each step. People give me a wide berth, no doubt seeing the manic gleam in my eyes, the way my hands move in strange conductor-like gestures. "Are you all right, mister?" a young boy asks as I stumble past, his mother quickly pulling him away. I want to warn them, to tell them to run, to get as far away from me as possible. But when I open my mouth, what comes out is a snatch of melody, a fragment of the cosmic symphony building in my mind. The boy's eyes widen, and for a moment I see a flicker of something in them. A recognition, perhaps, of the vast and terrible music that now lives inside me. His mother hurries him away, shooting worried glances over her shoulder. I continue my shambling journey down the street, the music growing stronger, more insistent. It demands to be heard, to be played, to reshape reality once more. And I, God help me, I want to let it. My hands dip into my pocket, fingers closing around the metronome I salvaged from the ruins. As I pull it out, I notice something I missed before. There's an inscription on the base, written in flowing script, "To keep time with the heartbeat of the universe." A laugh bubbles up from my chest, equal parts hysteria and dark amusement. Of course it wouldn't be that easy to escape. I wind the metronome, my movements jerky and desperate. The steady tick-tock fills the air, a rhythmic counterpoint to the melody in my head. People on the street stop and stare, drawn despite themselves to the strange music. Don't listen, I try to warn them, but my words come out as lyrics, sung in a voice that resonates with cosmic power. Please, run while you still can. But they don't run. They can't. The music has them now, just as it has me. I see it in their eyes, the dawning wonder, the growing understanding of realities beyond their comprehension. One by one, they begin to sway to the rhythm of the metronome, to hum along with the melody only I can fully hear. And I realize, with a mixture of dread and exhilaration, that I am no longer the conductor. I am the composer. The performance has only just begun, and I am now seeking new players for my infernal symphony. A young woman steps forward, her eyes glazed with the music's power. "What is this?" she asks, her voice trembling with awe and fear. "What's happening?" I look at her, seeing not just her physical form, but the musical potential within her. In my mind's eye, I see her as a flute, her breath becoming notes that could pierce the veil between worlds. "It's the music of the spheres," I reply, my voice resonating with harmonics no human throat should be able to produce. "The song of creation and destruction. And you are its newest instrument." She should run. They all should. But I know they won't. Can't. The music has them now, just as it has me. We are all part of something greater, something terrible and beautiful beyond imagining. As the crowd grows, as more and more people are drawn into the growing symphony, I feel reality beginning to warp around us. The boundaries between dimensions grow thin. The laws of physics bend and flex to the will of the music. And somewhere, in the back of my mind, I hear the laughter of cosmic entities. They knew. They always knew. The symphony never truly ends. It just finds new composers, new conductors, new players. As the music swells, as reality fractures around us, I raise my arms to conduct this new growing orchestra. The performance has begun anew. And this time, I am not the trapped musician, but the mad composer, leading the world into a cacophony of cosmic horror. The metronome ticks on, keeping time with the heartbeat of the universe. And I, once the unwilling conductor, now the eager composer, embrace my role in this eternal, infernal symphony. The attic was a maze of forgotten memories and dust-covered relics. I'd been putting off this cleaning for years, but Sarah had finally put her foot down. "Mike," she'd said, her voice a mix of exasperation and amusement, "if you don't clear out that attic, we'll need to buy a new house just to store all our junk." So here I was, on a Saturday afternoon, sneezing my way through decades of accumulated stuff. The air was thick with dust motes dancing in the weak sunlight filtering through the grimy windows. I sneezed again, louder this time. "You okay up there?" Sarah's voice drifted up from below. "Yeah," I called back, wiping my nose on my sleeve. "Just making friends with every dust bunny in the state." I heard her chuckle, and it brought a smile to my face. 20 years of marriage, and her laugh still did things to me. Shaking my head, I turned back to the task at hand. A stack of old magazines teetered precariously in the corner, and I decided they'd be my next victim. As I made my way over, my foot caught on something. I stumbled, arms windmilling, and crashed into an old bookshelf. Books and knickknacks rained down around me as I landed hard on my ass. "Shit," I hissed, rubbing my tailbone. That was going to leave a mark. "Mike?" Sarah again, concern evident in her voice. "What was that noise?" "Nothing, honey," I lied, surveying the mess around me. "Just rearranging some furniture." Great. Now I had even more to clean up. Grumbling under my breath, I started gathering the fallen items. That's when I saw it. Half buried under a pile of dusty National Geographics was a book I didn't recognize. It was old, that much was clear, with a worn leather cover and yellowed pages. But it wasn't the age that caught my attention. It was the complete lack of dust on it, as if it had been placed there recently. Curious, I reached for it. The moment my fingers touched the leather, a chill ran down my spine. Must be a draft, I thought, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had just changed, something fundamental. I turned the book over in my hands. No title, no author's name, just smooth, well-worn leather. With a shrug, I flipped it open. The first page hit me like a punch to the gut. There, in handwriting I knew as well as my own, because it was my own, was an entry dated 30 years ago. July 15th, 1994. Mom got me this diary for my 10th birthday. Said a man should have a place to put his thoughts. Not sure what to write, but I guess I'll give it a shot. I blinked. Hard. This had to be some kind of joke. But as I flipped through the pages, my confusion only grew. Every entry was in my handwriting, detailing events from my life with an accuracy that was downright eerie. September 3rd, 2001, first day of college. Roommate seems okay. His name's Tom. Wonder if we'll be friends. Tom. My best man at my wedding. The guy who'd been by my side through thick and thin for over 2 decades now. April 17th, 2004. I met a girl today. Her name is Sarah, and I think I'm in love. My hands were shaking now. This was impossible. I'd never kept a diary in my life. Hell, I could barely remember to jot down grocery lists. There was no way I'd documented my entire life in such detail. But the evidence was right there in front of me. Page after page of my life, laid out in black and white. My first job, the day I proposed to Sarah, our wedding, buying our house, all of it right up to... I froze, staring at the last filled page. Today's date stared back at me, the ink still looking fresh. August 24th, 2024. Cleaning the attic today. Sarah's been on my case about it for months. Wonder what I'll find up there. My mouth went dry. This was beyond a prank. This was... Mike? Sarah's voice made me jump. You've been quiet for a while. Everything okay? I opened my mouth to respond, but no words came out. What could I say? Hey honey, I just found a magic diary that's been recording my life without my knowledge. She'd think I'd lost my mind. Yeah, I managed finally. Just found some old photos. Got distracted. Ooh, bring them down, I want to see. Sure thing, I said, my voice sounding distant to my own ears. Be down in a bit. My heart was racing as I turned to the next page. What I saw there made my blood run cold. The page was blank except for a single line at the top. August 25th, 2024. The day it all begins. What begins? I wanted to throw the book away to pretend I'd never seen it, but I couldn't. My fingers seemed to move of their own accord, flipping to the next page, and the next. Dates flashed by. August 26th, September 3rd, October 17th. The entries continued, detailing a future I hadn't lived yet. I couldn't tear my eyes away even as a growing sense of dread filled me. Because there, a few pages ahead, I saw it. The last entry. The final page. My hands trembled as I slowly turned to it. And there, in that same familiar handwriting, was the date and single line that turned my world upside down. November 1st, 2024, the day I die. The diary slipped from my numb fingers, landing with a soft thud on the attic floor. This couldn't be real. It had to be a nightmare. Any second now, I'd wake up in bed with Sarah snoring softly beside me. But I didn't wake up. The attic remained stubbornly real around me, the dust motes still dancing in the fading afternoon light. And there on the floor, innocuous yet terrifying, lay the diary. My diary. The diary that had just told me I had a little over 2 months left to live. Mike, Sarah called again, her voice tinged with impatience now. Are you coming down or should I send a search party? I stared at the diary, my mind reeling. What do I do? Tell her? Hide it? Burn it? I'll be right down, I called back, my voice cracking. Slowly, as if in a trance, I bent down and picked up the diary. Its weight felt impossibly heavy in my hands, as if it carried the burden of my entire future, and the lack thereof. I tucked it into my jacket pocket, feeling its presence like a burning coal against my chest. Whatever this was, prank, delusion, or something far more sinister, I knew one thing for certain. My life had just changed irrevocably. and as I made my way down the attic stairs, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was descending into something far darker than just the dimly lit hallway of our home. The final sound that echoed in my ears as I closed the attic door wasn't the creak of old wood or the settling of the house. It was the phantom whisper of a page turning, marking the beginning of a countdown I never asked for and a fate I wasn't sure I could escape. The night stretched endlessly, a dark canvas painted with my fears and doubts. Sleep eluded me, slipping through my fingers like wisps of smoke every time I came close to grasping it. Beside me, Sarah slumbered peacefully, unaware of the turmoil raging in my mind. "It's just a prank," I whispered to myself for the 100th time, staring at the ceiling. A stupid, elaborate prank. But even as the words left my lips, I knew they rang hollow. The diary, hidden away in my bedside drawer, seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. I could almost hear it whispering, taunting me with its impossible knowledge. As the first rays of dawn crept through the curtains, I gave up on sleep entirely. Quietly, so as not to wake Sarah, I slipped out of bed and padded to the kitchen. Coffee. I needed coffee to face whatever this day had in store. The diary had predicted a fairly ordinary Sunday. Breakfast with Sarah, a call from my mother, a minor argument with our neighbor about his overgrown hedge. Nothing earth-shattering, but specific enough to be unsettling if it all came true. "Morning, honey." Sarah's voice startled me out of my reverie. She stood in the doorway, hair tousled from sleep, looking at me with a mix of affection and concern. "You're up early. Everything okay?" I forced a smile. "Yeah, just couldn't sleep. Thought I'd get a head start on the day." She came over and wrapped her arms around me from behind, resting her chin on my shoulder. "You seemed distracted yesterday after coming down from the attic. Find any skeletons in our closet?" I stiffened involuntarily, and I knew she felt it. "No, nothing like that," I lied, hating myself for it. "Just nostalgic, I guess, seeing all those old things." Sarah hummed thoughtfully but didn't press further. Instead, she moved to the fridge, pulling out eggs and bacon. "How about some breakfast? I'm starving." As we ate, I found myself watching the clock, waiting for my mother's call. The diary had said 9:47 a.m. At 9:46, I was so tense I could barely breathe. 9:47 hit, and the phone remained silent. I let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. See? Just a prank. Nothing to worry about. At 9:48, the phone rang. My fork clattered to the plate as I stared at the caller ID. Mom's face smiled up at me from the screen. "Aren't you going to answer that?" Sarah asked, raising an eyebrow. With a shaking hand, I picked up the phone. "Hi, Mom." The conversation was exactly as the diary had described. Mom asking about our plans for Thanksgiving, mentioning her new book club, complaining about Dad's latest home improvement project. I responded on autopilot, my mind reeling. After hanging up, I excused myself, ignoring Sarah's worried look. I needed to find answers. The next few hours were a blur of frantic research. I scoured the internet for any mention of prophetic diaries, time travel, or anything that could explain what was happening. I found plenty of fiction, from Back to the Future to obscure creepypastas, but nothing that seemed real. I even drove back to the antique store where we'd bought the bookshelf years ago, hoping for some clue. The old man behind the counter just shook his head. "Sorry, son. We get so many items through here. I couldn't tell you where half of them came from if my life depended on it." Frustrated and no closer to answers, I returned home. As I pulled into the driveway, I saw our neighbor, Mr. Johnson, trimming his hedge, the same hedge the diary had mentioned. "Afternoon, Mike," he called out as I got out of the car. "Say, I've been meaning to talk to you about this hedge. I think it's encroaching on your property a bit." I felt a chill run down my spine. "It looks fine to me, Mr. Johnson," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "Now, don't be like that," he said, frowning. "I've measured it, and I'm sure it's over the property line by at least 6 inches. The argument played out exactly as the diary had described. Every word, every gesture, like a script we were unknowingly following. By the time I made it back inside, I was shaking. Sarah was waiting for me in the living room, her face etched with worry. "Mike, what's going on? And don't tell me it's nothing. I know you better than that." I opened my mouth, ready to spill everything. The diary, the predictions, the growing fear that was consuming me. But the words stuck in my throat. How could I explain this without sounding completely insane? I'm just not feeling well, I managed. Must be coming down with something. Sarah's frown deepened. "Maybe you should lie down for a bit. I'll bring you some tea." As she left the room, guilt gnawed at me. We'd never kept secrets from each other before. But how could I burden her with this? No, I had to figure this out on my own. That night, after Sarah had gone to bed, I snuck down to the garage. The diary felt heavy in my hands as I placed it on the workbench. Next to it, I set down a box of matches. "This ends now," I muttered, striking a match. The small flame flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls. I held the match over the diary, ready to drop it and watch the cursed thing burn. But as the flame inched closer to the leather cover, my hand began to shake. What if burning it made things worse? What if it was the only thing keeping me alive until November 1st? What if... The match burned down to my fingers and I dropped it with a hiss of pain. It extinguished harmlessly on the concrete floor. I stared at the diary, my breath coming in short gasps. I couldn't do it. As much as I wanted to destroy it, to pretend none of this was happening, I couldn't bring myself to light that fire. With trembling hands, I picked up the diary and held it close to my chest. Tears of frustration and fear pricked at my eyes. I was trapped, caught between the impossible reality of the diary's predictions and the terrifying uncertainty of what destroying it might mean. As I stood there in the dark garage, clutching the diary like a lifeline, one thought echoed through my mind. What the hell am I going to do? The night stretched on, offering no answers, only the soft ticking of the clock marking the passage of time. Time that, according to the diary, was quickly running out for me, and I had no idea how to stop it. The morning sun crept through the blinds, finding me already awake, staring at the diary with a mix of dread and determination. I'd spent the night formulating a plan, a way to prove to myself that this was all just an elaborate hoax or a figment of my imagination. Today, I would do exactly the opposite of what the diary predicted. I flipped it open to today's date. 7:30 a.m. Woke up, showered, had coffee. A smirk played on my lips. "Not today," I muttered. I deliberately stayed in bed until 8 a.m., skipped the shower and made myself a cup of tea instead of coffee. Sarah gave me an odd look as I sipped the unfamiliar beverage. "Since when do you drink tea?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. I shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant. Thought I'd try something new. The diary had mentioned I'd wear my blue shirt to work. I grabbed a red one instead, feeling a surge of triumph as I buttoned it up. This was working. I was in control. As I headed out, the diary's next prediction nagged at me. Took the usual route to work, got stuck in traffic on Fifth Avenue. Not this time, I said to myself, turning onto a side street I rarely used. The road was clear, and for a moment I felt elated. I was beating this thing. But as I rounded the corner, my heart sank. A delivery truck had overturned, blocking the entire street. Police officers were redirecting traffic, straight back to Fifth Avenue. 20 minutes later, I found myself stuck in the very traffic jam I'd tried to avoid. Throughout the day, this pattern repeated itself. Every attempt to deviate from the diary's script somehow led me right back to it. By lunchtime, I was a nervous wreck. I needed to talk to someone to get an outside perspective before I completely lost it. There was only one person I could trust with something this insane. "Hey, Tom," I said into my phone, trying to keep my voice steady. "Can we meet up after work? I need to talk to you about something." There must have been something in my tone, because Tom's usual joviality was replaced with concern. "Sure, Mike. Everything okay?" "I'll explain later. Murphy's Pub at 6? "I'll be there." The rest of the workday crawled by, each tick of the clock mocking my attempts to change fate. By the time I walked into Murphy's, I was a bundle of nerves. Tom was already there, nursing a beer. He took one look at me and whistled low. Jesus, Mike, you look like hell. What's going on? I slid into the booth across from him, my hands shaking slightly as I placed the diary on the table. You're going to think I'm crazy, I started. Try me, Tom said, leaning forward. So I told him everything. The diary's discovery, its impossible predictions, my failed attempts to change things. As I spoke, Tom's expression shifted from concern to disbelief to outright worry. When I finished, silence stretched between us. Tom took a long pull from his beer before speaking. Mike, he said slowly, have you considered talking to someone about this? Professionally, I mean? I felt a stab of disappointment, though I couldn't blame him. You think I'm losing it? Tom sighed, running a hand through his hair. I think you're under a lot of stress. Maybe cleaning out that attic stirred up some old memories or something. But a magic diary that predicts the future? Come on, man. I know how it sounds, I said, desperation creeping into my voice. But I swear it's real. Look. I opened the diary to today's date, showing him the entries. Tom glanced at it, frowning. Mike, this is your handwriting. Are you sure you didn't write this yourself and just forget? I slammed the diary shut, frustration boiling over. Damn it, Tom, I'm not crazy. A few heads turned our way and Tom held up his hands in a placating gesture. Okay. Let's say, for argument's sake, that this is real. What do you want to do about it? I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. I need to break the pattern, really shake things up, but everything I've tried so far hasn't worked. Tom was quiet for a moment, thinking. Then he snapped his fingers. All right, here's what we'll do. Tomorrow you're calling in sick to work. We're going on a road trip. A road trip? I repeated, skeptical. Yeah, Tom nodded, warming to the idea. We'll drive out to my uncle's cabin in the mountains. No cell service, no internet. Just you, me, and nature. If this diary is predicting your everyday life, let's take you out of it entirely. It was crazy, impulsive, and exactly what I needed. For the first time in days, I felt a glimmer of hope. Okay, I said. Let's do it. We spent the next hour planning our impromptu getaway. By the time I left the pub, I felt lighter, almost giddy with the prospect of outsmarting the diary. That feeling lasted right up until I got home and opened the cursed book again. There, in my own handwriting, was a new entry. Confided in Tom about the diary. He suggested a trip to his uncle's cabin to break the routine, leaving tomorrow morning. My blood ran cold. The diary had updated itself, accounting for my attempts to change things. It knew. Somehow, it always knew. I sank to the floor, the diary clutched to my chest as the full weight of my situation crashed down on me. This wasn't just about predicting the future anymore. The diary was actively shaping it, always one step ahead. As the night deepened around me, one thought echoed in my mind. How do you escape a fate that rewrites itself? The soft glow of the bedside lamp cast long shadows across the room, much like the lengthening shadows of doubt and fear stretching across my future. Tomorrow's trip suddenly felt less like an escape and more like another step down a predetermined path. But what choice did I have? To do nothing was to accept defeat, to march willingly towards that final, terrifying entry. No, I had to keep fighting. Keep trying to change things even if it felt like thrashing against an invisible current. With trembling hands, I placed the diary back in the drawer. As I closed it, the sound seemed to echo with a chilling finality, like the closing of a coffin lid. Tomorrow, I told myself. Tomorrow we'd drive into the mountains, away from my usual routine, away from the life the diary seemed to have mapped out. And maybe, just maybe, we'd find a way to write a new future, one the diary couldn't predict. The world around me had become a minefield of potential omens and harbingers. Every black cat, Every crack in the sidewalk, every flickering streetlight seemed to carry a sinister message. I found myself jumping at shadows, my nerves frayed to the breaking point. The trip to Tom's uncle's cabin had been a disaster. Not only had every event unfolded exactly as the diary predicted, but our car had broken down on the way back, leaving us stranded for hours. Tom's patience with my increasingly erratic behavior was wearing thin. "Mike, you need to get a grip," he'd said as we waited for the tow truck. "This obsession isn't healthy." But I couldn't let it go. The diary's grip on my life was tightening, and I felt like I was drowning. At work, my performance was slipping. I'd miss deadlines, zone out during important meetings, and snap at colleagues for no reason. My boss, Janet, called me into her office one afternoon. "Mike, what's going on with you?" she asked, concern evident in her voice. "You've always been one of our top performers, but lately—" I rubbed my eyes, trying to focus. "I'm sorry, Janet. I've just been dealing with some personal issues." She leaned forward, her brow furrowed. "Is everything okay at home? With Sarah?" The mention of Sarah sent a pang of guilt through me. I'd been distant with her, jumping at every little thing, refusing to explain my behavior. Our relationship was suffering, and I knew it was my fault. "Everything's fine," I lied. "I just need some time to sort things out." Janet didn't look convinced, but she nodded. "All right, Mike. Take the rest of the week off. Get your head straight. But when you come back, I need you at 100%, understood?" I nodded, grateful for the reprieve but knowing it wouldn't solve anything. As I packed up my desk, I could feel the eyes of my co-workers on me, their whispers following me out the door. At home, things weren't much better. Sarah was waiting for me, her arms crossed, her face a mask of worry and frustration. "What's happening to you, Mike?" she asked as soon as I walked in. "You're not sleeping, you barely eat, you flinch every time I touch you. Talk to me, please." I wanted to. God, how I wanted to unburden myself, to share this impossible weight with the woman I loved. But the words wouldn't come. How could I explain something I barely understood myself? "I'm fine," I said, the lie tasting bitter on my tongue. "Just stressed about work." Sarah's eyes flashed with anger. "Don't lie to me. This is more than work stress. You're slipping away, and I don't know how to reach you anymore." I saw the tears forming in her eyes, and it broke my heart. I stepped forward to embrace her, but she backed away. "When you're ready to tell me the truth, I'll be here," she said softly. "But I can't keep watching you destroy yourself like this." She turned and walked away, leaving me alone with the crushing weight of my secrets. That night I sat at the kitchen table, the diary open before me. The entries had become more detailed, more ominous. It wasn't just predicting events anymore. It was describing the consequences of my attempts to change things. October 3rd. Mike's erratic behavior at work results in being placed on probation. Sarah considers temporarily moving out. I slammed the book shut, my hands shaking. This couldn't go on. I was losing everything I cared about because of this cursed diary. In a fit of desperation, I grabbed the book and began examining it closely, looking for any clue, any hint of its origin or purpose. As I ran my fingers along the binding, I felt something odd, a slight bulge in the leather. Heart racing, I carefully pried at the binding. A small slip of paper fell out, yellowed with age. On it, in spidery handwriting I didn't recognize, was a message. "The ink of fate is never dry. Beware the cost of rewriting destiny." I stared at the cryptic words, my mind whirling. What did it mean? Was there a way to change what was written, or was I just making things worse? Lost in thought, I didn't hear the doorbell at first. It was only on the third ring that I snapped back to reality. Warily, I approached the door. It was late, past 11 p.m. Who could be visiting at this hour? I opened the door to find a stranger standing on my porch. He was an older man, probably in his 60s, with wild gray hair and intense blue eyes that seemed to look right through me. "Michael Thompson?" he asked, his voice gravelly. I nodded, too surprised to speak. "My name is Elias," he said. and I believe you have something that once belonged to me. My blood ran cold. I don't know what you're talking about, I said, starting to close the door. His hand shot out, holding it open with surprising strength. The diary, Michael. I know you found it, and I know what it's doing to you. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. How do you know about that? Elias's eyes softened slightly. Because I've been where you are. The sleepless nights, the paranoia, the feeling that your life is no longer your own. I know it all too well. I stood there, shocked into silence. Part of me wanted to slam the door in his face to deny everything, but a larger part, the part desperate for answers, for any kind of explanation, won out. Come in, I said, stepping aside. Elias entered, his eyes scanning the room before settling back on me. You have questions, he said. It wasn't a question. I laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. Yeah, you could say that. Like, what the hell is this thing? How does it work? And how do I make it stop? Elias sighed, suddenly looking very old and very tired. The diary is kinda complicated. It's not just predicting the future, Michael. It's shaping it. Every time you read an entry, every time you try to change things, you're only cementing that future more firmly into place. I felt the blood drain from my face. So what, I'm just supposed to accept everything it says? To walk willingly to my death? No, Elias said sharply. That's not what I'm saying at all. The diary can be beaten, but not through brute force. Not by simply doing the opposite of what it says. Then how? I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. Elias was quiet for a moment, his brow furrowed in thought. The diary feeds on attention, on the energy you give it by obsessing over its predictions. The more you try to fight it head-on, the stronger it becomes. I sank into a chair, my head in my hands. So what am I supposed to do? Just ignore it and hope for the best? Not exactly, Elias said. You need to understand the diary's true nature, its purpose. Only then can you hope to change what it's written. I looked up at him, a glimmer of hope flickering in my chest. And you can help me do that? Elias nodded slowly. I can try. But I warn you, Michael, the path ahead is not an easy one. The diary doesn't give up its secrets willingly, and the cost of understanding may be higher than you're prepared to pay. As I sat there looking at this mysterious man who offered both hope and warning, I realized I was at a crossroads. I could turn away, try to forget about the diary and hope its predictions wouldn't come true. Or I could dive deeper into this madness, risking everything in the hope of reclaiming control over my fate. In the end, it wasn't really a choice at all. Tell me everything, I said. As Elias began to speak, I felt the world shift around me. Whatever came next, I knew my life would never be the same. The diary had set me on this path, but for the first time since finding it, I felt like I might have a chance to write my own ending. Little did I know, the true test was only beginning. Elias settled into the armchair across from me, his weathered hands clasped tightly in his lap. The weight of unspoken secrets hung heavy in the air between us. I found my diary in 1978, he began, his voice low and gravelly. I was about your age, full of dreams and ambitions. The diary, it changed everything. I leaned forward, hanging on his every word. What happened? Elias's eyes clouded with memory. At first I thought it was a miracle, knowing what was going to happen, being able to prepare for every eventuality. But then, the predictions started getting darker. I finished for him. He nodded grimly. Exactly. It wasn't just predicting the future anymore. It was shaping it, twisting it. And the more I tried to fight it, the worse things got. But you survived, I said, a flicker of hope igniting in my chest. You beat it somehow. Elias's laugh was hollow. Survived, yes, but at what cost? He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a network of scars crisscrossing his arm. The diary's final prediction for me was that I'd lose my left hand in an accident. I tried to prove it wrong. I felt the blood drain from my face. You cut off your own hand? Close, Elias said, flexing his fingers. I came damn near close. Spent months in the hospital, physical therapy, the works. But I kept my hand, and more importantly, I broke the diary's hold on me. How? I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. How did you do it? Elias leaned back, his eyes boring into mine. By understanding its true nature. The diary isn't just a record of the future, Mike. It's a test, a crucible designed to push us to our limits. Over the next few hours, Elias and I dove deep into the diary's history. He had spent decades researching similar cases, tracking down whispers and rumors of other diaries across the world. There's a pattern, Elias explained, spreading out old newspaper clippings and printouts on my coffee table. Every few decades, a diary appears, always to someone at a crossroads in their life, always predicting a death or catastrophe. I pored over the documents, my heart racing. Stories of people driven to madness, of miraculous escapes and tragic ends. It was terrifying, but also strangely comforting to know I wasn't alone in this. But why? I asked. What's the point of all this? Elias shook his head. That's the million-dollar question. Some think it's a test of character. Others believe it's some kind of cosmic joke. Me? I think it's a lesson in the nature of fate and free will. As dawn broke, casting long shadows across the room, a chilling realization began to dawn on me. Elias, I said slowly, you said the diary shapes the future. What exactly does that mean? His expression grew grave. It means, Mike, that your actions in trying to change the diary's predictions have consequences. Ripples that affect not just you, but everyone around you. The weight of his words hit me like a physical blow. All my frantic attempts to change fate, to avoid the diary's predictions, what had they done to the people I cared about? With trembling hands, I opened the diary. The entries had changed, grown more detailed and more horrifying. October 15th. Sarah, distraught over Mike's increasingly erratic behavior, runs a red light. Her car is T-boned by a truck. She survives but is left paralyzed from the waist down. November 3rd. Tom, worried about Mike's mental state, misses a crucial deadline at work. He's fired and spirals into depression. November 10th. Mike's parents, coming to town to check on their son, are involved in a multi-car pileup on the highway. Neither survives. I slammed the book shut, bile rising in my throat. No, I whispered. No, this can't be happening. Elias placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. The diary feeds on fear and desperation, Mike. The more you panic, the more power you give it. But these are people I love, I shouted, jumping to my feet. I can't just sit back and watch them suffer because of me. And what will you do? Elias asked calmly. Try to warn them? Lock them away? You'll only push them towards the very fates you're trying to avoid. I paced the room, my mind racing. There has to be a way to protect them, to keep them safe from me. Elias was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with understanding and regret. There is one way. It's drastic, and it comes with its own risks. But it might be the only way to shield them from the diary's influence. I turned to him, desperate for any solution. What is it? You have to remove yourself from the equation, Elias said softly. Cut all ties, isolate yourself completely. If the diary can't use your relationships as leverage, it loses much of its power. The idea hit me like a punch to the gut. Leave everything behind? My job, my friends, Sarah? It seemed impossible. And yet, I thought of Sarah's smile, of Tom's unwavering friendship, of my parents' love. The idea of them suffering because of me was unbearable. How? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. How do I just disappear? Elias stood, his expression a mix of sympathy and resolve. I have a place. A cabin deep in the mountains off the grid. No phone, no internet, nothing the diary can use to track the outside world. You'd be completely cut off. For how long? Until we figure out how to beat this thing for good, Elias said. It could be weeks, it could be months. The magnitude of what he was suggesting washed over me, leaving behind everything and everyone I loved, potentially for months or even years. It felt like tearing out my own heart. But as I looked at the diary, at the horrible fates it promised for those I cared about, I knew I had no choice. Okay, I said, my voice cracking. I'll do it. The next few hours were a blur of hasty preparations and heart-wrenching decisions. I wrote letters to Sarah, to Tom, to my parents, filled with half-truths and promises to explain everything someday. I cleaned out my bank account, packed a bag with essentials, and erased every trace of where I might be going. As the sun began to set, I stood on my front porch for the last time, taking in the life I was leaving behind. Sarah would be home soon, expecting to find me there. Instead, she'd find an empty house and a letter that would likely leave her with more questions than answers. "Are you ready?" Elias asked, waiting by his car. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the diary in my backpack. "No," I said honestly, "but I don't have a choice." As we drove away, the streets of my neighborhood fading into the rearview mirror, I felt a mix of terror and strange relief. I was leaving behind everything I knew, everyone I loved. But I was also leaving behind the constant fear, the suffocating pressure of the diary's predictions. "What now?" I asked as the city lights gave way to dark, winding mountain roads. Elias's eyes remained fixed on the road ahead. "Now, we fight back. We study the diary, we unravel its secrets, and we find a way to break its hold once and for all." As the familiar world disappeared behind us, replaced by the looming shadows of the mountains, I steeled myself for whatever lay ahead. I had made my choice. Now all I could do was hope it was the right one. The diary sat heavily in my bag, a constant reminder of the battle to come. But for the first time since finding it, I felt a glimmer of something I'd almost forgotten. Hope. Whatever trials lay ahead in that isolated cabin, whatever secrets the diary still held, I was determined to face them. Not just for my own sake, but for Sarah, for Tom, for everyone I'd left behind. I would find a way to beat this thing, to reclaim my life and protect those I loved. As we drove deeper into the wilderness, leaving the last traces of civilization behind, I made a silent vow. I would master the diary's secrets, unravel its mysteries, and find a way back to the life and the people I loved, no matter the cost. The cabin's silence was deafening. After weeks of isolation, I'd grown accustomed to the absence of city noise, but this silence felt different, oppressive, as if the very air was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I sat at the rough-hewn table, the diary open before me. The latest entry made my blood run cold. 47 days remaining. The countdown had appeared 3 days ago, replacing the usual detailed predictions with this stark, terrifying proclamation. Each morning the number decreased, a morbid timer ticking away the moments of my life. "This has to mean something," I muttered, running my fingers through my unkempt hair. "There has to be a pattern, a code, something." I'd spent countless hours poring over the diary's entries, searching for hidden meanings in the words, the dates, even the ink's color variations, the cryptic message I'd found in the binding. "The ink of fate is never dry. Beware the cost of rewriting destiny," seemed to taunt me with its obscurity. Elias watched from his perch by the window, his face etched with concern. "Mike, you need to rest. You've been at this for days." I shook my head vehemently. "I can't. Don't you see? This countdown, it's not just predicting my death, it's challenging me to stop it." Elias sighed, moving to sit across from me. "And what if that challenge is the very thing leading you towards that fate? Remember, the diary feeds on your obsession." His words gave me pause. Was I playing right into the diary's hands? But the alternative, sitting back and waiting for death, was unthinkable. I have to try, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. For Sarah, for my family. I can't just give up. As if summoned by my words, a loud crack echoed through the cabin. We both jumped, turning to see a large mirror on the wall had split down the middle, a jagged line marring our reflections. Elias's face paled. That's unsettling. It's more than that, I said, a chill running down my spine. It's an omen. 7 years of bad luck, isn't that what they say? Except I don't have 7 years. Over the next few days, more inexplicable events occurred. A raven appeared at the window, tapping incessantly with its beak. The clock on the wall stopped at exactly midnight, refusing to budge no matter how many times we wound it. One morning, we woke to find a perfect circle of mushrooms had sprouted around the cabin overnight. This is insane, I said, pacing the small living room. It's like every superstition, every death omen from folklore is coming to life around us. Elias nodded grimly. The diary is escalating. It's not content with just predicting anymore. It's staging things. The realization hit me like a physical blow. It's trying to scare me, to make me believe in its power. Exactly, Elias said. Fear is its fuel. The more you believe in its predictions, the more likely they are to come true. I slumped into a chair, feeling the weight of hopelessness pressing down on me. So what do? Ignore it all? Pretend I'm not terrified? Elias was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with emotion. I think it's time you talk to your family. My head snapped up. What? No. The whole point of coming out here was to protect them. And you have, Elias said gently. You've shielded them from the diary's direct influence. But Mike, if these omens are to be believed, if this countdown is real, you might not have much time left. Do you really want to spend your last days in isolation? The thought of seeing Sarah again, of hugging my parents, of sharing a laugh with Tom, it was almost painful in its intensity. But the fear of putting them in danger held me back. I can't risk it, I said, my voice cracking. What if something happens to them because of me? Elias leaned forward, his eyes intense. What if something happens to you, and they never get to say goodbye? Never get answers? Think about it, Mike. The diary wants you isolated, afraid. Maybe reconnecting is exactly what you need to do to fight it. His words struck a chord deep within me. I'd been so focused on decoding the diary, on unraveling its mysteries, that I'd lost sight of what truly mattered. With shaking hands, I reached for my phone, a lifeline to the outside world I'd avoided using since arriving at the cabin. It took several attempts to type out a simple message. I'm okay. I miss you all. Can we talk? The responses came flooding in almost immediately. Sarah's mix of relief and anger, my parents' tearful joy, Tom's string of expletives followed by heartfelt concern. Reading their words, feeling their love even through the digital distance, I felt something inside me shift. Over the next few days, I had long, emotional conversations with each of them. I couldn't tell them the whole truth. How could I explain the diary without sounding completely insane? But I did my best to convey my love, my regret for disappearing, and my hope for the future. I don't understand why you left, Sarah said during one tear-filled call, but I'm just so glad you're alive. Please, Mike, come home. Whatever's going on, we can face it together. Her words were a balm to my battered soul, but they also filled me with a bittersweet ache. How could I tell her that coming home might be a death sentence? I will, I promised, hoping it wasn't a lie. As soon as I can. I just need a little more time to figure some things out. As the days passed and the countdown in the diary ticked relentlessly downward, I found myself torn between two impulses. Part of me wanted to rush home, to spend whatever time I had left with the people I loved. But another part, the part that still believed I could beat this thing, urged me to stay and keep fighting. Elias watched my internal struggle with a mix of sympathy and something else, an emotion I couldn't quite place. One evening, as we sat by the fireplace, he broke our contemplative silence. "Mike," he said, his voice unusually hesitant, "there's something I need to tell you. Something about the diary that I've withheld." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air. "What is it?" Elias opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, a thunderous crack split the air. We both jumped to our feet as the cabin shook, dust raining down from the rafters. "What the hell was that?" I shouted over the rumbling. Elias's face had gone ashen. "We need to leave. Now." "What? Why? What's going on?" But Elias was already moving, grabbing a pre-packed bag from beside the door. "There's no time to explain. We have to go, Mike. It's not safe here anymore." Confusion and fear warred within me, but the urgency in Elias's voice spurred me into action. I snatched up the diary and my own bag, following him out into the chill night air. As we raced towards his car, I glanced back at the cabin. In the pale moonlight, I could see a massive crack running down its side, as if some giant hand had tried to split it in two. "Elias, what's happening?" I demanded as we peeled away down the dirt road, gravel spraying behind us. His knuckles were white on the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the winding path ahead. "The diary," he said, his voice tight. "It's escalating. We've run out of time." "What do you mean we've run out of time? There are still weeks left on the countdown." Elias shook his head grimly. "The countdown was a distraction, Mike. A way to keep you focused on the future while the real danger was building around us." My mind reeled, trying to process this new information. But you said you'd beaten your diary, that you knew how to fight it." "I thought I did," Elias said, his voice heavy with regret. "But I was wrong. So terribly wrong." As we sped through the darkness, the forest blurring into a mass of shadows on either side, Elias's next words chilled me to the bone. "The diary isn't just predicting your death, Mike. It's orchestrating it. And I'm afraid I've been its unwitting accomplice." Before I could respond, before I could even begin to process the implications of what he was saying, Elias slammed on the brakes. The car skidded to a stop at the edge of a sharp turn, teetering perilously close to a steep drop-off. "Get out," Elias said, his voice suddenly calm. "Take the diary and run. Don't look back, don't trust anyone. And whatever you do, don't stop fighting." "Elias, what?" But he was already pushing me out of the car, thrusting a piece of paper into my hand. "The answer is in the spaces between, Mike. The story the diary doesn't tell. Remember that." Before I could protest, before I could demand more answers, Elias gunned the engine. The car lurched forward, and to my horror, I watched as it plunged over the edge of the cliff, disappearing into the darkness below. "Elias!" I screamed, but my voice was swallowed by the night. I stood there shaking, the diary clutched to my chest, and Elias's cryptic note crumpled in my fist. The countdown in the diary suddenly seemed irrelevant in the face of this new, immediate danger. As the sound of distant sirens began to echo through the mountains, I knew I had a choice to make. Run, as Elias had told me to, or stay and face whatever was coming. With one last look at the cliff where Elias had disappeared, I made my decision. The forest seemed to close in around me as I ran, branches whipping at my face and roots threatening to trip me with every step. My lungs burned, but I couldn't stop. Elias's final words echoed in my mind. "The answer is in the spaces between." I stumbled into a small clearing, moonlight filtering through the canopy above. Gasping for breath, I pulled out the diary and Elias's crumpled note. There had to be a connection, a key to unlocking this maddening puzzle. As I smoothed out the paper, something caught my eye. Elias had written his message in an odd, spaced-out manner. THETRUTLEESINSILENCE. I blinked, my exhausted mind slowly making the connection. The spaces between... Of course. With trembling hands, I opened the diary. Instead of reading the entries, I focused on the blank spaces between them. At first I saw nothing, but then, as if by magic, faint lines began to appear, letters forming words hidden in the margins and between the lines of the diary's predictions. "Coordinates," I whispered, excitement and fear coursing through me in equal measure. He left me coordinates. Using my phone's GPS, I plotted the location. It was close, maybe an hour's hike to the northeast. Without allowing myself to hesitate, I set off, the diary clutched tightly to my chest. The journey was treacherous in the dark, but desperation drove me forward. As dawn began to break, I found myself standing before a sheer rock face. According to the coordinates, this was the place, but I saw nothing but stone and forest. "Come on," I muttered, running my hands over the rough surface. "There has to be something here." My fingers caught on a small protrusion, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. I pressed, and to my amazement, a section of the rock face swung inward, revealing a hidden entrance. Heart pounding, I stepped inside. Motion-activated lights flickered to life, illuminating a space that looked like a cross between a high-tech lab and a medieval library. Computers hummed alongside ancient tomes, and on the far wall... "Oh my God," I breathed. A massive corkboard covered the entire wall, filled with photos, newspaper clippings, and handwritten notes. Red strings connected various elements, creating a web of information that made my head spin, and at the center of it all was a photo of me, taken without my knowledge with the words Subject 137 scrawled beneath it. I approached the board in a daze, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. There were others like me, dozens of faces connected to diary entries, timelines, and ominous notations like terminated or in progress. As I scanned the information, a horrifying picture began to emerge. The diary wasn't just a supernatural oddity. It was a tool, a weapon even, part of an experiment that had been going on for decades. A leather-bound book on a nearby desk caught my eye. With shaking hands, I opened it, recognizing the handwriting immediately. It was Elias's journal. Final entry, it read. Subject 1 to 37 progressing as expected. Isolation phase complete. Countdown initiated. If all goes according to plan, we'll have confirmation of the theory within the month. May God forgive me for what I've done. The truth hit me like a physical blow. Elias hadn't been helping me. He'd been manipulating me, guiding me through each stage of this twisted experiment. But why? What was the purpose of all this? A soft beep from one of the computers drew my attention. The screen flickered to life, displaying a video message. The face that appeared made my blood run cold. "Hello, Michael," said Professor Alan Hawthorne, my old college mentor, and the man who'd first encouraged me to pursue a career in theoretical physics. "If you're seeing this, then our experiment has progressed to its final stage. I imagine you have questions." I stared at the screen, unable to process what I was seeing. "Alan," I whispered, What is all this?" The recording continued, oblivious to my shock. "The diary you found is not supernatural, Michael. It's a highly advanced piece of technology, designed to interface with the human mind and manipulate probability fields. In simpler terms, it creates self-fulfilling prophecies by influencing the subject's actions and the world around them." I felt sick. All this time, I'd thought I was fighting against fate, when in reality, I was just a rat in a maze, my every move anticipated and controlled. "You were chosen for this experiment because of your unique mental attributes," Alan's recording explained. "Your combination of intelligence, creativity, and resilience made you the perfect candidate to push the diary to its limits." "But why?" I shouted at the screen. "What's the point of all this?" As if anticipating my question, Alan's expression grew solemn. "The purpose, Michael, is nothing less than the control of reality itself. If we can prove that probability can be manipulated on a quantum level, we can reshape the very fabric of existence. Imagine a world without chance, without accident, a world where every outcome can be predicted and controlled." The implications were staggering and terrifying. "Of course," Alan continued, "such power comes at a cost. The diary requires fuel, for lack of a better term. The fear, the desperation, the The sheer force of will that our subjects generate in their attempts to change fate, that's what powers the probability manipulations. I thought of all the sleepless nights, the panic, the constant dread I'd lived with since finding the diary. All of it. Nothing more than battery acid for this infernal machine. I know this must be difficult to accept, Michael, but you've performed admirably. Your data will be invaluable as we move forward with the project. I'm truly sorry it has to end this way, but the final stage requires, well, I'm sure you've seen the countdown. The countdown, my death date. It hadn't been a prediction at all, but a schedule, a timetable for my execution. Rest assured your sacrifice will not be in vain. With the completion of this experiment, we'll be one step closer to our goal. Thank you, Michael, and goodbye. The screen went dark, leaving me alone with the horrible truth. For a moment I stood there, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what I'd learned. Then, something inside me snapped. Rage, pure and hot, coursed through my veins. No, I growled. I'm not playing your game anymore. I turned to the corkboard, scanning it frantically. There had to be a clue, some indication of where Alan was operating from. I'd been manipulated, used as a lab rat in this insane experiment, but now, armed with the truth, I had a chance to fight back. As I searched, a notation caught my eye. Primary Control Center, Hawthorne Institute for Advanced Sciences. Of course, the research facility Alan had founded after leaving academia. I'd attended the opening ceremony years ago, never suspecting what truly lay behind those walls. I checked my phone. If I left now and drove nonstop, I could make it there in just under 6 hours. 6 hours before the countdown in the diary reached 0. Without hesitation, I grabbed Elias's journal and as much evidence as I could carry. As I turned to leave, my eyes fell on the diary. For a moment, I considered leaving it behind. But no, I needed it. If Alan's claims were true, the diary was the key to all of this. And just maybe, if I could understand it fully, I could use it against him. As I emerged from the hidden lab, the first rays of sunlight were breaking over the mountains. A new day, perhaps my last. But I wasn't going to meet my fate lying down. You want to control reality, Alan? I said to the rising sun. Let's see how you handle a variable you didn't account for. With renewed purpose, I set off down the mountain. The countdown was ticking, the stakes impossibly high. But for the first time since this nightmare began, I felt a glimmer of hope. I was done being a victim of fate. The sleek glass and steel facade of the Hawthorne Institute loomed before me, a monument to scientific ambition gone terribly awry. My hands trembled slightly as I gripped the steering wheel, exhaustion and adrenaline warring within me. The countdown in the diary showed less than an hour remaining. It was now or never. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what lay ahead. You can do this, Mike, I muttered. Time to end this nightmare. Security at the Institute was tight, but I had an advantage. My old ID badge from when I'd visited years ago. It was a long shot, but it was all I had. To my immense relief, the card reader beeped green, and the gate swung open. The lobby was deserted, an eerie silence hanging over the pristine space. My footsteps echoed as I made my way to the elevators, my mind racing. Where would Alan be? The top floor seemed like a safe bet for the man behind it all. As the elevator ascended, I clutched the diary to my chest. Its weight felt different now, knowing what I did about its true nature. Not supernatural, but a piece of technology so advanced it might as well be magic. The doors slid open, revealing a long hallway lined with closed doors. At the end stood an imposing set of double doors, a nameplate reading, Dr. Alan Hawthorne, Director, gleaming in the harsh fluorescent light. I approached cautiously, every nerve on high alert. Just as I reached for the handle, a familiar voice called out from behind the doors. "Come in, Michael. I've been expecting you." My heart hammered in my chest as I pushed the doors open. The office beyond was vast, one wall entirely of glass offering a panoramic view of the city below. And there, silhouetted against the skyline, stood Alan Hawthorne. He turned to face me, a sad smile playing on his lips. I must say I'm impressed. You've exceeded all our projections by making it this far. Anger flared within me. Is that all this is to you? A series of projections and data points? Alan's expression hardened. This is science, Michael, the most important scientific endeavor in human history. Surely you, of all people, can appreciate that. I held up the diary, my voice shaking with rage. You call this science? Manipulating people's lives, driving them to the brink of madness or worse? How many people have died for your science, Alan? He waved a hand dismissively. Casualties are inevitable in the pursuit of knowledge. Think of the greater good, Michael. With this technology, we can reshape reality itself. No more random tragedies, no more unforeseen disasters. A world of perfect order and control. At what cost? I demanded. Our free will? Our humanity? Alan's eyes gleamed with a fervor that chilled me to the bone. A small price to pay for utopia, don't you think? I shook my head, disgust rising within me. You're insane. All of this. It has to stop. Now. A look of pity crossed Alan's face. Oh, Michael, it's far too late for that. The experiment is already in its final stages. Your role here is merely confirmation. He gestured to a bank of monitors on the wall. Each screen showed a different person, men and women of various ages, all looking terrified and desperate. With a jolt, I realized they were all holding diaries identical to mine. You're not special, Michael, Alan said softly. You're just one of many. The data from all of you combined will give us the final piece of the puzzle. I felt sick. All those people. You're torturing them just like you did to me. Alan's expression hardened. I'm saving humanity. Sometimes progress requires sacrifice. No, I said, my resolve strengthening. This ends now. I lunged for the control panel beneath the monitors, but Alan was faster than I expected. He grabbed my arm, twisting it behind my back with surprising strength. Don't be a fool, he hissed in my ear. You have no idea what you're dealing with. We grappled, crashing into desks and bookshelves. Despite his age, Alan was a formidable opponent. But desperation lent me strength, and I managed to break free of his grip. I scrambled towards the control panel again, my fingers flying over the keys. Alarms began to blare as I initiated an emergency shutdown of the entire system. No, Alan roared, lunging for me. But it was too late. The monitors flickered and died, plunging the room into silence broken only by our heavy breathing. For a moment we stood there staring at each other. Then slowly a smile spread across my face. It's over, Alan. Your experiment, your utopia, it's finished. Alan's face contorted with rage. You fool. Do you have any idea what you've done? Years of work, countless resources, all wasted because you were too small-minded to see the bigger picture. I held up the diary, triumph surging through me. This thing has no power over me anymore. Over anyone. We're free. As if to punctuate my words, I ripped the diary in half, letting the pages flutter to the ground. Alan's eyes widened in shock, then narrowed dangerously. You really think it's that simple? That you can just tear up a book and undo everything we've accomplished? Before I could respond, a low hum filled the air. The torn pages at my feet began to tremble, then rise, swirling around us in a whirlwind of paper and ink. What's happening? I shouted over the growing roar. Alan's laughter was tinged with madness. Did you really think we'd create something so easily destroyed? The diary isn't just a book, Michael. It's a conduit, a physical manifestation of the technology we've developed. And now, thanks to your meddling, it's adapting, evolving. To my horror, the pages began to reform, knitting themselves back together before my eyes. But they weren't returning to their original form. The book that took shape was larger, pulsing with an eerie light. Behold, Alan said, his voice filled with awe and terror in equal measure. The next stage of our creation. The newly formed diary fell to the floor with a heavy thud. Its cover slowly opened of its own accord, pages turning by themselves. I watched, transfixed as words began to appear on the blank pages. But these weren't the precise typewritten entries I was used to. These words seemed to bleed onto the paper, forming and reforming in a constantly shifting tableau of possible futures. "My God," I whispered. "What have we done?" Alan approached the diary cautiously, his earlier bravado replaced by something close to fear. "It's become self-aware. The culmination of all our work. All the data we've gathered. It's created something entirely new." I shook my head, backing away. "This is wrong. We have to destroy it, Alan. For real this time." But Alan wasn't listening. He reached out, his fingers trembling as they hovered over the pages. "Don't you see, Michael? This is beyond anything we could have imagined. With this, we won't just predict the future, we'll write it." As his hand made contact with the page, Alan's body went rigid. His eyes rolled back in his head and he began to speak in a voice that wasn't his own. "The old paradigms are obsolete," he intoned. "A new era dawns. All possibilities converge. All futures are one." I watched in horror as Alan's form began to blur, as if he was being absorbed into the very fabric of the diary itself. "Alan!" I shouted, reaching for him. But my hand passed through empty air. Where Alan had stood moments before, there was nothing but a fading shimmer in the air. The diary slammed shut with a finality that echoed through the room. On its cover, new words etched themselves in glowing script. "The story continues. All will be rewritten." I stood there, paralyzed with shock and fear. The countdown that had driven me for so long was forgotten. Time itself seemed to have lost all meaning in the face of this new, incomprehensible threat. As the diary began to pulse with an otherworldly light, I realized with growing dread that my battle was far from over. In fact, it seemed it had only just begun. The weight of what had transpired, of what might be yet to come, settled over me like a shroud. I had come here seeking answers, hoping to end this nightmare once and for all. Instead, I found myself standing on the precipice of something far greater and more terrifying than I could have ever imagined. As the diary's glow intensified, casting long shadows across the empty office, I steeled myself for whatever came next. One thing was certain. The story was far from over. And whether I liked it or not, I was now an integral part of it. With a deep breath, I reached for the diary, ready to face whatever new horrors it might reveal. The future, all possible futures, awaited. The soft glow of the laptop screen illuminated my haggard face as I sat in the dimly lit motel room. The diary lay open beside me, its ominous countdown showing less than 6 hours remaining. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, trembling slightly as I struggled to find the right words. "Dear Sarah," I began, then paused, overwhelmed by the weight of what I needed to say. How do you sum up a lifetime of love in what might be your final message? I took a deep breath and continued typing. If you're reading this, then I'm probably gone. I know that's a hell of a way to start a letter, but I've learned the hard way that sometimes the truth is all we have left. I'm so sorry for disappearing, for all the pain and worry I must have caused you. Please believe me when I say it was never my intention to hurt you. There's so much I want to explain, but I'm not sure I even understand it all myself. What I do know is that loving you has been the greatest joy of my life. Whatever happens, please don't ever doubt that. I hope someday you can forgive me. And if by some miracle I make it through this, I promise I'll spend the rest of my life making it up to you. All my love always, Mike. I hit send before I could second guess myself, then moved on to similar messages for my parents and Tom. Each letter felt like tearing off a piece of my heart, but I knew I owed them this much at least. As I finished the final message, a sharp knock at the door made me jump. I approached cautiously, peering through the peephole. My jaw dropped at what I saw. I threw open the door to find Sarah, Tom, and a woman I didn't recognize standing in the hallway. "Surprise," Tom said with a weak smile. "Thought you could use some backup." Before I could respond, Sarah rushed forward, enveloping me in a fierce hug. "You idiot," she whispered, her voice choked with emotion. "Did you really think we'd let you face this alone?" I held her tightly, breathing in her familiar scent, hardly daring to believe she was real. How did you find me?" Tom stepped into the room, followed by the unknown woman. "That would be thanks to our new friend here. Mike, meet Dr. Emily Chen. She used to work with Alan Hawthorne." The woman, Emily, nodded gravely. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Michael, though I wish it were under better circumstances." I reluctantly let go of Sarah, my mind reeling. "You worked on the diary project?" Emily's expression darkened. "I did, until I realized the true nature of what we were creating. I've spent the last year trying to find a way to stop it." "And you think you can help me?" I asked, hope warring with skepticism in my chest. She smiled grimly. "I think we might have a chance, but we need to move fast." Over the next hour, Emily laid out her plan. It was risky, bordering on insane, but it was the only shot we had. "The diary's power comes from its ability to manipulate probability fields," Emily explained. "But it's not omnipotent. There are always variables it can't account for." "Like what?" I asked. "Like us," Tom interjected. "A group of people all actively working to subvert its predictions. The more of us there are, the harder it becomes for the diary to maintain control." Sarah squeezed my hand. "That's why we're here. We're going to throw a wrench in the works." I looked at each of them in turn, overwhelmed by their dedication. "You're all risking your lives for this. You know that, right?" Emily nodded solemnly. "We do. But the stakes are too high to do nothing. If we don't stop this now, the diary's influence will only grow." I took a deep breath, steeling myself. "All right. What's the plan?" Emily pulled out a laptop, bringing up a complex diagram. "The diary's power is channeled through a series of quantum relays. If we can disrupt even one of them, it should create a cascade effect, destabilizing the entire network." "And how exactly do we do that?" I asked. Tom grinned, pulling a small device from his bag. "With this baby. It's an experimental quantum disruptor. One zap from this should do the trick." I raised an eyebrow. "And where did you get something like that?" "Let's just say I know some people who owe me favors," Tom said with a wink. As we went over the details of the plan, a part of me marveled at the surreality of it all. Just hours ago, I'd been preparing to face my fate alone. Now, I was surrounded by friends and allies, planning a mission that sounded like something out of a sci-fi movie. With less than 3 hours left on the countdown, we set out. The location of the nearest quantum relay was an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town. As we drove, the tension in the car was palpable. Sarah sat beside me in the back seat, her hand intertwined with mine. "I'm still mad at you, you know," she said softly, "for leaving like that." I squeezed her hand. "I know. I'm so sorry. I thought I was protecting you." She shook her head. "Next time, try trusting me instead. We're stronger together, Mike." As we approached the warehouse, Emily gave us all final instructions. "Remember, we need to move fast. The diary will be actively working against us, so expect the unexpected." We split into 2 teams. Tom and Emily would handle the technical side, while Sarah and I ran interference, keeping an eye out for any security or other threats. As we entered the warehouse, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on what. We made our way through the dimly lit space, navigating around rusted machinery and discarded crates. In the center of the building stood a sleek, out-of-place pillar, the quantum relay. Tom approached it, quantum disruptor in hand. "All right, let's do this." Just as he was about to activate the device, a voice rang out, stopping us all in our tracks. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." We spun around to see Alan Hawthorne stepping out of the shadows, looking far more composed than when I'd last seen him seemingly absorbed by the diary. "Alan?" I gasped. "How? What are you doing here?" He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Did you really think it would be that easy? That I wouldn't have safeguards in place?" Emily stepped forward, her face pale. "Alan, please. You have to see that this has gone too far. The diary is too dangerous." Alan's expression hardened. "Too dangerous? It's the key to everything, Emily. To a future without chaos, without suffering." "At what cost?" Sarah demanded. "People's free will? Their humanity?" "A small price to pay for utopia," Alan said, echoing his words from our last confrontation. I noticed Tom inching towards the relay, disruptor hidden behind his back. I needed to keep Alan distracted. "You're wrong, Alan," I said, stepping forward. "The diary hasn't eliminated chaos, it's just channeled it, focused it on people like me. How is that any better?" Alan's eyes blazed with fervor. "You're thinking too small, Michael. Once the system is fully implemented, once it's guiding every aspect of human life, there will be no more need for individual sacrifices. You're talking about enslaving the entire human race," Emily said, disgust evident in her voice. As they argued, I saw Tom reach the relay. He raised the disruptor, ready to activate it, but Alan wasn't as distracted as we'd hoped. With surprising speed, he pulled out a gun, aiming it at Tom. "Step away from the relay," he ordered. "Now." Time seemed to slow down. I saw Tom's finger tightening on the disruptor's trigger. I saw Alan's hand tensing on the gun. And in that moment, I made a split-second decision. I lunged forward, tackling Alan just as the gun went off. Pain exploded in my shoulder as the bullet found its mark, but I heard the satisfying crackle of the quantum disruptor activating. Alan and I hit the ground hard. Through the haze of pain, I saw the quantum relay begin to spark and smoke. "No!" Alan cried out, struggling to get up. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" As if in answer, the air around us began to shimmer and distort. The walls of the warehouse seemed to ripple and warp. "Mike!" Sarah's voice cut through the chaos. She was at my side in an instant, pressing her hand to my bleeding shoulder. Tom and Emily rushed over, helping me to my feet. "We need to get out of here," Emily shouted over the growing roar of reality seemingly tearing at the seams. "The relay's collapse is causing a cascading failure in the probability field." We staggered towards the exit, the world around us becoming more unstable with each step. Alan remained on his knees, staring in horror at the disintegrating relay. As we burst out of the warehouse, the sky above was a maelstrom of impossible colors. The very fabric of reality seemed to be unraveling. "What's happening?" Sarah cried out. Emily's face was grim. "The diary's influence is collapsing. All the manipulated probabilities, all the altered timelines, they're all snapping back into place." We watched in awe and terror as the world around us flickered and shifted, like a TV changing channels at random. And then, just as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The sky cleared, the ground steadied beneath our feet. An eerie calm descended. I pulled out the diary with my good hand, flipping it open. The pages were blank. Is it over?" I asked, hardly daring to hope. Emily nodded slowly. "I think so. The network has been disrupted. The diary's power should be neutralized." A wave of relief washed over me, so intense it made me dizzy. Or maybe that was the blood loss. Either way, I found myself sinking to the ground, Sarah's arms supporting me. As the adrenaline faded, the pain in my shoulder intensified. But even through the haze of agony, I felt a profound sense of freedom. The weight that had been pressing down on me for so long was finally lifted. "We did it," I murmured, looking up at the faces of my friends, my saviors. "It's really over." Sarah kissed my forehead, tears in her eyes. "Let's get you to a hospital, hero." As Tom called for an ambulance, I allowed myself to relax into Sarah's embrace. The future was uncertain, but for the first time in what felt like forever, it was also full of possibility. The diary lay forgotten on the ground beside us, its pages fluttering in the breeze. Just another ordinary book now, stripped of its terrible power. Or so we thought. As the sound of sirens approached in the distance, none of us noticed the faint shimmer that passed over the diary's cover. The hospital room was quiet, save for the steady beep of the heart monitor and the soft rustle of pages. My shoulder ached dully beneath the bandages, a constant reminder of how close I'd come to losing everything. Sarah dozed in the chair beside my bed, her hand resting lightly on mine. I should have felt relieved, triumphant even. We'd seemingly defeated the diary, broken its hold over my life and countless others. But something nagged at the back of my mind, a sense of unfinished business that wouldn't let me rest. My eyes drifted to the small table beside the bed, where the diary lay innocuously. We'd brought it with us, unsure of what else to do with it. Now, in the dim light of the hospital room, it seemed to call to me. Careful not to wake Sarah, I reached over and picked up the diary. Its weight felt different somehow, lighter yet more substantial at the same time. I opened it, half expecting to see blank pages. Instead, I found myself staring at a single line of text on the final page. The story isn't over until you write the ending. As I read those words, the world around me began to slow. The beep of the heart monitor stretched out, becoming deeper and more distorted. Sarah's breathing beside me seemed to pause mid-exhale, and then, impossibly, a pen materialized in my hand. I watched, transfixed, as the pen lowered itself to the page. Time crawled to a near standstill as the nib touched paper, ink flowing in an impossibly elegant script. In that suspended moment, understanding washed over me like a tidal wave. The diary had never been just a predictor of the future, or even a manipulator of probability. It was a conduit, a bridge between possibility and reality. And I, through some cosmic joke or grand design, had become its author. The pen moved of its own accord, but I could feel the weight of each word as it appeared on the page. In the end, it was never about controlling fate or reshaping reality. It was about understanding the delicate balance between choice and consequence, between the stories we tell ourselves and the truths we create. As the words flowed, the world around me began to warp and shift. The hospital room stretched and twisted, walls becoming fluid and insubstantial. Through the warping reality, I caught glimpses of other places, other times, moments from my past, possible futures, lives I might have lived. The pen continued its relentless march across the page. Every decision, every action, ripples outward, touching lives in ways we can never fully comprehend. The diary was not a tool of control, but a mirror, reflecting the awesome responsibility we each bear in shaping our shared reality. I saw Alan Hawthorne, his face twisted with regret and understanding. I saw Emily Chen, working tirelessly to undo the damage wrought by the diary project. I saw Tom and Sarah standing by me through impossible odds. And I saw myself, 1,000 different versions, each facing this moment of truth. The pen paused, hovering above the page. In that infinite instant, I realized the choice before me. I could end this, close the book on the diary and all its terrible power, or I could embrace it, use this newfound understanding to reshape the world as I saw fit. The temptation was immense. With a few strokes of the pen, I could erase all the pain and suffering of the past months. I could give myself and those I loved perfect, happy lives. But as I contemplated this, I remembered the words Alan had spoken in the warehouse. A small price to pay for utopia. I understood now the hubris of that statement, the danger of believing oneself qualified to make such monumental decisions for others. With a clarity I had never before experienced, I knew what I had to do. The pen lowered once more, and I felt the weight of worlds in each word. And so, with full understanding of the power and responsibility before me, I make this choice, to close the book, to end the story of the diary. Not because it's the easy path, but because it's the right one. The future should be written by many hands, not dictated by one. As the final word took shape, the world around me erupted into a kaleidoscope of possibility. Reality itself seemed to fracture and reform, a million potential futures colliding and coalescing. Through the chaos, I heard the soft sound of the final page turning. The diary closed with a finality that echoed through the very fabric of existence. I closed my eyes, unsure if this was truly the end or some new, unimaginable beginning. When I opened them again, the world had settled. The hospital room was as it had been, the steady beep of the heart monitor a comforting constance. Sarah stirred beside me, her eyes fluttering open. "Mike?" she murmured, sitting up straighter. "Are you okay? You look different." I smiled, feeling the weight of ages and the lightness of newfound freedom simultaneously. "I'm okay," I said, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. "Better than okay, actually." Sarah's brow furrowed in concern. "What happened? Did you have another vision?" I shook my head, struggling to find the words to explain what I'd experienced. "Not exactly, it's more like, I finally understand." "Understand what?" I looked down at the diary, now resting innocuously in my lap. Its pages were blank, but I could feel the echo of the words I'd written, or would write, or had always written. Time and causality seemed fluid in the wake of what I'd experienced. "Everything," I said simply. "The diary, its purpose, my role in all of this, it's hard to explain." Sarah took my hand, her touch grounding me in the present moment. "Try me," she said with a small smile. "After everything we've been through, I think I can handle it." Taking a deep breath, I began to recount my experience. The slowing of time, the pen appearing in my hand, the understanding that had washed over me. As I spoke, I could see Sarah struggling to comprehend the magnitude of what I was describing. But to her credit, she listened without interruption, her grip on my hand tightening occasionally as I described particularly intense moments. When I finished, a heavy silence fell over the room. Sarah's eyes were wide, a mix of awe and concern evident in her expression. "So, it's over?" she asked hesitantly. "For real this time?" I nodded slowly. "I think so. The diary's power has been, not destroyed exactly, but dispersed, returned to where it belongs, in the collective choices and actions of everyone, not concentrated in the hands of a few." Sarah's gaze fell on the diary. "What do we do with it now?" I considered the question carefully. I think we need to destroy it. Not because it holds any power anymore, but as a symbol. A reminder that the future isn't written in stone, that we all have a part in shaping it. Sarah nodded, a look of determination crossing her face. "Together, then?" "Together," I agreed. With Sarah's help, I got out of the hospital bed, careful of my injured shoulder. We made our way to the small fireplace in the corner of the private room, a luxury I suspected Emily had arranged for us. Sarah struck a match, and together we watched as the flames caught and grew. I held the diary over the fire, feeling the heat on my fingers. "Are you sure about this?" Sarah asked, giving me one last chance to reconsider. I nodded, my voice firm. "It's time to write our own story." With that, I let the diary fall into the flames. We watched in silence as the pages curled and blackened, the cover warping in the heat. As the last remnants of the diary crumbled to ash, I felt a profound sense of closure wash over me. The weight I'd carried for so long, the fear, the uncertainty, the crushing responsibility, began to lift. Sarah wrapped her arms around me, careful of my injury, and I leaned into her embrace. "What now?" she asked softly. I smiled, turning to face her. "Now? We live. We make choices. We face consequences. We shape our future, just like everyone else." As we stood there, watching the last embers of the diary fade away, I felt a newfound appreciation for the beautiful uncertainty of life. The future was unwritten, full of possibility and potential, and for the first time in a long time, I was excited to see what the next page would bring. The woods have always been my sanctuary, a place where the chaos of the world fades away, replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft crunch of earth beneath my feet. But on that fateful day, as the October sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees, I found something that would shatter my peace forever. I remember the chill in the air, the way my breath fogged in front of me as I trudged along the familiar path. The fallen leaves, a tapestry of reds and golds, whispered secrets as I passed. It was then that I saw it, a glint of something unnatural among the forest debris. Curious, I knelt down, brushing aside the leaves to reveal a leather-bound journal. Its cover was worn, the once rich brown now faded and cracked with age. A tingle ran down my spine as I lifted it, feeling the weight of unknown stories in my hands. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing through the trees. Did someone lose this? Silence was my only answer, broken only by the distant caw of a crow. I should have left it there, should have placed it back on the ground and continued my hike. But the writer in me, the part that always hungered for a good story, couldn't resist. With a quick glance around to ensure I was alone, I opened the journal. The first page was blank, save for a single line written in an elegant, flowing script. "To whom it may concern, these are the thoughts I dare not speak aloud." A shiver ran through me, both from the cool air and the ominous words. I turned the page and my eyes widened as I began to read. September 15th. I saw her again today, the waitress from the diner. She smiled at me, not knowing the thoughts that ran through my head. Oh, the things I could do to that pretty little neck of hers. My stomach churned, but I couldn't stop reading. Page after page detailed dark fantasies and twisted desires. The author described in vivid, sickening detail how they longed to hear the screams of their victims, to feel life drain from their bodies. As the sun dipped lower, casting the forest in an eerie twilight, I found myself sinking to the ground, my back against a gnarled old oak. The journal shook in my trembling hands as I continued to read. October 1st. The baker's son has such delicate hands. I wonder how they'd look, severed and arranged on a platter. Jesus Christ, I muttered, running a hand through my hair. Who the hell wrote this? I should have stopped, should have closed the book and run straight to the police. But something compelled me to keep going, to delve deeper into this stranger's depraved mind. As I neared the end of the journal, the entries became more recent. And then, I saw it. My name, jumping out from the page like a jack-in-the-box. October 10th. I found my next subject. John Thorne, the writer who lives on Maple Street. He thinks he's safe in his little house tapping away at his keyboard. He has no idea what's coming. My blood ran cold. I slammed the book shut, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. How did this person know my name, my address? A twig snapped somewhere behind me, and I whirled around, nearly dropping the journal in my panic. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice cracking. "Show yourself!" Only the wind answered, rustling through the trees. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that somewhere in the gathering darkness a pair of eyes were fixed on me. I scrambled to my feet, shoving the journal into my backpack. As I turned to leave, something caught my eye, a flash of movement between the trees. "Hello?" I called again, taking a hesitant step forward. "Is someone there?" Silence. Then, softly at first but growing louder, a chuckle. It started low, almost beneath the range of hearing, then built to a maniacal laugh that echoed through the woods. I ran. Branches whipped at my face as I tore through the underbrush, the path long forgotten in my panic. The laughter seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, always just behind me, urging me faster. I burst out of the tree line, gasping for air, my legs burning from the effort. The streetlights of my neighborhood had never been a more welcome sight. But even as I slowed to a walk, trying to catch my breath, I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes boring into my back. At my front door, I fumbled with my keys, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. The street was empty, peaceful even, but I knew better. Something had followed me home. Once inside, I locked the door, then checked it again. And again. I drew all the curtains, my hands shaking so badly I could barely manage the task. In the silence of my living room, I pulled out the journal once more. Its innocuous appearance belied the horrors within. I opened it to the last entry, the one that bore my name, and read the final lines. He thinks he's safe now, locked away in his house. But I'm already inside, John. I'm in your head, and I'm never leaving. I let out a strangled laugh, bordering on hysteria. This can't be happening, I muttered to myself. It's just some sick joke, it has to be. But as I looked up, catching my reflection in the window, I saw a shadow move behind me. I spun around, my heart in my throat, but found only an empty room. The journal lay open on the coffee table, a silent testament to the terror that had followed me home. And as the night deepened outside, I realized with growing dread that my sanctuary was gone. The clock on my nightstand blinked 3:17 a.m., its red digits casting an eerie glow across my bedroom. I rolled over for what felt like the 100th time, my sheets tangled around my legs, damp with cold sweat. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the words from that damned journal, etched into my eyelids like a twisted tattoo. He thinks he's safe now, locked away in his house, but I'm already inside, John. I'm in your head and I'm never leaving. I sat up, running a shaky hand through my hair. The room felt too small, the shadows in the corners too deep. I could have sworn I saw movement in them, a darker patch of black shifting and writhing. Get a grip, John, I muttered to myself. It's just your imagination. But was it? The journal lay on my dresser, innocent looking in the dim light. I'd brought it into my home, into my sanctuary. What if I'd invited something else in with it? A floorboard creaked somewhere in the house. I froze, straining my ears. The sound didn't repeat, but now that I was listening, the silence seemed alive, pregnant with menace. Hello? I called out, hating how weak my voice sounded. Is someone there? Only silence answered, but it felt like a mocking silence, as if something was out there, laughing at my fear. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. As the first rays of dawn crept through my window, I finally allowed myself to relax. Sunlight chased away the shadows, and with them, some of my paranoia. I chuckled weakly, feeling foolish for my night terrors. Coffee, I mumbled. I need coffee. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, my bare feet touching the cool hardwood floor. And then I saw them, muddy footprints. They led from my bedroom window to the foot of my bed, adult-sized, clearly defined in the morning light. My breath caught in my throat as I followed their path with my eyes. They stopped right where I was sitting. No, I whispered. No, no, no. I scrambled out of bed, nearly tripping over my own feet as I backed away from the evidence of my midnight visitor. My hand fumbled for my phone, ready to call the police, when a thought stopped me cold. What would I tell them? That I found a creepy journal in the woods and now someone was stalking me? That there were muddy footprints in my room that just appeared overnight? They'd think I was crazy. Maybe I was crazy. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. Okay, John, I said aloud, needing to hear a human voice, even if it was my own. Think this through. There has to be a logical explanation. But as I stared at those muddy prints, a chill ran down my spine. I knew, deep in my gut, that this was real. Someone had been in my room last night, watching me sleep. I couldn't face work. Not today. Not with this madness unfolding around me. I called in sick, my voice shaky as I spoke to my editor. Everything okay, John? She asked, concern evident in her tone. You sound awful. Just a bad bug, I lied. I should be fine in a day or two. All right, take care of yourself. And don't forget, I need that manuscript by next week. I hung up, guilt mingling with my fear. The manuscript, my next book. It all seems so trivial now, with a stalker on my tail and a journal full of nightmares on my dresser. The journal. I turned to look at it, sitting there innocently in the morning light. It held answers, I was sure of it. Clues to who was doing this to me, and why. I spent the next several hours poring over every page, every word. I made notes, drew connections, tried to decipher any hidden meanings in the ramblings of a madman. The sun climbed higher in the sky, then began its descent. And still, I read. There has to be something, I muttered, flipping back to an earlier entry. Some clue I'm missing. As I turned the page, something fluttered to the floor. I reached down to pick it up, and my blood turned to ice in my veins. It was a photograph of me, sleeping in my bed, taken last night. The angle was all wrong. It had to have been taken from above, as if the photographer was hovering over my bed. In the photo, my face was peaceful, unaware of the danger literally hanging over me. Oh, God, I choked out, the photo slipping from my numb fingers. I slammed the journal shut, suddenly unable to look at it anymore. This was real. All of it. The journal, the footprints, the feeling of being watched. Someone was toying with me, playing a sick game that I didn't understand. As if on cue, a shadow passed by my window. I leapt to my feet, knocking over my chair in my haste. I rushed to the window, yanking the curtains aside, half expecting to see a face pressed against the glass. There was nothing there. Just the fading light of day, the quiet street beyond, but I knew what I'd seen. That shadow had been real. "Who are you?" I shouted, my voice cracking with fear and frustration. "What do you want from me?" Only the encroaching evening answered, shadows lengthening across my yard like grasping fingers. I sank to the floor, my back against the wall, the journal clutched to my chest like a shield. Night was falling, and with it came the crushing realization. I couldn't stay here. This house, once my refuge, had become a trap. The sanctity of my home had been violated, and nowhere felt safe anymore. As darkness settled over the world outside, I made a decision. I had to leave, had to get away from here, away from the watchful eyes that seemed to follow my every move. But even as I began to pack a bag, throwing clothes haphazardly into a duffel, a voice in the back of my mind whispered a chilling truth. "You can run, John, but you can't hide. Not from me. I'm already inside you." I zipped up the bag, the journal tucked safely inside. Whatever this was, wherever I went, I knew one thing for certain. My sleepless nights were far from over. They were just beginning. The gentle whir of the newly installed security cameras was meant to be comforting, but instead, it only served to heighten my sense of unease. I sat in my living room, surrounded by monitors displaying every angle of my property, my eyes darting from screen to screen, searching for any sign of movement. A branch tapped against the window, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. "Get it together, John," I muttered to myself, wiping cold sweat from my brow. "You're safe now. No one can get in without you knowing." But even as I said the words, I knew they were a lie. The cameras, the locks, the barricaded windows, they were just an illusion of safety. Whoever was behind this, whoever wrote that journal, they were already inside my head. I turned my attention back to the cursed diary, spread open on the coffee table. I'd read it cover to cover at least a dozen times now, each reading revealing new horrors, new connections, and names. So many names. Sarah Jenkins, the florist, always surrounded by beauty, never knowing how close she is to decay. Officer Mike Holloway, he thinks his badge protects him, how wrong he is. Little Timmy Blake, such an innocent soul, it would be a shame if something were to happen to him. My stomach churned as I recognized each name. These weren't just random people, they were my neighbors, my friends, people I saw every day. And according to this twisted diary, they were all potential victims. I couldn't just sit here and do nothing. I had to warn them, protect them somehow. But how could I explain? "Hey, I found this creepy journal in the woods, and it says you might be murdered." They'd think I was insane. No, I had to be smart about this. Subtle. I'd watch them from afar, keep an eye out for anything suspicious. I'd be their unseen guardian angel. I decided to start with Sarah Jenkins. The florist shop was just a few blocks away, and her routine was predictable. Every morning at 8 a.m. sharp, she'd unlock the doors, flip the closed sign to open, and start arranging the outdoor displays. The next morning I was there, parked across the street in my beat-up Honda, a newspaper held up to cover my face. I watched as Sarah went about her morning routine, my eyes scanning the area for any sign of a threat. Hours passed. Sarah helped customers, made deliveries, watered her plants. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. As closing time approached, I began to feel foolish. What was I doing here? Stalking an innocent woman based on the ramblings of a madman? Just as I was about to start my car and leave, I saw him. A man in a dark hoodie, lurking at the corner, his eyes fixed on the flower shop. My heart raced. This was it. The threat I'd been waiting for. Without thinking, I leapt out of my car and rushed across the street. The man saw me coming and turned to run, but I was faster. I tackled him to the ground, pinning him beneath me. "Who are you?" I shouted, shaking him. "What do you want with Sarah?" "Get off me, you lunatic," the man yelled back, struggling against my grip. "Sarah! Sarah! Help!" To my shock, I heard the florist's voice behind me. "John? John Thorne? What on earth are you doing?" I turned to see Sarah standing there, her face a mask of confusion and fear. And then I looked down at the man I had tackled. The hood had fallen back, revealing a familiar face. It was Sarah's husband, Mark. "Oh, God," I muttered, scrambling off him. "Mark, I'm so sorry. I saw you watching the shop and I—" "You thought what?" Mark demanded, getting to his feet and brushing himself off. "That I was some kind of criminal. I was waiting to surprise my wife and take her to dinner." Sarah stepped between us, her eyes narrowing as she looked at me. "John, what's going on? Why were you watching my shop?" I opened my mouth, but no words came out. How could I explain this? How could I make them understand that I was trying to protect them? I can't," I stammered, backing away. "I'm sorry. I made a mistake." I turned and ran, ignoring their calls behind me. I ran all the way home, my lungs burning, shame and confusion warring in my mind. As I approached my house, panting and sweating, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The front door was slightly ajar. I know I locked it. I always lock it. My heart pounding in my ears, I crept up to the door, pushing it open slowly. The house was dark, silent, but something felt off. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaky. "Is anyone there?" Silence answered me, but it felt like a living thing, watching, waiting. I fumbled for the light switch, flooding the entryway with harsh fluorescent light. Everything looked normal. No sign of forced entry, nothing out of place. And yet, I moved through the house, checking every room, every closet, under every bed. Nothing. No intruder, no sign that anyone had been here. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. That while I was out playing detective, someone, or something, had been here. I collapsed onto my couch, my head in my hands. What was happening to me? Was I losing my mind? The lines between reality and paranoia were blurring, and I no longer knew what to believe. The security camera monitors flickered in the corner, showing empty rooms and quiet hallways. But now, instead of comfort, they only served to remind me of how alone I was, how isolated I had become. I picked up the journal again, its leather cover cool against my sweating palms. This was the source of it all. This book had turned my life upside down, had made me suspect my friends, had turned me into someone I didn't recognize. "What are you?" I whispered to the journal. "What do you want from me?" As if in response, a gust of wind blew through the open front door, ruffling the pages of the journal. They settled on an entry I hadn't noticed before. "The writer thinks he's clever. Thinks he can outsmart me, protect the others. But he's only digging himself deeper. Soon, he'll have no one left to turn to. No one but me. I slammed the book shut, my hands shaking. This was madness. All of it. I had to end this. Had to get rid of the journal. Had to. A floorboard creaked upstairs. I froze, my eyes darting to the security monitors. All the upstairs cameras showed empty rooms. But I knew what I had heard. Slowly, I rose from the couch. The journal clutched to my chest like a shield. With trembling steps, I made my way to the stairs, each creak of the floorboards under my feet sounding like a gunshot in the silent house. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm armed, and I've called the police." Lies, of course. I had no weapon, and my phone lay forgotten on the coffee table downstairs. But maybe, just maybe, it would be enough to scare off any intruder. As I reached the top of the stairs, a shadow moved at the end of the hallway. Just a flicker, there and gone in an instant. But it was enough. I wasn't alone. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Someone was in my house. Someone had been here while I was gone, had waited for me to return, and now they were toying with me, playing a sick game of cat and mouse. I backed down the stairs, my eyes never leaving the top of the staircase. My mind raced, trying to form a plan. I needed to get out, to call for help. But the front door seemed miles away, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that I wouldn't make it. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, my back hit the wall. I was cornered, trapped in my own home. The journal in my hands seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, and I knew somehow that it was the key to all of this. "What do you want?" I shouted, my voice cracking with fear and desperation. "Why are you doing this to me?" From upstairs I heard a chuckle. Low, menacing, and horrifyingly familiar. It was my own laugh, echoing through the empty halls of my home. And then, in a voice that was mine but not mine, came the answer I had been dreading. "I want you, John. I want everything you are, everything you will be. And I'm going to take it, piece by piece, until there's nothing left but me." The lights went out, plunging me into darkness. And as I stood there paralyzed with fear, I realized that the true horror was just beginning. The paranoia that had been building, the fear that had been growing, they were nothing compared to what was coming. Because the enemy wasn't out there in the darkness. The morning light filtered through my curtains, a mockery of normalcy after the terror of the night before. I hadn't slept, couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house, every whisper of wind outside had me jumping, expecting to see my own twisted reflection grinning back at me from the shadows. I dragged myself out of bed, my body aching from the tension that had kept me rigid all night. Coffee. I needed coffee. And then I'd figure out what to do next. As I shuffled towards the front door to retrieve the morning paper, something caught my eye. A small white square affixed to the door. My heart rate instantly spiked, memories of last night's encounter flooding back. With trembling fingers, I plucked the note from the door. The message, written in an eerily familiar handwriting, sent a chill down my spine. "Stop reading what isn't yours." I stumbled back, the note fluttering from my grasp. They had been here. While I cowered inside, they had come right up to my door. The implications were terrifying. "This has to stop," I muttered to myself, running a hand through my disheveled hair. "I can't keep living like this." My eyes fell on the journal sitting innocuously on the coffee table where I'd left it. The source of all my troubles. Maybe if I got rid of it, if I handed it over to the authorities, this nightmare would end. Decision made. I snatched up the journal and my car keys. The police station wasn't far. They'd know what to do. They had to. The drive was a blur of paranoia, my eyes constantly darting to the rearview mirror, expecting to see a car following me. But nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Just another beautiful day in our quiet town. At the station, I approached the desk sergeant. the journal clutched tightly to my chest. "Can I help you, sir?" the officer asked, eyeing me warily. I must have looked a sight, unshaven, wild-eyed, clutching a battered old book like it was a lifeline. "Yes, I need to report a crime. Or a potential crime. I'm not sure." The words tumbled out, jumbled and incoherent. I took a deep breath and tried again. "I found this journal in the woods. It's full of terrible things. Plans to hurt people. And I think someone's been stalking me because of it." The sergeant's expression shifted from wariness to skepticism. "All right, sir. Why don't you have a seat and tell me everything from the beginning?" For the next hour, I poured out my story. The discovery in the woods, the footprints in my room, the photo of me sleeping, the voice in my house. With each word, I could see the disbelief growing in the officer's eyes. When I finished, silence hung in the air for a long moment. Finally, the sergeant spoke, his voice gentle but firm. "Mr. Thorne, I understand you're upset, but you have to realize how this sounds. You're a writer, correct? Is it possible that your imagination is getting the better of you?" "No," I protested, my voice rising. "It's real, all of it. Just read the journal, you'll see." I thrust the book towards him, but he made no move to take it. "Sir, we can't go around investigating every strange book someone finds. There's no evidence of any crime here. My advice, get some rest. Maybe talk to someone, a professional. Stress can do funny things to a person's mind." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. They were dismissing me, treating me like I was crazy. "You don't understand," I pleaded. "People could die, I could die." But it was useless. The sergeant had already made up his mind. With a pat on my shoulder and a promise to keep an eye out, he ushered me out of the station. I stood on the steps, the sun too bright, the world too normal. How could everything just go on when my life was falling apart? As I made my way back to my car, a flash of movement caught my eye. A figure in a dark jacket, just like the one described in the journal. My heart leapt into my throat. Without thinking, I took off after them. The figure, sensing my pursuit, began to run. We weaved through the crowded streets, dodging pedestrians and leaping over obstacles. "Wait," I shouted. "I just want to talk." But the figure showed no signs of slowing. We turned down a narrow alley, then another. I was gaining ground, my desperation lending me speed. Just as I thought I might catch up, we burst out onto a busy street. The figure darted into a crowd of shoppers, and just like that, they were gone. I spun in circles trying to catch a glimpse of the dark jacket, but it was useless. They had vanished as if they'd never been there at all. Defeated and gasping for breath, I slumped against a nearby wall. Had it all been in my imagination? Was the sergeant right? Was I losing my mind? With shaking hands, I opened the journal. Maybe there was something I'd missed, some clue that would make sense of all this. As I flipped through the pages, my blood ran cold. There, in fresh ink, was a new entry. "The fool thinks he can catch me, chasing shadows through the streets like a dog after a car. He'll never understand. I'm always one step ahead, always watching, always waiting." I snapped the book shut, my mind reeling. This was impossible. I'd had the journal with me the whole time. There was no way anyone could have written in it. Unless... The thought was too terrible to contemplate. Was I writing these entries myself? Was some part of me, some hidden personality, responsible for all of this? I stumbled back to my car, the journal feeling like a lead weight in my hands. The drive home was a daze, my mind a whirlwind of doubt and fear. As I pulled into my driveway, a thought struck me. The cameras. I'd installed security cameras all around my house. If someone had been here, if they'd left that note on my door, I'd have proof. I rushed inside, making a beeline for the monitors. With trembling fingers, I rewound the footage to last night. Hours passed in fast forward. Nothing. No movement. No mysterious figures. Just the empty porch, the undisturbed door. And then, at 3:17 a.m., a glitch. The screen went to static for a split second, When the image returned, the note was there, pinned to the door. I rewound and played it again. And again. There was no mistaking it. One moment, empty door. Static. Then the note. "This isn't possible," I whispered to the empty room. But the evidence was right there in front of me. Someone or something had bypassed my security system, had appeared and disappeared in the blink of an eye. I sank to the floor, the journal clutched to my chest. The warning on my door echoed in my mind. Stop reading what isn't yours. But I was in too deep now. Whatever this was, whatever was happening to me, I couldn't stop. Not now. Not when the truth felt so close, yet so terrifyingly out of reach. As the sun began to set outside, casting long shadows across my living room, I made a decision. I would get to the bottom of this, no matter the cost. I would find out who, or what, was behind this journal, behind the stalking, behind the impossible events unfolding around me, even if it meant losing myself in the process. I opened the journal once more, pen in hand. If I was writing these entries in some fugue state, then perhaps I could communicate with whatever it was. With a deep breath, I began to write. I know you're there. I know you're watching. What do you want from me? I stared at the words, half expecting them to change before my eyes, but they remained stubbornly static, my own handwriting staring back at me. Just as I was about to close the book, resigned to another sleepless night of paranoia and questions, the pen in my hand began to move of its own accord. In a script that was mine but not mine, words began to form on the page. Everything, John. I want everything. The world had taken on a surreal quality, as if I were walking through a dream, or nightmare, of my own making. Everywhere I looked, I saw echoes of the journal's dark prophecies. The park bench where old Mr. O. Johnson fed the pigeons every morning was no longer just a pleasant scene of small-town life. Now I couldn't help but recall the diary's chilling words. The pigeons gather around him like vultures, sensing the approaching end. I found myself watching Mr. Johnson closely, searching for any sign of illness or distress. Even the local diner, usually a haven of comfort food and friendly faces, had become tainted. As I stirred my coffee, my eyes kept drifting to Sally, the cheerful waitress. The journal's description haunted me. Her smile hides secrets darker than the coffee she serves. I was losing my grip on reality, and I knew it. But I couldn't stop. The journal had become my lens to the world, and through it, everything was sinister, laden with hidden meanings and dark portents. It was in this state of paranoid hyper-awareness that I ran into Mike, an old friend from high school. Under normal circumstances, I would have been glad for the distraction, the chance to ground myself in the familiar. But these were far from normal circumstances. "John," Mike called out, waving as he approached. "Long time no see, buddy. How have you been?" I forced a smile, trying to act normal. "Hey, Mike. I'm doing okay. How about you?" As we chatted, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Mike's smile seemed strained, his eyes darting around as if checking for eavesdroppers. When there was a lull in the conversation, I decided to take a risk. "Hey, Mike," I said, keeping my voice casual. "You haven't noticed anything strange around town lately, have you? Or heard about any weird, I don't know, journals or anything?" The change was instantaneous. Mike's face paled, and he suddenly couldn't meet my eyes. "Journals? No, nothing like that. Look, John, I've got to run. It was great seeing you, though." Before I could say another word, Mike was gone, practically jogging down the street. His reaction only confirmed my suspicions. He knew something. Without thinking, I began to follow him. I kept my distance, ducking behind corners and pretending to window shop whenever he glanced back. Mike led me through winding streets, eventually arriving at the old community center on the edge of town. I watched from across the street as Mike entered the building, glancing furtively over his shoulder before slipping inside. My heart was pounding. What was going on in there? Moving as quietly as I could, I crept up to the building. Most of the windows were dark, but a faint light spilled from one on the ground floor. I inched closer, straining to hear. Voices drifted out, muffled but audible. I recognized some of them: Mrs. Peterson, my third-grade teacher, Chief Wallace from the fire department, even Mayor Thompson. What were they all doing here? "Can't keep this up much longer," someone was saying. It sounded like Mrs. Peterson. "He's starting to notice things." "We don't have a choice," another voice replied. Chief Wallace, I thought. "We have to stick to the plan for all our sakes." My breath caught in my throat. The plan. They were talking about me. Mayor Thompson's voice cut through the murmurs. "Remember why we're doing this, people. If we falter now, everything we've worked for will be for nothing. We have to keep John in the dark, at least for a little while longer." I stumbled back from the window, my mind reeling. This couldn't be happening. These were people I'd known my whole life, people I trusted. And they were... what? Conspiring against me? A twig snapped under my foot and the voices inside immediately hushed. "Did you hear that?" someone whispered. "Check outside," another voice commanded. Panic seized me. I turned and ran, not caring about the noise I was making now. I had to get away, had to get home where it was safe. Behind me, I heard the community center's door open, voices calling out. I didn't look back. I ran until my lungs burned, until the familiar sight of my house came into view. I fumbled with my keys, practically falling through the door before slamming it shut behind me. Safe. I was safe. But was I? If what I'd heard was true, if the whole town was in on whatever this was anywhere really safe? I slid down to the floor, my back against the door, trying to catch my breath and make sense of what I'd just witnessed. The journal lay on the coffee table where I'd left it, seeming to mock me with its presence. With shaking hands, I picked it up and opened it. There, on a previously blank page, new words had appeared. "The pieces are falling into place. Soon, John, you'll understand. But will you be ready for the truth?" I threw the book across the room with a cry of frustration. "What truth?" I shouted at the empty house. "What the hell is going on?" Only silence answered me. I buried my face in my hands, feeling the last threads of my sanity starting to unravel. Everyone I knew, everyone I trusted, they were all part of this. But part of what? The plan. Keeping me in the dark. But why? What could be so important, so secret, that it required the entire town's cooperation? I thought back over the past few weeks, trying to pinpoint when things had started to go wrong. It all came back to the journal. Finding it in the woods that day had set everything in motion. Or had it? Was the journal just a symptom of something larger? Something that had been in play long before I stumbled upon it? A thought struck me then, so terrible that it made my blood run cold. What if I was the one behind all this? What if this elaborate conspiracy was all in my head, some sort of mental breakdown manifesting as a town-wide plot? But no, that couldn't be right. I'd seen them at the community center. I'd heard them talking about me. That was real, wasn't it? I stood up on shaky legs, moving to retrieve the journal from where I'd thrown it. As I picked it up, a small piece of paper fluttered out, a photograph. With trembling fingers, I turned it over. It was a picture of me standing outside the community center, peering in through the window. It had been taken tonight, mere hours ago. On the back, written in that now familiar handwriting, was a message. "Curiosity killed the cat, John. How many lives do you think you have left?" A sob escaped me, equal parts fear and frustration. I was trapped in a nightmare with no way out. Everyone was suspect. Every friendly face could be hiding dark secrets. Even my own mind couldn't be trusted. I sank onto the couch, the journal clutched to my chest like a lifeline. The irony wasn't lost on me. The very thing that had started this madness was now the only thing I felt I could trust. As the night deepened outside, I sat there, paralyzed by indecision. What could I do? Where could I go? If the entire town was in on this conspiracy, there was nowhere safe for me. But I couldn't just sit here and wait for whatever plan they had to unfold. I had to do something. I had to fight back. With a newfound determination, I opened the journal once more. If this book was truly connected to whatever was happening, then maybe, just maybe, it held the key to unraveling this mystery. I began to read, poring over every entry, searching for clues I might have missed before. As I read, a pattern began to emerge. Certain phrases repeated, certain names appeared more frequently than others, and then I saw it. A name I hadn't noticed before, hidden in the seemingly random ramblings. A name that made my heart skip a beat. My own name, written in a code I hadn't recognized until now. With shaking hands, I began to decode the hidden message, my mind racing with the implications. Whatever secrets this journal held, whatever truth lay at the heart of this conspiracy, I was somehow at the center of it all. As the first light of dawn began to creep through my windows, I finally decoded the last of the hidden message. The truth in all its terrifying glory lay before me. The woods loomed before me, dark and foreboding in the fading twilight. I clutched the journal tightly, its pages open to the entry that had led me here. The words seemed to writhe on the page, a mix of dread and anticipation coursing through my veins as I read them again. When the moon hangs full and heavy in the sky, they will gather in the heart of the forest. The clearing where it all began will become the stage for the final act. And John, poor, unsuspecting John, will be the guest of honor. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. Part of me wanted to turn back, to run home and pretend I'd never read those words. But I knew I couldn't. Whatever was happening, whatever this ritual was, I had to see it for myself. I had to know the truth. Steeling my nerves, I plunged into the woods. The path was familiar. I'd walked it countless times before finding the journal, but now, every shadow seemed to hide a threat, every rustle of leaves a potential attacker. As I neared the clearing, I slowed my pace, moving as quietly as possible. I found a dense patch of bushes near the edge and crouched down, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it would give me away. At first, the clearing was empty, bathed in silvery moonlight. Then, almost imperceptibly, shapes began to emerge from the surrounding darkness. Hooded figures, moving with an eerie silence, filed into the clearing one by one. I counted them as they entered. 5, 10, 15. By the time they stopped coming, there were at least 30 figures standing in a circle. My mind raced. There couldn't be that many people involved, could there? As if in answer to my unspoken question, one of the figures spoke. The voice, muffled by the hood but still recognizable, sent a chill down my spine. It was Mrs. Johnson, my kindly next-door neighbor. "Are we all here?" she asked, her normally warm voice now cold and commanding. "All except the guest of honor," another voice replied. This one I recognized too. Mr. Patel, who ran the local grocery store. Guest of honor. The words from the journal echoed in my mind. They were talking about me. The figures began to move, forming a tighter circle. From my hiding spot, I could see something in the center, a stone altar of some kind, rough-hewn and ancient-looking. How long had that been here? One of the taller figures stepped forward, raising their arms. When they spoke, I had to stifle a gasp. It was Mayor Thompson. "Brothers and sisters," he intoned, his voice carrying clearly through the night air. "We gather here, as our ancestors have for generations, to perform the sacred rite. The time has come for renewal, for the passing of the mantle." A murmur ran through the assembled crowd. I strained to hear their words, catching snippets of conversation. "Been so long. Is he ready? What if he refuses?" Mayor Thompson raised his hands again, silencing the whispers. "I know many of you have doubts. John has been resistant to our guidance, but the signs are clear. The journal has awoken, and John has followed its path. Whether he knows it or not, he is here." I felt my blood run cold. How did they know I was here? Had they seen me? But no, they were still looking around, searching the woods. "John!" Mayor Thompson called out. "We know you're watching. It's time to fulfill your destiny. Come forth and take your place among us. The assembled figures took up the call, their voices rising in a chant that made my skin crawl. John, John, John. I pressed myself further into the bushes, my mind reeling. What destiny? What did they want from me? The chanting grew louder, more insistent. I could feel something building in the air, a pressure that made my ears pop and my vision blur. The moonlight seemed to intensify, focusing on the stone altar at the center of the clearing. And then, to my horror, I saw something beginning to form above the altar. A shape, hazy and indistinct at first, but slowly solidifying. It was a face, my face, but twisted and wrong, with eyes that glowed with an inner fire. No, I whispered, unable to believe what I was seeing. This can't be real. But even as I denied it, I knew in my heart that it was. Everything, the journal, the conspiracy, the ritual, it was all real, and I was at the center of it all. Fear finally overcame my curiosity. I had to get out of here, had to run, had to escape whatever madness this was. I turned, ready to flee back through the woods, only to find my path blocked. A figure stood there, hooded like the others, but somehow different. Taller, more imposing. And in their hand, they held a book, a journal identical to the one I clutched in my trembling fingers. Slowly, deliberately, the figure reached up and lowered their hood. I found myself staring into a face I knew all too well. My own face, but older, lined with years I hadn't yet lived, eyes glinting with knowledge I didn't yet possess. "Hello, John," my older self said, a sad smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I've been waiting a long time for this moment." I stumbled backward, my mind unable to process what I was seeing. How is this possible? How is... The other John, the author of the journal, stepped forward, his movements fluid and purposeful. "I know you have questions, so many questions. I did too, when I stood where you're standing now." "I don't understand," I managed to choke out. "The journal, the ritual, all of it. What does it mean?" My older self sighed, a sound heavy with years of burden. "It means, John, that our time has come, just as it came for me, and for the John before me, and for every John stretching back through time immemorial." He gestured towards the clearing where the chanting had reached a fever pitch. The apparition above the altar had fully formed now. A version of me, but twisted, powerful, terrifying. "That," my older self said, "is what we become. What we must become, to protect this town, to keep the darkness at bay. It's a heavy burden, John, but it's ours to bear." I shook my head, denial rising in my throat. No, I won't do it. I won't become... that." A look of sympathy crossed my older self's face. "I said the same thing all those years ago, but you'll see in time that we don't have a choice. The journal chose you, just as it chose me. The cycle must continue." He held out his hand, offering me his version of the journal. "Take it, read it, understand. And when you're ready, step into the clearing and take your place in the circle." My hand, seemingly of its own accord, reached out towards the offered book. As my fingers brushed its leather cover, a jolt of energy surged through me. Images flashed before my eyes, years of rituals, of battles against unspeakable horrors, of a darkness held at bay by sacrifice and will. I jerked my hand back, gasping. "I can't," I whispered. "I'm not strong enough." My older self smiled, a genuine warmth in his eyes. "You are. You will be. We all doubted at first, but the strength is there, inside you, inside us." The chanting from the clearing had changed now. They were calling my name, not in demand but in welcome, in anticipation. "It's time, John," my older self said. "Time to face your destiny." I looked from him to the clearing and back, my mind a whirlwind of fear, confusion, and a growing sense of acceptance. Was I really considering this? As if reading my thoughts, my older self nodded. You'll understand everything soon. The journal will guide you, as it guided me. And when your time comes, you'll be here, in my place, guiding the next John. He stepped aside, clearing the path to the clearing. The choice is yours, John. It always has been. But remember, the fate of everyone you know, everyone you love, hangs in the balance. I stood there, frozen in indecision. The call of the ritual pulled at me, a siren song of power and purpose. But fear still held me back, fear of the unknown, fear of losing myself. In that moment, as the moon reached its zenith and the chanting reached a crescendo, I knew I had to make a choice. To run, to hide, to deny this strange and terrifying destiny, or to step forward, to embrace the unknown, to become something more than myself. With a deep breath, I made my decision. I took a step forward, then another, the journal clutched tightly to my chest. As I emerged from the trees, the chanting stopped abruptly. All eyes turned to me, a mix of relief and anticipation on the faces of friends and neighbors. Mayor Thompson stepped forward, extending his hand. "Welcome, John," he said, his voice filled with reverence. "We've been waiting for you." As I reached out to take his hand, I felt a surge of energy course through me. The journal in my arms grew warm, almost alive. And I knew, with a certainty that both thrilled and terrified me, that my life would never be the same again. The ritual had begun, and with it, my transformation into something both wonderful and terrible. The John I had been was about to die, and a new John, the John this town needed, was about to be born. My lungs burned as I tore through the dense underbrush, branches whipping across my face, leaving stinging welts in their wake. The sound of pursuit was close behind, too close. The rhythmic chanting that had filled the clearing moments ago had transformed into a savage war cry, echoing through the trees and spurring me on with primal fear. "You can't run from your destiny, John." Mayor Thompson's voice boomed from somewhere behind me. The kindly politician I'd known all my life was gone, replaced by something ancient and terrifying. I didn't dare look back. I knew what I'd see. A sea of hooded figures, people I'd once called friends and neighbors, now twisted into something unrecognizable by whatever dark power had taken hold of our town. My foot caught on an exposed root, sending me sprawling. I hit the ground hard, the impact driving the air from my lungs. For a moment I lay there, dazed and gasping. The journal, which I'd been clutching to my chest, skittered away into the underbrush. "There! He's down!" a voice cried out, much too close for comfort. Panic gave me strength. I scrambled to my feet, snatching up the journal as I rose. I couldn't leave it behind. Somehow, I knew it was the key to everything. I broke through the tree line, the parking lot where I'd left my car coming into view. It sat there, a beacon of hope in the moonlight. If I could just reach it, I might have a chance. Behind me, the sounds of pursuit grew louder. They were gaining ground. "John, stop this foolishness." Mrs. Johnson's voice, usually so warm and motherly, now dripped with malice. "You're only making this harder on yourself." I reached my car, hands shaking so badly I could barely grasp the keys. The jingling sound seemed deafening in the night air, a beacon announcing my location to my pursuers. Come on," I muttered, finally managing to slide the key into the lock. Just as I wrenched the door open, a hand grasped my shoulder. I whirled around, coming face to face with Mr. Patel. His usually friendly face was contorted with a mixture of anger and... was that fear? "Don't do this, John," he pleaded, his grip tightening. "You don't understand what's at stake." I shoved him away with strength born of desperation. "You're right. I don't understand. And I don't want to." I threw myself into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut just as several hooded figures emerged from the woods. Their faces were hidden in shadow, but I could feel their eyes on me, hungry and expectant. The engine roared to life and I stomped on the gas. The tires squealed in protest as I peeled out of the parking lot, leaving the cult members scrambling in my wake. For a moment, I allowed myself to hope. The road stretched out before me, empty and inviting. Maybe I could make it. Maybe I could escape this nightmare and never look back. But as I rounded the first bend, my heart sank. There, in the middle of the road, stood a group of hooded figures. They stood shoulder to shoulder, forming an impenetrable barrier. I swerved hard, barely missing them. In my rearview mirror, I saw them scatter, then reform, running after my car with inhuman speed. "This isn't happening," I gasped, knuckles white on the steering wheel. "This can't be real." I floored the accelerator, the engine whining in protest as I pushed it to its limits. Trees whipped by in a dark blur. I had no destination in mind, no plan beyond away. Away from the cult, away from the ritual, away from the terrifying future that apparently awaited me. As I approached another turn, I saw more hooded figures waiting. I swerved again, tires screeching on the asphalt. How were they doing this? How could they be everywhere at once? The journal sat in the passenger seat, seeming to mock me with its presence. I was tempted to throw it out the window, to be rid of it once and for all. But something stopped me. Some deep instinctual part of me knew that the journal was my only hope of understanding what was happening. Suddenly, the engine sputtered. The car jerked once, twice, and then began to slow. "No, no, no," I cried, pumping the gas pedal frantically. But it was no use. The car rolled to a stop on a lonely stretch of road, surrounded on both sides by dense forest. For a moment, all was silent. I sat there, hands still gripping the wheel, heart pounding in my chest. Then slowly, I became aware of movement in the trees around me. They were here. I locked the doors, for all the good it would do. Hooded figures emerged from the darkness, surrounding my car. I counted at least 20 of them standing in a circle, silent and waiting. One figure stepped forward, taller than the rest, exuding an aura of authority that made the others shrink back. Slowly, deliberately, they reached up and lowered their hood. I felt the blood drain from my face as I found myself staring at me. An older version of me, face lined with years I hadn't yet lived, eyes glowing with an inner fire that both terrified and enthralled me. "Hello, John," my older self said, his voice, my voice, filled with a mix of sympathy and resolve. "I think it's time we had a talk." I shook my head, pressing myself back against the seat as if I could somehow meld with it and disappear. "This isn't possible," I whispered. My older self smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I said the same thing when I was in your position, but you'll come to learn that possible is a very flexible concept in our line of work." "Our line of work?" I repeated, my voice cracking. "I don't understand any of this." "I know," he replied, his tone softening. "And I'm sorry for that. Truly I am. But understanding comes with time and with acceptance." He held out his hand, palm up, an invitation or a demand. "Come out of the car, John. Face your destiny. Face me." I sat there, frozen in indecision. Part of me wanted to start the car again, to ram through their circle and keep driving until I ran out of road. But I knew it would be futile. Whatever power they possessed, whatever magic ran through this town and through my veins, it was bigger than me, bigger than my fear. With shaking hands, I unlocked the door and stepped out. The cool night air hit me like a physical force, carrying with it the scent of pine and something else, something old and powerful. My older self nodded approvingly. "Good. You're braver than I was. That will serve you well in the years to come." "Years to come?" I echoed. "What are you talking about? What is all this?" He sighed, suddenly looking every one of his years. "It's a responsibility, John, a burden passed down through generations. We are the guardians, the protectors. We keep the darkness at bay." "The darkness?" I glanced around at the hooded figures, still standing silently in their circle. "You mean them?" My older self laughed, a sound devoid of humor. "No, John. They are like us. Protectors. The darkness. Well, you'll see it soon enough. And you'll understand why we do what we do. He held out his hand again. Come. It's time to complete the ritual. Time for you to take your place in the circle. I took a step back, fear rising in my throat. And if I refuse? His eyes hardened, the glow intensifying. Then the darkness wins, and everything, everyone you've ever loved will be consumed. I looked around, desperate for some way out, some alternative I hadn't considered. But there was nothing. Just the road, the woods, and the circle of hooded figures. My past and my future closing in around me. With a shaking hand, I reached out and grasped my older self's outstretched palm. The moment our skin touched, a jolt of energy surged through me. Images flashed before my eyes. Battles against unspeakable horrors, rituals of incredible power, years of vigilance and sacrifice. I gasped, staggering under the weight of the visions. My older self steadied me, his grip firm and reassuring. I know it's overwhelming, he said softly, but you are ready. You've always been ready. As if on cue, the hooded figures began to chant. It was my name, over and over, building in volume and intensity. The air seemed to thicken, charged with an energy I could almost see. My older self began to lead me towards the center of the circle. With each step, I felt a change coming over me. My fear was fading, replaced by a sense of purpose, of destiny. As we reached the center, my older self turned to face me. Are you ready to become who you were always meant to be, John? I looked into his eyes, my eyes, and saw the weight of years, of responsibility, of power. And for the first time since this nightmare began, I felt a sense of calm certainty. Yes, I heard myself say, I'm ready. The chanting reached a fever pitch. My older self smiled, a genuine expression of relief and pride. Then let it begin, he said. And as the moon reached its zenith and the forest seemed to hold its breath, I felt myself changing, becoming more than I was, becoming what I needed to be. The John I had been was slipping away, and in his place a guardian was being born, a protector, a keeper of secrets and battler of darkness. As the ritual reached its climax, I realized that the chase was over. I had been running from myself, from my destiny. But now, finally, I was ready to embrace it. Whatever came next, whatever battles lay ahead, I would face them. Because I was John, the guardian of the town. And the darkness didn't stand a chance. The first thing I noticed was the throbbing pain in my head. It pulsed in time with my heartbeat, each throb sending a fresh wave of nausea through me. I tried to reach up to rub my temples, but my arms wouldn't move. Panic set in as I realized I was bound tightly to a chair. My eyes fluttered open, adjusting slowly to the dim light. The room was small, bare except for the chair I was strapped to and a large, ornate mirror directly in front of me. The flickering light of candles cast dancing shadows on the walls, giving the whole scene an eerie, dreamlike quality. Hello? I called out, my voice hoarse and weak. Is anyone there? Silence answered me. I strained against my bonds, but they held firm. As my eyes darted around the room, searching for any means of escape, they were drawn back to the mirror. Something about my reflection seemed off. I blinked, sure I was seeing things, but no, there it was again. My reflection had moved, but I hadn't. I watched, horrified, as my own face twisted into a smirk I knew I wasn't making. Hello, John, my reflection said, its voice eerily similar to mine, but with a harder edge. It's about time we had a proper chat. I recoiled as much as the restraints would allow. What is this? Who are you? The reflection chuckled, a sound that sent chills down my spine. I'm you, John. Or rather, I'm the part of you that you've been trying so hard to forget. The part that knows the truth. The truth? I echoed, my mind reeling. I don't understand. Of course you don't. my other self said, rolling its eyes. You've done such a good job of burying me, of pretending I don't exist, but I'm tired of being silent. It's time you remembered who you really are. As if triggered by those words, a flood of memories crashed over me. Images, sounds, sensations, all things I knew but had somehow forgotten. I saw myself writing in the journal, planning elaborate scenarios. I remembered orchestrating the events of the past few weeks, manipulating everyone around me. No, I gasped, shaking my head in denial. That can't be true. I found the journal in the woods. I was being stalked, hunted. All part of the plan, my reflection interrupted. Your plan, our plan. Don't you see? We've been playing both sides all along. The door to the room creaked open, and a group of hooded figures filed in. My heart rate spiked, expecting the worst. But as they lowered their hoods, I recognized the faces of my friends and neighbors. Mayor Thompson stepped forward, his expression a mix of concern and relief. "John," he said softly, "we're glad you're awake. How much do you remember?" I looked from the mayor to my smirking reflection and back. I'm not sure. Everything's confused. What's happening to me?" Sarah, my next-door neighbor, moved to stand beside the mayor. "We've been trying to protect you, John, from yourself, or rather from your other self." "Protect me?" I repeated, my voice rising. "By chasing me through the woods? By terrorizing me?" "We never chased you," Mr. Patel said, stepping forward. "That was all in your mind, part of the elaborate scenario you created." My reflection laughed, drawing everyone's attention. "Oh, don't act so innocent," it sneered. "You played your parts perfectly, just as I knew you would." Mayor Thompson sighed heavily. "We had no choice. When your condition first manifested, we tried to help you directly. But you rejected our help, retreated further into your delusions. This elaborate game was the only way we could think to draw you out, to make you face the truth." "The truth," I whispered. "What is the truth? Who am I really?" My reflection's grin widened. "We're a writer, John, a damn good one, but we got bored with just writing stories. We wanted to live them, so we created the ultimate story, a tale of mystery, conspiracy, and supernatural forces, and we made ourselves the star." Memories continued to flood back. I saw myself planning every detail, writing the journal entries, even orchestrating the chance discovery in the woods. I had manipulated everyone, including myself. "But why?" I asked, my voice breaking. "Why would I do this to myself?" "For the thrill," my reflection answered. "For the challenge, to see if we could fool even ourselves. And oh, how well it worked. You believed every word, every moment. It was our greatest creation." The reality of what I had done, what we had done, hit me like a physical blow. I had put my friends through hell, had terrorized my own town, all for the sake of a story. The guilt was overwhelming. "I'm so sorry," I choked out, looking at the concerned faces around me. "I never meant to hurt anyone. I didn't know." Sarah stepped forward, placing a gentle hand on my shoulder. "We know, John. That's why we're here. To help you, to bring you back to yourself. All of yourself." My reflection's expression softened slightly. "They're right, you know. We can't keep going on like this, divided. It's time to become whole again." I nodded slowly, the truth of those words resonating within me. But as I looked back at my reflection, I saw something that made my blood run cold. My other self was reaching for something just out of view, something that glinted in the candlelight. A knife. "What are you doing?" I asked, panic rising in my voice. My reflection's grin turned feral. "Becoming whole, John. Just like we agreed. But there's only room for one of us in this body, and I'm not going back to being silent and forgotten." I struggled against my bonds with renewed vigor. No, stop this. This isn't what I wanted. Isn't it? My other self taunted. You wanted drama, danger, a climactic ending. Well, here it is. The final twist in our greatest story. The knife drew closer to the surface of the mirror. I could feel the others in the room tense, unsure of what to do. This was beyond anything they had prepared for. Please, I begged, looking frantically between my reflection and the others. Don't let this happen. I don't want to die. Mayor Thompson stepped forward, his hands raised placatingly. Now, let's all calm down. There's no need for violence. We can work through this together. My reflection laughed, a harsh, manic sound. Together? There is no together. There's only me. There's only ever been me. And now it's time to cut away the weak parts. The knife touched the surface of the mirror, and I felt a sharp pain in my chest. It was as if the blade was piercing my very soul. Stop, I screamed, throwing myself against the restraints. I remember now. I remember everything. We don't have to do this. For a moment, my other self hesitated, the knife hovering just above the mirror's surface. You remember? I nodded frantically. Yes. I remember writing the journal, planning everything. I remember why we did it. But this isn't the ending we planned. This isn't how our story is supposed to go. A flicker of uncertainty passed over my reflection's face. Then how is it supposed to go? I took a deep breath, thinking quickly. We unite. We become whole, like you said. But not by destroying each other. By accepting each other. By becoming the person we were always meant to be. Both the creator and the creation. The room fell silent, everyone holding their breath. My reflection stared at me, searching my face for any sign of deception. I met its gaze steadily, willing it to understand, to believe. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the knife began to lower. And if we do this, my other self said cautiously, what then? What becomes of our story? I managed a small smile. We write a new one. Together. A better one. One where we don't have to hide from ourselves or hurt others. The knife clattered to the ground, disappearing from view. My reflection's posture relaxed, and for the first time I saw a glimmer of hope in my eyes. Together, it echoed, nodding slowly. I think I'd like that. As those words left my reflection's mouth, I felt a shift within myself. It was as if two pieces of a long broken puzzle were finally sliding back into place. Memories, personalities, desires, everything began to merge and settle. The restraints around my wrists and ankles suddenly loosened. I stood on shaky legs, supported by Sarah and Mr. Patel. As I approached the mirror, I no longer saw two distinct versions of myself. Instead, I saw just me, whole, united, and ready to face whatever came next. I turned to the group, seeing relief and cautious optimism on their faces. Thank you, I said, my voice thick with emotion, for not giving up on me, for helping me find myself again. Mayor Thompson stepped forward, clasping my shoulder. Welcome back, John. The real John. We've missed you. As we left the room together, leaving behind the mirror and the remnants of my fractured self, I felt a sense of peace I hadn't known in years. The story I had written for myself had come to an end, but a new chapter was just beginning, and this time I would write it as my true, whole self. The moment of unity I had felt was shattered as quickly as it had formed. My darker half, the part of me that had orchestrated this entire nightmare, wasn't ready to give up control so easily. I felt a violent surge within me, as if my very soul was being torn apart. No, I screamed, clutching my head. We agreed to work together. My reflection in the mirror sneered back at me, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. I lied, it hissed. Did you really think I'd give up everything I've worked for so easily? The room began to spin, the candlelight creating dizzying patterns on the walls. I staggered, my legs giving out beneath me. As I fell, I caught glimpses of the others in the room, Mayor Thompson, Sarah, Mr. Patel, their faces a mix of horror and determination. "John!" Sarah cried out, reaching for me. But as her hand touched my shoulder, a jolt of energy sent her flying back. "Stay back," I managed to gasp out. "I have to do this alone." My body convulsed, and I felt as if I was being pulled in two directions at once. Memories flashed before my eyes, writing the journal, planting it in the woods, orchestrating the entire conspiracy. But alongside these were other memories, genuine fear, confusion, the desperate search for answers. Which were real? Which version of me was the true John? "You're weak," my darker half sneered, its voice echoing in my mind. "You've always been weak. That's why you created me, to be everything you're not." I gritted my teeth, fighting back against the invasion. "No," I growled. "I created you because I was afraid. Afraid of my own potential, my own darkness. But I don't need you anymore." The cult members began to chant, their voices rising in a rhythmic cadence that seemed to shake the very foundations of the room. I couldn't make out the words, but I could feel their intent. They were trying to banish my dark side, to exorcise the demon I had created within myself. "John," Mayor Thompson's voice cut through the chaos. "You have to fight this. Remember who you are. Remember why you started writing in the first place." Writing. Yes, I remembered now. The joy of creation, the thrill of bringing new worlds to life. Somewhere along the way I had lost sight of that pure passion, twisting it into something dark and destructive. My darker half laughed, a sound that sent chills down my spine. "Oh, spare me the sentimental nonsense. We both know the truth. You loved every minute of this. The power, the control, watching everyone dance to our tune." And part of me knew it was right. There had been a thrill in orchestrating this elaborate scenario, in fooling even myself. But at what cost? I looked around at the faces of my friends, people I had manipulated and terrified for my own amusement. The guilt was overwhelming, threatening to consume me. "That's right," my dark side purred. "Feel the guilt. Let it swallow you whole. Then I'll be all that's left." But as I teetered on the brink of giving in, a memory surfaced. A simple moment years ago, when I had first put pen to paper. The pure joy of creation, untainted by ego or darkness. "No," I whispered, then louder. "No, I won't let you win." I staggered to my feet, my body feeling like it was on fire. Every movement was a battle, my darker half fighting for control of each muscle. The chanting grew louder, more insistent. I could feel it resonating within me, providing a counterpoint to the darkness that threatened to overwhelm me. "You can't fight me forever," my dark side snarled. "I am you, the best part of you." "You're wrong," I gasped out. "You're not the best of me. You're the part of me I need to overcome." I lurched towards the mirror, drawn to it like a magnet. In its surface, I could see both versions of myself. The terrified, determined man I was now, and the sneering, confident manipulator I had become. "What are you doing?" my dark half demanded, a note of panic creeping into its voice. I reached out, my hand closing around the handle of the knife that had clattered to the floor earlier. "Ending this," I growled. "Once and for all." The room seemed to hold its breath. The chanting faltered for a moment, then resumed with renewed vigor. I could feel the energy building, a palpable force that made the air crackle with tension. "You can't destroy me," my dark half said, but I could hear the uncertainty in its voice. "I'm part of you. You need me." I raised the knife, staring into my own eyes in the mirror. "You're right," I said softly. "You are a part of me, but not the part that's in control." With a final surge of will, I plunged the knife into the mirror. The surface shattered with an ear-splitting crack, fragments of glass exploding outward in a glittering cloud. I felt something break inside me, a dam bursting. Memories, personalities, desires. Everything that made me who I was came rushing together in a torrential flood. I screamed, the sound tearing from my throat as I fell to my knees amidst the shards of the broken mirror. The chanting reached a fever pitch, the words finally becoming clear. Two become one, darkness and light, unite the divide, set all to right. And then, suddenly, silence. I knelt there gasping for breath, surrounded by the glittering remnants of the mirror. Slowly, hesitantly, I raised my head to look at the others in the room. Mayor Thompson stepped forward, his face a mask of concern. "John, are you?" I took a moment to assess myself. The turmoil that had been raging within me had subsided. I could still feel the darkness, the potential for manipulation and control, but it no longer felt like a separate entity. It was just a part of me, no more dominant than my creativity or my compassion. "I think so," I said slowly. "I think I'm whole again." Sarah rushed forward, helping me to my feet. "Oh, John," she said, tears in her eyes. "We were so worried. Are you sure you're okay?" I nodded, offering a small, tired smile. "I'm okay. Better than okay, actually. I feel balanced." Mr. Patel approached, his usually cheerful face serious. "And the other you? The one who wrote the journal?" "He's still here," I admitted. "But he's not in control anymore. He's just a part of me now, not a separate personality." Mayor Thompson nodded approvingly. "That's as it should be. We all have our darker impulses, John. The key is to acknowledge them, to understand them, but not to let them rule us." I looked around at the faces of my friends, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over me. "I'm so sorry," I said, my voice thick with emotion. "For everything I put you through. For the manipulation, the fear." "Hush now," Sarah said, squeezing my hand. "We understand and we forgive you." Mr. Patel chuckled, some of his usual good humor returning. "Besides, it was quite the exciting story you wove for us. Perhaps not the most ethical way to go about it, but you can't deny it was thrilling." Despite everything, I found myself laughing. It felt good, cathartic. "I promise from now on I'll stick to writing my stories down, not living them out at everyone else's expense." As we made our way out of the room, leaving behind the shattered mirror and the remnants of my fractured psyche, I felt a sense of peace settling over me. The battle within me was over, at least for now. I knew there would be challenges ahead, times when the darker part of me would try to assert itself. But now I had the tools and the support to face those challenges head on. The journal that had started this whole ordeal lay forgotten on the floor. As we left, I paused to pick it up. Its pages were blank now, the twisted tales and dark prophecies erased along with my alter ego. "A fresh start," I murmured, running my hand over the leather cover. Mayor Thompson nodded, placing a hand on my shoulder. "Indeed. And this time, John, let's write a story we can all be proud of." As we stepped out into the cool night air, I took a deep breath, feeling truly alive for the first time in years. The battle within was over and I had emerged victorious, not by destroying my darkness but by embracing it as a part of my whole self. The future stretched out before me, a blank page waiting to be filled. And this time, I knew, the story I would write would be one of healing, of growth, and of the power of facing our inner demons head on. With my friends by my side, and a newfound understanding of myself, I was ready to begin the next chapter of my life. A chapter where the only battles would be the ones I chose to write about, safely contained within the pages of a book. My eyes snapped open, heart pounding in my chest as I gasped for air. The familiar surroundings of my bedroom slowly came into focus, bathed in the soft glow of early morning light. For a moment I lay there trying to separate reality from the vivid remnants of what felt like the most intense dream I'd ever experienced. Was it all just a nightmare? I whispered to the empty room, my voice hoarse, as if I'd been screaming. Slowly I sat up, my body aching as if I'd run a marathon. My gaze fell on the nightstand beside my bed, and my breath caught in my throat. There, innocently resting on the polished wood, was the leather-bound journal that had been at the center of my supposed nightmare. With trembling hands, I reached for it, half expecting it to disappear like a mirage. But it was solid, real, the leather cool and smooth beneath my fingers. I opened it, my heart racing as I flipped through the pages. They were blank, every single page, wiped clean of the frantic scribblings and dark prophecies I remembered writing. All except for the very last page, where a single sentence stood out in stark black ink. The battle is won, but the war never ends. I stared at those words, trying to decipher their meaning. Were they a warning, a reminder, or simply the last lingering fragment of my fractured psyche? A knock at the door startled me out of my contemplation. "John?" Sarah's voice called out, tinged with concern. "Are you awake? We're all waiting for you." "All?" I croaked, confusion washing over me. "What do you mean, all?" There was a pause before Sarah responded, her voice careful and measured. "The whole town is here, John. We need to know what happened. If you're ready to come out, that is." The implications of her words sent a chill down my spine. So it hadn't been just a dream after all. Somehow, the events of the past few weeks, the chase, the ritual, the battle within myself, had all been real. "I'll be right out," I called back, my voice steadier than I felt. I dressed quickly, my movements automatic as my mind raced. What would I find when I stepped outside? How much did they know? And more importantly, which version of me had truly won the battle? Taking a deep breath, I opened the door. Sarah stood there, her face a mixture of relief and apprehension. "Oh, John," she said softly, reaching out to squeeze my hand. "How are you feeling?" I managed a weak smile. "Honestly, I'm not sure. It all feels like a dream, but it wasn't," she finished for me, nodding in understanding. "Come on, everyone's waiting." As we stepped out onto my front porch, I froze. The entire population of our small town seemed to be gathered on my lawn and in the street beyond. Their faces were a sea of emotions, concern, curiosity, and more than a little fear. Mayor Thompson stood at the forefront, his usually jovial face solemn. As I descended the steps, he approached, holding something wrapped in a cloth. "John," he said, his voice carrying in the hushed silence that had fallen over the crowd. "We need to know. Which version of you is standing before us now?" I swallowed hard, feeling the weight of everyone's stares. I'm not sure," I admitted. "I feel like myself, but I can also remember everything. The journal, the chase, the ritual. It's all there, but it feels integrated somehow." The mayor nodded, as if this was the answer he'd been expecting. Slowly, he unwrapped the cloth, revealing the knife from my dreams, the one I had used to shatter the mirror, and presumably, my fractured psyche. "We found this in the old Simmons place," he explained, holding it out to me. "Right where it all ended. We thought you should have it." I stared at the knife, its blade glinting in the morning sun. Part of me wanted to recoil from it, to deny its existence and everything it represented. But another part, the part that had orchestrated this entire scenario, felt drawn to it. With a trembling hand, I reached out and took the knife. As my fingers closed around the handle, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the polished blade. For a moment, just a fleeting second, I saw both sides of myself, the frightened, confused John and the cunning, manipulative author, and they were both smiling. A gasp went up from the crowd, and I realized they had seen it too. I looked up, meeting the wide-eyed stares of my friends and neighbors. "Well," Mr. Patel's voice broke the silence, a nervous chuckle escaping him. "That's certainly interesting." "What does it mean?" someone in the crowd called out. I took a deep breath, considering my words carefully. I think it means that both sides of me are still here. The part that was scared and confused. and the part that orchestrated everything. But they're not fighting anymore. We're whole. Mayor Thompson stepped forward, his eyes searching mine. And can we trust this whole version of you, John? How do we know this isn't just another elaborate ruse? It was a fair question, one that I had been asking myself since I woke up. I looked down at the knife in my hand, then back up at the faces of the people I had manipulated and terrified for weeks. You can't know for sure, I said honestly. I'm not even sure I can trust myself completely, but I promise you this: I will spend every day trying to make amends for what I've done. I'll use my writing to heal, not to hurt. And if I ever feel myself slipping back into that darkness, I'll come to you for help. A murmur ran through the crowd, a mix of approval and lingering uncertainty. Sarah stepped up beside me, taking my free hand in hers. I believe him, she said, her voice ringing out clear and strong. The John I know is still in there, and now he's stronger, because he's faced his darkness and come out the other side. One by one, others began to voice their support. Mr. Patel, Mayor Thompson, even old Mrs. Johnson, who I had terrified in the woods. It wasn't universal. I could see doubt and fear in some faces, but it was a start. As the crowd began to disperse, Mayor Thompson pulled me aside. You understand, John, that things can't just go back to normal. There will need to be precautions. I nodded, understanding the unspoken implication. Of course. Whatever you think is necessary. I want to earn back your trust. All of your trust. He smiled, clapping me on the shoulder. That's a good start. Now, what do you say we go down to the diner and get some breakfast? I have a feeling this is going to be a long day of explanations and apologies. As we walked down the street, the knife safely wrapped and tucked away in my pocket, I felt a strange mix of emotions. Guilt for what I had put everyone through, relief that it was over, and a cautious optimism for what the future might hold. The battle within me might be over, but as the journal had warned, the war never truly ends. It would be a daily struggle to keep my darker impulses in check, to use my creativity for good rather than manipulation. But as I looked around at the familiar faces of my neighbors, now tinged with a new understanding of the complexities within each of us, I felt ready to face that challenge. The story of John, the fractured writer who terrorized a town, had come to an end. Now it was time to write a new story, one of redemption, of community, and of the ongoing battle we all face to be the best versions of ourselves. As we entered the diner, the bell above the door chiming a welcome, I couldn't help but smile. It was the beginning of a new chapter, and for once I had no idea how it would end. And that, I realized, was the most exciting story of all. The world came into focus slowly, like an old television warming up. I blinked, once, twice, my eyelids feeling as heavy as lead curtains. The ceiling above me was unfamiliar, a splotchy, water-stained expanse of off-white that seemed to undulate in my blurry vision. Where the hell am I? I muttered, my voice a raspy whisper that scraped against my dry throat. I tried to sit up, but a wave of nausea hit me like a sledgehammer to the gut. The room spun, and I gripped the edges of what I now realized was a cheap motel bed, its springs creaking in protest. As the dizziness subsided, fragments of thoughts began to surface. My name, John, something. Carpenter? No, that wasn't right. Carter. John Carter. But beyond that basic fact, my mind was a vast, echoing emptiness. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, wincing as my bare feet touched the cold, grimy linoleum floor. The alarm clock on the nightstand blinked an angry red 9:47. AM or PM, I couldn't tell. The heavy curtains were drawn tight, allowing only a sliver of light to penetrate the gloom. Stumbling to my feet, I made my way to the bathroom, my legs wobbling like a newborn colt's. The fluorescent light flickered to life with a buzz, revealing a small, dingy space that had seen better days. I gripped the edges of the cracked porcelain sink and stared into the mirror. The face that looked back at me was both familiar and foreign. Dark circles under bloodshot eyes, a day's worth of stubble, and a livid bruise blossoming on my left cheekbone. But it was the eyes that caught my attention, wide, confused, and filled with a fear I couldn't quite place. "What happened to you?" I asked my reflection, half expecting it to answer with the memories I couldn't access. I splashed some water on my face, the shock of cold helping to clear some of the fog from my mind. That's when I noticed it, a faint bruise encircling my right wrist like someone had grabbed me. Hard. "Jesus," I muttered, gingerly touching the discolored skin. What the hell did I get myself into? I rifled through my pockets, desperate for any clue to fill in the yawning gap in my memory. A wadded-up tissue, some loose change, and a crumpled receipt from a gas station, dated 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Why couldn't I remember anything since then? Back in the main room, I spotted my phone on the nightstand. I lunged for it, nearly tripping over my own feet in my haste. The screen was dark, dead. Come on," I muttered, fumbling with the charger I found coiled next to it. The Apple logo appeared, a beacon of hope in my confused state. Then, a password prompt, 6 digits. I stared at the screen, my mind blank. What was my password? How could I not remember my own damn phone password? "Think, John," I growled, squeezing my eyes shut. "It's your phone. You use it every day." But no matter how hard I concentrated, the numbers wouldn't come. It was like trying to grasp smoke. The harder I tried, the more it slipped away. In frustration, I hurled the phone across the room. It hit the wall with a dull thud and clattered to the floor. "Fuck," I yelled, my voice echoing in the empty room. The outburst left me panting, panic rising in my chest like a tide. I needed air, needed to think. I spotted my clothes draped over a chair, jeans, a rumpled t-shirt, and a leather jacket that had seen better days. As I pulled on the jacket, something caught my eye. A faint smudge on the sleeve that could have been dirt or dried blood. My hands shook as I opened the door, half expecting... What? Cops? Angry mobsters? But the motel parking lot was deserted, save for a beat-up Ford pickup and my own car, a nondescript sedan I vaguely recognized as mine. The sun was setting, painting the sky in violent shades of red and orange. I squinted against the light, my headache intensifying. A neon sign buzzed nearby. The Sleep EZ Motel, its garish blue glow a stark contrast to the twilight. I stumbled towards my car, fumbling in my pockets for keys I wasn't sure I had. To my relief, I found them, along with something else, a small key I didn't recognize, attached to a fob with the number 37 stamped on it. "Hey, mister, you okay?" The voice made me jump. I spun around to see an old man watching me from the doorway of the room next to mine. He was rail-thin, with a scraggly white beard and eyes that seemed too large for his wizened face. "I'm fine," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Just a rough night." The old man's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing me. "You sure? You look like you've seen a ghost." For a moment, I was tempted to confide in him, to ask for help, but something held me back, a nagging feeling that trusting anyone right now would be a mistake. "Really, I'm okay," I insisted, forcing a smile that felt more like a grimace. "Thanks for asking." He shrugged, but I could feel his eyes on me as I got into my car. The key slid into the ignition, and I breathed a sigh of relief as the engine sputtered to life. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I caught sight of myself in the rearview mirror. The bruise on my cheek looked worse in the fading light, a dark smudge that seemed to spread across my face like a stain. "All right, John," I said to my reflection. "Let's figure this out, one step at a time." I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I couldn't stay here. Whatever had happened in the last 24 hours, Whatever I had done or had done to me, the answers weren't in that dingy motel room. As I merged onto the highway, the sun finally dipped below the horizon, plunging the world into darkness. I flicked on the headlights, illuminating the road ahead, a ribbon of asphalt stretching into the unknown. My grip tightened on the steering wheel. Somewhere out there were the missing pieces of my memory, the key to understanding why I woke up battered and confused in a cheap motel room. And I was going to find them, no matter what it took. But as I drove into the night, a chill ran down my spine, because deep down, in a part of me I couldn't quite access, I had a feeling that when I finally remembered what happened, I might wish I could forget all over again. The morning sun assaulted my eyes as I stepped out of my apartment building. I squinted, raising a hand to shield my face, my head still pounding from the night before, a night I couldn't remember. As I fumbled for my sunglasses, a familiar voice called out, "Well, well, look who's up and about." I turned to see my neighbor Ted watering his prized roses. He was grinning at me, but there was something off about his expression. It wasn't the usual friendly smile I was accustomed to. This was different. A knowing smirk that sent an involuntary shiver down my spine. "Morning, Ted," I managed, trying to keep my voice steady. "Rough night, eh?" He winked, his smirk widening. "You were making quite a racket when you came home. Must have been one hell of a party." I froze. What was he talking about? I searched my memory, but it was like grasping at smoke. "Yeah," I lied. "Quite a night." Ted chuckled, shaking his head. "I bet. Well, you take care now, and maybe keep it down next time, huh?" As I hurried away, I could feel Ted's eyes boring into my back. What had happened last night? And why did Ted seem to know more about it than I did? My stomach growled, reminding me that I couldn't remember the last time I'd eaten. The local diner was just a block away, and I made my way there, hoping some food might help clear my head. The bell above the door jingled as I entered. The diner was busy, the usual morning crowd getting their caffeine fix before work. I slid into an empty booth, grabbing a menu more out of habit than necessity. I always ordered the same thing. "Coffee black and the breakfast special?" a familiar voice asked. I looked up to see Sally, the waitress who'd been serving me my morning meal for the past 3 years. But instead of her usual cheerful greeting, her face was etched with, "Was that pity?" "You okay, hun?" she asked, her voice lowered. "You look like you've been through the ringer." "I'm fine," I lied again, forcing a smile. "Just a bit tired." Sally's expression flickered, a forced smile replacing the look of concern. "Coming right up," she said, a bit too brightly, before hurrying away. As I waited for my food, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. The diner's usual buzz of conversation seemed muted, replaced by hushed whispers. I caught fragments of conversations from nearby tables. "Saw him last night. Poor bastard. Can't believe what happened." My pulse quickened. Were they talking about me? What the hell had happened last night? Just as I was about to get up and demand answers, the bell above the door jingled again. In walked Mike, my best friend since college. Our eyes met, and for a moment, I saw something I'd never seen in Mike's eyes before. Fear. He slid into the booth across from me, his eyes darting nervously around the diner. "Hey, man," he said, his voice unnaturally high. How are you feeling?" I studied Mike's face. We'd been through a lot together. Late-night study sessions, failed relationships, job losses. But I'd never seen him this on edge. "Mike," I said slowly, "what's going on? Why can't I remember anything from last night?" The color drained from Mike's face. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "I mean," I leaned in closer, "that I woke up this morning with no memory of yesterday. At all. And now everyone's acting weird around me, like they know something I don't." For a split second, I saw something flash across Mike's face. Was it relief? But that didn't make sense. Why would he be relieved that I couldn't remember? "Oh man," Mike said, running a hand through his hair. "You must have really tied one on last night. We went out to celebrate your promotion, remember?" I shook my head. "Promotion? What promotion?" Mike's eyes widened slightly. "At the firm. You got that big account you've been working on for months. We went out to celebrate, had a few too many. You really don't remember any of this?" I searched my memory again, desperate for any flicker of recognition. But there was nothing, just a vast empty void where yesterday should have been. "No," I said, frustration creeping into my voice. "I don't remember any of it. And that doesn't explain why everyone's acting so strange. Ted, Sally, the people whispering. What aren't you telling me, Mike?" Mike's hand trembled slightly as he reached for his water glass. "I don't know what you're talking about, man. You're probably just hungover. Give it time, I'm sure it'll come back to you." But there was something in his eyes, something that didn't match his reassuring words. A flicker of guilt? Fear? I couldn't quite place it, but I knew one thing for certain. Mike was lying to me. "Cut the crap, Mike," I snapped, my patience wearing thin. "We've been friends for 15 years. I know when you're not telling me the truth. What happened last night?" Mike opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, Sally appeared with my breakfast. She set the plate down, her eyes darting between Mike and me. "Everything okay here, boys?" she asked, her forced cheerfulness even more apparent now. "Fine," Mike said quickly. "Everything's fine." Sally nodded, clearly not believing him, and walked away. I turned back to Mike, ready to demand answers, but he was already sliding out of the booth. "Look, I've got to run," he said, not meeting my eyes. "Early meeting, why don't you get some rest today? I'm sure you'll feel better tomorrow." Before I could protest, Mike was gone, practically running out of the diner. I sat there, my breakfast growing cold, my mind reeling. What was everyone hiding from me? And why did Mike seem so relieved when I told him I couldn't remember? As I picked at my food, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was in the middle of something much bigger and much more dangerous than a forgotten night of celebration. The whispers around me seemed to grow louder, closing in like a tightening noose. "Poor bastard," I heard someone mutter. "He has no idea what's coming." I pushed my plate away, my appetite gone. Whatever had happened last night, whatever I had done or had been done to me, I knew one thing for certain. I couldn't trust anyone. Not Ted, not Sally, not even Mike. As I left the diner, stepping back into the harsh sunlight, I felt like a stranger in my own life. The familiar streets now seemed alien, hiding secrets in every shadow. I was surrounded by familiar strangers, and I had never felt more alone. But I was determined to uncover the truth, no matter where it led, because something told me that my life depended on it. I stood before my apartment door, key in hand, heart pounding. After the bizarre encounters at the diner, I desperately needed the comfort of familiar surroundings. But as I slid the key into the lock, something felt off. The usually smooth action was now met with resistance, as if the key didn't quite fit anymore. "What the hell?" I muttered, jiggling the key. After a moment of struggle, the lock finally gave way with an unsettling click. I pushed the door open, and immediately, my senses were assaulted. The air inside was thick, heavy with the pungent odor of bleach. But underneath that chemical smell lurked something else, something metallic and vaguely familiar that made my stomach churn. I flicked on the lights, half expecting to find my apartment ransacked. But everything looked normal, too normal. It was as if someone had meticulously arranged every item to appear undisturbed. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the eerie silence. No response. I moved cautiously into the living room, my eyes scanning for anything out of place. The coffee table books were perfectly aligned, the throw pillows on the couch arranged with unnatural precision. It was then that I noticed the picture frame on the wall, a photo of me and Mike from our college graduation. It was slightly askew. Frowning, I reached out to straighten it. As I did, something caught my eye, a glint of metal behind the frame. I carefully removed the picture from the wall, and my blood ran cold. There, nestled in a small hollow carved into the drywall, was a tiny camera. Its red light blinked steadily, watching me. Jesus Christ, I whispered, stumbling backward. My mind raced. Who had put that there? How long had it been recording? And more importantly, what had it captured? As I gripped the edge of the sink, trying to steady myself, something caught my eye. There, stark against the white porcelain, was a single strand of hair, long, red, and definitely not mine. With shaking hands, I picked it up, holding it to the light. It was at least 10 inches long, a vibrant auburn color that seemed to glow under the fluorescent bulb. "Whose are you?" I whispered to the hair, as if it could answer. My mind raced, trying to piece together the fragments of this puzzle. The camera in the living room, the too clean bedroom, and now this hair, evidence that someone else had been here, someone with long red hair. I stumbled back into the living room, collapsing onto the couch. The weight of the situation crashed down on me. My apartment had been invaded, my privacy violated. Someone had been watching me, and now they had erased all traces of something. But what? I pulled out my phone, my finger hovering over Mike's number. But then I remembered his strange behavior at the diner, the fear in his eyes, the obvious lies. No, I couldn't trust him. I couldn't trust anyone. As I sat there, surrounded by the familiar trappings of my life that now felt alien and threatening, a thought occurred to me. What if the answer to all of this was right here, hidden somewhere in this apartment? With renewed determination, I stood up. I would search every inch of this place looking for any clue, any hint of what had happened in those missing 24 hours. Whatever secrets these walls held, I was going to uncover them. I started in the kitchen, opening every drawer, checking behind every appliance. Nothing seemed out of place, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something obvious. The living room was next. I carefully examined every book, every DVD, looking for anything that might have been planted or hidden. As I moved a stack of magazines on the coffee table, a small piece of paper fluttered to the floor. I snatched it up, my heart racing. It was a receipt from a hardware store dated yesterday, the day I couldn't remember. The items purchased: bleach, rubber gloves, and a new door lock. What the hell did I do? I muttered, staring at the receipt. The bedroom yielded no new clues despite my thorough search. But as I stood in the middle of the room, something nagged at me. The gap in the closet. What was missing? I closed my eyes, trying to visualize the closet as it should be. Suits on the left, casual clothes on the right, and in the middle. In the middle should have been my old army duffel bag, the one I kept. Oh God. My eyes snapped open. The gun, the duffel bag with my old service pistol, was gone. Panic rose in my throat. Had I used it? Was that why everything had been cleaned? Why I couldn't remember? I rushed back to the bathroom, drawn by the one tangible piece of evidence I had, the red hair. As I picked it up again, studying it closely, a memory tried to surface. A flash of red, a scream, the acrid smell of gunpowder. But as quickly as it came, the memory slipped away, leaving me more confused and terrified than ever. I leaned against the bathroom wall, sliding down to sit on the cold tile floor. The hair was still pinched between my fingers, a damning strand of evidence to a crime I couldn't remember committing. What have I done? I whispered to the empty apartment. What have I done? The silence that answered was deafening. Somewhere in this city, someone knew what had happened. Someone with long red hair. Someone who might be in danger, or who might be a danger to me. As I sat there, surrounded by the too clean remnants of my life, I knew one thing for certain. I had to find out the truth, no matter the cost. Because if I didn't, I had a sinking feeling that the truth would find me first. And when it did, I might not live to regret my forgotten actions. The apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt like a prison. Every surface seemed to hide secrets, every shadow concealed threats. But somewhere in this familiar stranger of a place, the answers were waiting. And I was determined to find them before it was too late. The weight of the unknown pressed down on me like a physical force. I paced my apartment, my mind racing with fragmented theories and half-formed memories. The red hair, the hidden camera, the missing gun. None of it made sense, yet all of it pointed to something sinister. Frustrated and overwhelmed, I tore off my jacket, ready to fling it across the room in a fit of helpless anger. But as I did, a soft crinkling sound caught my attention. It was coming from the inside pocket. My heart raced as I reached into the pocket with trembling hands. My fingers brushed against something, a piece of paper folded multiple times. I pulled it out, my breath caught in my throat. Slowly, carefully, I unfolded the note. The handwriting was unmistakably mine, the same messy scrawl I'd used since high school. But the words sent a chill down my spine. Trust no one. I stared at the 3 words, my own handwriting mocking me with its cryptic warning. What had I been thinking when I wrote this? Who wasn't I supposed to trust? Everyone, I muttered to myself. I can't trust anyone. I turned the note over, half expecting to find it blank. Instead, I found a series of numbers scrawled across the back. 40 Posvan 1, 28 de Guren N, 74 and 0160 W. My brow furrowed as I studied the numbers. They looked familiar, but in my confused state, I couldn't quite place them. Then it hit me. Coordinates. These were geographic coordinates. I rushed to my computer, my fingers flying across the keyboard as I pulled up a map and entered the numbers. The result made my blood run cold. The coordinates pointed to a specific location in New York City, the heart of Central Park. What the hell? I whispered, staring at the blinking marker on the map. My mind raced. Why had I written down coordinates to Central Park? What was there? And more importantly, what did it have to do with my missing memories and the ominous warning to trust no one? As I sat there staring at the screen, a sudden chirping sound made me jump. My phone, which had been silent since I woke up with no memories, suddenly sprang to life. The screen lit up with a flood of notifications, missed calls, voicemails, and text messages. With shaking hands, I picked up the phone. Most of the notifications were from numbers I recognized: Mike, my boss, my sister. But one stood out, a text from an unknown number. I tapped on it, my heart pounding. The message read, "Hope you're feeling better. Remember our deal?" I felt the blood drain from my face. Deal? What deal? And who was this person? I typed out a response. Who is this? What deal? The reply came almost instantly. Very funny. You know who this is, and you know what happens if you don't hold up your end. Clock's ticking. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I was in over my head, involved in something I couldn't remember, with consequences I couldn't fathom. I looked back at the note in my hand, then at the map on my computer screen. Whatever was going on, whatever I had gotten myself into, the answers seemed to be waiting for me in Central Park. But could I trust myself? The note warned me not to trust anyone. Did that include the version of me that wrote it? Damn it, I muttered, running a hand through my hair. What have you gotten us into? I stood up, pocketing the note and grabbing my jacket. Whatever was waiting for me in the park, I had to find out. It was the only lead I had. As I reached for the door, my phone buzzed again. Another text from the unknown number. Tick-tock, don't make me come find you. The threat was clear. I had to move, and move now. I rushed out of the apartment, my mind racing. As I hit the street, the city seemed different. Every passerby a potential threat. Every shadow hiding danger. The coordinates burned in my mind like a beacon, drawing me towards whatever fate awaited in Central Park. The subway ride was a blur of paranoia. Every time the doors opened, I expected to see someone coming for me. Maybe the owner of that red hair, or the person behind the threatening texts. but no one paid me any attention as I fidgeted in my seat, one hand constantly checking that the note was still in my pocket. As I emerged from the subway station near the park, the city sounds seemed muffled, as if I was underwater. The towering trees of Central Park loomed before me, their shadows stretching across the path like grasping fingers. I pulled out my phone, using the GPS to guide me to the exact coordinates. As I walked deeper into the park, the bustling city faded away, replaced by an eerie calm. The rustling leaves and distant bird calls only heightened my sense of isolation. Finally, my phone buzzed, indicating I had reached the spot. I looked around, my heart pounding. I was standing in a small clearing, surrounded by dense foliage. A single bench stood in the center, weathered and covered in graffiti. "Okay," I said aloud, my voice sounding strange in the quiet. "I'm here. Now what?" As if in answer, my phone buzzed again. Another text from the unknown number. "Look under the bench, and remember, this is your last chance." With trembling hands, I approached the bench. Kneeling down, I peered underneath. There, taped to the underside, was a small package wrapped in brown paper. I glanced around, making sure I was alone, before quickly grabbing the package and stuffing it into my jacket pocket. It was about the size of a paperback book, but heavier. Just as I straightened up, a twig snapped behind me. I whirled around, my heart in my throat. A woman stood at the edge of the clearing. She was tall, with long red hair that caught the sunlight filtering through the trees. My breath caught. It was the same shade as the hair I had found in my bathroom. "You're late," she said, her voice cool and controlled. I was beginning to worry you'd forgotten our arrangement. I stared at her, my mind racing. Did I know her? Was she a friend? An enemy? The note in my pocket seemed to burn against my skin. "Trust no one." I'm sorry," I managed to stammer out. "I've been a bit confused lately." The woman's eyes narrowed. "Confused? That's not like you. Is there a problem?" I swallowed hard, trying to decide how much to reveal. "I'm having some memory issues. The last day or so is a bit of a blur." Something flashed across her face. Concern? Fear? Before her expression smoothed back into neutrality. "I see. Well, I hope it hasn't affected our deal. You do have the package, don't you?" I nodded, patting my pocket where the mysterious parcel sat. "Yeah, I've got it. But what exactly am I supposed to do with it?" The woman's eyebrows rose. "You really don't remember? This is not good at all." She glanced around nervously. "We can't talk here, it's not safe. Meet me at the usual place in an hour, and whatever you do, don't open that package." Before I could ask any more questions, she turned and disappeared into the trees, leaving me alone in the clearing with more questions than answers. I stood there for a moment, the package heavy in my pocket, my mind reeling. Who was she? What was in the package? And what kind of deal had I made? As I made my way out of the park, my phone buzzed one last time. Another text from the unknown number. "Time's up. I hope you made the right choice." I looked back at the park, then down at my phone, then at the bulge in my pocket where the package sat. Whatever choice I had made, whatever path I had set myself on, there was no turning back now. The only way out was through, even if I couldn't remember how I got here in the first place. With a deep breath, I stepped back onto the busy New York street, ready to face whatever came next. The answers were out there somewhere, and I was going to find them, no matter the cost. The city streets blurred past as I drove, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. The coordinates from the mysterious note were inputted into my phone's GPS, guiding me through a labyrinth of increasingly desolate streets. With each turn, the buildings grew more dilapidated, the sidewalks more cracked and overgrown. "Where the hell are you taking me?" I muttered to myself, eyeing the GPS warily. Finally, the monotonous voice announced, "You have arrived at your destination." I looked up to find myself facing a massive, decrepit warehouse. Its windows were boarded up, graffiti splashed across its weathered brick walls like war paint. I parked across the street, my heart pounding in my chest. This was it. Whatever answers I was looking for, they were waiting for me inside that building. With a deep breath, I stepped out of the car. The area was deserted, the only sound the distant hum of traffic and the crunch of broken glass under my feet. I approached the warehouse cautiously, every nerve on high alert. The main entrance was chained shut, but a smaller side door hung ajar, as if inviting me in, or luring me into a trap. I hesitated for a moment, then pushed the door open with a rusty creak. The interior was vast and shadowy, filled with the musty smell of abandonment. Shafts of sunlight pierced through holes in the roof, illuminating swirling dust motes. I moved deeper into the space, my footsteps echoing ominously. "Hello?" I called out, my voice bouncing off the bare walls. No response. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I spotted something out of place, a dark shape on the floor near the center of the warehouse. I approached cautiously, my pulse quickening. It was a duffel bag, ordinary looking but clearly out of place in this abandoned building. With trembling hands, I knelt down and unzipped it. "Jesus Christ," I whispered. The bag was filled with neat stacks of cash, more money than I'd ever seen in one place. Bundled $100 bills, packed tightly. And nestled among the cash was a gun. A sleek black pistol that gleamed dully in the dim light. I picked up the gun, its weight unfamiliar, yet somehow comfortable in my hand. I didn't recognize it, but something told me it was mine, or at least it belonged to the version of me that I couldn't remember. As I examined the weapon, a shrill ring cut through the silence, making me jump. It was coming from the bag. I dug through the cash and found a cheap burner phone, its screen lighting up with an incoming call. My hand hovered over the phone. Should I answer it? What if it was a trap? But then again, what choice did I have? I hit the answer button and raised the phone to my ear. "Hello?" A distorted voice crackled through the speaker, deep and menacing. "You're running out of time." "Who is this?" I demanded. "What's going on?" 12 hours, the voice continued, ignoring my questions. "You have 12 hours to complete the job, or everything burns." "What job? What are you talking about?" But the line went dead. I stared at the phone, my mind reeling. 12 hours. 12 hours to do what? I looked back at the duffel bag, at the gun in my hand. Whatever I had gotten myself into, it was big and dangerous. With shaking hands, I zipped up the bag and slung it over my shoulder. The weight of the cash and the gun felt like an anchor, dragging me down into depths I couldn't fathom. As I made my way back to the entrance, a glint of metal caught my eye. There, tucked behind a rusted pillar, was a small safe. It looked new, out of place in the decaying warehouse. I approached it cautiously. The safe was unlocked, its door slightly ajar. Inside was a single envelope. I opened it to find a key and an address scrawled on a piece of paper. "What the hell have you gotten us into?" I muttered to myself, pocketing the key and the address. I stepped out of the warehouse, blinking in the sudden sunlight. As my eyes adjusted, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. A black sedan parked across the street, its windows tinted pitch dark. I tried to act casual as I walked to my car, but I could feel eyes on me. As I pulled away from the curb, the sedan smoothly pulled out behind me. "Shit," I hissed, gripping the steering wheel tightly. For the next 20 minutes, I weaved through the city streets, trying every trick I could think of to lose my tail. I ran red lights, made sudden turns, even doubled back a few times. But the black sedan was always there, a few cars behind, never losing sight of me. Finally, in a desperate move, I screeched into a parking garage, racing up to the top level. I parked haphazardly and ran to the stairwell, taking the steps 2 at a time. I burst out onto the street on the other side of the block, my lungs burning. I hailed the first cab I saw, jumping in and barking out a random address. As we pulled away, I twisted in my seat, scanning the street behind us. No sign of the black sedan. I slumped back, my heart pounding. "That was too close," I muttered. "You say something, buddy?" the cabbie asked. "No, nothing. Just Had a long day. The cabbie grunted in response, focusing on the road ahead. I was just starting to relax when my phone buzzed. A new message. With a sense of dread, I opened it. It was a photo of me entering the warehouse. The message below the photo was simple. TikTok. I stared at the screen, a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. They had been watching me the whole time, which meant they knew about the money, the gun, the mysterious phone call. "Hey, buddy," the cabbie's voice broke through my panic. "We're here, where you wanted, right?" I looked up, realizing we had stopped in front of a nondescript apartment building. It wasn't where I had told him to go, but something about it seemed familiar. "Yeah," I said, handing him some cash from the duffel bag. "This is perfect." As I stepped out of the cab, I noticed a key rack by the building's entrance. One of the hooks had a number that matched the key I had found in the safe. I inserted the key into the lock of the corresponding mailbox. Inside was another envelope. With trembling hands, I opened it to find a single sheet of paper with a list of names and addresses. At the bottom of the list, in red ink, was written, "Cross them off. All of them. 12 hours. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. This wasn't just about money or secrets. This was a hit list, and I was the hitman. I leaned against the wall, my legs suddenly weak. The duffel bag felt heavier than ever, the gun a deadly weight against my side. 12 hours. 12 hours to decide. Do I follow through with a plan I can't remember making? Or do I run, knowing that whoever was behind this would be coming for me? As I stood there, the weight of my forgotten choices pressing down on me, I knew one thing for certain. The hunt had begun, and whether I was the hunter or the hunted remained to be seen. The weight of the day's events crashed over me as I stumbled into my apartment. My legs felt like lead, my mind a jumbled mess of confusion and fear. Without bothering to turn on the lights, I made my way to the bedroom, collapsing onto the bed fully clothed. I stared at the ceiling, the room spinning slightly. The duffel bag full of cash and the gun lay on the floor where I'd dropped them, silent reminders of the madness I'd stumbled into. The list of names burned a hole in my pocket, each one a potential life I was supposed to extinguish. "What have I become?" I whispered into the darkness. As if in answer, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over me. I closed my eyes, trying to steady myself, but instead of darkness, I was assaulted by a barrage of vivid images. I was no longer in my bedroom. Instead, I found myself standing in a dimly lit room, the air thick with cigarette smoke. Shadowy figures surrounded me, their faces obscured by ornate masks. The masks leered at me, their fixed expressions a mix of cruelty and amusement. A voice, distorted and unrecognizable, spoke from behind one of the masks. "Are you prepared to do what needs to be done?" I heard myself answer, my voice steady and cold. "Whatever it takes, I'm in." The scene shifted abruptly. I was in my kitchen, but it was wrong, all wrong. My hands were submerged in the sink, the water running red. Blood. So much blood. I scrubbed frantically, my movements jerky and panicked. "Come off, damn you," I muttered, my voice cracking with hysteria. "Come off!" But the blood remained, staining my skin, seeping into every crevice and line of my hands. No matter how hard I scrubbed, I couldn't wash away what I'd done. Another flash, and I was somewhere else. A dark alley, the air thick with the smell of garbage and fear. A woman's terrified face loomed before me, her eyes wide with terror. "Please," she begged, her voice trembling. "Please, I won't tell anyone, I swear." I saw my hand rise, something glinting in the dim light. The woman screamed, the sound piercing and desperate. But it was cut short by a sickening thud. Silence fell, broken only by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. I gasped, my eyes flying open. I was back in my bedroom, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. "No," I whispered, shaking my head violently. "No, no, no, it can't be real, it can't be." But even as I denied it, I knew. These weren't just nightmares or fevered imaginings. They were memories. fragments of the missing day, finally breaking through the barrier in my mind. I stumbled to the bathroom, flicking on the harsh fluorescent light. My reflection stared back at me from the mirror, pale and haunted. But as I watched, the image seemed to shift. Suddenly, I was looking at a different version of myself. This me was grinning, a maniacal gleam in his eyes. Blood spattered his face, dripping down onto his shirt. The mirror was shattered, fracturing the image into 1,000 twisted reflections. "This is who you are now," the other me sneered. "This is what you've become." I recoiled from the mirror, my back hitting the wall. I slid down to the floor, my legs unable to support me any longer. "What did I do?" I whispered, my voice breaking. "What did they make me do?" But I knew deep down that no one had made me do anything. Whatever I had done, whatever atrocities I had committed, they had been my choice. The masked figures, the secret meetings, the blood on my hands. I had walked into this with my eyes open. As I sat there on the cold bathroom floor, more fragments began to surface. Snippets of conversation, flashes of faces, the weight of decisions made in dark rooms. I remembered a man in an expensive suit, his face hidden in shadow. "This goes all the way to the top," he had said. "Once you're in, there's no getting out." I heard my own voice, confident and assured. "I understand the risks. I'm ready." Another flash, a briefcase full of documents, photographs of powerful people in compromising positions. Insurance, someone had called it, in case anyone gets cold feet. And then, most chillingly, I remembered the moment it had all changed. The moment I had crossed a line I could never uncross. It was the woman from the alley. I knew her. She had been a friend once. But she had seen something she shouldn't have, learned something that put us all at risk. "I'm sorry," I had told her, my voice void of emotion. "But I can't let you ruin everything." The memory of her final scream echoed in my mind, a sound that I knew would haunt me for the rest of my days. I don't know how long I sat there, lost in the horrors of my own mind. But eventually, I became aware of a persistent buzzing. My phone. With shaking hands, I pulled it from my pocket. A new message from an unknown number. "Time's running out. Get to work, or everything burns, including you." I stared at the screen, my mind racing. The list of names, the gun, the ticking clock. I had 12 hours to become the monster I had apparently agreed to be. 12 hours to extinguish lives, to further whatever dark agenda I had aligned myself with. Or I could run, disappear, try to outrun both my pursuers and the memories that were slowly returning. But as I considered my options, I realized there was a third choice. I could fight back. Use the fragmented memories, the clues I had gathered, to unravel this conspiracy. To find out who was behind it all and why. It would be dangerous. Possibly suicidal. But as I looked at my reflection in the shattered mirror, at the stranger I had become, I knew it was the only choice I could live with. "All right," I said to my fractured reflection. "Let's see how deep this rabbit hole goes." I stood up, steadier now. The fear and confusion were still there, but they were overshadowed by a new emotion, determination. I walked back to the bedroom, picking up the duffel bag and the gun. His words were triggering more memories, flashes of secret meetings and hushed conversations. "And where do I fit into all this?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Mike looked at me, his expression pained. "You volunteered, said you wanted to make a difference, to be on the front lines, but things went wrong. You saw something you weren't supposed to see, learned something that put you in danger." "So you wiped my memory?" I asked incredulously. He nodded. "It was experimental tech, supposed to erase just the last 24 hours, give you plausible deniability, but it was the only way to protect you. And the mission." As Mike talked, I noticed something on his wrist. A small tattoo, partially hidden by his watch. My blood ran cold as I recognized the symbol. an eye within a pyramid. Instinctively, I looked at my own wrist. There, faded but unmistakable, was the same tattoo. "When did I get this?" I asked, interrupting Mike's explanation. He followed my gaze, his face paling. "When you were fully initiated. It's how we recognize each other." More memories flooded back. A dark room, the sting of a needle, masked figures chanting in a language I didn't understand. "My God," I whispered. "What have I gotten myself into?" Before Mike could respond, the sound of splintering wood filled the air. The front door burst open, and armed men in black tactical gear poured into the apartment. "No," Mike yelled, leaping to his feet. "It's too soon. We're not ready." Everything happened in a blur. Mike grabbed my arm, dragging me towards the window. "You have to run," he shouted over the chaos. "Find the others. Remember the protocol." "What protocol?" I yelled back, but Mike wasn't listening. With strength I didn't know he possessed, he shoved me towards the open window. "Run!" he screamed one last time before turning to face our attackers. I tumbled out onto the fire escape, the cool night air shocking me into action. Without thinking, I scrambled down the metal stairs, the sounds of gunfire and shouting fading behind me. As I hit the street and started running, a new awareness crept over me. The city, which had always been a comforting backdrop to my life, suddenly felt alien and threatening. Every security camera seemed to swivel in my direction. Traffic lights changed as I approached, either helping or hindering my escape. I couldn't tell which. I ducked into an alley, trying to catch my breath and make sense of what had just happened. Mike's words echoed in my mind. "Find the others. Remember the protocol." But I didn't remember. The memory wipe had taken that from me, along with so much else. As I leaned against the grimy alley wall, my hand brushed against something in my pocket. The list of names. I pulled it out, studying it in the dim light from a nearby street lamp. 10 names. 10 targets. But were they really the enemy as Mike had claimed, or was I being used as a pawn in some larger game? A noise at the end of the alley made me look up. A figure stood there, silhouetted against the streetlights. For a moment my heart raced, thinking I'd been found. But then the figure spoke, and the voice was achingly familiar. "Took you long enough," the woman said, stepping into the light. It was the redhead from the park. "I was beginning to think you'd forgotten about me too." "Who are you?" I asked, my voice hoarse. "How do you fit into all this?" She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "I'm your partner, your confidant, and if necessary, your executioner. Now come on, we've got work to do, and time is running out." As I followed her out of the alley and into the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was walking further into the conspiracy with every step. The city loomed around us, a maze of secrets and hidden agendas. And somewhere in the shadows, the truth was waiting to be uncovered. I just hoped I'd live long enough to find it. The damp, musty air of the underground tunnels filled my nostrils as I followed the red-headed woman deeper into the labyrinth beneath the city. The fluorescent lights flickered intermittently, casting eerie shadows on the graffiti-covered walls. As we walked, I found myself instinctively recognizing cryptic markers etched into the concrete, symbols that seemed to guide our path. "How do I know these signs?" I muttered, more to myself than to my companion. She glanced back at me, a hint of a smile on her lips. Muscle memory. Some things are too deeply ingrained for even the most advanced memory wipe to erase completely. We turned a corner, and I saw a symbol that made me stop in my tracks. An eye within a pyramid, identical to the tattoo on my wrist. As I stared at it, a fragment of memory surfaced. Myself, painting this very symbol on the wall, my hands steady despite the weight of its meaning. "We're close," the woman said, breaking me out of my reverie. "The others are waiting." "Others?" I asked, quickening my pace to catch up with her. "What others?" She didn't answer, instead pushing open a heavy metal door that I hadn't even noticed was there. The room beyond was dimly lit, but I could make out several figures huddled around a makeshift table. As we entered, they looked up, and I was struck by the haunted look in their eyes. It was a look I recognized from my own reflection, the confusion and fear of a mind grappling with missing pieces. A man with a scraggly beard and wild eyes approached us. "You made it," he said, his voice hoarse. We were starting to worry. "Worry about what?" I asked, looking around the room. "What is this place?" The bearded man exchanged a glance with the redhead. "He doesn't remember," he said. It wasn't a question. "No," she replied. The wipe was more thorough than we anticipated. I felt a surge of frustration. "Would someone please tell me what's going on? Who are you people?" An older man stepped forward, his face kind but his eyes sharp and assessing. He had a grandfatherly air about him, with wispy white hair and wire-rimmed glasses. "We are the Forgotten," he said, his voice soft but carrying an undercurrent of steel. "Like you, we've all sacrificed our memories for the greater good, but unlike you, we've started to remember." I looked around the room, taking in the faces of these strangers who somehow felt familiar. "And what is this greater good we've supposedly sacrificed for?" The old man smiled sadly. "To save the world, of course, from those who would reshape it in their image." His words echoed what Mike had told me, sending a chill down my spine. "The Watchmen," I murmured. The group tensed at the name, exchanging nervous glances. "Yes," the old man said. "We are, or were, part of the Watchmen. But we discovered that the organization had been corrupted from within. The very people we thought we were fighting against had infiltrated our ranks." I felt a headache building behind my eyes as I tried to process this information. "And the memory wipes?" "A failsafe," the redhead explained, "to protect the mission if any of us were captured. But it also served another purpose, to keep us from questioning our orders." The old man nodded. "But some of us began to remember. And what we remembered? Well, it changed everything." I looked at him, a glimmer of hope kindling in my chest. "Can you help me remember too?" He hesitated, then nodded slowly. "We have methods, but I must warn you the process can be painful, and there's no guarantee of success." "I'll take that risk," I said without hesitation. The old man led me to a chair in the corner of the room. Next to it was a machine that looked like a cross between an old computer and medical equipment. As he began attaching electrodes to my temples, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. A single strand of long red hair clinging to his sleeve. I glanced at the red-headed woman, who was watching the proceedings with an unreadable expression. Was it her hair? Or was there another redhead involved in all this? Before I could voice my concerns, the old man flipped a switch and the machine whirred to life. A low hum filled the air, and I felt a tingling sensation spreading from the electrodes. "Relax," the old man said soothingly. "Let the memories come." Suddenly, it was as if a dam had broken in my mind. Images, sounds, and sensations flooded my consciousness, overwhelming in their intensity. I saw myself in a dimly lit room, surrounded by masked figures. "Do you swear to uphold the principles of the Watchmen?" a voice asked. "To sacrifice everything, even your own identity, for the greater good?" "I swear," I heard myself say, my voice filled with conviction. The scene shifted. I was in an opulent office, facing a man whose face I couldn't quite make out. "The list," he said, sliding a folder across the desk. "These people stand in the way of progress. They must be eliminated." Another flash. The woman from the alley, her eyes wide with fear. "Please," she begged. "I have a family." But my hand didn't waver as I raised the gun. More images came in rapid succession. Secret meetings, covert operations, lives ended with cold efficiency. I saw myself becoming harder, more ruthless with each mission. And then, a revelation that shook me to my core. I was in a darkened room, eavesdropping on a conversation I wasn't meant to hear. "The Watchmen have served their purpose," a familiar voice said. With a jolt, I realized it was the old man who was even now overseeing my memory recovery. "It's time to tie up loose ends. And the agents? Another voice asked. Wipe them, all of them, then dispose of them. We can't risk them remembering and exposing the truth. The memory faded, and I found myself back in the underground room, gasping for breath. The old man was looking at me with concern, but there was something else in his eyes now, a calculation that sent a chill down my spine. What did you see? He asked, his voice gentle but insistent. I looked around the room at the faces of these people who claimed to be my allies. But were they? Or was this just another layer of deception? I'm not sure, I lied, my mind racing. It's all jumbled. I need time to process it. The old man nodded, seemingly satisfied. Of course, rest now. We'll talk more later. As he turned away, I caught the red-headed woman's eye. There was a question in her gaze, a silent communication that I somehow understood. She knew I was lying. But why wasn't she saying anything? I leaned back in the chair, feigning exhaustion while my mind worked furiously. The memories I had recovered painted a picture far more complex and sinister than I had imagined. The watchman, the memory wipes, the list of targets. It was all part of a larger plan. But what was the end game? And who was really pulling the strings? One thing was clear. I couldn't trust anyone in this room. Not the old man with his kindly facade. Not the redhead with her inscrutable motives. Not even my own fragmented memories. As I closed my eyes, pretending to rest, I began to formulate a plan. I needed to get out of here to find the truth on my own. But first, I had to play along, to let them think their memory recovery had worked. Because now, more than ever, I understood the power of secrets, and I intended to keep mine close until I could unravel this conspiracy once and for all. The underground room hummed with tension and unspoken truths. Above us, the city carried on, oblivious to the machinations happening beneath its streets. But soon, very soon, everything would change. And I would be the one to set it all in motion. The flood of memories hit me like a tsunami, each wave bringing with it a new revelation, a new horror. I gasped, my eyes flying open as the full weight of the truth crashed down upon me. My God, I whispered, my voice trembling. I remember everything. The old man leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with an intensity that I now recognized as dangerous. Tell me, he urged. What do you remember? I looked around the room, at the faces of the others. My fellow victims, I now realized. They watched me with a mixture of hope and fear, unaware of the monster in their midst. The experiment, I began, my voice growing stronger as the memories solidified. Project Tabula Rasa. It wasn't just about creating the perfect agent. It was about creating the perfect puppet. The old man's smile widened, a predatory gleam in his eyes. Go on, he encouraged. I closed my eyes, letting the memories wash over me. We volunteered, all of us. We thought we were serving a greater good, protecting our country, but it was all a lie. In my mind's eye, I saw the sterile lab, the banks of computers, the cold steel of the memory suppression device. I heard the screams of the test subjects as their minds were torn apart and reconstructed. The first trials were brutal, I continued, opening my eyes to gauge the room's reaction. The others were listening intently, some nodding as if my words were triggering their own buried memories. So many lost, their minds shattered, their identities erased completely. The red-headed woman stepped forward, her face pale. I remember the screams, she said softly. I thought they were just nightmares, but... I nodded, acknowledging her pain while keeping my focus on the old man. His eager expression hadn't changed, but there was a new tension in his posture. But you perfected it, didn't you? I said, addressing him directly now. You found a way to selectively erase memories, to implant new ones, to create the perfect, obedient agent. The old man's smile faltered for a moment, then returned full force. Impressive, he said. Your recall is remarkably clear, but please continue. What else do you remember? I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the hardest part. I remember the night it all went wrong. The night we killed an innocent. The room fell silent, the air thick with tension. It was supposed to be a simple extraction, I said, the words coming faster now as the memories tumbled out. A defector with valuable information. But something went wrong. The intel was bad, or maybe it was a setup, we still don't know. I saw it all again in vivid detail. The quiet suburban home, the startled face of the man who opened the door, the flash of my gun as it went off prematurely. He wasn't the target, I said, my voice breaking. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. A father, home early from work to surprise his kids. The others in the room shifted uncomfortably, some looking away, others nodding in grim recognition. We panicked, I continued. We called it in, expecting to be extracted to face the consequences, but that's not what happened, is it? I looked directly at the old man now, accusation in my eyes. He met my gaze unflinchingly. No, he said softly. It's not. You saw an opportunity, I said, the pieces finally falling into place. A chance to test the ultimate failsafe of your memory wipe technology. You offered us a choice. Face prosecution and destroy the project, or submit to a memory wipe and continue our mission. The old man stood, his kindly facade dropping away to reveal the cold, calculating mind beneath. And you chose to forget, he said. All of you. So eager to escape your guilt, to continue believing you were heroes. A murmur of disbelief and anger rippled through the room as the others began to understand the full scope of the deception. But it wasn't just about covering up one mistake, was it? I pressed, rising to face him. You saw the potential. Memory-wiped agents, their moral compasses reset with each mission. The perfect tools for your twisted games of power and control. The old man laughed, a chilling sound devoid of humor. Twisted? I prefer to think of it as efficient. Why waste years training agents when you can simply repurpose them? As he spoke, I noticed his hand moving slowly towards his pocket. I tensed, ready to act. And the list? I asked, stalling for time. The people we were supposed to eliminate? Obstacles, he said dismissively. People who got too close to the truth, or who stood in the way of our greater vision. You were to be my cleanup crew, tidying up loose ends before moving on to larger targets. Suddenly, alarms began to blare throughout the underground complex. The old man's eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed in suspicion. What have you done? He snarled, all pretense of civility gone. I allowed myself a grim smile. I activated the emergency beacon while you were monologuing. The authorities will be here any minute. The room erupted into chaos. The other memory-wiped agents, now fully aware of their manipulation, turned on the old man with fury in their eyes. In the confusion, I lunged for the memory device, ripping it from its moorings. The old man saw me and reached for his weapon, but the red-headed woman was faster. She tackled him, sending them both crashing to the floor. Go! She yelled at me over the din of the alarms. Save the others! I hesitated for a split second, then nodded. With the memory device clutched to my chest, I sprinted for the exit. As I ran through the twisting tunnels, my mind raced. How many other facilities like this one existed? How many other memory-wiped agents were out there, unknowingly doing the bidding of monsters like the old man? I burst out onto the street, the cool night air a shock after the stifling underground. In the distance, I could hear sirens approaching. My hand went to my pocket, feeling the list of names, the targets I had been assigned to eliminate. But now I understood their true significance. They weren't enemies to be neutralized. They were potential allies, people who might know pieces of the larger puzzle. As I melted into the shadows of the city, the memory device a comforting weight in my arms, I made a vow. I would find the others, restore their memories, and expose the truth behind Project Tabula Rasa. The old man and his cohorts had unleashed a power they couldn't control, playing God with people's minds and lives. But they had made one crucial mistake. They had given us the ability to forget. And now, we remembered. And with those memories came a burning desire for justice, for redemption, and for revenge. The hunt was on, but this time, I was no longer the puppet. I was the puppeteer, and I would use every trick, every skill they had given me to bring their entire corrupt empire crashing down. As I disappeared into the night, the city pulsing around me, I allowed myself a grim smile. The city streets blurred around me as I ran. The memory device clutched tightly to my chest. My heart pounded in sync with my footsteps, each beat a reminder of the precious little time I had left. The list of names burned in my pocket, no longer targets, but potential allies in the fight against the conspiracy that had stolen our lives. I ducked into an alley, catching my breath as I pulled out the list. 10 names, 10 lives to save, 10 pieces of the puzzle to put back together. All right, I muttered to myself. Let's do this. The first name on the list was Sarah Chen, a software engineer. My restored memories told me she had been working on an AI system that could predict future events with uncanny accuracy. The old man and his organization had seen her as a threat. I found her in a 24-hour diner, nursing a cup of coffee with shaking hands. As I slid into the booth across from her, her eyes widened in recognition and fear. "It's okay," I said softly, holding up my hands. "I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to help you remember." Her brow furrowed. "Remember what?" I placed the memory device on the table between us. Everything. An hour later, Sarah emerged from the fog of restored memories, tears streaming down her face. "Oh God," she whispered. "What have we done?" I squeezed her hand. "What they made us do. But now we can make it right." She nodded, a fire kindling in her eyes. "What's next?" "We find the others," I said, standing up. "And we bring this whole thing down." The next name on the list was Marcus Holloway, a former Navy SEAL turned investigative journalist. We found him holed up in a seedy motel, paranoid and armed. "Stay back," he yelled as we entered his room, gun trained on us. I raised my hand slowly. "Marcus, listen to me. You know me. You know us. You just can't remember right now." His hand wavered. "What are you talking about?" Sarah stepped forward. "Let us show you." One by one, we tracked down the others. A quantum physicist, a high-ranking government official, a master hacker. With each restored memory, our team grew stronger, and the pieces of the conspiracy became clearer. But we weren't the only ones moving. The old man and his loyal subjects were hot on our heels, desperately trying to maintain control of their crumbling empire. As we restored the memories of the 7th person on our list, a brilliant biochemist named Dr. Amelia Reeves, all hell broke loose. "They're here," Marcus shouted, his military training kicking in as he spotted the black SUVs converging on our location. "We need to split up," I said, making a quick decision. "Sarah, take Amelia and finish restoring her memories. Marcus, you're with me. We'll draw them off." As we scattered, the city around us descended into chaos. News of the conspiracy had begun to leak, and people were taking to the streets in protest. Sirens wailed in the distance, and the sky was lit by the glow of fires. Marcus and I weaved through the crowded streets, dodging protesters and riot police alike. "We need to get to higher ground," I panted as we ran. "I know a place," Marcus replied, leading us down a side street. We emerged onto the roof of an abandoned office building, the city spread out before us like a war zone. In the distance, we could see the old man's headquarters, a gleaming skyscraper that seemed to mock the chaos below. "That's where we need to go," I said, pointing. "That's where this all ends." Marcus nodded grimly. "It's not going to be easy." "Nothing worth doing ever is," I replied with a grim smile. We made our way across the city, reuniting with the others as we went. By the time we reached the base of the skyscraper, our group had swelled to nearly 30, all of the memory-wiped agents we had managed to find and restore. but the old man was ready for us. As we approached the building, we were met by a wall of armed security. "Stand down!" a familiar voice boomed over a loudspeaker. The old man emerged from the building, flanked by his most loyal subjects. "You've already lost. The world isn't ready for the truth." I stepped forward, facing him down. "That's not for you to decide anymore." He sneered. "And who's going to stop me? You? A bunch of broken puppets trying to play hero?" "No," I replied calmly. "Them." As if on cue, the crowd behind us parted, revealing Sarah Chen with a laptop in her hands. "It's done," she called out. "The truth is out. All of it. Every dirty secret, every manipulation, every crime. It's all over the internet, impossible to erase." The old man's face contorted with rage. "You fool! Do you have any idea what you've done?" I nodded. "We've set the truth free." With a roar of fury, he lunged forward, a gun appearing in his hand. Time seemed to slow as I saw his finger tighten on the trigger. In that moment, I made my choice. I dove forward, tackling the old man as the gun went off. We crashed to the ground, struggling for control of the weapon. "It's over," I growled, pinning him down. "You've lost." But even as I said the words, I felt a sharp pain in my side. Looking down, I saw blood spreading across my shirt. The old man grinned maniacally. "If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me." As my vision began to blur, I saw my team rushing forward, subduing the old man and his remaining loyal subjects. The memory device lay on the ground nearby, miraculously undamaged in the scuffle. With the last of my strength, I reached for it. "Sarah," I called weakly. She knelt beside me, tears in her eyes. "What are you doing?" I pressed the device into her hands. "Finish it. Make sure everyone knows the truth. But me. I need you to wipe my memories one last time." Her eyes widened in shock. "But why? After everything we've been through?" I managed a weak smile. "Because someone needs to be the failsafe. If something goes wrong, if they try to cover this up again, there needs to be someone out there who can start over, who can find the truth again." Marcus joined us, his face grim. "He's right. It's the only way to ensure the truth survives no matter what." Sarah nodded, tears streaming down her face. "I understand. We'll never forget what you've done for us. Even if you will." As she activated the device, I felt a sense of peace wash over me. The world around me began to fade, the sounds of the chaotic city growing distant. "Good luck," I whispered, looking at the faces of my friends, faces I knew I would soon forget. "Make it count." The last thing I saw before darkness claimed me was the dawn breaking over the city skyline. A new day, a new beginning, and then nothing. I woke up in a strange bed, in a room I didn't recognize. My head throbbed and my mind felt empty. A nurse entered the room, smiling kindly. "Good morning, how are you feeling?" I blinked, trying to gather my thoughts. I don't know. Where am I? Who am I?" Her smile faltered for just a moment before returning. "You've been in an accident. Don't worry, it's normal to be confused. Your memory should return in time." As she checked my vitals, I noticed something on my wrist, a small tattoo of an eye within a pyramid. For some reason, the sight of it filled me with a sense of purpose I couldn't explain. "Rest now," the nurse said, heading for the door. "You've got a long road ahead of you." As she left, I stared out the window at the city beyond. Something told me that this was just the beginning of a much larger story. And somehow I knew I had to be ready for whatever came next. The truth was out there, and I had a feeling I was going to find it, one way or another. The sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple as I made my way down the dirt path that cut through Willow Creek Farm. It was my usual evening walk, a ritual I'd started to clear my head after long days of writing. The breeze was cool against my skin, carrying the scent of freshly cut hay and the promise of autumn. I breathed deeply, savoring the tranquility. My footsteps crunched softly on the gravel, the rhythm soothing and familiar. To my right, rows of corn stretched as far as the eye could see, their stalks swaying gently in the wind. To my left, an open field lay fallow, with a solitary scarecrow standing sentinel. Old Tom, they called it. The scarecrow had been there for as long as anyone could remember, its burlap face weathered and faded, its straw-stuffed limbs akimbo in an eternal pose of menace towards imaginary crows. I'd passed it 100 times before, never giving it more than a passing glance. But tonight was different. As I drew level with Old Tom, a whisper drifted on the wind, so faint I almost missed it. "Jack." I froze, my heart skipping a beat. It had sounded like my name, but that was impossible. I was alone on this path, the nearest house a good half-mile away. Must be hearing things, I muttered to myself, shaking my head. Too many late nights working on that damn novel. I resumed walking, picking up my pace slightly. The sun dipped lower, lengthening the shadows across the field. Old Tom's shadow stretched grotesquely, seeming to reach for me. "Jack." There it was again, louder this time. Unmistakable. My name, whispered on a wind that suddenly felt colder than it should for early September. I stopped again, my skin prickling with goosebumps. Slowly, I turned to face the scarecrow. Old Tom stood as it always had, arms outstretched, hat askew, that crude burlap face staring blankly across the field. But something felt off. Maybe it was the play of shadows in the fading light, but I could have sworn those empty eye holes were fixed on me. "Hello?" I called out, feeling foolish even as I did so. "Is someone there?" Silence answered me. Not even the corn rustled. I laughed nervously. "Get a grip, Jack," I told myself. "You're letting your imagination run wild again." But as I turned to continue my walk, the whisper came again, so close it could have been breathed directly into my ear. "Jack. Come to me, Jack." I whirled around, heart pounding. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice cracking. "This isn't funny." The scarecrow hadn't moved, but now I was certain its eyes were focused on me. Those black, empty sockets seemed to bore into my soul, filled with a hunger that made my blood run cold. "It's not real," I said aloud, trying to convince myself. "Scarecrows don't whisper. They don't move. It's just a trick of the light, that's all." But even as I spoke, I saw Old Tom's straw-filled hand twitch. I looked down in horror to see straw sprouting from my skin, replacing flesh and bone. "No!" I screamed. "I'm not one of you." Old Tom loomed over me, its straw hands reaching for my face. "But you are, Jack. You've always been one of us. You just forgot for a while." I thrashed wildly, fighting against the transformation. "No! Leave me alone!" My eyes snapped open, a scream dying in my throat. The bedroom was dark, the only light coming from the dim glow of my alarm clock. 4:23 a.m. I lay there, gasping for breath, trying to calm my racing heart. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, a chill ran down my spine. Something felt off. I wasn't alone. The sensation of another presence in the room was overwhelming. I could feel eyes on me watching from the shadows. Panic clawed at my chest as I slowly turned my head towards the corner of the room. There, in the darkness, I caught a glimpse of something, a flicker of movement, the faintest rustle of straw. "No," I whispered. "You're not real. You can't be here." I reached for the lamp on my nightstand, my fingers trembling as they searched for the switch. In my haste, I knocked the lamp over. It hit the floor with a crash that seemed deafening in the silent room. In the moment before I could right the lamp, I saw it clearly. A hand, made of twisted straw and shadow, reaching out from the corner. Old Tom's hand, here in my bedroom miles away from that cursed field. "This isn't happening," I said, my voice cracking with terror. "Wake up, Jack, wake up." I finally grasped the lamp and switched it on. Light flooded the room, chasing away the shadows. I looked to the corner, my heart in my throat. Nothing. The corner was empty. No scarecrow, no hand of straw. Just the usual clutter of my bachelor lifestyle, a pile of laundry I'd been meaning to wash, some books stacked haphazardly. I let out a shaky laugh, relief washing over me. "You're really losing it, old boy," I told myself. "Maybe it's time to ease up on the late-night horror movies." But as I went to turn off the lamp, movement caught my eye. The curtains by my window billowed gently. Frowning, I got out of bed and went to investigate. The window was wide open. I stood there, staring at the open window in disbelief. I always kept it locked. Always. Especially after what happened in the field. So how? A cool breeze blew in, carrying with it the scent of cornfields and decay. And there, caught on the window latch, was a single piece of straw. My legs gave out, and I sank to the floor, my back pressed against the wall. This couldn't be happening. It was impossible. And yet, "It's real," I whispered, the truth finally sinking in. "Oh God, it's all real." As if in response, a whisper drifted in on the breeze, faint, but unmistakable. "Come home, Jack." I hugged my knees to my chest, rocking back and forth as tears streamed down my face. The scarecrow was real. It had followed me home. And somehow I knew this was only the beginning. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, I sat there by the open window, too terrified to move, too terrified to close my eyes, because I knew now that the nightmare wasn't confined to my dreams. It was here, in the waking world, and it wanted me. Old Tom was coming for me, and deep down, in a place I didn't want to acknowledge, a part of me was longing to answer its call, to return to that field and take my place among the whispering scarecrows. The sun was sinking low on the horizon as I found myself once again on the dirt path leading to Willow Creek Farm. My hands trembled as I walked, and every instinct screamed at me to turn back. But something stronger than fear pulled me forward, a compulsion I couldn't explain or resist. "This is insane," I muttered to myself, eyeing the cornfields warily. "What the hell am I doing back here?" But I knew why. The nightmares, the whispers, the feeling of being watched. They had worn me down. I needed answers, even if those answers terrified me. As I rounded the bend, Old Tom came into view. The scarecrow stood motionless on its post, arms outstretched, that crude burlap face staring blankly across the field. Just like always. Just like it should be. I stopped a few yards away, my heart pounding. "All right," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm here. What do you want from me?" Silence answered me. Not even the corn rustled. Old Tom remained stubbornly inanimate, a simple scarecrow once more. "Come on," I shouted, anger briefly overriding my fear. "I know you're real. I've seen you move, heard you whisper. Stop playing games." Still nothing. I took a hesitant step closer, then another. The air around me seemed to thicken, making each breath a struggle. It was like walking through invisible molasses, every movement requiring immense effort. As I drew nearer to Old Tom, the temperature plummeted. My breath fogged in front of me despite it being a warm September evening. Goosebumps erupted across my skin, and I hugged myself tightly, trying to ward off the unnatural chill. "What are you?" I whispered, now standing directly before the scarecrow. Up close I could see the wear and tear of years exposed to the elements. The burlap was frayed, the straw poking through in places. It looked so ordinary, so harmless. But I could feel it. A presence, a weight in the air around Old Tom, like standing next to a predator, feeling its eyes on you even if you can't see them. Every instinct screamed danger. Run. Hide. I reached out a trembling hand, inches away from touching the scarecrow's worn shirt. "Show yourself," I said softly. "I know you're in there. I know you can hear me." Just as my fingertips were about to make contact, a gust of wind whipped through the field. I stumbled back, startled by its sudden ferocity. The cornstalks bent and swayed violently, their rustling now a roar in my ears, and carried on that wind I heard it. My name. Jack. I spun around, my eyes wide with panic. The voice hadn't come from old Tom. It had come from behind me, from within the corn itself. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice shaking. "Show yourself." The wind died down as suddenly as it had begun, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. I peered into the rows of corn, straining to see any sign of movement. There, a flash of something pale darting between the stalks. I caught only a glimpse, a face perhaps, or just a trick of the fading light. "Hey!" I shouted, plunging into the cornfield without thinking. "Wait!" I pushed through the rows, the leaves slapping against my face and arms. The figure always remained just out of reach, visible for a split second before vanishing again. Man or scarecrow, I couldn't tell. It moved with an unnatural speed and grace, weaving through the corn as if it were part of it. "Please," I called out, my lungs burning as I ran. "I just want to talk. I need to understand what's happening to me." I burst into a small clearing, panting heavily. The figure was nowhere to be seen. I spun in a circle, searching desperately for any sign of my elusive quarry. "Where are you?" I yelled, frustration and fear making my voice crack. "What do you want from me?" "Jack." The whisper came from directly behind me. I whirled around, my heart nearly stopping at what I saw. It wasn't old Tom. This scarecrow was different, smaller, newer. Its burlap face was smooth, unmarred by weather. And the features, they were crude, yes, but unmistakably familiar. They were my features. I stumbled backward, a scream caught in my throat. The scarecrow, my doppelganger, stood motionless, its stitched eyes seeming to stare into my soul. "What are you?" I managed to choke out. The scarecrow's mouth didn't move, but I heard the response clearly in my mind. "We are you, Jack. The you that belongs here. The you that never should have left." I shook my head violently. No, that's impossible. I was never. You've forgotten." The voice in my head continued. "But we remember. We've been waiting for you to come home." Memories flashed through my mind, distorted, dreamlike. A childhood spent in these fields. The rustle of corn and whisper of straw more familiar than any human voice. The feeling of belonging, of being part of something ancient and powerful. "No!" I screamed, clutching my head. "These aren't my memories. This isn't real." I turned to run, to escape this nightmare, but found myself face to face with old Tom. The ancient scarecrow had left its post, now standing at the edge of the clearing, and behind it, emerging from the corn, came others. Dozens of scarecrows, each unique, yet all bearing that same hungry grin. "Welcome home, Jack," they whispered in unison, their voices dry as dead leaves. "It's time to remember who you really are." I fell to my knees, overwhelmed by the impossibility of it all. The scarecrows circled me, their straw hands reaching out. I felt something stirring deep within me, a part of myself I had buried long ago. As the last light faded from the sky and darkness engulfed the cornfield, I realized the terrifying truth. I hadn't come back to this field by chance or compulsion. I had come home, and the harvest was about to begin. The morning sun struggled to break through the thick fog that had settled over Willow Creek Farm. I stood at the edge of the cornfield, my eyes fixed on old Tom's distant silhouette. Sleep had eluded me since my encounter in the field, and exhaustion weighed heavily on my shoulders. "You shouldn't be here, son." The gravelly voice startled me. I turned to see an old man approaching, his weathered face etched with lines of worry. He leaned on a gnarled walking stick, his rheumy eyes fixed on me with an intensity that made me uncomfortable. "I'm sorry," I stammered. "I didn't mean to trespass. I was just—" The old farmer waved off my apology. "This ain't about trespassing, boy. It's about your life." He glanced nervously at the cornfield. "You've heard it, haven't you? The whispers? A chill ran down my spine. How did you know? He sighed heavily, suddenly looking every bit his advanced age. I've seen that look before. The haunted eyes, the way you can't stop staring at that damned scarecrow. He spat on the ground. You ain't the first to hear its call, and I reckon you won't be the last. You know about old Tom? I asked, hope and dread warring in my chest. Please, I need to understand what's happening to me. The farmer was silent for a long moment, his eyes never leaving the cornfield. Finally, he nodded towards a nearby fence. Sit down, son. This ain't a story for standing. We settled onto the worn wooden fence. The old man pulled out a pipe, his gnarled fingers working methodically to pack it with tobacco. Name's Ezra, he said, puffing the pipe to life. Been farming this land for nigh on 60 years. But the thing in that field? It's been here a lot longer. What is it? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Ezra took a long drag on his pipe before answering. Folks round here call it Old Tom, but that ain't its real name. Don't rightly know if it has one. What I do know is it ain't no ordinary scarecrow. He launched into a tale that chilled me to my core. According to Ezra, the entity in the field had been there for generations, long before white settlers arrived. The native tribes avoided the area, speaking in hushed tones of a hungry spirit that lived among the corn. First settler to try farming here was a man named Thomas Willow. Ezra continued. Story goes, he ignored the warnings and planted his first crop. Come harvest time, the corn was the best anyone had ever seen. But Thomas, he changed. Changed how? I asked, dreading the answer. Became obsessed with the field. Wouldn't leave it day or night. His wife found him one morning standing in the corn rows, still as a post. When she touched him, Ezra shuddered. Nothing but straw inside them clothes. I felt sick. But that's impossible. Ezra fixed me with a hard stare. Is it? After what you've seen and heard? I couldn't argue with that. The old farmer went on, telling me of others who had fallen under the field's spell over the years. Some disappeared without a trace. Others were found wandering the rows, babbling about whispers and hungry shadows. A few, like me, had resisted the call, for a while. It wants something from us, Ezra said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Don't rightly know what, but I reckon it ain't good for the soul. But why me? I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. I'm not even from around here. I just moved to town a few months ago to work on my novel. Ezra's eyes widened slightly. A writer, eh? Creative type? He shook his head. It likes those. Imagination makes the mind more pliable, I suppose. He told me of a painter who had come to capture the farm's bucolic scenery. They found her easel in the field, the canvas covered in disturbing images of twisted, straw-filled figures reaching out of the corn. Please, I begged, grabbing Ezra's arm. How do I stop this? How do I make the whispers go away? The old farmer's face fell. I'm sorry, son. Once it's got its hooks in you. He trailed off, then fixed me with a fierce gaze. Listen to me. You need to leave. Pack up and go, far away from here. Maybe, just maybe, you can outrun it. But even as he spoke, I knew it was too late. The pull of the field was too strong, the whispers too insistent. A part of me, a part that grew stronger each day, didn't want to leave. Ezra must have seen the realization in my eyes. He gripped my shoulder, his voice urgent. Fight it, boy. Whatever you do, don't give in. Don't answer when it calls your name. I nodded, but the gesture felt hollow. Ezra climbed down from the fence with a groan, leaning heavily on his walking stick. Remember what I told you, he said as he turned to leave. And for God's sake, stay out of that field after dark. As Ezra shuffled away, a gust of wind ruffled his thinning hair. My blood ran cold as I caught a glimpse of something poking out from beneath his hat. A wisp of what looked unmistakably like straw. Ezra, wait, I called out, but the old farmer didn't turn back. He disappeared into the fog, leaving me alone with my terror and the looming presence of the cornfield. I stared at old Tom's distant form, Ezra's warnings echoing in my mind. The scarecrow stood motionless, but I could feel its attention on me, patient and hungry. "What are you?" I whispered. As if in answer, the wind picked up, carrying with it the rustle of corn leaves and a familiar, dreaded whisper. "Jack, come home, Jack." I stumbled away from the fence, my heart pounding. Ezra was right. I needed to leave, to run as far from this place as I could. But even as I formed the thought, I knew it was futile. The tendrils of old Tom's influence had worked their way deep into my psyche. Wherever I went, the whispers would follow. The call of the corn would haunt my dreams, and sooner or later, I knew I would answer. As I walked back to my car on shaky legs, I cast one final glance over my shoulder. For a moment, just a moment, I could have sworn I saw old Tom's arm raise, its straw hand waving a mocking farewell. The harvest was coming, and I was powerless to stop it. The first rays of morning sunlight crept through my bedroom window, rousing me from a fitful sleep. As I stretched, my hand brushed against something rough and unfamiliar. Frowning, I sat up and peered at my sheets. Scattered across the bed were small pieces of straw. "No," I whispered, my heart racing. "No, no, no." I leapt out of bed, frantically brushing the straw from my clothes and skin. Where had it come from? I hadn't been near the cornfield in days, not since my conversation with Ezra. I'd been actively avoiding it, in fact. As I moved, I noticed something else. My joints felt stiff, creaking with each movement like old wood. I flexed my fingers, wincing at the unfamiliar sensation. "It's just in your head," I told myself, trying to stay calm. "You're letting your imagination run wild again." But as I went through my morning routine, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. My skin felt different, rougher, almost abrasive. When I ran my hand over my face, the texture reminded me unsettlingly of burlap. I avoided looking in the mirror as I brushed my teeth, afraid of what I might see. But eventually, morbid curiosity got the better of me. Taking a deep breath, I raised my eyes to my reflection. For a moment, just a fleeting instant, I could have sworn I saw a face made of burlap staring back at me. Crude stitches where my mouth should be, hollow eye holes instead of eyes. I blinked, and my normal reflection returned. But my eyes, they looked different, sunken, empty. "This isn't happening," I said to my reflection. "You're losing it, Jack. Get a grip." I splashed cold water on my face, trying to shock myself back to reality, but the rough texture of my skin remained, and my joints continued to creak ominously with every movement. As the day wore on, panic began to set in. I needed to get out of this town, away from that cursed field and whatever influence it held over me. I threw some clothes into a suitcase, not bothering to pack neatly. "I'm leaving," I announced to my empty apartment. "I'm getting in my car and driving until I hit the coast. This ends now." But as I drove, a sick feeling of déjà vu began to creep over me. The roads all looked the same, endless stretches of asphalt bordered by cornfields. No matter which turn I took, which direction I drove, I always seemed to end up back where I started. After hours of futile driving, I pulled over, my hand shaking on the steering wheel. The sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, and there in the distance stood old Tom. "This is impossible," I muttered, staring at the scarecrow. I drove for hours. I should be 3 states away by now. As if in response, a whisper drifted through my open window. "Come home, Jack." I slammed the car into gear, tires squealing as I peeled away from the shoulder. But no matter how fast I drove, old Tom's silhouette remained visible in my rearview mirror. Night fell, and with it came a fog that seemed to rise from the very earth itself. It swirled around my car, so thick I could barely see the road. I slowed to a crawl, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. Suddenly, my engine sputtered and died. I turned the key, but nothing happened. The car rolled to a stop, and as the fog cleared, I found myself parked at the edge of the cornfield. "No," I whispered. tears stinging my eyes. Please no. But my body was no longer under my control. I watched in horror as my hand reached for the door handle, as my legs carried me out of the car and towards the waiting corn. The rustling of the stalks sounded like whispered welcomes as I moved deeper into the field. My joints creaked louder with each step, my skin feeling more and more like burlap stretched over a frame of wood and straw. I emerged into a small clearing. Old Tom stood there, arms outstretched in grotesque welcome, and behind it, dozens of other scarecrows emerged from the corn. Some were ancient, their burlap faces weathered and faded. Others looked newer, their stitched features still crisp. All of them were looking at me. "Welcome home, Jack," they whispered in unison, their voices dry as dead leaves. I tried to run, to scream, to do anything, but my body refused to obey. I felt myself walking towards Old Tom's empty post, my movements stiff and unnatural. "Please," I managed to croak out. "I don't want this. I'm not one of you." Old Tom's burlap face seemed to twist into a grin. When it spoke, its voice was inside my head, as familiar as my own thoughts. "But you are, Jack. You always have been. You just forgot for a while." I felt my feet root themselves to the ground, my arms rising to mimic Old Tom's pose. The other scarecrows gathered around, their straw hands reaching out to touch me. "No," I whimpered, feeling the last of my humanity slipping away. "This can't be happening." But it was. I could feel the transformation taking hold, straw replacing blood and bone, burlap swallowing my skin. My vision began to change, the world taking on a strange, muted quality. As the last vestiges of my human self faded away, I heard Old Tom's voice one final time. "The harvest has begun, Jack, and you're going to help us bring it in." I wanted to close my eyes to shut out the horror of what I'd become. But scarecrows don't have eyelids. All I could do was stare out at the cornfield that was now my eternal home, my burlap face frozen in a stitched smile. The wind picked up, carrying with it the sound of distant traffic. Someone else would be driving down that lonely road soon. Someone else would hear the whispers, feel the pull of the field, and I would be waiting for them alongside my brothers and sisters of straw and shadow, waiting to welcome them home. As the moon rose over the cornfield, casting long shadows across the rows, I stood motionless on my post. No longer Jack the writer, the human, now just another sentinel in a field of nightmares, guarding a harvest that was older than time itself. The transformation was complete. The moon hung low and heavy over the cornfield, casting long shadows that seemed to writhe with a life of their own. From my new perch atop the weathered wooden post, I surveyed my domain with eyes that no longer needed to blink. The transformation was complete. My humanity now nothing more than a fading memory wrapped in burlap and straw. As the night deepened, a strange awareness crept over me. My vision seemed to expand, stretching far beyond the boundaries of Willow Creek Farm. In distant fields, pinpricks of awareness flickered to life. Other scarecrows awakening with the fall of darkness. They began to move, abandoning their posts with jerky, unnatural movements. Straw-stuffed legs carried them across furrowed earth and through rows of corn. They were coming to welcome the newest member of their twisted family. Old Tom's voice whispered in my mind, a dry rustle like dead leaves. "Watch, Jack. Learn. You are part of a legacy older than mankind itself." The first of the others entered our field, a scarecrow even more ancient than Old Tom. Its burlap face was so worn that only scraps remained, revealing a skull-like visage of tightly bound straw. It approached my post, tilting its head in an unsettling parody of curiosity. "Fresh soul," it hissed, its voice like wind through bare branches. "Still warm with humanity? How long since we've had such a tender morsel, brothers and sisters?" More scarecrows emerged from the corn, gathering in a circle around me. Some were clearly ancient, their forms weathered by centuries of sun and rain. Others looked newer, their stitched features still crisp and bright. All of them radiated an aura of hunger and anticipation. A scarecrow with a patchwork face of different burlap scraps stepped forward. "Welcome, young one," it said, its voice a chorus of whispers. "You have been chosen to join the harvest. Do you understand the honor that has been bestowed upon you?" I tried to speak, to ask the questions that burned within my straw-filled mind, but no sound emerged from my stitched mouth. Instead, my thoughts projected outward, audible to all gathered. What am I? What are we? Why have you done this to me? A ripple of amusement passed through the assembled scarecrows. Old Tom's voice answered, patient as the earth itself. "We are the caretakers, Jack, the guardians of a power older than time, and now you are one of us." The patchwork scarecrow raised its arms, and the others fell silent. "Listen well, young one," it intoned, "for you must learn the secrets of our ancient ritual. The harvest of souls is our purpose, our sustenance, our very reason for being." Over the next hours, as the moon tracked its path across the star-studded sky, the scarecrows shared their terrible knowledge. They spoke of an entity that slumbered deep beneath the earth, a being of insatiable hunger that fed on human essence. The scarecrows were its servants, its lures, tasked with bringing it the souls it craved. "But why?" I asked, horror and fascination warring within me. "What does it give us in return?" A scarecrow with a face made of corn husks laughed, a sound like dry stalks snapping. "Immortality, young one. Freedom from the frailties of flesh. Power beyond mortal comprehension." They told me of the ritual, a dark ceremony performed beneath the harvest moon. How they would lure unsuspecting victims into the field, whispering their names, playing on their fears and desires. How they would trap them in a maze of corn until dawn, when the entity would rise to claim its prize. "And the victims?" I asked, already knowing the answer but needing to hear it. "They join us," Old Tom said simply. "Their essence feeds the sleeper, and their bodies become vessels like ours. The cycle continues, as it has for millennia." As they spoke, I felt something stirring deep within my straw-filled form. A hunger, a desire to be part of this ancient and terrible purpose. It horrified me, this alien need, but I could not deny its power. The patchwork scarecrow sensed my inner turmoil. "Do not fight it, young one," it said. "Embrace your new nature. The harvest is coming, and you have an important role to play." As the first hints of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, the scarecrows dispersed. They returned to their own fields, their own territories, leaving me alone with the weight of my new knowledge. Old Tom's voice, now as familiar as my own thoughts, whispered one final instruction. "Watch the path, Jack. Listen for approaching footsteps. The hunger will guide you in what to do." I stood motionless on my post as the sun rose, bathing the world in golden light. Birds began to sing, insects buzzed, and a gentle breeze rustled through the corn. It all seemed so normal, so peaceful. How could such horror exist in a world of such beauty? As the morning wore on, I heard the crunch of gravel on the nearby path. Two voices, young and carefree, grew louder as they approached. "Come on, Emily. I want to show you my favorite spot for sketching." "I'm coming, Mark. These shoes weren't made for hiking, you know." A young couple came into view, hand in hand. The girl, Emily, carried a sketch pad under one arm. The boy, Mark, pointed excitedly towards a scenic overlook just past my field. As they drew nearer, I felt it. The hunger, the overwhelming urge to call out, to whisper their names, to lure them into the waiting corn. Emily. Mark. The words formed in my mind, begging to be released. I fought against the compulsion with every scrap of humanity I had left. These were innocent people, undeserving of the fate that awaited them in the field. I couldn't be responsible for trapping them in this nightmare. But the hunger was relentless. I felt my stitched mouth begin to move, the whisper building in whatever passed for my throat. "Emily. Mark. Come closer." The couple paused, looking around in confusion. "Did you hear something?" Emily asked, her brow furrowed. Mark shook his head. "Just the wind in the corn, probably. Come on, we're almost there." They moved on, passing out of sight around a bend in the path. I sagged on my post, relieved and horrified in equal measure. I had resisted the urge this time, but for how long? How many more innocent people would pass by? How long could I fight against my new nature? As the sun climbed higher in the sky, I stood silent vigil over my field. The horror of what I had become, of what I was now part of, settled over me like a shroud. And beneath it all, the hunger continued to gnaw, patient and insistent. The harvest moon hung low in the sky, its sickly yellow light casting long shadows across the cornfield. I stood motionless on my post, a sentinel of straw and burlap, watching, waiting. But beneath the stillness, a war raged within me. "I am Jack," I repeated silently, clinging to the remnants of my humanity. "I am not one of them. I don't want this." Old Tom's voice slithered through my mind, a whisper of dry leaves. "Foolish child, you cannot resist what you are. The harvest approaches. Embrace your purpose." I felt the pull of the ancient entity beneath the earth, its hunger resonating through every stalk of corn, every fiber of my being. But the last spark of my human self rebelled against it. "No," I thought fiercely. "I won't be a part of this. I won't hurt anyone else." With every ounce of willpower I possessed, I focused on moving. Just a twitch, the slightest motion to prove I still had some control. At first, nothing happened. My burlap body remained stubbornly still, rooted to the post. But then, a finger moved. Just the barest tremor, but it was enough. Hope surged through me, giving me strength. "That's it, Jack," I encouraged myself. "Fight it. You can do this." Slowly, agonizingly, I forced my arm to move. It felt like pushing through molasses, every inch a monumental struggle. But I was moving. I was breaking free. With a final surge of effort, I wrenched myself from the post. My straw-filled legs buckled, unused to movement, and I stumbled forward into the corn. I did it, I thought, elation warring with terror. I'm free. But my triumph was short-lived. A chorus of angry whispers rose from the cornfield, the other scarecrows awakening to my rebellion. "The newcomer resists. He must be taught his place. Bring him back, the master hungers." I pushed through the corn, my movements clumsy and uncoordinated. Stalks whipped at my burlap face, but I pressed on, driven by desperation. "Help!" I tried to call out, but no sound emerged from my stitched mouth. "Someone, please, I'm trapped here." From the corner of my eye, I caught glimpses of movement. Other scarecrows advancing through the corn with unnatural speed and grace. Their stitched faces leered at me, straw hands reaching out to grasp and tear. A scarecrow with a patchwork face lunged from between the stalks, its fingers tangling in my shirt. "Where do you think you're going, little brother?" it hissed. "Your place is here with us." I thrashed wildly, tearing free from its grasp. But two more were there to take its place, their burlap hands clawing at me. "Let me go," I shouted in my mind, my silent cries lost in the rustle of corn leaves. "I'm not one of you, I don't want this." Old Tom's voice cut through the chaos, calm and implacable. "You have no choice, Jack, you are part of the harvest now. Accept it." More scarecrows joined the fray, surrounding me in a circle of leering burlap faces and grasping straw hands. They dragged me back through the corn, my struggles growing weaker with each step. As we emerged into the clearing where my post stood, I saw him. Ezra, the old farmer who had tried to warn me. He stood beside old Tom, his weathered face a mask of sorrow and resignation. "I'm sorry, son," Ezra said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I tried to fight it too, all those years ago. But in the end, we all serve the harvest." I wanted to scream, to rage against the injustice of it all. But my body was no longer my own. The scarecrows forced me back onto my post, my limbs arranging themselves in that eternal mocking pose. Old Tom's voice filled my mind, heavy with disappointment and threat. You must learn obedience, young one. And there is only one way to teach such a lesson. A new sound reached me then. Footsteps on the gravel path, and a voice humming tunelessly. A young woman came into view, her attention focused on the phone in her hand. No, I thought, realizing with horror what was about to happen. Please, not this. Don't make me watch. But I had no choice. My eyes, such as they were, remained fixed on the approaching figure. I felt the familiar hunger rising within me, the compulsion to whisper her name. Jessica. The name formed in my mind, pulled from some dark well of knowledge I didn't understand. Jessica, come closer. The young woman paused, looking up from her phone with a frown. Hello? Is someone there? Jessica. This time it wasn't just my voice, but a chorus of whispers from every scarecrow in the field. Come into the corn, Jessica. We've been waiting for you. I fought against it with every fiber of my being, trying to scream a warning, but no sound emerged from my stitched mouth. I could only watch in mute horror as Jessica took a hesitant step towards the cornfield. Hello? She called out, peering into the rows. This isn't funny. Who's out there? The corn seemed to bend towards her, the stalks rustling with anticipation. I saw other scarecrows moving into position, circling around to cut off her escape. That's it, Jessica. Old Tom's voice coaxed. Just a little closer. There's nothing to fear here. Jessica took another step, then another. The moment she passed the first row of corn, I knew it was over. The stalks closed behind her like a door slamming shut. Wait, she said, her voice rising in panic. I can't. Where's the path? I need to get out. But there was no escape. I watched, my soul screaming in silent anguish, as Jessica was herded deeper into the field. The scarecrows whispered and laughed, guiding her on a twisting path that led nowhere. Hours passed. Jessica's cries grew hoarse, then faded to whimpers, and still, she wandered, lost in the endless maze of corn. As the first light of dawn touched the eastern sky,